In the first year of the apocalypse, her children, not yet a year old, fell victim. By the sixth year of the apocalypse, she was cast into the abyss by her so-called sister. Grasping the power of space and a trading mall, she reincarnated 2 months before the calamity struck. Su Yan vowed never to repeat the mistakes of her past life. She intended to live freely, to avenge her grievances and repay her kindnesses, and to pursue whatever she desired with determination. Chapter 83. Engaging in monetary pursuits. Together, they heaved the massive ice block aside, revealing a glass window, shattering the glass and shining a flashlight inside. The water had indeed receded. This is the 3rd floor. I believe the water will recede to the 2nd floor. This is manageable. We can disregard the 1st floor, for there is nothing of value there. All the treasures are on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Then, Dad, how do we descend now? Lu Shui took the lead, declaring, I will go down. Su Yan grasped Lu Shui's arm, while Lu Dad held onto his daughter. They could not act recklessly. Who knew if there were mutated aquatic creatures lurking below? I will send a Huang and a He down to scout. The combat prowess of the 2 dogs was beyond doubt. Even if they encountered mutated monsters, they could still fight, and if need be, they could escape faster than humans. If it were them, they might not even have the chance to flee. Su Yan called to Huang and a He over, instructing, You 2 go down and take a look. If there are no mutated creatures, bark twice. If there are, flee back up quickly, understood? The dogs barked affirmatively and jumped through the shattered window. The Lu father and son retrieved the ropes they had prepared in advance, securing the small generator, ready to lower it down shortly. Su Yan and Lu Shui waited at the entrance of the ice cave for the dogs. They did not have to wait long before De Huang arrived at the cave's mouth, raising his head to bark twice to inform Su Yan. Everything is normal, right, De Huang? Woof woof. After confirming there was no issue, Su Yan and Lu Shui slid down the inclined ice block. Lu Shui, let us conduct another sweep for dangers. All right. The 2, armed and vigilant, thoroughly inspected the entire hall and VIP room. Aside from some mud and debris, no other creatures were found. At that moment, the Lu father and son also brought down the gasoline and small generator, adjusting them. Dad, let Xiaoyu handle this. You hurry and pick out the stones. All right, I'll follow your lead. Lu Dad was quite familiar with the area. After a brief survey, he produced a flatbed cart, wielding his specialized flashlight to select stones. He first ventured into the VIP room, where the quality of the stones surpassed those outside in the hall, all remnants of previous high-profile clientele. Lu Shui moved aside a few of the useless stones selected by her father and arranged them, saying, Ayen, come sit and watch for Jade. We have no further business here. Of course, we must prepare breakfast. With a small stove, charcoal, pots, and bowls, Su Yan busily retrieved supplies from her large backpack. Breakfast consisted of instant noodles, a marinated egg, and sausage for each person. Su Yan prepared the noodles, and over at Lu Yu's place, 2 pieces of Xingyang green jade had already been unearthed, a promising omen. Dad, please be more reliable. Finding 2 pieces out of 10 isn't sufficient. Finding 2 pieces out of 10, and you're still dissatisfied? If I could find jade every time, what need would I have for such entrepreneurial endeavors? I could simply let you all lounge about with the profits from jade gambling. Uncle Lu, Xiaoyu, come and have something to eat first. Everyone was unreserved, each grabbing a bucket of noodles, finishing it in a few bites, and then returning to work. Su Yan instructed the dogs to patrol, ensuring no mutated creatures approached. After Lu Dad selected a VIP stone and departed, she entered again, moving each stone into her space to scan with the dimensional trading platform, keeping those that held value. To her delight, she discovered several pieces of considerable worth. The dimensional trading platform was indeed a miraculous tool for authenticating gems. Su Yan was on the lookout for bargains. In just one morning, she had uncovered over 1,000 kilograms of gold, leading her to suspect that Uncle Lu's expertise in stone appraisal might be exaggerated. Lu Shui rummaged through various cabinets and unearthed a considerable number of items. The cabinets were well sealed, and the intact packaging had spared the contents from water damage, although those without packaging were beyond salvage. As she continued her search, Su Yan suddenly recalled the 2 dogs, realizing it had been 2 hours since she last saw them. Having finished her treasure hunt on the 3rd floor's VIP section, she decided it was impractical to continue in the hall and set out to find a Huang and a He. To her surprise, at the corner of the staircase between the 2nd and 1st floors, she discovered both dogs fiercely gripping the tail of a mutated fish submerged in water. The fish's scales resembled corroded iron, rendering its species indiscernible. The two dogs and the mutated fish were engaged in a tug-of-war. The fish attempted to pull the dogs into the water or escape back to its aquatic realm, but the dogs clung on tenaciously. Gradually, the dogs were being drawn closer to the water's edge, clearly at a disadvantage. Su Yan drew her handgun and fired several shots at the fish's head, causing it to become motionless. Fortunately, it was not as difficult to dispatch as the mutated crocodile lurking beneath her building. Upon witnessing the fish cease its struggle and float to the surface, De Huang and Da He relinquished their grip on its tail, then approached Su Yan's feet, their demeanor markedly different from the vigorous confrontation they had just experienced with the mutated fish. De Huang? Da He? The two dogs lifted their eyelids slightly before letting them droop again. Su Yan felt compelled to examine them thoroughly. Da He had a minor injury on his leg, while De Huang's tail bore a small tear. Surely, they couldn't have been unfortunate enough to be bitten by the mutated fish and contracted a virus? De Huang, your tail, Da He, your leg, were you bitten by that strange fish? If so, bark once. If not, bark twice. Woof. Both dogs responded with a single bark. Su Yan's mind raced. It was dire. Her dogs were either mutated or facing certain doom. Even if she utilized the medication given to her by Luo Wanning, designed to treat the mutated virus, she could only apply it to one dog. She could only save one. Which one should it be? Such a dilemma was truly excruciating. Moreover, she was uncertain of its efficacy, given that it was intended for humans. Could it possibly work on dogs? After 3 minutes of contemplation, Su Yan decisively retrieved the vial of medication, planning to administer half to one dog. If it proved effective, then well and good. If not, she had already resigned herself to the possibility of an immediate helicopter return to the base for professional help. With half the dosage, it would suffice for the time being. The dogs cooperatively consumed the medication, and afterward, Su Yan treated them to a few strips of ham. Whether it was the effect of the medicine or the ham, the dogs appeared rejuvenated. Her gamble had paid off. No longer needing to keep watch, Su Yan led the two dogs back to the second floor, where she assisted Dad Lu in transporting the selected stones to the third floor for processing. A substantial number of stones were successfully opened, categorized into 3 grades. Among them were dozens of exquisite imperial green and emerald pieces, most roughly the size of a fist. Another pile contained various types of flecked jade and bright green stones, also rare treasures, with several dozen pieces, varying in size. Additionally, there was a heap of inferior stones, each valued at around 100,000, a decent find nonetheless. A yen, this piece of imperial green is truly stunning. I shall keep it for myself to craft a bracelet. This one is yours. You can make a matching pair and even save one for your son or daughter. A splendid idea. Sisters, have a heart for your brother. I am utterly spent. My hands no longer feel like my own. Who will step in to cut a couple of pieces for me so I may rest a while? Rest? What rest? We still have these remaining stones to process. Hurry up. Before Su Yan and Lu Shui could respond, Dad Lu ascended from the second floor, carrying several stones, and placed them down with a slap on his son's back. After cutting the last few stones, Dad Lu produced several urea bags and distributed them among the 3 siblings. Quickly gather what you can. Once we finish, I cannot shake this feeling of unease here. Chapter 84. A Close Call. The group divided the emeralds they had unearthed into bags and transported them onto the ice surface, preparing to load them onto the helicopter for their return. One must admit, intuition can often be remarkably accurate, regardless of age or gender. Su Yan felt a sense of unease stirring within her. Suddenly, a startled cry from Lu Yu drew everyone's attention. Following his gaze, they observed an alarming sight. Numerous fish, each sporting 4 legs, emerging from the ice hole. 2 dogs were barking excitedly, eager to attack the fish above, but Su Yan intercepted them. Noting that these creatures resembled the one she had recently killed. Could it be that these fish had come to avenge their fallen companion? Everyone, hurry to the helicopter. The ice surface is strewn with equipment, and I have plenty of tools, she urged. However, Lu Ba was still contemplating how to salvage a small generator. Lu Yu tugged at his father, trying to drag him towards the helicopter. Dad, you're so heavy. Your reflexes are so slow. Humph. When I was your age, I was far stronger. The father-son duo exchanged banter even as they fled for their lives, pursued by a dozen enormous mutated fish. Su Yan and Lu Shui opened fire on the creatures from the helicopter, but it seemed their handguns were ineffective. they were unable to kill the fish, despite Su Yan having successfully shot down a fish while saving the two dogs. Could it be that one of these fish was cunning enough to feign death and return to summon its comrades for revenge? Dad, Xiao Yu, hurry up. The tension was palpable as Lu Yu pushed his father towards the helicopter, just as a fish lunged for him. Lu Shui, stationed at the door, holstered her weapon and effortlessly pulled her brother aboard. However, she exerted too much force in her haste, and they both stumbled backward. Cease, cease. If you keep whining, I'll toss you out. Get off me. You're crushing my hand. Lu Yu exclaimed, as Lu Ba hoisted him up. Lu Shui retrieved her handgun and fired several rounds at the mutated fish attempting to board the helicopter. Close the door, Lu Shui. Okay. Su Yan had already instructed He to take off, with no one in the co-pilot seat. She secured her machine gun and unleashed a barrage at the mutated creatures on the ice. Surely, some of them must perish now? She had not performed well earlier, mainly out of concern for the Lu family. Yan, surely these monsters must have been killed, right? They should be dead. I had a feeling something was off. We nearly met our end. This fortune is not something everyone can acquire, and we owe much to Xiao Su. Yan Jia, you're impressive, truly. Yan. Steady the flight. It was not that Su Yan was unsteady. She had already put away the light machine gun, and to an outsider, she appeared to be operating the helicopter with utmost seriousness. He's skills were undoubtedly proficient, yet the helicopter was experiencing significant turbulence, causing the two dogs to roll about in the cabin. Not only Lu Shui, but Su Yan, too, felt a twinge of fear despite her many means of self-preservation. I'm flying as steadily as possible. I'm not sure where the problem lies. Make sure you're seated securely. Su Yan squeezed the small bundle in her lap. He projected a message on the dashboard. The planet's magnetic field had suddenly experienced severe disturbances, which continued to escalate. However, with the assistance of this intelligence, the helicopter would remain secure. After relaying this information to the Lu family, Su Yan offered them reassurance that there was likely no major issue, just interference from the magnetic field. Lu Ba and the Lu siblings listened intently, refraining from speaking for fear of disrupting Su Yan's concentration. He managed to stabilize the situation, and 2 minutes later, the helicopter began to level off. In the brief span of their conversation, they arrived at the temporary base headquarters, where they dropped off Lu Ba and his children before returning to the Lonjiang platform. Yan, land on my rooftop. Let us divide today as Hall. And then you can fly the helicopter back to your place, so we don't have to climb the stairs. Very thoughtful of you. The helicopter landed atop Building D, and the two remained aboard as they began sorting the supplies. They had already selected items of similar quality. None of them were particularly greedy, and the emeralds were split evenly. Once they were sorted, they proceeded to appraise their value. Yen, for our share. What do you think we could trade for? I definitely want a helicopter. And my brother wants a modified vehicle, something larger to facilitate moving supplies in the event of a base relocation. How can you be so sure the base will relocate? Of course. Otherwise, why would it be called the Jiangqing Temporary Base? Everything about it suggests they don't intend to stay long-term. Typically carefree. Su Yan showcased her astuteness in critical moments. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on the emeralds as she contemplated what to give Lu Shui. Today's expedition had undoubtedly yielded significant rewards, and while she aimed to profit, she also wished for Lu Shui to benefit. As Su Yan examined the emeralds, Lu Shui remained patient, understanding that Su Yan was calculating the price. Regardless of the outcome, today's efforts had resulted in a bounty for the three of them. After several minutes of sifting through the piles of stones, Su Yan finally spoke. I can offer you an armored military truck designed for transporting weapons, along with a helicopter. However, I cannot provide another transport helicopter of this size. The owner has stated it's quite difficult to acquire. I do have an armed helicopter that can carry 6 people, in addition to 2 tons of aviation fuel. What do you think? Yen. I have no objections. Lu Shui had anticipated receiving a helicopter and an armored vehicle, but she was pleasantly surprised to find fuel also included. She had struck it rich. Su Yan felt equally fortunate. The quality and quantity of the emeralds promised a significant return when exchanged for gold, alleviating her concerns about potential famine. Very well. I'll notify you upon the arrival of the vehicle and helicopter. Sounds good. I'll head downstairs now. You can take everything directly. So, I want to have to carry it. As Lu Shui jumped from the helicopter, Su Yan caught her, saying, "Take this back, I hadn't factored it in." "Didn't you say you wanted to craft jewelry for yourself?" "Thank you, Wei Yan. I truly love this. I'll take it." Lu Shui turned and embraced Su Yan in a heartfelt hug before departing. Su Yan waved her hand, satisfied with the transaction, hoping for future opportunities. She piloted the helicopter back to the rooftop of Building C. Despite the substantial haul, the day had been quite unnerving. Su Yan resolved to rest and recuperate for the next few days, determined not to venture outside until the ice had melted and the mutated creatures had been eradicated. After stowing away the tools and emeralds in her space, she descended with He and the dogs. Upon stepping through the door, the intercom crackled to life.
Su Yan.
"Are you home? Are you alright?"
IM fine.
What's the matter? Your tone suggests something significant has occurred. Best not to go out lately. Several hours ago, the electronic equipment at the base suddenly malfunctioned, including satellite phones and intercoms. It might take 10 attempts to establish contact successfully. 10 attempts to connect? So, that means you managed to reach me now. Was Yang Jingwei continually trying to contact me? What could be the issue? Su Yan was aware. He had already informed her during the helicopter's turbulence that it was a problem related to the Earth's magnetic field. Analysis suggested it was likely influenced by some magnetic phenomenon. I understand. I want to be going out anytime soon. Will you still be coming to teach Lu Shui tomorrow? Yes, the same time as last time. Chapter 85, A Significant Profit. Exhausted, Su Yan had no desire to endure the hassle of boiling water for a shower or washing her hair. Uncharacteristically, she entered her small villa in the space and took a refreshing shower under the spray. The two dirty dogs were also tended to by Su Qing, who helped clean them up. Su, it's already past 6. What should we have for dinner? Forget the dogs for now, just feed them their kibble. I'll prepare steak and cod, along with a shrimp and spinach soup. I'm so tired, Auntie. I don't want to move. So I'll just cook here. Please take a moment to rest. Let the children entertain themselves in the playroom while I prepare dinner. Thank you, Aunt. Su Yan went to the children's room to kiss her son and daughter before returning to the adjacent room to dry her hair. As soon as she lay down, she succumbed to slumber, only to awaken when Su Qing called her for dinner. After their meal, she indulged in a brief nap, awakening refreshed. She then stepped out of the small villa to survey her domain. The vegetables and trees she had planted offered little to admire. Her primary interest lay in examining the crops tended by Su Qing. To her astonishment, she found the growth rate astonishing. She deemed herself unable to keep pace. Were there truly this many newly planted fruit trees? The spacing between each tree was impeccably measured, with each variety clustered together and a small path left for a vehicle to pass through. Resolute, Su Yan vowed to join Su Qing in planting trees each day, ensuring that all the purchased saplings were planted promptly for an earlier harvest. Having inspected the fruit trees, she prepared to exchange the day's findings for gold. Su Yan moved all the raw jade stones to the garden in front of the small villa, laid down a mat, and began scanning them one by one onto the platform. She started with the least valuable pile, which, while deemed inferior in her eyes, would still be considered exceptional by ordinary standards. The lowest quality could yield 1 kilogram of gold, while the better ones could be exchanged for over 10 kilograms. Although the value was modest, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. There were certainly over 100 stones in total, and from this batch alone, the yield was nearly 1 ton of gold. Next, she evaluated the stones that, while not of collectible grade, still possessed top-tier quality. There were about 50 or 60 of these. Upon trading, she garnered approximately 7 tons of gold. The creme de la creme consisted of 14 pieces of emerald and imperial green jade. She selected her 4 favorites to keep and traded the remaining 10, acquiring a total of 17 tons of gold. In total, she amassed nearly 25 tons, equating to 25,000 kilograms. Was this a significant amount? While 25,000 kilograms seemed considerable, the reality was stark. Acquiring a 10,000 cubic meter space button required 5,000 kilograms. And 4 individuals nearly risked their lives for just 5 space buttons. Thus, in this context, the amount felt rather insubstantial. Of course, she still possessed several pieces that had not yet been traded, albeit in limited quantity. Nevertheless, with her current reserves of gold, She felt a sense of security as long as she refrained from purchasing extravagant items. That evening, the family spent the night in the space. Returning to their reality at 7 in the morning, Jiangsu ascended promptly to take the dog for exercise. As Su Yan enjoyed her breakfast, she fiddled with the intercom, finding it difficult to connect, just as Yang Jingwei had mentioned the previous day. It was not until she finished her meal that she managed to establish a line. She informed Lu Shui that she would be arriving for class at 9 o'clock. With time to spare, Su Yan engaged the two little ones in identifying objects from pictures. The best age for such learning was over 1 year, yet her children were precocious. Not yet 7 months old, they could already articulate single words such as mama, no, and want. Babies, look here, this is a flower. Su Yan had prepared 2 sets of picture cards, holding up a flower card for the children. Flower, flower, flower. The little ones joyfully raised their tiny hands, repeating, flower. Now this is a tree, tree. Uncle, they said, mispronouncing tree as tree uncle. Su Yan remained patient. Unconcerned about their pronunciation, she repeatedly reinforced the lessons, knowing that even recognizing a few items in a day was beneficial. Yang Jinghui and Lu Shui arrived together, and He informed Su Yan of their presence. She went outside to open the door and led them up to the rooftop. Did you go out yesterday? Was the helicopter affected? Indeed, it was quite bumpy, but it stabilized in the end. Otherwise, you wouldn't be teaching today. Yes, with your impressive skills. You still need to rely on my class. Su Yan, how ungracious of you. It was not Su Yan's prowess, but rather He's that was remarkable. Yet she could not vocalize this. It's nothing. I merely possess boldness and a bit of luck. Looking back, I still feel apprehensive. I must attend this class. Even if it meant being a third wheel, she would attend. If necessary, she would arrange more opportunities for them to meet as compensation. You may be quite audacious. Familiarizing oneself can only be beneficial, Yang Jinghui remarked. Please wait here while I check if the helicopter has been affected by the magnetic field. Yes, yes, young instructor. Please be careful. Su Yan was confident there had been no issues. If there had been, they would have encountered trouble yesterday. The reason for the absence of problems was undoubtedly due to He's intervention. Artificial intelligence must have played a role in salvaging the helicopter. After testing the machine, Yang Jinghui confirmed its normality and had to concede that Su Yan's luck was extraordinary. Once he completed the helicopter checks, Yang Jinghui began imparting knowledge to the 2 female trainees. After his lecture, they were to take an exam. Su Yan passed, having been tutored by He, while Lu Shui struggled, answering several questions incorrectly. This won't do. Next time, bring your phone or tablet to record everything here. Go home and memorize it. If you can't even remember these instruments, how can you operate the machine? Yes, Instructor Yang, I will get my phone after class and come back to record everything. I promise to remember it for the next lesson. Lu Shui, chastised, lowered her head in embarrassment, regretting her inability to remember. It felt quite humiliating. The 2-hour class swiftly passed. The next session would cover theoretical knowledge before moving on to practical operations. Lu Shui, you must keep up. Understood. After reprimanding the students, Yang Jinghui dismissed the class. Lu Shui, feeling too embarrassed to face him, did not enter Su Yan's home and instead went straight downstairs. Su Yan invited Yang Jinghui to stay for lunch, as she intended to give him Lu Shui's tuition fee. I'll eat at the base. There's a cafeteria there. The cafeteria's food is not as good as mine. You can't refuse. We'll eat, and then you can go back. Yang Jinghui chuckled helplessly, saying, respectfully, I must obey. Su Qing had yet to begin preparing lunch, so Su Yan asked her to make an extra serving. She then retrieved Lu Shui's tuition fee to remind Yang Jinghui not to forget to take it. I won't accept tuition. My promise to teach her was out of respect for you. Whatever she brings, you can keep. This is yours, you take it. Chapter 86, SOS Signal. Su Yan and Yang Jinghui nearly quarreled over Lu Shui's tuition. Ultimately, Yang Jinghui relented, deciding, all right, you keep the items. Consider it payment for borrowing the helicopter. Doesn't the military have helicopters? Do you need to borrow one? Su Yan expressed disbelief. She was resolute that if Yang Jinghui truly did not want Lu Shui's tuition, she would return the items to Lu Shui. I'm serious. Keep the items as my borrowing fee. I mentioned that due to magnetic interference, most electronic devices were affected. Today, I checked your helicopter, and it was not interfered with. If you need to use it urgently, you must agree to lend it to me. Very well. This reasoning, albeit reluctantly accepted by Su Yan, quelled her intention to return the items to Lu Shui. She also contemplated how to return the favor to Yang Jinghui in a reasonable manner. Now that Yang Jinghui was no longer being pursued for tuition, he turned his attention to He He, who remained motionless, like a decorative piece. You have a national treasure? Indeed. Su Yan had not previously brought He He into the space due to the revelation during their helicopter ride in front of Lu's family. Once one outsider was aware, it was no longer a secret. She employed the same ruse with Yang Jinghui. Yang Jinghui nodded in understanding. Su Yan's explanation was both rational and problematic. However, he could find no other justification. Keeping the little creature under her care was far preferable to letting it fall into the hands of those with ill intentions. He approached and gently petted the little bundle, finding it quite docile. Her name is He He, and she is quite intelligent. The advanced AI, He He, graciously accepted Su Yan's compliments, understanding the necessity of remaining silent in the presence of outsiders. Instead, she obediently performed a twirl and a roll. After a few moments of affection with a little bundle of joy, Yang Jinghui proceeded to the toy house to engage with the human toddler. Following lunch, Yang Jinghui announced his departure, explaining that he would be quite busy for the next few days and would not be attending classes, but would resume teaching once his obligations were fulfilled. After lunch, Lu Shui also came to the rooftop of Building C to copy homework, realizing that she would not need to attend classes in the coming days. As the temperature continued to rise day by day, the ice layer was expected to melt completely within a few days. Su Yan understood that once the water receded, a multitude of unsightly items beneath the surface would be revealed, and bacteria and pathogens would proliferate rapidly. Thus, she decided to remain indoors, even refraining from training her dog. Auntie, let us plant some vegetables outside, perhaps on the 2 balconies of the vacant house across the way? Sounds good. You go fetch the planting boxes. Fill them with soil, and I shall handle the planting. Su Yan entered her space and retrieved over 30 planting boxes, each measuring 15 m times 5 m times 3 m. She filled them with soil before emerging to transfer the boxes to the rooftop of Building 3202, where 2 neat rows of planting boxes were arranged on the expansive balcony. What should we plant? She pondered, knowing that soon they would be facing an extended period of extreme heat. Let us start with a batch that grows quickly, and then plant some drought-resistant varieties. If absolutely necessary, we can seal the balcony and turn on the air conditioning. The cost of electricity would be far greater than that of the vegetables, but she resolved that if the time came, she would simply turn on the air conditioning. It was crucial to have a suitable source for fresh greens. She decided to plant chives, cilantro, and garlic sprouts in 1 box, while allocating 5 boxes for fast-growing vegetables such as bok choy, choy sum, and spinach. The remaining boxes would be used for sweet potatoes and potatoes, as the sweet potato leaves could also be stir-fried. Once she organized the boxes, Su Yan sourced the seeds and handed them over to Su Qing to tend to. The entire afternoon was spent with Su Yan and her 2 little ones planting vegetables. After dinner, the family of 3, along with their 2 dogs and 2 AIs, entered the space. Inside, Su Yan played with the children as they drifted off to sleep, while Su Qing busily planted fruit trees. Once a day, Su Yan would check the surveillance and the message board at the entrance of the hallway. To facilitate communication, she had hung a message board and provided a pen for those who might be looking for her, but could not find her. For 4 days, the family cultivated fruit trees in the space. The vegetables in Building 3202 had begun to germinate, and the message board outside the hallway contained notes from Jiang Su expressing concern for her well-being, along with a video from Lu Shui and a message from Wang Xinwu on the 31st floor regarding a trade. Su Yan responded to each in turn. Taking advantage of the night, she ascended to the rooftop to deploy an armed helicopter, which contained goods for Lu Shui, as well as a vehicle. She planned to find a secluded spot outside the community to meet her for the vehicle pickup. As Su Yan prepared to descend with He He and the intercom, she was taken aback by the sweltering heat. What she did not realize was that during her 4 days in the space, the outside world had undergone tumultuous changes. The temperature had risen to 20 degrees, the ice layer had completely melted, and the flood that had trapped humanity for half a year had receded. The corpses of humans and animals that had been frozen beneath the water were now exposed, emitting a foul odor and swarming with maggots. This horrid scene was not only confined to the base community, but extended throughout the entire city. A corpse retrieval unit had been established, allowing individuals both within and outside the base to sign up for the task. Those successfully recruited would earn 10 points for a day's work, payable daily, with points redeemable at the base's headquarters or branch malls and hospitals. The purchasing power of 1 point was equivalent to 10 yuan prior to the disasters. Despite the filth, stench, and exhaustion, many were eager to volunteer for the 100 yuan a day job, even with the increased risk of contracting illnesses. As she piloted the aircraft, Su Yan made a deliberate low-altitude circle around the base community, noting that while the ice had melted and the water had receded, the cleanup had yet to occur, and the foul smell lingered. The odor was so overwhelming that it nearly spoiled her dinner. If I had known, I wouldn't have rushed out, she thought. Let's move quickly. Hee and find an unoccupied spot to land. Understood. While seated in the aircraft, Su Yan repeatedly attempted to reach Lu Shui, but her patience waned as she remained unable to connect. Ultimately, since the vehicle was intended for Lu Yu, she decided to kindly drive it into the base herself. She was determined to accomplish her task during this outing. Retrieving the aircraft, she summoned a bulletproof military truck from her space, which contained 2 tons of aviation fuel promised to Lu Shui. At the temporary base headquarters, she was aware of the specific building and floor where the Lu family resided. After registering, she drove the truck directly inside. Su Yan casually approached a woman wandering downstairs, offering her 2 potatoes in exchange for calling Lu Yu down to receive the vehicle, as she was reluctant to ascend the stairs. Yang Jinghui, observing from the 8th floor balcony, noticed Su Yan's vehicle entering the base. Moments earlier, he had received an urgent message from his team members under dire circumstances. His communication channel, unknown even to the authorities, was through a privately funded satellite launched by the 5 members of his team, transmitting a coded message marked Y. It contained merely 1 letter and 3 Chinese characters. Y, Arshan. The Y represented Qin Yi's code name. Chapter 87, The Arshan Incident. There was no need for elaboration. The mere receipt of the sender and location on their special wristbands indicated that someone was in a life-threatening situation at that location. He had to go. They had all agreed that in the event of an unsolvable crisis, they would seek help, and regardless of where they were, they would rush to provide assistance. Yang Jinghui had just attempted to contact Luo Fuan via satellite phone from the Jingqing Dawn base, but had been unable to connect. He was contemplating whether to borrow Su Yan's helicopter when he spotted her downstairs. Lu Yu and Yang Jinghui arrived almost simultaneously at the ground level. Commander Lu? Yes. Yang Jinghui nodded at Lu Yu and turned to Su Yan. Su Yan, when will you be finished? I need to speak with you about something. I'm not busy. Once I hand over the vehicle to Lu Yu, I'll be free. Su Yan exited the vehicle and handed the keys to Lu Yu. Here, as your vehicle, which contains the 2 tons of fuel your sister requested. Please take care of it. Thank you, Sister Yan. You're truly my sister. With a kiss on the keys, Lu Yu revved the engine and drove off to find a parking spot. Yang Jinghui, what's the matter? Yan, I truly need to borrow your helicopter. I have to go on a long journey, estimated to last 2 days. Is it urgent? Shall we leave now? Yang Jinghui nodded and retrieved a rugged vehicle. His expression was grave, and Su Yan quietly entered the vehicle without further conversation. Everyone had personal matters that were not to be pried into. The vehicle sped along, returning to Longjing Terrace in just 20 minutes. Yang Jinghui entrusted the vehicle to a soldier on duty in the community, instructing them to keep it safe for Jiangsu. The 2 then headed directly to the rooftop of Building C. Why is there another helicopter? And it's an armed one. That one was arranged for Lu Shui. It arrived this afternoon, but she doesn't know how to fly yet, so it's temporarily stored with me. Do you want to take my transport aircraft or that armed helicopter? I'll take the transport, yours. The transport has ample space for cargo and can accommodate several people, while the armed helicopter only has 4 seats, which isn't sufficient. Wait a moment. I need to grab my things. Su Yan's request to retrieve her items was merely an excuse. She was uncertain about Yang Jinghui's intentions or how long he planned to fly. She needed to prepare fuel in the cabin. Yang Jinghui, too, was unsure why she asked him to wait, but he refrained from pressing her. Su Yan descended with a large black bag, the contents of which remained a mystery. I took it from her, aware that the cabin was stocked with spare fuel. and reminded her to exercise caution during her outing. Understood. Time is of the essence. I must depart, she replied. With a wave. She watched as the helicopter lifted off from Longjing Terrace before making her way downstairs. Meanwhile, at the Jingqing Dawn base, Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan were in a state of frantic agitation, akin to ants on a hot stove, having received urgent news about Y and Air Mountain. While Yang Jinghui remained oblivious to the significance of Air Mountain, both Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan were acutely aware of its implications. Their understanding prompted them to petition the base headquarters for a helicopter to provide assistance. They could not divulge their private emergency contact details for the five of them, and while Luo Fuan could not explicitly state that Qin Yi was likely in peril, he expressed concern over the lack of communication for several days and the need to help. Despite their fervent appeals to Chief Sheng, permission was not granted. What shall we do, old Luo? I dread to think of what trouble our leader might be in. It's been 4 years, and this contact method has been activated for the first time. It's clear he must be in dire straits. We cannot simply stand by. Enough with the noise. It's quite bothersome. I've heard that most helicopters at the base are malfunctioning. Even if I were to borrow one, it may not be able to fly. How about driving there? Have you lost your mind? Given the current road conditions, it would take 10 days or more. Are we to retrieve our leader's remains? Luo Fuan exclaimed, nearly pulling out his hair in frustration. Were you not assisting a gentleman surnamed Liu in applying for a spacious house at the base recently? Does he not possess a rather impressive transport aircraft? Yes. I shall borrow it. Lu Lingxuan was still awake when he heard the knock at the door. Upon opening it, he discovered Luo Fuan, who had previously assisted his family. Xiao Luo? Uncle Liu, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. I shall be direct. I wish to borrow your helicopter for a time, and I assure you that there will be remuneration upon my return. Luo Fuan's urgency was palpable, evident in his demeanor. Lu Lingxuan, not one to overlook an opportunity, readily acquiesced, recognizing the favor presented to him. You have rendered my family significant assistance. We need not discuss gratitude. Please wait a few moments. Lu Lingxuan returned to fetch the cabin door key, leading Luo Fuan to the helipad. Uncle Liu, please hold on. I must check if your helicopter has been affected by the recent magnetic anomalies. Of course, do hurry. Fortuitously, the aircraft remained unscathed by the magnetic disturbance. Grateful. Luo Fuan expressed his thanks profusely before rushing back to gather provisions. He and Zhang Yuan took off in the helicopter under the cover of night, leaving the base behind. Concerns regarding disciplinary action from the chief could wait until their return. Simultaneously, Yang Jinghui's helicopter was en route to the Jingqing Dawn base, prepared to collect those among their group who remained at the base. To his dismay, upon inquiring at the base, he learned that Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan had departed over an hour prior. As for Qin Yi's situation, he had initially intended to return after assessing Air Mountain. However, due to the recent magnetic disruptions, all instruments had failed, rendering the helicopter incapable of returning. They were thus temporarily stranded in Air Mountain, which lay perilously close to the border with Outer Mongolia. Qin Yi and his party soon encountered a military faction from Outer Mongolia. In the chaos caused by natural disasters worldwide, even the smallest forces sought to assert dominance, and the group they faced had established control over Air Mountain. Discovered by the opposing forces and outnumbered, they were compelled to surrender their supplies to secure their safety. Without provisions and transportation, and unable to contact the Jingqing base for assistance, they sought refuge in a cave. However, their plight worsened 4 days later, when Qin Yi and Chen Dingshan ventured out in search of food and were intercepted by a small squadron of the Outer Mongolian military, intent on capturing them as prisoners. Despite being outmatched by a larger force, they managed to overpower the 20-member squad, seizing some meat, compressed biscuits, and a cache of firearms. Unfortunately, this encounter attracted the attention of the larger opposing force. Their refuge in the cave was no longer secure, and they were forced to relocate. Chapter 88. The team gathers. Now, devoid of food and water, and without a helicopter, they found themselves deep within the mountains, pondering where to go next. They had tolerated the loss of supplies, but this time they could not endure it any longer. Young ones, your impulsiveness is troubling. The two professors and their 4 assistants chastised Qin Yi and Chen Dingshan. They intend to kill me and consume my flesh. How can I endure this? Can't you run? With the title of Special Forces King, You can't even flee. Have you no sense? If we flee, will you be able to escape? Right now. We cannot leave. Their role was merely to ensure a few people's safety, not to act as caretakers. Chen Dingshan had faced constant criticism in recent days, becoming increasingly irritable. All right, everyone, let's hurry. We must travel through the afternoon and night. If we push on, we should reach the village at the entrance of Air Mountain by morning and find a vehicle from there. As the team leader, Qin Yi could only attempt to placate both sides. Old Chen, refrain from speaking too much. I'll keep watch outside. Chen Dingshan. Enough with the bickering. Let us give old Qin some face. If I had known there was a village at the mountain pass, why did we not leave sooner? Are you finished? The ice down the mountain has only just begun to thaw. Shall we descend to eat ice blocks? Even with a vehicle, would you be able to leave? What's that supposed to mean? Don't you dare question the leader. Chen Dingshan retorted, silencing the others. Finally, they could quietly pack the meager rations and weapons they had acquired, preparing to distribute one portion to each person. Qin Yi, aware that gunfire would alert the enemy, was surprised by how quickly they responded. With a significant number of people converging on their location, the situation was dire. They mobilized hundreds of troops just to capture 8 of us? He and Chen Dingshan could escape easily. But the challenge lay in ensuring the safety of the 6 others. Quickly, finish up and exit through the other end of the cave. Yes, boss. In the face of danger, no one dared to utter a word. Qin Yi decisively blocked the cave entrance. His resolve stemmed from knowing that the cave connected directly to a cliff on the other side. Compared to confronting the opposing forces, escaping over the cliff was clearly a better option. Fortunately, the cave had been designed with safety measures against both human intruders and large animals, making it difficult for the enemy to breach. Unless they resorted to explosives, Qin Yi had already formulated a strategy to counter any attempts to blow open the cave entrance. He selected 2 firearms and all the grenades from the seized cache, instructing Chen Dingshan to lead the others out through the alternate exit first. Be cautious, boss.
Go. I will be fine.
Outside the cave, just as Qin Yi had anticipated, the enemy prepared to detonate the entrance. He hastily set up a series of grenades at strategic points within the cave, calculating the safe distance for detonation. As the explosion echoed from outside, the cave's entrance collapsed further, granting them additional time to retreat. Qin Yi reached the other side, only to encounter another dilemma. The climbing rope was secured, yet the 6 men were unwilling to scale the cliff. Chen Dingshan, known for his fiery temper, plopped down on the ground in frustration upon seeing Qin Yi arrive. Seemingly giving up, Qin Yi patiently articulated the harsh realities of survival in a world ravaged by natural disasters, urging everyone to overcome their fears. For such resilience is a crucial survival skill. Time was of the essence. Who would step forward first? No one moved. As researchers, your protection is your military's duty. Indeed, a commendable sentiment. Yet, looming threats such as devastating earthquakes, tsunamis, tectonic clashes, and polar nights awaited them. He hoped there would always be someone to safeguard them and that they would willingly entrust their lives to others. Is waiting for death in despair not shameful? He questioned. You all fear climbing, I understand. You're betting on the assumption that the others Haventy pursued you and that you can still dig your way out. Stop dreaming. There's no turning back. Half the cave has collapsed. Qin Yi's restraint dissipated as he unleashed a torrent of fierce words, silencing any dissent. After we descend, I have a plan to return everyone to the capital, provided you cooperate. Having just bellowed, he now adopted a gentler tone. His approach of delivering a stern lecture followed by a sweet promise seemed to yield some effect, as the group's demeanor softened. One professor in his 60s agreed to descend first. Old Chen, you go ahead and prepare to receive everyone below.
All right. See?
Everyone can go down now. What's to fear with a rope to climb down? After a considerable half-hour, they all reached the valley floor. Old Qin, this place might not be safe. What if? Chen Dingshan tapped his wristband. Qin Yi now hoped their lucky satellite remained unaffected. He nodded. Let me try. After a successful attempt to send a signal, he was uncertain if the other 3 would receive it. Yang Jinghui and Luo Fuan did receive it, albeit with a delay. Qin Yi sent the message at 10 in the morning, but it wasn't until after 8 in the evening that it was successfully acknowledged. Old Qin, is there hope?
Slim.
If nothing changes by dawn, we'll scout ahead. At around 2 in the morning, a signal finally emerged above Arshan, with Chun Dingshan signaling persistently with a reclaimed flashlight.
It's our people.
His declaration sent a surge of excitement through the other six. They gazed up at the descending helicopter with the same awe reserved for a first love. When the helicopter could descend no further, it lowered a soft ladder. This time, the two professors and their assistants, emboldened, grasped the ladder ropes and began to climb up. Old Luo, I thought you were malfunctioning. Why did you arrive now? It's a long story, old Chun, old boss. After exchanging greetings and sharing meaningful glances, they swiftly turned to leave Arshan and return home. However, they were met by another incoming aircraft. Flash the signal, it's our people. Subsequently, two helicopters landed, one after the other, just outside Arshan. Old Qin, old Yang. Despite being young and handsome, they all referred to one another with the honorific of old. The five gathered to discuss the recent events. Chapter 89. The lessons learned were considerable. The other six disembarked, using the cookware brought by Yang Jinghui to prepare breakfast. This is a location favored by the commander. We cannot allow our territory to be invaded. And with the enemy so brazen, they must not be spared. Indeed, we have two helicopters. Let us eliminate them. Old Yang, how many weapons did you bring? Even if we have few, we can still fight. Without any dead weight, the five of us can take down a whole regiment. Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui listened as the three spoke incessantly, unable to interject. Yang Jinghui nodded and tossed the keys to Qin Dingshan, who brightened at the sight. They even brought rocket launchers. What a waste it would be not to use them. Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan had also brought supplies, albeit not in abundance. Yang Jinghui, wielding considerable authority in Jiangcheng, had managed to acquire a significant arsenal upon returning from the Jiangcheng base after piloting the helicopter. After reviewing their inventory, he reported back to Qin Yi for discussion. The opposing force is merely a standard infantry company with somewhat outdated weaponry. In my estimation, their equipment is limited. I have previously confiscated weapons from that squad. Their supplies are lacking, and many magazines are not even full. They are self-proclaimed warlords. And it is unlikely they have much in reserve. Given the prolonged disasters, their stock would have dwindled significantly, posing no real threat, Yang Jinghui asserted. Thus, the decision was made. They would attack. It had been a long time since the five had fought side by side, and anticipation filled the air. They temporarily left the six behind outside the mountain, while the five quickly devised a plan and distributed the weapons. Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui boarded the helicopter piloted by Qin Dingshan, while Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan took the other. The two helicopters soared to the opposite side of Arshan at dawn, circling above the private military group. They identified their targets and opened fire. As elite special forces engaged a standard infantry company from an advantageous altitude, the outcome was overwhelmingly in their favor. Two rockets were launched. Even if the enemy spotted the helicopters, they had no time to evade, especially as they were in the midst of breakfast, perfectly clustered together, resulting in half their number being annihilated, and several rows of makeshift buildings collapsing. Luo Fuan, are they really that fragile? Zhang Yuan laughed heartily. You should consider who is attacking them. It's like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Haha. The two began to revel in their amusement. The helicopters then unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Who wouldn't be terrified when under such relentless assault? Those who survived fled for their lives. Qin Yi and his companions could now descend to secure the area. Surely, there would be some provisions. In these times, food was precious, and nothing could be overlooked. Old Chun, you keep watch. The rest of us will search in pairs. All right. Let us regroup in 10 minutes. The lack of communication equipment posed a slight inconvenience, yet it did not hinder the five from stealthily navigating the peculiar situation. It was Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan's team that stumbled upon two underground chambers, emerging in a flurry of panic. Both were visibly shaken. What horrific scene had they encountered to provoke such a reaction? Upon returning to the rendezvous point, Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui found Luo and Zhang gasping for breath. Their breakfast entirely wasted. Yang Jinghui offered them 2 bottles from his backpack. After rinsing their mouths and catching their breath, Luo Fuan managed to explain. There are 2 underground chambers. One contains around 40 to 50 half-dead individuals, while the other is a slaughterhouse. Luo Fuan struggled to continue, prompting Zhang Yuan to add, animals. Worse than animals, they were skinned alive, in pieces, some fresh, some dried. Yang Jinghui turned to Qin Yi. Should we intervene? Qin Yi refrained from making an immediate decision, opting instead to discern the identities of those imprisoned. If they were compatriots, he would find a way to assist them. If they were foreigners, he would merely release them, leaving their survival to fate. The four ventured to inspect the underground chambers, the stench unbearable. Luo Fuan the individuals confined within these walls are on the brink of death, yet they still possess the capacity to comprehend human speech. Flanking them are two groups of people, with the Chinese comprising 2/3 of the assembly. Subsequently, both factions of disparate individuals are escorted above ground. Qin Yi gestures for Luo Fuan to release the more than 10 people from Outer Mongolia, allowing them to depart on their own. Old Qin, how shall we arrange the remainder? If we simply let them go, they likely won't survive. How much sustenance do you have left? Provide them with a hearty meal and assist them on their way. Agreed. All are individuals adorned with shoulder insignias. Neglecting their welfare is not in their nature. After conferring, Yang Jinghui heads to the cabin in search of water and food. Qin Yi continues to inquire. It becomes evident that most of these individuals hail from the same village at the foot of Mount Arshan, having been captured during a frigid period while hunting, intended as reserves for sustenance. The kitchen is over there. Send 2 people to boil water. Yang Jinghui retrieves the instant noodles he brought. Enough for each person to have a bucket. A large crowd gazes hungrily at the pile of noodles, yet none take the initiative to boil water for their meal. Qin Yi is compelled to designate 2 relatively sprightly individuals, providing them with 2 bottles of mineral water before assigning them the task. Zhang Yuan arrives with a first aid kit, tending to the 2 severely injured individuals. After a mere 10 minutes, the water in the kitchen reaches a boil, and everyone eagerly grabs their share of noodles to prepare. Unlike their earlier detached demeanor when questioned, they now scramble with fervor. The few children, aged around 8 or 9, are trampled in the chaos, prompting Zhang Yuan to take on the responsibility of preparing noodles for the children. Observing the scene, Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui feel a pang of discomfort. Over the past 6 months of apocalypse, they have endured insults and theft during rescue operations, witnessing the basest tendencies of humanity. Yet there have also been instances of kindness, where individuals understood each other and faced adversity together. Now, confronted with a group that responds to their 10 questions with silence, having saved them yet receiving no gratitude, and with those who disregard the weak, they find themselves powerless, capable of little. As Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui share their sentiments, the kitchen entrance is alive with activity. Chun Dingshan oversees the 2 helicopters, while Luo Fuan has returned, aiding and comforting the children. Within moments, the crowd finishes their meal and approaches Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui, expressing their gratitude profusely. Having eaten their fill, they finally possess the energy to speak. The soldiers feel a slight solace in their hearts. Their acts of rescue were voluntary, yet they hoped for a sense of gratitude from those they saved, rather than encountering individuals devoid of moral discernment. After expressing thanks, they begin to plead for assistance. Comrade, could you help me treat my wound? Comrade, I too wish to bandage my injury. I have wounds as well. A throng of over a dozen requests for first aid emerges, and indeed, many bear visible injuries. Some even managed to fetch hot water from the kitchen to cleanse their wounds for easier bandaging. 2 men with injuries on their backs lay prone beside the undamaged kitchen, awaiting treatment. With Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan occupied with comforting the children, the task of bandaging falls to Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui. 1 guards the helicopter, 2 attend to the children, and the remaining 2 assist with treating wounds. The 5 are divided into 3 groups. While they remain vigilant against enemies, they have relaxed their guard around ordinary civilians. Except for Chun Dingshan, the other 4 are simultaneously ambushed from behind by assailants wielding knives. Chapter 90, Qin Yi activates the spatial button. It is often said that the mountains are high and the emperor distant, which can explain the robust nature of the local populace. However, during the mere 10 minutes spent boiling water in the kitchen, coupled with a few minutes it took to consume the noodles, their swift agreement to stage a ruse and subsequently commit violence reveals the true nature of these villagers, marked by treachery and malice. They are undoubtedly habitual offenders, murderous demons. In truth, the 5 only perceive the surface, witnessing their transformation into victims without grasping how many individuals were dispatched to the underground slaughterhouse prior to their own victimization. No matter how skilled one may be, a kitchen knife is a formidable threat, The four were caught completely off guard and struck on the head, leaving them grievously injured. Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui, having narrowly avoided fatal blows, sensed the encroaching danger and evaded just in time. A deep, long gash marred Qin Yi's shoulder and back, while Yang Jinghui suffered a wound to his side. Despite their grievous injuries, they remained composed enough to retaliate until their ammunition was expended. Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan were simultaneously stabbed by two children wielding sharp knives while being struck on the head with bricks, rendering them unconscious before they could comprehend the unfolding chaos. Chen Dingshan, upon hearing the gunfire, rushed towards the fray, witnessing Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan collapse before his eyes. Enraged, he opened fire upon the pack of wolves. With a few shots fired, his ammunition was nearly depleted, prompting him to draw his multifunctional military knife and continue the slaughter. With over 30 adversaries, Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui dispatched several within the building, while Chen Dingshan dealt with others, yet nearly 30 remained. Moreover, Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan's weapons had been seized by the assailants, who scattered in various directions, leaving Chen Dingshan overwhelmed and unable to respond adequately. Old Luo, Old Zhang, muster your strength. If you fail to do so, I won't spare you when I catch up below. Old Zhang, Old Luo. Chen Dingshan first tended to Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan, managing to rouse them from unconsciousness. However, blood continued to seep from their wounds. Chen Dingshan retrieved a first aid kit to bandage Luo Fuan's injuries. Go. Prioritize saving the boss, Old Yang. Yes, save the boss. Damn it, am I not going to save you? I'll save you all, so shut up.
Go.
I can do it. Luo Fuan, clutching his head, forced himself to sit up and snatch the bandages from Chen Dingshan's hands to tend to his own wounds. I can manage myself. Zhang Yuan also struggled to sit up, urging Chen Dingshan to check on Old Qin and Old Yang. Upon seeing their condition, Chen Dingshan hurried back to Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui. Boss, I will eradicate those beasts. Old Yang, wake up, damn it. Chen Dingshan, cradling the increasingly faint Qin Yi, cried out desperately, even needing to use one hand to shake Yang Jinghui. Yang Jinghui stirred, urging, quick, the helicopter. Take Old Qin and the others, leave first. Having exhausted his strength to speak, Yang Jinghui again closed his eyes, his state deteriorating. Right, the helicopter. Chen Dingshan resolved to carry Qin Yi to the helicopter first, determined to evacuate everyone. At that moment, Qin Yi regained consciousness and weakly shook his head, managing to utter a few words. No, take care of them, leave me. Aware of his own dire injuries, he raised his hand, struggling to retrieve the spatial button gifted to him by Su Yan, which he had hung around his neck. Realizing that Old Qin was grasping the chain, Chen Dingshan understood that he was longing for his wife. He also recognized that both Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui were in grave condition. Even under optimal circumstances before the apocalypse, their chances of survival would be slim. However, Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan's prospects appeared somewhat brighter. Yet, regardless of their likelihood of survival, they needed to be brought back. Just moments ago, he had been anxiously focused on his teammates, neglecting the helicopters. Now he discovered that beneath the two helicopters lay a throng of those who had previously scattered, a mob surrounding the aircraft, battering the cabin doors, tail wings, and wheels. Chen Dingshan contemplated seizing the helicopter, but was also concerned about the safety of his four teammates, weighing his options. Losing the helicopters would be a minor inconvenience compared to losing lives. The priority was clear: protect the people. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope, one must not surrender. Once he came to terms with this, he quietly assisted Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui, then proceeded to help Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan into the house, where they could be safeguarded together. Meanwhile, with the last vestiges of his strength, Qin Yi bit down on his finger, pressing it against the diminutive space button. Yan, I have lived up to my parents and brothers, and have borne the responsibilities and missions upon my shoulders. It is only you I have failed. Yan, you said it could save my life in a moment of peril. Very well, I believe you. Clutching the space button tightly, Qin Yi's heart swelled with guilt toward Su Yan. Yet the next moment, where was he? What had he suddenly perceived? A mountain of weapons, vehicles of all kinds, land, sea, and air, lay before him. Food, water, vegetables, meat, clothing, and shoes. Prominently displayed was a rectangular box, adorned with a note in Su Yan's handwriting, detailing its contents and instructions for use. Was this a mere illusion before his demise? He was uncertain about the laser gun, but the power of a heavy bomb? Memories of the two catastrophic explosions that occurred during his encounters with Su Yan in the Night City flooded back, along with Luo Fuan's mention of the high likelihood that Su Yan had administered some kind of substance to him. Was it the aforementioned human cell repair fluid? The pressing question remained: how to open the box? As if his thoughts had conjured it, the box sprang open in his mind. Inside were two technologically advanced guns he had never seen before, two pineapple-shaped bombs larger than his fist, and 10 vials of serum in transparent sealed bags. Everything aligned perfectly. Realizing that these serums could save both him and his comrades, he felt an urgent desire to seize them. But how to do so? Was it possible to control them with his mind? Just as he had thought to open the box, it had opened. Thus, might he simply need to focus on retrieving the items? Boss, wake up. Wake up. Old Qin? As Qin Yi's consciousness entered the space button, his expression was one of sheer terror, his body seemingly devoid of life. The fear gripped Qin Dingshan, Luo Fuan, and Zhang Yuan, who desperately attempted to rouse him, knowing that losing consciousness now could mean eternal slumber. Yet, in the next moment, what did they witness? An open box had suddenly appeared in Qin Yi's hand, accompanied by a note. After quickly scanning the note, Qin Dingshan's expression of horror rivaled that of Qin Yi. Glancing back and forth between the note and the 10 vials of serum within the box, he discerned the mention of human cell repair fluid, a term that seemed straight out of a science fiction film. Should they gamble on it? With Qin Yi unresponsive, Qin Dingshan found himself unable to inquire further. In his confusion, Qin Yi pondered the situation. If he could open the box with his mind, then perhaps he could will the box to vanish as well? He opened his eyes to find Qin Dingshan studying the note, alongside the box before him. Take the medicine. Boss, you're awake? Should we drink this? Qin Dingshan gestured toward the box and Qin Yi nodded, initially hesitant about administering the serum to his comrades. The moment Qin Yi awoke and indicated it was safe to drink, he felt reassured. Qin Dingshan opened 4 vials, distributing one to each of the injured. First, he administered it to Qin Yi, then to Yang Jinghui, while Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan accepted theirs to drink independently. Chapter 91. Visiting Jiangqing to see his wife. After consuming a vial of serum, Luo Fuan confirmed what he had suspected. He had experienced the same sensation as Yang Jinghui. Qin Dingshan anxiously queried, "How are you feeling?" The 4 injured remained silent, closing their eyes as they drifted off to sleep. Had they not still been breathing? Qin Dingshan would have assumed they had succumbed to a lethal poison. He recalled the note mentioning that the effects would take about half an hour, just half an hour. Guarding his 4 teammates, he began to examine the 2 bombs and the laser gun, grappling with disbelief over the note's claims. Yet the affirmation from Qin Yi rendered it undeniable. He found himself questioning the very fabric of reality. A group of individuals attempting to breach the helicopter, having failed repeatedly, sent 2 armed members to threaten Qin Dingshan into opening the cabin door. Fatefully, this presented an opportunity for Qin Dingshan to test the laser gun. With a swift hiss, the first assailant fell. A second shot rang out, incapacitating another. What sort of divine weapon was this? It was truly effective. Armed with 2 laser guns, Qin Dingshan had no intentions of letting the assailants escape. He climbed atop the roof, marking each of them as they continued their futile assault on the helicopter, sparing only the underage among them. The first to awaken were Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan. Momentarily stunned, they quickly rose to their feet. "You guys are better?" "Absolutely. I feel as though I could take down a bull with my bare hands." "Let me see your wounds." Despite having read the instructions on the note, Qin Dingshan was still in disbelief, akin to encountering a ghost. As he reached to inspect Luo Fuan's injuries, Luo Fuan, aware that his wounds had surely healed, resisted. "Don't peel my shirt off." Qin Dingshan then turned to Zhang Yuan, who willingly lifted his shirt, eager to ascertain the state of his own injuries. "Old Qin, see anything?" The incision site bore the fresh pink marks of a scab that had just fallen away. Qin Dingshan pressed gently. Zhang Yuan instinctively touched the back of his head, where the blood in his hair had yet to dry completely, but the wound had healed without pain. "This is miraculous medicine," he exclaimed. "I thought I was done for. Yet here I am, alive." The 2 big fools wore expressions of disbelief, while Luo Fuan averted his gaze. Soon after, Yang Jinghui awoke, exhibiting a calm demeanor. Having experienced the effects of the serum before, Qin Yi, though awake, kept his eyes closed, lost in contemplation as he navigated the space imprinted in his mind.
Indeed.
Drawing from his knowledge of science fiction, he deduced that Su Yan had bestowed upon him a space button, which contained items from several significant unresolved mysteries abroad prior to the calamity. Events such as the explosion of an arms depot, theft from a mall warehouse, and the heist of the Eagle Sauce Central Bank's vault. Merely possessing the space button did not grant the ability to pilfer from the Eagle Sauce Central Bank. Yet he was certain all of this bore the hallmark of his wife's handiwork. Chen Dingshan, growing anxious, began to peel back Qin Yi's clothing, eager to assess his injuries. Why had he not yet awakened? In response, Qin Yi delivered a firm slap, exclaiming, "So you've healed as well? Speak. Where did you acquire this? How did it appear from thin air?" Chen Dingshan's inquiry mirrored the curiosity of the others present. The space button, surely you've all heard of it. A relic from science fiction films. Qin Yi gestured toward the chain around his neck, then conjured several large bottles of mineral water from thin air, inviting everyone to cleanse the blood from their hands and faces.
What?
Shock coursed through the group as they marveled at the existence of such advanced technology. Indeed. You all know this chain was a gift from my wife. I have no knowledge of its origin, nor was I aware it was a space button until now. Therefore, I kindly ask you all to keep this a secret. Understood. Rest assured, whatever the boss says goes. We will uphold the secrecy. Such a treasure must remain confidential. Thank you, brothers. Years of camaraderie forged in the crucible of danger ensured their promise would be honored. Qin Yi stowed the contents of the box, including the laser gun used by Chen Dingshan, back into the space, retrieving 5 handguns, an assault rifle, and 5 sets of combat attire for them all. Each received a share, allowing them to replace their battle-worn gear before returning. Boss, how much has sister-in-law prepared for you? Curious to know?
No.
If the boss doesn't say, I won't pry. Luo Fuan hurriedly took his share to change, fearing that if he dawdled even a moment longer, the boss's gaze might devour him whole. In less than 2 minutes, he had donned his gear. The 5 stood in a row before the dilapidated shack, stretching their limbs, each brimming with vitality, a stark contrast to their recent struggle at the gates of hell. Luo Fuan cast his gaze toward the wrecked helicopter not far off, the very one he had borrowed. How could he repay Lu Lingxuan? Old Chen, have those scoundrels been dealt with? Luo Fuan seethed with hatred for those wretches who had both killed and destroyed machinery. Setting aside the helicopter's exorbitant cost, he had no means to procure another. The military would not yield him one. All that remained were a few unformed youths, a chance for redemption for the underage. And what of our 2 downed aircraft? How do we return? The helicopter had been maliciously damaged, and despite their skills, repairs were beyond reach. Chen Dingshan's inaugural use of the laser gun had been catastrophic. The beam had pierced through bodies, leaving both aircraft riddled with holes from nose to tail. It was unmistakably beyond salvage. Alas, my helicopter was borrowed. Do not fret. I happen to have an identical one for you to take back as compensation. From the spatial button, Qin Yi summoned a transport aircraft, then reconsidered and produced a combat helicopter as well. The companions were no longer astonished by Qin Yi's ability to conjure items from thin air. They were now awestruck by the items themselves. My sister-in-law is truly formidable.
Brother E.
I suspect you must have saved the galaxy in your past life to have encountered such a sister-in-law. I shan't be modest. I shall take this one back first and return it later. I owe her a debt. Old Qin, the one I piloted, was also borrowed from her wife, no less. This debt rests upon your shoulders. Fine, both will count as my debts. I owe her enough already. I shan't mind these 2. If I cannot repay them in this life, I shall continue in the next. Old Luo, you take that transport plane with Old Chen and Old Zhang. After picking up those few, you will return to the Beijing base. I will escort Old Yang back to Jiangqing. Qin Yi ensured the transport aircraft was adequately fueled before he and Yang Jinghui approached the combat helicopter. Old Yang, I will pilot. Your current mood is not suitable for driving. Yang Jinghui unceremoniously took the pilot's seat. The 2 helicopters flew over Arshan, returning to the village at the mountain's foot. Luo Fuan's aircraft went to fetch people, while Yang Jinghui's continued onward without pause. Old Qin, Regarding the former commander's mission before the natural disasters, what are your intentions? I do not plan to hand over the mission for the time being. Very well. Thank you, old Yang. How many years have we known each other that you need to thank me? I owe you and your wife 2 lives. Do you wish for me to thank you until the next life?
Go.
There is no next life for us. The two exchanged banter, discussing matters of Jiangcheng until they returned to Jiangcheng Lanjiang Terrace in the afternoon, landing the helicopter directly on the rooftop of Building C. Chapter 92. My child. Though it had been merely 6 months since their last meeting, for many long-distance couples, this interval might seem typical. Yet for him and Su Yan, the gulf between them was not merely temporal. It represented the transformation of a once thriving world into one now marred by devastation. The person he had longed for day and night was now so near, and Qin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of the passage of time. Recalling Su Yan's parting words at Night City Airport, he cursed himself for not choosing her, for not being there to weather the dark days when the calamity struck. He had believed that their farewell at the airport was merely a routine parting, with his mission concluding abroad, while Su Yan could return home. Who could have anticipated the ensuing tragedies? Who could have foreseen the apocalypse? Otherwise what? Would he have altered his decision? There were no otherwise or if-onlys. Qin Yi knew he was not the perfect boyfriend. He had always felt a twinge of guilt, and now, his steps felt heavy and leaden. What are you hesitating for at the doorstep? Hurry down. I will return the helicopter to the temporary base headquarters. Are you not coming in for a moment?
No.
Just remember to mention the helicopter. The debt is on you. He did not wish to intrude, to consume their affection, especially the kind shared between Su Yan and Qin Yi, which would choke him. Without a wave of his hand, Yang Jinghui piloted away, completely forgetting that the rooftop door was latched from the inside, until he returned to the temporary base headquarters and opened his own door, only then recalling. He called out to Su Yan over the intercom with fervor. But it took half an hour before he finally reached her. Learning that Qin Yi was on the rooftop startled Su Yan. She had never imagined they would meet so soon, greatly shortening her plan to reunite in at least 2 years. Of course, Su Yan did not shy away from wanting to see him. She had adopted a nonchalant demeanor, indifferent and detached, with a hint of empathy, but not much. She feared that her temperament would not mesh well with Qin Yi's unwavering dedication to serving the people and sacrificing for the nation's interests. In essence, it was a matter of differing worldviews. Su Yan had chosen separation, hoping that when they met again, Qin Yi would have fully adapted to the survival rules of this new world. Enough of that. What is meant to come will come. What is rightfully yours will be. And what is not, may it depart without ceremony. Qin Yi stood on the rooftop for over half an hour before he finally heard the sound of the door opening. The door swung open, revealing Su Yan. Yan, I am back. Su Yan smiled faintly and nodded. In Qin Yi's eyes, she appeared unchanged from the person he had known before the apocalypse. The cataclysm had not affected her in the slightest. Qin Yi had heard from Yang Jinghui about Su Yan's circumstances, yet witnessing it firsthand evoked a different sensation. Will my presence disturb the tranquility of your current life? Qin Yi thought this at that moment and voiced it. It will. You still have time to leave before entering the door. Su Yan's words were largely truthful. Once he crossed the threshold, many things would become apparent. Qin Yi hesitated for but a moment before stepping decisively inside, closing the rooftop door behind him, and taking Su Yan's hand as they descended the stairs. No wonder she insisted on returning to inspect the house herself. Just look at the safety door at the stairwell and the main entrance. Qin Yi understood perfectly. In a corner of the living room, the dog crate stirred. De Huang and A He raised their eyelids upon seeing a stranger. Ah, the familiar scent of battle. They welcomed him, tails wagging like propellers. Qin Yi quickly discerned that the 2 dogs had undergone systematic training and naturally patted their heads. Military dogs? They are police dogs, De Huang and A He, who had been curled up in a corner of the sofa, rolled over upon seeing its owner return, seeking affection, though it remained silent in the presence of a stranger. You even have a little panda? Its name is He. Well, it was no surprise that his wife claimed to have a dragon at home. Upon hearing the commotion, Su Qing emerged from the children's room. Su, we have guests? Auntie, this is Qin Yi. Hello, Auntie. Qin Yi had never heard Su Yan mention an aunt before, but he respectfully returned the greeting. Hello, Mr. Qin. Please have a seat. I will brew some tea. Auntie, there's no need to fuss. Very well, then you two chat. I will go tend to the vegetables across the hall. With a subtle expression from Su Yan and their interlinked hands, Su Qing understood. Though she was a mere collection of data, she knew Su Yan did not wish to be disturbed, so she found an excuse to leave. Qin Yi, are you hungry? Please sit on the sofa. I will get you something to eat. I am not eating. Then I will pour you a glass of water. I do not wish to drink.
What then?
Su Yan felt a firm grip on her hand, and she tumbled into a broad embrace, the low murmur of a man reaching her ears. I miss you, Yan Yan. Where is that passionate spirit you had while abroad? Have we ceased to be each other's once you've returned home? I remain unchanged. Things were certainly different abroad. Back then, Su Yan merely longed to experience love before the apocalypse, with its outcome shrouded in uncertainty. But now, the stakes have escalated. Are you hesitating now? Do you no longer desire me? Do you resent my identity as a burden? Are you angry that I left you alone overseas? Or do you blame me for not seeking you out sooner?
None of that, Qin Yi.
What has transpired to bring you to Jiangqing so suddenly? You must first answer me. Very well, follow me. Qin Yi released her, trailing behind Su Yan into the children's room. The two little ones were still napping. Xiao Rui lay sprawled across a small dinosaur, looking like a tiny octopus, his lips curled into a smile, lost in a delightful dream. Xiao Wei slept on her side, revealing half of her exquisitely delicate face, her tiny mouth slightly ajar, a droplet of glistening drool adorning her lips. Sensing someone nearby, her lashes fluttered, indicating she might awaken. Su Yan gently stroked her precious daughter's little head, and the child settled back into peaceful slumber. The resemblance of the little girl to Su Yan was unmistakable, their sleeping postures mirroring each other. The boy's appearance evoked an uncanny familiarity, as if Su Yan were gazing at her own infant self. These are his children. Suddenly, the events of that fateful night at the hotel flashed through his mind. He tightened his grip on Su Yan's hand, drawing her into his embrace, compelling her to meet his gaze. Yan Yan, you must tell me, they are my children, correct? Yes, when we first met abroad, the children were merely a month old. Our son is named Xiao Rui, and our daughter is Xiao Wei. So, you are their father. How could I ever want to be without you? How could I consider you a burden? Of course, it is impossible for you to run away now. I already offered you a chance before you stepped through the door, and you did not take it. Chapter 93. This man saved the galaxy. He yearned to express his ignorance, to lament how he had left his wife to suffer alone, to question why she had not informed him, yet not a single word escaped Qin Yi's lips. His mind was consumed with the revelation that he had become a father. Suddenly, he had both a son and a daughter. These children had been born of the woman before him. His life had been saved by her. His brothers had often jested that he must have saved the galaxy in a past life to deserve a woman like Su Yan, and he now believed it to be true. How else could Lady Luck have favored him so generously, bringing Su Yan and the children into his life? Yan Yan, you have endured so much. From now on, allow me to care for you and our children. All right, but you must tell me what has happened to you. Let us sit and talk. Reluctantly, Qin Yi left the children's room, guiding Su Yan to sit on the carpet before the children's beds, where they nestled against each other while discussing the escort mission to Arshan. After hearing the details, Su Yan realized it wasn't all bad. In the midst of the apocalypse, such events were commonplace. Qin Yi's mood soured as he recounted the incident. It was only natural, given that he had devoted himself to rescuing others, only to be stabbed in the back. The depravity of humanity had sunk to such depths. It was truly distressing. Yan, there are many things I do not understand. Ask, and I shall answer. Does Lao Yang know about the children? He knows.
Yang Jinghui investigated me,
and I asked him not to disclose any information about the children to you for the time being. He agreed to half of that. Indeed, only half. From Yang Jinghui, Qin Yi learned only that Su Yan was in Jiangqing, doing well, while nothing was mentioned about the children. Were you the one who delivered the apocalypse news to the central authority in Beijing? Why didn't you return to the country with me at that time? Furthermore, how did you manage the situation with the Eagle's central treasury? Not just the treasury. I was also involved in several unsolved cases abroad. Since you've opened the space button and are aware of the cellular repair fluid, it stands to reason that I possess stealth clothing and unlocking robots, correct? I also delivered 3 space buttons along with the apocalypse news to the Central Authority. As for not returning with you, I was already aware of the apocalypse. So, I hoped we would reunite after you had gained some experience in the new world. I never expected it to happen so soon. Su Yan's farewell at the airport had essentially been akin to sending him off to an apocalyptic university, and Qin Yi began to comprehend her intentions. I had not heard of the 3 space buttons. Only a few leaders are privy to that information. Indeed, I delivered them directly to Minister Xing's office. The Eagle Central Bank was accessible, and so was the Domestic Central Authority. His wife was truly remarkable. No wonder the leaders ordered him and Yang Jingwei to investigate the matter discreetly, besides gathering more information about the apocalypse. They were likely more interested in the ability to smuggle in such sensitive items into a highly secure office. The space buttons you gave me have come to the knowledge of my 4 squad members. If I can give them to you, I have made arrangements to share the secret with you. I trust them, and I trust you. Thank you, Yen Yen. Did I save the galaxy in my past life? Perhaps not, but I know you saved me in your previous life. Otherwise, do you think I would have been infatuated with you? I confessed to you the second time we met in Night City. Could you share more specific details? I will tell you slowly in the future. Su Yan turned around, and Xiaowei had awakened, crawling towards her. The little girl called out, "Mama, Mama." On the other side, Xiao Rui had also turned over, sitting in the middle of the bed, gazing blankly at the father he had never met. Qin Yi looked at the 2 little treasures, unsure which one to embrace first. "Xiao Rui, this is your father." "Xiaowei, would you like to give Daddy a hug?" The little girl showed no signs of shyness, her large, grape-like eyes fixed on her father as she raised her arms, exclaiming, "Yeah, B.A." Qin Yi reached out to hold his daughter, wary of his rough hands, carefully lifting her with both arms. Su Yan couldn't help but smile at this cautious new father. You can hold her like that. She isn't as fragile as when she was just born. Demonstrating the proper way to hold her daughter, she then placed her back into Qin Yi's arms, before retrieving their bewildered son from the bed and handing him over as well. As a father, fairness is key. If you hold one, you must hold both. Xiao Rui complied, nestled in his father's embrace, his little hands gripping his father's clothing, mirroring his sister's actions. The 2 little ones gazed up at their father, their eyes wide and curious, their mouths slightly parted as they attempted to articulate something, but all that emerged were an array of babbles and coos. Qin Yi's eyes glistened with emotion, a mix of excitement at becoming a father and guilt towards Su Yan. Quietly, Su Yan slipped out of the children's room, allowing them to share their heartfelt moment. She made her way to the kitchen to prepare milk for the 2 little ones, who were accustomed to having a bottle upon waking from their afternoon nap. I will also help feed them. Su Yan took their son from Qin Yi, noticing that Xiaowei seemed more attached to her father, thus allowing Qin Yi to feed their daughter. Has it always been your aunt helping with the children? Only recently. It wasn't the case before. All in all, our family consists of just the 4 of us. No doubt the others are not human. Qin Yi found this perplexing. Yet he was not anxious to uncover the truth just yet. He had many questions, such as where his wife had acquired such extraordinary items reminiscent of science fiction films. He would wait until she was ready to share. The couple finished feeding the children and took them to the toy room. As it neared dinner time, Su Qing finally returned from 3202. Su, what dish do you wish to indulge in tonight? Does Mr. Qin have any dietary restrictions? I am preparing dinner. Auntie, please take a look at my cooking. I can eat anything. Thank you for your hard work, Auntie. All right, I shall assist you in the kitchen. Once the male host returns, Su Qing can truly showcase her culinary prowess. Otherwise, if only Su Yan dines alone, there will be an abundance of dishes left uneaten. The dinner menu includes lemon duck, taro braised pork, marinated goose feet, steamed sea bass, pepper salt shrimp, stir-fried bok choy, cold seaweed salad, and American ginseng chicken soup. After arranging the dishes, Su Qing hurriedly prepared milk powder to feed the 2 little ones, instructing Su Yan and Qin Yi to commence their meal. Why, isn't Auntie joining us for dinner?
Din vi spirit.
Auntie doesn't enjoy eating much. Hurry and eat. Once you finish, tidy yourself up. Look at you, Scruffy. No wonder your son finds you unappealing. Is there truly someone who doesn't relish a meal? Or is it you who finds fault with me, criticizing my rugged appearance? Hurry up and eat. Can't you manage with all these dishes? All right, let us eat. After spending a few days in Arshan living like a wild man, Qin Yi hadn't enjoyed a proper meal. At the base, the men were too lazy to cook, and the cafeteria didn't provide such splendid fare.
Now,
With delectable dishes and soup, accompanied by his wife, his appetite was robust. After sipping the soup, Qin Yi habitually peeled shrimp for Su Yan. Just a couple will suffice. I'll munch on the goose feet. You can manage for, you've always been so slender. You ought to eat more. Indeed, you should eat more as well. These dishes were specially prepared by Auntie for your return. Rest assured, I shall not waste a morsel. Wastefulness is not an option. Su Yan can eat. And Qin Yi can eat even more, as they polished off all the dishes and soup. After the meal, Su Yan checked the corridor door and ensured the main entrance was securely locked before ushering the entire family into the space. Chapter 94. Slow down. How can I slow down? Su Yan, being an ordinary person, had merely been fortunate to acquire the spatial trading realm in this lifetime. Living with Qin Yi meant that many matters could not remain concealed from him. She was not alone, with children to care for. The uncertainty of how long this apocalypse would last loomed over her. Regardless of the outcome, she must plan for their future. Why not utilize the resources readily available from the Qin family? The backing of the Qin family, combined with her unique advantages, would provide her little ones with greater security in the future. Otherwise, if something were to happen to her, the children would be left without support. Her initial plan was to lay everything bare once Qin Yi returned to her side. Although the timing was somewhat premature, it was manageable. Upon entering the space, the little bundle, seemed to have rolled off somewhere, while Su Qing immediately busied herself with agricultural endeavors as the two dogs frolicked with abandon. Su Yan and Qin Yi stood at the front of the villa, surrounded by a picturesque setting of gardens, orchards, vegetable patches, rivers, hills, and an array of stacked weaponry. Qin Su was more astounded by the spatial button than anyone else. While the button could only hold items, Su Yan's space was a self-contained universe. Yan, is this your space? Indeed. It is completely different from the spatial button you gifted me. My space can engage in trade with other realms, while the spatial button is a product of the interstellar realm. Oh, I should mention that Auntie and the little bundle are both advanced artificial intelligences. He is quite knowledgeable, and Auntie serves as a versatile caretaker. The situation was becoming increasingly fantastical, yet Qin Yi comprehended. The spatial button, laser guns, and robots were all products acquired through trade. The couple, each cradling a child, strolled leisurely within the space. Su Yan then began explaining the trading rules. No wonder you sought gold from the central bank. At what exorbitant price? Well, the 10,000 cubic spatial button you possess is equivalent to 5,000 kg of gold. He is 2,000 kg, and Auntie is 1,000 kg. There are also cheaper items like 10 kilograms of cellular repair fluid. Qin Yi pondered as he listened. He needed to start gathering gold for his wife. Can it be both bought and sold? Indeed. Plants from interstellar realms are valuable, and you know how precious collectible jewelry, paintings, and antiques are in the modern realm. Currently, only 2 trading realms are open. Well then, aside from collecting gold, acquiring antiques and jewelry seems to offer even greater value. With this newfound knowledge, Qin Yi's mind brimmed with plans. Realizing many of his strategies would need to be restructured for the sake of his wife and children. Yan, thank you for believing in me. I told you I trust you. In this world, aside from our children and you, I have no relatives left. Look at me, even my aunt is purchased. Su Yan believed in Qin Yi, not only due to her memories from previous lives, but also a small part stemming from a gambler's psychology, along with the assurance that the space was bound to her and could not be seized by others. Since entering the space, Qin Yi had remained calm, understanding that Su Yan was the sovereign within it. If he harbored any inappropriate thoughts or actions, she would swiftly respond. The little one seems ready for sleep. Shall we step outside?
Sure.
After placing the children back in their room for slumber, Su Yan brought out the 2 dogs and Qin Yi busied himself in the kitchen, preparing hot water for a bath. It's quite troublesome. Why not wash up in the villa within the space? Your space is wonderful, but we shouldn't become overly reliant. All right, you must wash thoroughly from head to toe. Otherwise, you shan't sleep in bed. I'll fetch you some clothes. No sleeping in bed? The man leaned against the kitchen door frame, arms crossed, exuding a hot and dangerous aura. Su Yan felt that if she lingered another minute, she would be devoured. She promptly turned to leave. Qin Yi shook his head and chuckled softly. His little wife was both timid and flirtatious. Complying with his wife's request to be clean, Qin Yi didn't dawdle, preparing 2 large barrels of water. Ensuring he was scrubbed from head to toe, even shaving off the scruff that had drawn his wife's teasing. After finishing his own bath, he prepared water for Su Yan. Yen, it's your turn.
Coming.
The couple felt much more at ease compared to when they had first met that afternoon, their voices filled with a lively exuberance. After washing, Su Yan emerged in a bathrobe, only to be swept up in a princess carry by Qin Yi. Take it easy, Qin Yi. I can't.
How can I slow down?
Just as Su Yan was about to react, the bathrobe was effortlessly and naturally removed, leaving her pondering where the well-mannered man had gone. Before she could fully comprehend, she found herself enveloped in strong arms, as tender kisses rained upon her lips, sweet and intoxicating. Unable to resist, she wrapped her arms around his neck in response. This response sent the man into a frenzy, akin to a starving wolf pouncing on its prey. Is this how you start? A man who had been deprived for so long was not easily placated, especially one with Qin Yi's vigor. Su Yan sought to utter a word but found no opportunity. Her mouth was occupied, and soon her body lacked the strength to speak. The exertion was akin to a 10-kilometer training run. Are you tired, darling? Where can you find someone like you? I merely wanted to have a proper conversation with you. Look at what you've done. You must let me have a taste of the appetizers first. I am hungry. Do you know how difficult it was without you by my side? Yen, you introduced me to the pleasures of love, igniting my cravings, only to abruptly demand I abstain. Is this an appetizer? Who takes an hour to enjoy an appetizer? What does that make the main course? Su Yan murmured from her place in his embrace. Are you blaming me? Indeed, you owe me a compensation. Considering it's twice a day, over a 6-month term. How much do you owe me? You are quite the mathematician. Let us not tally next time. Then let us seize the moment and explore other activities. What activities? Devour you. Su Yan recalled the 2 little ones in the adjacent children's room and got up again to send the children along with He into the space, instructing He to find Su Qing, who was tending to the plants, to feed the children. Once the children were settled, she felt at ease to sleep, drifting into slumber until 10 in the morning. She reached out beside her. Where was Qin Yi? Awake? Are you hungry? I've made century egg and lean meat congee, but it's almost lunchtime. Would you like a small bowl to tide you over? All right, I'll eat and then freshen up. Su Yan donned a robe and made her way to the dining area. The congee was at the perfect temperature, just as she had taken a few spoonfuls. Qin Yi approached her with a freshly cooked poached egg. Thank you. Have you eaten? I finished ages ago. Su Yan observed the transformation of the rugged man back into the refined gentleman, his demeanor radiating vitality. It was evident that the outfit she had carefully chosen for him last night suited him perfectly. Indeed, it must be the clothing, she mused, unwilling to concede that his vigor remained unaffected. Is it delicious? If you want more, I can serve you. Lunch can wait. No more. It's too inconvenient without running water. I'll go wash up in the space. Go ahead. She first glanced at the children, who were rolling around in the children's room of the small villa, laughing heartily with the little dumpling. Su Qing was either busy with planting or watching the children, and Su Yan began to reflect on whether she was being too opportunistic. Chapter 95. The depths of the capital city are unsuitable for me. After a refreshing shower, Su Yan brought both the person and the intelligent brain out of the external world. Qin Yi took on the task of watching the 2 little ones, cradling one in each arm and showering them with kisses. As a new father, he was still in the novelty phase, finding even their tears sweet. Su Yan sat atop the children's rocking horse, observing the father and son trio playing in the ball pit. Today's temperature had risen significantly. Was it around 30 degrees? 32 degrees. The extreme heat is upon us. This extreme heat will linger for quite some time. Moving forward, it will only grow more severe. By the way, what are your plans afterward? Would you be willing to return to the capital city with the children? The capital city is deep with intrigue, and the nation is currently divided into 7 major regions for governance. However, 3 powerful figures continue to hold sway in the capital. By the timeline, the divisions should not have manifested yet, but divergence is inevitable. She admitted to herself that she was not meticulous enough. Though the Qin family managed the southwest, Qin Yi was a standout among the younger generation in the capital, making his wife a target for scrutiny. Suyan shook her head resolutely. Not at all. The depth of the capital is unsuitable for me, but perhaps it is for you. You might consider discussing it with your grandfather. Su Yan specifically mentioned his grandfather. Why did that come up? It was undoubtedly about status, and Qin Yi pondered this seriously. The capital is indeed deep. Recently, it seems to have vaguely divided into several factions. I plan to visit the southwest base tonight or tomorrow to see my grandfather, and then return to the capital. I'll invite Chen Dingshan, Zhang Yuan, and Luo Fu into Jiangcheng, and also call Yang Jinghui for a meeting.
Oh.
I've laid all my cards on the table for you. Whatever you choose to do, I will support you. Just ensure that I and our child can coast through.
Great.
Additionally, I would like to take you and the two little ones to the southwest to meet the family and relatives, considering it as our wedding. We can register our marriage once the system is restored. There's no rush. No rush implied reluctance, at least for the time being. She did not wish to meet the Qin family, likely influenced by the Su family's dynamics, as she held little expectation for family ties. Su Yan's words and demeanor conveyed her aversion to meeting the in-laws, and Qin Yi did not press her, knowing that time was on their side. Then there's no hurry. Qin Yi paused from tossing balls with the children and pulled Su Yan into the pool. You take our son, and I'll take our daughter. Let us have a ball-throwing competition. How childish. Su Yan suspected that the aloof officer she had known previously was merely a facade. The smiling father before her was his true self. Nevertheless, the two little ones were exceptionally joyful today, laughing heartily without restraint. When lunch was served, the young couple finished their meal without any particular plans, and the intercom, too, had the sense to remain silent. Su Yan, not inclined to take a nap, rummaged through her mind for any tasks at hand. One indeed came to mind. Qin Yi, can your private satellite only receive information via wristbands?
Yes.
It's currently being interfered with. For instance, this information is delayed. Let us go. I have communication tools. I've placed several communication terminals in your space button. Find those, and I'll purchase a signal transmitter to set up on a high ground. Then it will be usable. Qin Yi retrieved 3 communication terminals from the space button, which were also wristband style, but made of higher quality materials, appearing more exquisite. Su Yan bought the shortest distance signal transmitter on the trading platform. This so-called shortest distance could cover the entire globe, costing 980 kilograms of gold. She also purchased 5 additional wristbands at 20 kilograms of gold each. What functionalities does this offer? Positioning, messaging, and visual calling. Su Yan opted for the cheapest option. Qin Yi, always intrigued by new gadgets, inquired about the installation and debugging of the transmitter. Consult He. However, I've asked before. And you need to find the right location. We should head out now to find a suitable spot. Su Yan changed into a set of ultra-simple attire, a loose pair of jeans and a top, tied her hair into a bun, slung a large-capacity bag over her shoulder, and, after briefing Su Qing, set out with Qin Yi and He to the rooftop. Upon moving out the flying vehicle, it was no surprise that Qin Yi gazed at it as if he had encountered a long-lost lover, his eyes wide with wonder. Before he could express his astonishment, he quietly reminded, this place may not be safe. Retract it quickly. It's cloaked. Others cannot see it. But you can because I allowed He to grant you access. Is this a flying vehicle from a science fiction film? Yes. But it's merely an ordinary flying vehicle, not the kind of small battleship you imagine that can obliterate a planet in one shot. The term ordinary in his wife's context was anything but ordinary on this planet, as Qin Yi realized once he boarded, and He activated the vehicle. The speed was exhilarating, and they swiftly exited Jiangqing's jurisdiction. Little dumpling, check which location is suitable for placing the signal transmitter. Once you find it, we'll go directly.
Okay, so.
It's no wonder that men, once settled, began to delve into the mechanics of the flying vehicle, scrutinizing the array of display screens and various indicator lights. Should He teach you how to operate it? Next time. I want to see how long it takes from Jiangcheng to the capital. 20 minutes. Qin Yi was gradually acclimating to this extraordinary phenomenon. Before long, the flying vehicle began to descend on Mount Everest. Does it really need to be this high? Absolutely. It's quite cold outside. Su and Mr. Qin. You need not go down. Naturally, Su Yan had no intention of subjecting herself to the cold. She handed the launch bracket and tools to Little Dumpling, who was tasked with the setup. I'll go take a look. Qin Yi, feeling sympathetic for Little Dumpling, who not only acted as a technician but also as a laborer, retrieved a large down jacket from the space button to wrap around himself and lifted the box of equipment that Little Dumpling was dragging. All right, be careful.
Su Yan.
Feeling bored in the flying vehicle, took out a box of strawberries to snack on. Before she had finished even half the box, both she and the intelligent assistant had completed the installation and returned.
So fast?
It was just a matter of securing it. For debugging, he merely needed to read the settings. Mr. Qin, you truly understand our he. Su Yan playfully ruffled Little Dumpling's head, who looked as though he might directly declare her foolish. Su Yan and Qin Yi then retrieved the terminal wristbands to scan and set them up with the panda eye. Alright, let us give it a try. The operation was quite simple, but the display projected was anything but. Su Yan endeavored to establish a connection with Qin Yi, and soon, the visuals within a 10-meter radius of the person on the call manifested in 3 dimensions. Where to now? Should I take you for a spin around the capital? Sure, let us find a spot outside the city to land, then we can fly into town by helicopter. Chapter 96, The Proposal. I want to resign. Those 2 scoundrels dared to file a complaint against me. It's one thing to complain about me, but they cannot touch our leader. And what is that nonsense about wanting to recruit us to his team? He's out of his mind. Chun Dingshan roared in the dormitory, having already broken 2 chairs in his fury. Luo Fuan patiently advised him to remain calm, suggesting that they should wait for the leader's return to discuss matters. I just feel cheated, Zhang Yuan added, equally frustrated that their leader had to compensate for a downed transport plane due to those few individuals. Upon their return yesterday, the professor's team had lodged complaints against Qin Yi and Chen Dingshan. Qin Yi was absent, but Chen Dingshan was summoned for a reprimand by the commander. Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan also faced the ire of Commander Sheng for their unauthorized actions, leaving them with no retort. What infuriated the trio the most was the secretary of the third-in-command, Commander Liu, suggesting they distance themselves from Qin Yi. If they complied, assistance could be provided for a transfer, wherein they would only be responsible for Commander Liu's safety. Everyone knew that Qin Yi was under Commander Sheng's protection. Undermining him was futile, so they aimed to target others instead. If Su Yan were aware, she would undoubtedly remark that the timeline had advanced once more, as that individual had begun to recruit so early. Is everyone here? Upon returning to the Dawn base, Qin Yi pushed open the dormitory door to find his companions looking as if they had consumed gunpowder.
Boss.
Were you reprimanded?
Do tell.
Chun Dingshan vented, recounting the events in their most alarming light. Qin Yi grasped the situation. Calm down, old Chen. Factional disputes are ever present. Refusal means we are unafraid of offending anyone. Wait for me a moment. Qin Yi made his way to Commander Sheng's office. Commander, I'm back. Good to have you back. Commander Sheng remained engrossed in his work, not lifting his head. Qin Yi understood the commander was irate and decided to confess. He recounted everything from the private satellite communications to the encounter with the Mongolian private army in Arshan, covering every matter except the space button incident. This Chen Dingshan has concealed so much. Commander Sheng's tone softened considerably. Chen Dingshan had omitted the part about annihilating the private army, which Qin Yi was aware of. Commander, there is one more thing. Speak up. I knew you weren't just holding your tongue. Commander. The various natural disasters mentioned in the letter warning us of the apocalypse have come to pass, and the timeline has significantly advanced. The great earthquake and massive tectonic collisions predicted for years hence may very well arrive sooner than expected. Industries are already struggling to maintain normal output. I suggest we seize the opportunity to gather rare materials and precious metals in preparation for future base reconstruction. Excellent, I share your sentiments. However, the manufacturers are dispersed, making transportation inconvenient. Do you have any suggestions? Commander, that poses a challenge for me. My team is solely responsible for collection. Transportation must be assigned by you. Qin Yi was aware that the commanders possessed 3 space buttons, but he could not disclose this, knowing that as long as they had supplies, the commanders would have storage. Regardless of which commander's space button the supplies ended up in, it would ultimately benefit the populace. His proposal to gather rare materials stemmed from his own considerations. With the advent of aircraft, collecting supplies from across the nation, or even globally, became effortless. His plan was to acquire valuable items to exchange for gold for his wife, necessitating a prolonged absence from the capital base. Thus, he devised a plan to collect rare materials, aligning personal and professional interests. Su Yan had provided him with a space button equivalent to 5,000 kilograms of gold. He must earn that back for his wife. And he must also provide a dowry for their marriage. Failing to earn gold would be a disservice to her. Very well, let us settle this matter. You need not worry about storage. Focus solely on collection. Let the regional bases provide you with warehouses. Report to me once you have a sufficient quantity. The upcoming extreme heat period will be extensive, so exercise caution while outside. Additionally, Luo Fuan has been assigned the transport plane borrowed from Lu Lingshuan for your team's use. Conserve fuel as it is scarce. Understood, Commander. It was hardly surprising that the few helicopters at the base which had not been affected by the magnetic field were requisitioned. The training for the reserve team will not fall under our jurisdiction. That works. Qin Yi returned to his operational team's dormitory, where 3 brothers awaited his orders. Each of you take one of these wristbands, and remember our team's confidentiality regulations. Qin Yi produced 3 wristbands. Brother Yi, is this a high-tech gadget? Let us try it out. Luo Fuan eagerly replaced the satellite device, while Zhang Yuan and Chen Dingshan, intrigued by the notion of high technology, began to examine it. It's quite basic, merely for positioning and video calls. But let us not get ahead of ourselves. Let us discuss our upcoming mission. Mission? The trio perked up in an instant. Indeed, we will be scouring the nation for rare materials. If there are no issues, we can set off immediately. Those who have matters to attend to should stay behind with Lu Lingshuan's transport plane. We're all set to depart. Luo Fuan headed to pilot the transport plane, while Zhang Yuan and Chen Dingshan joined Qin Yi aboard the armed helicopter en route to rendezvous with Su Yan near the suburb South Wildlife Park. After securing the signal transmitter, Su Yan transported Qin Yi to the outskirts of the capital, choosing this location in hopes of stumbling upon something valuable. Her 6th-level space was quite spacious, and an additional hill would be advantageous for raising animals, thus contributing to ecological balance. Gliding slowly in her stealth aircraft, Su Yan meticulously scoured the area surrounding the zoo, but to her dismay, not a single rare animal could be found, not even a rabbit. However, she did spot 3 burly men bullying a group of children. 2 boys, aged around 8 or 9, and 6 girls, the youngest being 6 or 7 and the oldest 12 or 13, were engaging in a scuffle with the 3 men, armed with kitchen knives and sharpened sticks. The bravest among them, a short-haired girl, directed the others with a wooden stick, jabbing at eyes and groins. Displaying remarkable courage, but lacking in strategy due to her small stature, 7 hit him on the head, damning, "Go for his groin. You fools. All 3 of you. Swarm him and take down that fat pig." The short-haired girl continued to rally her comrades, even as she received a punch to the face, blood trickling from her mouth. "Don't hurt her," she asked the valuable one. "Try me. This little fierce chick is tougher than you think." Hearing the men's words, Su Yan realized their malicious intent towards the children. Scum like them were a waste of air. It was unconscionable for such small children to be targeted. Not wishing to intervene without cause, she found herself drawn to the brave short-haired girl. Su Yan halted her aircraft in a concealed spot, donned her survival gear, and armed herself with a small pistol before proceeding. Chapter 97. Effortless Gains. Su Yan treated this as an opportunity to test her marksmanship. She aimed at one of the men chasing the girl and fired. Bang. It fell silent.
Run.
Su Yan called out, though she felt a twinge of anxiety about her accuracy. To her surprise, the children, sharp-witted as they were, immediately complied, darting aside and dropping to the ground. "No, don't shoot. You tell me not to shoot. And how could I possibly comply?" Su Yan swiftly dispatched the remaining 2 men to their great-grandmother's home. "Thank you, sister. Thank you. Thank you." The short-haired girl led her siblings to express their gratitude to Su Yan. "Where are your parents?" "They're gone. Our village only has us left." The short-haired girl, gritting her teeth and feigning strength, spoke as she assisted the 2 fallen children back to their feet while answering Su Yan's questions. Su Yan retrieved a roll of bandages and a bottle of antiseptic spray from her backpack and handed them to her. "Thank you," the girl said, accepting the supplies. With remarkable skill, she disinfected and bandaged her injured companions. How many times had she practiced to attain such proficiency? The other two boys also came over to lend a hand. Don't mention it. Why don't you try taking them to the base? It would be relatively safer there, Su Yan suggested. I don't want to go, the girl replied. Then you'd better head back quickly.
Goodbye.
Su Yan chose not to elaborate further. She could only assist once, and anything beyond that was unrealistic. As Su Yan prepared to leave, the girl called out, Sister, wait. I used your medicine. I'll trade you for supplies. She produced 2 string bracelets from her tattered canvas bag and offered them to Su Yan. Upon inspection, they were adorned with tiny gemstones. While their monetary value may be questionable to others, they held significant worth for her. The girl was not one to take advantage of her youth. Nor did she feign misery, a stark contrast to many adults. Earlier, when she opened her bag, it had contained quite a few such trinkets.
Su Yan inquired.
Are all the items in your bag meant for trading with others? Yes, sister. Would you like to trade? She replied. Very clever. What do you wish to trade for? I'll exchange whatever I have if I see it. Rice, flour, oil, salt, vegetables, and meat would be great, one of the boys chimed in. Another added. We also need thin clothes. And soap, incense, and insecticides, do you have those? Another child chimed in. Well, you certainly know how to make do. When you don't speak. You're just kids, but once you start talking, you come across like little adults. Su Yan was more than willing to trade. May I see what you have and how much of it? I'll prepare what you need. The short-haired girl emptied her bag onto the ground. The other children followed suit, pulling out various items, claiming some were valuable while others were not, a chaotic assortment. Be careful in the future. Don't flaunt your possessions. If you encounter a bad person, you could lose everything, Su Yan cautioned. I know you're not a bad person. You're a good sister. You saved us. The girl responded, showering Su Yan with praises. As Su Yan collected the items from the ground, she felt as if she were the one profiting. Yet she had no intention of exploiting these children. I don't need a cat. This is more than enough. Sister, they aren't tea house cats. They're a panda and a big cat. What children? You spent so long searching for animal fur, and it turns out these children picked it up? You dare to keep pandas and tigers? They're cubs, but they eat a lot, they explained. How about I take care of them? The girl hesitated, knowing she could hardly feed herself, let alone animals. Sensing her indecision, several children tugged at her sleeve. Su Yan remained patient, waiting for her to decide. She wouldn't take the children's belongings by force. Sister, we'll trade, but you must promise to take care of them and not kill them for meat. Rest assured. I have sufficient meat. The girl nodded, instructing some of the older children to run back and fetch the cats. Su Yan stopped the children before they could leave, advising them to take the bag back first. Otherwise, they would end up with more than they could carry. Once the children had returned with the animals, Su Yan prepared an additional portion of supplies for them. As they waited for the animals, Su Yan learned from the girl that they all hailed from the same village, the Dun village, where their parents had perished during the floods and extreme cold. The girl, named Ingzi, had become the leader of the children, foraging for food and standing up to bullies, earning their respect. Ingzi mentioned that she had considered going to the base, but had heard it was nearly impossible to enter the Dawn base. Private bases were accessible, but entry required a food payment, and living conditions were hardly better than outside. Within half an hour, 3 children returned, panting, cradling 3 small animals, 1 panda and 2 tiger cubs. At last, Su Yan had a genuine panda. All right, stay safe. If you find any jewelry or antiques, remember to leave them for me. Sister, will you come again?
I will. Goodbye.
Su Yan cradled the 3 animals and headed back to the area where the aircraft was stationed. She also flew over to dispose of 3 deceased bodies at a distance to avoid causing trouble for the children. Before she returned, Qin Yi's video call came through. Yan Weivei arrived. You should come back. Okay, just give me 2 minutes. Chun Dingshan, boss. So the wristband is that powerful. Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes at Chen Dingshan's incredulity. Sister-in-law has given the boss a spatial button. Is that not impressive? And open your eyes and see where sister-in-law is. What is that? Chen Dingshan's eyes nearly popped out.
Ah?
No man can resist a flying vehicle. Before they could fully recover from their astonishment, Su Yan descended gracefully before them. Sister-in-law, hello. Sister-in-law, hello. I'm Qin Shan, do you remember me? I do. And Zhang Yuan, Qin Yi, are you all here? Just in time for dinner, Qin Yi replied, as he stored his aircraft into the spatial button and strode up to sit beside Su Yan. Qin Shan needed no invitation. He eagerly settled down, cautiously exploring his surroundings. Zhang Yuan hopped onto the aircraft and dialed Luo Fu in, eager to see his reaction to the extraordinary sights. Chapter 98, Sister-in-Law. How does it feel? Since the apocalypse began, I haven't had such a smooth conversation. This is even in 3D projection. What are you all riding in? I want to tell you. Alright, old Zhang, do you believe I'll toss your belongings out of the plane? Boss, I'm about to land. You need to come down and retrieve the aircraft. As Luo Fuan leaped onto the flying vehicle, he paid his respects to Su Yan.
Me Su. No, I mean...
Sister-in-law, I can't thank you enough. Just let me know if you need help. I'll gladly assist. That's too much praise. We can't fight ego. Then we want to fight. Whatever sister-in-law says goes. She knew that among Qin Yi and his friends, Luo Fuan was the most talkative and humorous. His presence always invigorated the atmosphere. Qin Shan, boss, toss that sycophant outside. Zhang Yuan, Luo, you should fly the aircraft to Jiangcheng. There's south no place for you here. Luo Fuan dealt each of them a light punch, laughingly scolding before turning his attention back to the interior of the aircraft, his gaze almost requiring a magnifying glass to scrutinize every detail. Once Qin Yi settled in, Su Yan instructed He to initiate their return to Jiangcheng. In a mere 20 minutes, the men, engaged in their verbal skirmishes, arrived at their destination. It is worth mentioning that the temporary base at Longjing Station is practically inconsequential to Building C on the 32nd floor, as it operates independently, with flights in and out daily, largely evading base jurisdiction. Yan, we're heading to the Jiangcheng headquarters to fetch Yang Jinghui for a gathering. And we must also make an appearance at Huachang Lines. We'll return in an hour. Go ahead. I'll have my aunt prepare dinner. Qin Yi retrieved the transport aircraft, and a few spirited individuals took off once again. Su Yan stowed the flying machine, descending with a faux panda, a real panda, and 2 little tiger cubs. Is Su back? Where is Mr. Qin? He's out, aunt. Just call him Qin Yi. He'll be bringing 4 comrades home for dinner. They should have hearty appetites. Understood. I will know how to prepare dinner. Xiao Rue and Xiao Wei were just at the door looking for their parents and crying. I just managed to lull them to sleep. But they surely want to sleep on time tonight. It's fine. If they don't sleep, their father can take care of it. Su Qing took the small animals that Su Yan held into the washroom. The all-purpose caretaker, more meticulous than Su Yan, insisted on cleaning the animals thoroughly upon their return, ensuring they were dewormed and sanitized. Su Yan gathered all the necessary pet supplies. Is there running water? Yes, it hasn't been long since you left. Someone came to notify us. That's good. Having running water is much more convenient. After the extreme heat, there will be a drought, but we can expect half a year of normal water supply beforehand. The 2 washed the 3 small creatures and dried their fur. Su Qing then moved on to prepare dinner, while Su Yan fed the trio milk powder. Outside the washroom, the 2 dogs were peering in, feeling a sense of territorial invasion as their master lavished affection on the other animals. De Huang and De He, sensing their privileged attention being diverted, bared their teeth in an attempt to intimidate the cubs enjoying their bowls of milk. The tiger cub, though small, carried the regal demeanor of its lineage, daring to step forward a couple of paces, baring its tiny fangs in response. The side-eyed snarl of the little tiger was both fierce and adorable. De Huang and De He, however, refrained from truly confronting the young animals in Su Yan's presence, resulting in a standoff between the dog and the tiger. Meanwhile, the panda remained blissfully indifferent, continuing to enjoy its milk, completely unperturbed by the commotion. De Huang, De He, the little cubs are still young. You must take care of them.
No bullying. Understood?
I'll reward you with 2 chicken legs later. Chicken legs?
All right.
The 2 dogs retracted their sharp teeth and quelled their hostility, while the tiger cub, understanding the situation, toned down its fierce demeanor. That's more like it, Su Yan thought, having successfully pacified the menagerie. Remembering Qin Yi's brothers would be staying in Jiangcheng, she headed to the opposite house to furnish it. The furniture from the overseas zero-cost purchasing spree came in handy, with each room equipped with beds, mattresses, wardrobes, bedside tables, and bedding sets. The living room was adorned with a new large sofa, and although the tea table and side cabinets remained rather empty, the space was quite expansive, prompting the addition of various exercise equipment, giving it a distinctly masculine atmosphere. In the dining area, a table and chairs were set, and the kitchen was stocked with appliances, pots and dishes. Half of the planting boxes from the balcony were moved inside, to be returned to the balcony of her own room later, leaving the other half for the men to tend to. Satisfied with the arrangements, she left the keys on the tea table, returning to her own home.
Suyan len takent to suching.
The menu was lavish: soy sauce goose, white-cut chicken, garlic ribs, salt and pepper shrimp, steamed crab, braised pork belly, red braised yellow croaker, cold dishes including marinated beef, cold seaweed salad, and an old duck soup. Suyan's favorite was the red braised yellow croaker. She had stocked up on over 10 wild yellow croakers during her last seafood haul, the smallest weighing 6 or 7 pounds, and had not touched them until now. This particular fish must weigh around 10 pounds, and with her aunt's 5-star chef skills, it looked heavenly. With 5 big men and herself 6 in total. Even with hearty appetites, these dishes would surely be more than enough, and Su Qing had prepared the largest portions. An hour had passed, and just as the last dishes were finishing, Qin Yi and the others returned. Yan, I'm back. Qin Yi called out as he entered. Yes. The food will take a little longer to finish, Su Yan replied, arranging the completed dishes on the table. Sister-in-law,
Yang Jinghui politely greeted Suyan,
who was no stranger to him. The juice was freshly squeezed. Feel free to pour some yourself. Su Yan was at ease with him. Luo Fuan, being the most eloquent, chimed in, Sister-in-law, if you need help with anything, just let us know. We can manage a bit. No need, you all chat for a while. Dinner will be ready shortly. Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan greeted Su Yan before heading off to play with the dogs, the tiger cub and the panda. The lively atmosphere was a first for their household, now bustling with so many visitors for an extended stay. Su Qing ushered Su Yan out of the kitchen, insisting she join the guests. With only 2 dishes left to prepare, Su Yan didn't argue. She removed her apron, washed her hands, and called Qin Yi to the balcony. The opposite house is fully furnished and ready for occupancy. The keys are over there. All right. Thank you for your hard work, my dear. Qin Yi gently squeezed Su Yan's hand, his gaze soft enough to melt ice. Su Yan shot him an eye roll before heading to check on the children, urging Qin Yi to attend to his friends. Upon entering the children's room, she found the 2 little ones climbing out of their blankets. Ma, Xiao Rui called for his mother, bubbles forming on his lips. Xiao Wei, with slightly reddened eyes, mumbled indistinctly, Ma, ba. Such good boys, come to mama, Su Yan said, adeptly scooping one under each arm as if they were 2 plush toys, tossing them to their father. Chapter 99. The next steps to wealth. Upon returning from the headquarters, the brothers learned that Qin Yi and Su Yan had welcomed a child into their lives. Boss, brother, Ego, what is it like to be a winner in life? Luo Fuan was the quickest to inquire, immediately seizing the chance to hold the little ones as Qin Yi passed them to him. Quite wonderful. You all should find girlfriends soon.
Wow.
Luo Fuan attempted to embrace the child, but Xiao Rui protested loudly, bursting into tears. Come to Uncle Yang. Yang Jinghui reached out, and Xiao Rui graciously accepted him. Luo Fuan was taken aback. Boss, let me hold her for a moment. It's been ages since I've seen such a small child. Keep your hands off. Zhang Yuan reached for the little girl, but Qin Yi wouldn't allow it. Instead of competing with Qin Yi for the child, Chen Dingshan tried to snatch her from Yang Jinghui, but was unsuccessful. Fortunately, the tussle didn't last long, as Su Qing soon called everyone to dinner, taking the children to the playroom while feeding them milk powder. Qin Yi retrieved 2 bottles of wine from the cabinet and opened them. Let us all have a drink, shall we? The men readily agreed. Make yourselves comfortable. This is Qin Yi's home, and you are all his brothers, so don't stand on ceremony. Su Yan ladled out soup for them. Sister-in-law, don't worry. We've never been formal. Luo Fuan took over the task of serving soup, eager to lend a hand. Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan took on pouring the drinks, while Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui enjoyed their leisure, smiling as they watched their friends chat and savor the feast, relishing this convivial gathering. Old Qin. Isn't Aunt Su coming to dine with us?
Yang Jinghui inquired.
She won't be joining us for the meal, Qin Yi replied, pouring a glass of juice for Su Yan. The men indulged in alcohol, while my wife opted for juice as a substitute. Come on. It's a rare occasion for all of us to gather. Let us toast. 6 glasses clinked together, smiles illuminating everyone's faces as they temporarily forgot the relentless calamities outside.
Brother E.
Do say a few words regarding this specific mission and the direction we should take afterward. Anything will suffice. Otherwise, I'll just be drinking and feasting. And I might get inebriated, suggested Lao Luo. Yes, right. I wasn't aware you all came with a task. I'd love to hear about it. It's a rather simple task, merely gathering rare raw materials, Qin Yi explained. Indeed, it's simple, akin to granting us a half-holiday, he continued, appreciating the ease of the assignment. Simple is good. I relish these uncomplicated tasks, he added, enjoying the lightheartedness. However, aside from collecting rare materials, we might also engage in some side ventures for profit, such as dealing in gold, jade, antiques, and calligraphy. Qin Yi's mention of side ventures was intended for personal gain and the benefit of his small team. Su Yan was somewhat taken aback, but pleased by his shift in perspective. Yang Jinghui glanced at the two sitting so closely together and understood. Chen Dingshan set down his glass and remarked, "We've gathered quite a bit over the past 6 months, but it hasn't been of much use." Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan concurred. They had all collected some items during their missions, having submitted some gold while others remained unturned. Do you want things like repair agents, laser guns, spatial buttons, or aircraft? Su Yan mentioned that her brothers wished to purchase items without profiting from them. Qin Yi also hoped for his brothers to acquire more advanced equipment, which would provide better security amid the apocalypse. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. Chen Dingshan, huh? Zhang Yuan exclaimed. What? Luo Fuan added, can we buy? The boss isn't pulling my leg? How can you say that? Where would old Qin procure such items? Yang Jinghui was aware that Su Yan traded jewelry and jade, so he wasn't too surprised by Qin Yi's mention of making money. Wife, what do you say?
Well.
Yes, we can purchase them, though the prices are somewhat steep. I'll draft a price list shortly, Su Yan replied. She agreed to sell only to Qin Yi's brothers, trusting only his 4 teammates for the time being. Others were not currently in consideration. No one could resist the allure of the items just mentioned. After hearing this, the drinking and dining accelerated as they hurried to finish, so Qin Yi could elaborate on the details. Dinner lasted an hour, and after setting down their bowls, Qin Yi and Su Yan led them to room 3202. Qin Yi retrieved their belongings from the transport aircraft, stating, "You guys will be staying here. There are 4 rooms. Choose as you wish. Old Yang can move in as well." "All right, I'll take a corner for myself, just for occasional stays," Yang Jinghui replied without hesitation. The other 3 were even less reserved, quickly selecting their rooms. Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan each claimed a guest room, expressing their preference for smaller spaces. Luo Fuan and Yang Jinghui each took one of the 2 suites. Setting aside the accommodations, Qin Yi inquired, "Does anyone have jewelry or ornaments?" "Coming right up, boss." Luo Fuan and his companions each pulled out a substantial collection from their bags, thankfully neatly packaged in self-sealing bags.
Sister-in-law.
"Could you help me assess what these can be exchanged for?" "Of course," Su Yan responded, collecting the pile from Luo Fuan and then utilizing her spatial control to scan their value. After a few minutes, she revealed that these items could be exchanged for 102 kilograms of gold, as the purchases would be settled in gold. Upon hearing this, everyone grasped the implication and recalled the recent theft at the central bank, silently admiring her impressive capabilities. Next, Chen Dingshan's items could be exchanged for 98 kilograms of gold, while Zhang Yuan's were valued at 130 kilograms. Yang Jinghui asked sister-in-law, "What is the price for spatial buttons?" A 10,000 cubic meter space is worth 5,000 kg. A 1,000 cubic meter space is valued at 50 kilograms of gold. The human cellular repair solution, which you all utilize the most, is the most affordable at 10 kilograms of gold per vial.
Wow.
The most practical item is the least expensive, Chen Dingshan exclaimed, realizing that with his 98 kilograms of gold, he could acquire 9 lives as long as he had breath left, his excitement making him curse in joy. Sister-in-law, antiques are the most valuable, right?
Indeed.
Top-tier jewelry is also worth a great deal. Yang Jinghui's expression brightened. He possessed some antiques collected during his time as the second-in-command in Jiangcheng, gifted to him by others as tokens of gratitude. "I have a few. I'll bring them tomorrow." Absolutely, we'll take as many as you have. Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan inquired about the prices of aircraft, subsequently collapsing onto the sofa, feeling overwhelmed. Why must everything we desire be so exorbitantly priced?
Boss.
I believe we should learn from sister-in-law. If we're going to do it, let us do it on a grand scale, go abroad specifically to target foreign vaults. I second Lao Luo. Zhang Yuan chimed in, raising both hands, eager to set off immediately. I also support the idea of collecting rare materials abroad while simultaneously targeting vaults. But we'll need to borrow sister-in-law's aircraft. While we're residing in her home and using her transportation, she's not profiting from our transactions. I propose that sister-in-law takes 30 of what we gather, and then we'll take our share. What do you all think? Yang Jinghui suggested, his thoughts meticulous. Among this group, he was the most perceptive. These considerations were one's Qin Yi wouldn't voice, and the other three might not have thought of them immediately. He sought to ensure that Qin Yi wouldn't be put in a difficult position, and that Su Yan's help wouldn't be in vain. Chapter 100. The conversation took a serious turn. Luo Fuan, Zhang Yuan, and Chen Dingshan all endorsed Yang Jinghui's proposal. The four of them would likely become Qin Yi's future backbone. Su Yan wished to convey that it wasn't necessary, she didn't need that 30. And they could freely borrow the aircraft. Before Su Yan could speak, Qin Yi quickly agreed, all right, my wife will take 30. He planned to repay his brothers in kind, recalling that he had a room full of collectibles at home. He intended to visit the southwest soon to bring back something for his wife as compensation. Su Yan was taken aback by Qin Yi's swift acceptance, giving him a pointed look. It's fine, we're all in this together. Very well. You all continue your discussion. I must return to check on the children. Su Yan disengaged from their conversation, needing to tend to the children, as there was a considerable mess from the feast earlier that Su Qing would need to manage. Qin Yi escorted his wife to the door, returning to his friends with a more serious demeanor. Brother Yi, every time you wear that expression, it signals something significant. Don't scare me. There are indeed some other thoughts I need to share, so I'll be frank, Qin Yi said, prompting silence as everyone awaited his next words. Organizing his thoughts, he pondered how best to articulate his concerns. Chen Dingshan's impatience urged him on, boss. Just say it. I'll follow your lead. Clearing his throat, Qin Yi began. It's not a matter of life and death. Rather, the situation at the Dawn base is quite fragmented, with various districts harboring differing intentions. I propose the idea of going out to gather rare materials to General Sheng, aiming to balance public and private interests. For the sake of my wife and children. I must be selfish this once. This serves as my backup plan. As for the path ahead, I haven't fully decided yet. I'll be heading to the southwest soon to discuss matters with my grandfather. I truly appreciate that you all refer to me as the boss. But from this point forward, my path diverges somewhat from the original intentions we shared. If anyone has differing thoughts, please voice them. I will respect them. Qin Yi was seen as a promising successor by General Sheng, and Yang Jinghui and the others had long shown their support. With Su Yan's arrival and her desire to stay clear of politics, at least for now, Qin Yi chose to keep her involvement a secret from General Sheng. Should the truth come to light in the future, General Sheng might understand. Or perhaps he would not. If Commander Sheng fails to comprehend, then the successor may also be subject to change. With the future of his brothers in mind, Qin Yi allows them to make another choice. In essence, it boils down to a single inquiry. Will you continue to follow me? If so, please reaffirm your commitment. Luo Fuan is the first to raise his hand, exclaiming, bro. Don't say another word. Whatever you choose to do, I will stand by your side. Zhang Yuan adds, count me in. Chen Dingshan, his voice a low murmur, states, boss, it's impossible for you to proceed without me. Old Qin, how about I resign from my position at the Zhangqing base? Let us hold off for now. Until I return from the southwest. That works. Qin Yi gives the Wuji helicopter to Yang Jinghui, enabling him to commute effortlessly between the headquarters and the branch in Jiangcheng. With all pertinent matters addressed, and recognizing that they are all newcomers, he retrieves a substantial supply of rice, flour, oil, salt, meat, and vegetables from the spatial button for the brothers, ensuring they can cook whenever they wish, before returning to room 3201. Su Yan is bathing the two little ones. Upon his return, Qin Yi joins in the fun, splashing water with his children, their combined hands nearly soaking Su Yan. Enough of this.
Yi.
Hurry and grab a towel to wrap the kids.
All right.
As Su Yan wraps one child, Qin Yi takes another, cradling them both back to the nursery, where he entreats his wife to teach him how to put on diapers and little clothes for the children. The two little ones, having napped too long in the evening, are now full of energy. Go play with them, Su Yan urges. You should wash up quickly. Your clothes are half soaked. Don't catch a chill. Su Yan heads to the master bathroom, washes her hair, and fills the tub with hot water, relishing the rare luxury of running water. Barely 2 minutes into her soak,
Qin Yi enters.
Instinctively, she pulls a towel over herself. I'm not finished yet. No need to cover up. I've seen you before, Haven Ti? With a few swift motions, the man sheds his clothes and steps into the tub. How shameless. Su Yan has no time to relax. She quickly rinses off the foam and exits. Qin Yi also takes a quick, invigorating wash before stepping out to help his wife dry her hair. Newlyweds tend to be particularly affectionate. Su Yan awakens to find the bed empty. This man is truly disciplined. Despite the exhaustion from last night, he still arose early for training, something she could never manage. Not in a hurry to get up, she calls for her little one.
Hihi.
May I authorize you to Qin Yi? No way. Does Su not like Hihi anymore? Boo-hoo. You, an artificial intelligence, boo-hooing for no reason. Su Yan shoots a glare at the little one. What if he needs to use the flying device? Learning ISNT something that happens overnight. Not only can Hihi not be authorized, but all artificial intelligence can only be bound for use by the spatial master. If you wish to buy another artificial intelligence for Qin Yi, he still wouldn't receive authorization.
Why is that?
To protect the spatial master's interests. This applies not only to artificial intelligence, but also to life-saving tools. For instance, the protective shield that Su currently possesses, there can only be one. How considerate.
Thank you.
But can't we purchase with gold? Hihi rolls around at the foot of the bed, indicating affirmation.
Su Yan, skeptical, Sinux.
Does the spatial realm no longer profit from gold? Which merchant would refuse a trade? She pulls up the trading interface only to find that the purchase button for the protective shield is grayed out. Not just the shield. The purchase buttons for the all-purpose assistant robot and the all-purpose nanny robot are also grayed out. Something feels amiss. Noticing the confusion on Su Yan's face, the little one rolls around on the floor, attempting to escape. Wait, little one. Intelligent devices like you and Su Qing, along with the protective shield, should be my benefits. If they are benefits, why do you charge me so much gold? You truly are a good assistant, tricking me into buying flying devices, protective shields, and all-purpose nannies. Profiting quite a bit. Haven to you? Su, you can't blame me. This is how it is, but it does indeed require payment. And it's something you need, the little one responds. Need. Indeed, but I feel deceived. Su Yan pretends to sulk, acting convincingly. So much, so that even coaxing her seems futile. Su, I truly did not deceive you. These benefits are exclusively yours and must be triggered by you. If you cannot see the purchase page or have not acquired Hihi cannot appear on its own. Su Yan chooses not to respond. Rising to wash and dress herself, she finds the man is absent, the children are missing, and even the large dogs are nowhere to be seen, leaving only 2 little cubs and a panda rolling at her feet. Su, Qin Yi took the kids to the house across the way. He instructed me to let you sleep a little longer without calling for you. When you wake, breakfast will be ready. Su Qing emerges with a small pot of seafood porridge.
Perfect.
It's my favorite. After breakfast, Su Yan habitually checks the outdoor temperature, discovering it has already soared to 37 or 38 degrees. Is it going to exceed 40 at noon? Su, Lu Shui has arrived. He announces. Upon seeing Lu Shui in the hallway, she rushes to open the door. Yan, the intercom is terrible. I simply ran over to find you. It's scorching outside. Come in quickly. It's sweltering. Climbing 32 flights is no easy feat. Has Instructor Yang been busy these days? I've memorized everything he taught me and want to learn quickly. Once I master it, I can take the helicopter up and down. But I'm just asking. Yan, please don't rush me. No worries, he is here. I'll ask him for you. Su Yan knocks on the door of 3202. Luo Fuan opens the door, holding Xiao Wei. Sister-in-law, are you looking for Iga? I've snatched the little treasure. Feel free to hold her. I'm not taking her. As she steps inside, Luo Fuan, wary that Su Yan might demand the child, retreats to the couch with Xiao Rui.
Wow.
So many handsome guys.
Hello, Instructor Yang.
Lu Shui, only familiar with Yang Jinghui, greets him first. Luo Fuan, Zhang Yuan, and Chen Dingshan exchange meaningful glances with Yang Jinghui, who is seated on the couch, teaching Xiao Wei to recognize pictures, merely nodding in acknowledgement to Lu Shui. Yen, who is this?
Lu Shui, my friend.
Su Yan introduces Lu Shui to the others. This is my children's father, Qin Yi, and these are Zhang Yuan, Luo Fuan, and Chen Dingshan. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you all. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Shui approaches Yang Jinghui, asking, Instructor Yang, I've memorized everything you taught me. When is the next class? You can start today, anytime, today, tomorrow, or the day after. Just come over and someone will teach you.
Zhang Yuan.
You'll instruct Lu Shui on the machine today. Yang Jinghui swiftly delegates the teaching responsibility. Why must your student be taught by me? I have matters to attend to today. Not just today, but if I'm unavailable in the future, Chen Dingshan and Luo Fuan, you'll also assist in teaching. Excluding Qin Yi, Yang Jinghui has no qualms about assigning the other brothers. Then it will be a burden on Zhang, the instructor. Lu Shui wishes for Yang Jinghui to teach her, but he has pressing matters. However, she feels relieved knowing that there will be someone available to teach her over the next few days. Lu Shui, go learn. I want to accompany you today. I understand you want to spend time with your husband and children. I want to intrude, but you must treat me to lunch. Su Yan agrees to treat everyone to a grand meal at noon. Zhang Yuan reluctantly takes Lu Shui to the rooftop, stepping into the role of instructor. Yang Jinghui's claim of having matters to attend to is genuine. After they leave, he returns Xiao Wei to Qin Yi and heads back to his room, bringing out a box of goods. Sister-in-law, could you please help me sell these items? Of course, let me see. Yang Jinghui's box is filled with calligraphy, paintings, and antique ornaments. Su Yan lacked the discernment to authenticate antiques. The genuine articles were not necessarily of high value. Who could ascertain whether the modern realm she was trading with recognized these relics? Thus, she could only store them in her spatial compartment and summon the transaction panel for a scan. Afterward, she took out pen and paper, meticulously documenting each item's worth. Qin Yi and the others remained silent, refraining from interruption. A few minutes later, having completed her inventory, Su Yan handed the list to Yang Jinghui. Among the 20-odd items, the least valuable consisted of 2 pieces weighing over 30 kilograms of gold, while several exceeded 200 kilograms, culminating in a total of 2,765 kilograms of gold. Qin Yi and Su Yan, comfortably seated on a 2-person sofa, did not lean in to inspect, but Chen Dingshan and Luo Fuan were drawn by curiosity. Chen Dingshan could not suppress his exclamation. Oh, old Yang, you really excel in your position here. Yang Jinghui shot a glance of exasperation at Chen Dingshan and replied, These items are only valuable here with my sister-in-law. They held worth before the apocalypse, but post-apocalypse, this painting might only fetch a bag of 50 kilograms rice at best. Chen Dingshan appeared incredulous, while Luo Fuan echoed his astonishment. Qin Yi nodded at the 2 brothers, affirming, Indeed, you have grasped what holds value, haven't you? They nodded vigorously, remembering antiques and paintings, as well as the premium quality of jadeite. Su Yan casually retrieved a piece of emerald and Xinjiang green jade from her spatial compartment for them to admire.
Sister-in-law.
I wish to exchange for a space button of 10,000 cubic units, along with a laser gun and 5 vials of cellular repair fluid. That is acceptable. What about the remaining items? Should I retrieve the gold for you? No need. I will store it with you for now. Storage service is not provided. After a few deft maneuvers, Su Yan exchanged the space button, placing the laser gun, the medicine, and the remaining 1,415 kilograms of gold within the compartment before handing it over to Yang Jinghui. Bind it with blood. Mental control will suffice. If you have any confusion,
consult Qin Yi.
Understood, thank you. Once bound, Yang Jinghui glimpsed the gold within the spatial button, eliciting a rueful smile inwardly. Old Yang, could you lend me some of that gold? Me too, old Yang. No lending. If you wish to borrow, seek old Qin. He is the one with deep pockets. Chen Dingshan and Luo Fuan gazed at Qin Yi with eager anticipation, simultaneously calling out, Boss, my household is managed by your sister-in-law. Any borrowing should be directed towards her. I am still enjoying the benefits of her generosity, am I not, Yan? Qin Yi's gaze lingered affectionately on Su Yan, exuding both charm and sincerity.
Oh.
Luo Fuan elongated the sound, while Chen Dingshan joined in the jest. Yang Jinghui chuckled quietly. Amid their banter, Su Yan had already prepared 3 space buttons identical to Yang Jinghui's, 10,000 cubic units, 1 laser gun, and 5 vials of human repair fluid. The space button costs 500, the laser gun 800, and the medicine totals 50. Each of these 3 sets corresponds to 1,350 kilograms of gold, so remember to repay me.
Thank you, sister-in-law.
You are the most beautiful in the world. Luo Fuan exclaimed as he accepted one, cradling little Rui with one arm while biting his other hand to bind the gene, mimicking Yang Jinghui's earlier actions. Chen Dingshan also took one, expressing gratitude. Thanks, sister-in-law. And thanks, boss. No need for thanks, this one belongs to Zhang Yuan. In the future, if you need anything, just speak directly to Qin Yi. Sister-in-law. I certainly want to be polite with the boss. I know, sister-in-law. Whether rich or poor, I dare to owe the boss. You 2 paupers can afford to be impolite and still owe, but I must be self-sufficient. That's hardly fair. The group of handsome young men laughed a bit boisterously. Just then, Zhang Yuan descended from the rooftop, perplexed, and draped his arm over Chen Dingshan's shoulder, inquiring about the situation. Chen Dingshan pointed to the space button. This is your 1,350 kilograms of gold. Sister-in-law has lent it to us, so remember to repay.
Oh.
Sister-in-law is formidable. Zhang Yuan was quite familiar with the process. Drawing a military knife from his person and slicing it against his fingertip to bind. Then, the 5 of them instinctively extended their right fists for a gentle bump, a gesture embodying a camaraderie that was rare and precious, which left Su Yan envious. Chapter 101. Old Master Qin. What brings you down from above to teach Lu Shui to fly? Shouldn't you be up there? I came down to get a glass of water. Old Yang. How can you still speak? It's sweltering up there, and I had to help you teach the students. Hurry along. Very well, I shall go. Having agreed to teach, Yang Jinghui proceeded with his duties. As noon approached, Su Yan promised to treat Lu Shui to a meal, deciding she could not invite just her. She would include Qin Yi's 4 brothers as well, necessitating a grand spread. Thus, she returned to 3,201 to gather ingredients. Andy, let us keep it simple. We have poached chicken, beef, chicken soup, and beef brisket stored. I'll serve a large portion of each, and we can just heat them. That works. I'll steam a fish, stir-fry some greens, and prepare 2 cold dishes. Will that suffice? That's enough. After lunch, Lu Shui returned to Building D. Yang Jinghui returned to the temporary base headquarters in Jiangqing to manage some affairs, preparing for an extended absence from his post. Su Yan accompanied Qin Yi to the southwest, with Luo Fuan tagging along. Su Yan escorted the 2 of them to the vicinity of the southwest base. Yen, you should head back and not linger outside. Once I finish my matters, I will take a helicopter back with Luo Fuan. The helicopter isn't very safe. I'll return first. Once you're done, let me know, and I'll come to pick you up. Indeed, it's not very safe, with so many private factions. Who knows where a cannon might be aimed at the sky? Brother Yi, sister-in-law, is truly wonderful. I wish to find a wife as well. Yes, keep at it. Qin Yi stepped out of the helicopter, and within 10 minutes, they arrived at the southwest base. This base was also temporary. Established on the grounds of a newly developed real estate area, reinforced and fortified, given the anticipated disasters of impending earthquakes and plate collisions. Hence, they did not expend excessive manpower or resources on base facilities. The base was predominantly composed of members from the Qin family, and his presence here felt somewhat like a young commander returning home. Little Qin, when will you return? Little Qin, long time no see. Your father has left the base. Big Qin is absent, but old Qin is here. Your grandfather will be delighted to see you back. Hurry inside. One after another, upon seeing Qin Yi, they greeted him with exuberance. As Qin Yi and Luo Fuan entered the office building adjacent to the inner villa area, they encountered Qin Ji, the venerable old Master Qin, who was in his 70s. Before the apocalypse, he had been quite robust, but now his health had visibly declined. Qin Yi's father, Qin Binghua, had taken on many of old Master Qin's responsibilities, yet the old man still bore an abundance of worries. Cough, cough, old master, the loquat syrup has cooled. Please have some. Stop the fuss. Even divine elixirs would be of no use. Li Xiong had no choice but to take the loquat syrup away, lest it spill across the table. Grandfather, please do not make it difficult for Uncle Li. Do you drink it?
Little E?
Old Master Qin rubbed his eyes, believing he was seeing things. It's me. Greetings, Grandfather. Hello, Uncle Li. Greetings, old Grandfather Qin. Hello, Uncle Li. Little Luo. Ah, very good, very good. Standing upright before him, Qin Yi and Luo Fuan waited as Qin Yi set down what he was holding and rose from his chair. The last time I heard old Xing mention you wanted to apply for a transfer order. Which post were you hoping to move to? What brings you back this time? Grandfather, I returned to see you. There is no transfer order. My superiors did not approve. Very well, let us have a chat. Come, let us go home. Little Li, you need not follow. The Qin family resided in a quaint villa located on a hillside, which had remained unscathed during the recent flooding. Dad, Little E? My son has returned. Little Luo is here too? Come inside. Hello, Aunt Gu.
Ah.
Gu Xiaolin, the mother of Qin Yi, does not work at the base. Her sole responsibility is to care for the elderly Qin and Qin Yi's father, Qin Binghua. Upon seeing her son return, Gu Xiaolin stood there, torn between speaking to him and preparing a meal, simply watching him smile. Mom, do what you need to do. I have some matters to discuss with Grandpa. Luo and I will have dinner at home.
Oh.
Really? Dinner at home? Does that mean you'll leave right after? Gu Xiaolin's initial joy at her son's arrival quickly faded, but there was still time to prepare a feast. The two Qin family members entered the study, with Luo Fuan standing guard outside. The old man's inquiry into the significance of his grandson's return was justified. Such visits were rare. There's nothing major. I just wanted to see Grandpa and discuss a few matters. Then speak. I'm listening. Qin Yi helped the elder into a chair and took a seat beside him. Qin Yi gazed at his cherished grandson, reflecting on the current situation with a sigh. Grandpa, you've already become a great-grandfather. You must take your medicine regularly and look after your health. Don't show any displeasure to Uncle Li. What do you mean by becoming a great-grandfather? Did you get someone's daughter pregnant? Has she not given birth yet? Which family is she from? Did you bring her back? If you truly make me a great-grandfather, I swear I could live another 20 years. Do you believe me? Don't try to scare me. Qin Yi chuckled, remaining silent as he produced a tablet from his backpack, discreetly retrieving it from the spatial button. He opened the album and presented it to the elder.
Grandpa.
Take a look for yourself, but please don't let Mom know about this. She's reluctant to come home with me right now. And I can't have her bothering you. Don't make a fuss. The grandson has lost his charm. The old man was irritated by the noise disturbing his viewing of his great-grandchildren. Indeed, two. Qin Yi didn't want to deceive his grandfather. The matters he needed to discuss were inextricably linked to Su Yan, and he had to clarify everything, though it was best if the elder knew for now without making it public. The tablet contained precious moments from the children's birth up until they were 8 months old. Qin Yi perused the images for half an hour, repeatedly looking at them until he was satisfied before turning his gaze back to Qin Yi. Now, confess honestly. If I catch you in a single lie, I'll break your legs. Qin Yi recounted everything, from the night at the hotel to their fateful encounter abroad, and the perilous event at Arshan that led to the activation of the spatial button. You. It's not just you. The entire Qin family has wronged my granddaughter-in-law. Even if she has had extraordinary experiences, raising 2 children is no small feat.
I know, Grandpa.
What do you truly know? You've presented me with a great dilemma. The young lady has laid her family's cards on the table for you. Do you understand her intentions? I do. It's either to step away from the center of power and live a peaceful life with her, or to stand at the pinnacle of power to ensure she and the children are safeguarded from harm and scheming. How will you choose? I don't know. Which is why I've come to seek your counsel, Grandpa. I will not abandon her. Nor do I wish to violate the oath I took under the national flag upon enlisting. This grandson, Qin Yi, felt a sense of relief. With both capability and character at the highest caliber, it was fortuitous that he had encountered such a daughter-in-law who could guarantee the Qin family's brilliance for at least another 100 years. What's the hesitation? The older generation may or may not survive the apocalypse. However, among the second generation, his grandson Qin Yi stands as the pinnacle of the third generation. Whether the apocalypse lasts 10, 20, or 30 years, it will eventually pass, and by then, his grandson will still be young, and his great-grandchildren will be in their prime. To put it modestly, the Qin family is unwilling to settle for mediocrity. To put it grandly, with Su Yan, they can better rebuild the great homeland of Huaxia. Heaven has laid the feast before the Qin family's table. How could they not partake?
Qin Yi, you must learn from Xiao Su.
Wait until the capital S factions fracture. That will be your opportunity. Your current task is to protect your children and wife, maintain your small team, earn gold, and prepare for the future. The three major forces in the capital will surely split. Even the best precautions won't suffice, so it's best to wait and not involve yourself. Understood. Qin Yi felt a weight lift from his shoulders as the Elder's plans aligned perfectly with his own. Show me your spatial button.
Please, Grandpa.
Qin Yi removed it from around his neck and handed it over. After examining it, Qin Yi remarked, "It's identical to the three that were sent to the commander's office before the apocalypse. Those three spatial buttons are now in the hands of the three authorities in the capital, one for each." After inspecting it, Qin Yi returned it to Qin Yi. "Grandpa, I also came to collect the betrothal gifts. My wife has borne me children, so shouldn't you show some appreciation? You ambitious boy." Qin Yi shot his grandson a reproachful glance and began rummaging through items in the study. Whenever he unearthed an antique, Qin Yi graciously accepted it without hesitation. After clearing the study, Qin Yi led Qin Yi to another room filled with shelves. "You can take everything from here too."
Thank you, Grandpa.
As Qin Yi passed through, items vanished into thin air. The elder observed as his grandson collected everything, then pointed towards the doorway, leading them to another location. This time, they arrived at the base S warehouse. "Leave the gold, take everything else. Gold is a hard currency at all times. If we leave none behind, the base will find it difficult to justify." The base had a small warehouse filled with items deemed valuable before the disasters. Discarding them would waste space, particularly antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and jewelry. Understood, Grandpa. What holds no value here will be worth something to Su Yan. After completing the collection and returning to the Qin family, Qin Yi left the elder a laser gun and a wristband for immediate communication. Qin Yi then presented Qin Yi with an old sandalwood box, stating, "This is something your grandmother prepared for your future wife. Take it and give it to Xiao Su."
Thank you, Grandpa.
Qin Yi was unsure how many times he had expressed his gratitude, but he felt that no amount of thanks was excessive. Having returned home, he had already cleared out the family's treasures. "Could you ask Xiao Su if I might see the children? Nothing beats seeing them in person." The elder's mind was filled with thoughts of his great-grandchildren, and he longed to meet his granddaughter-in-law. "I will inquire." Qin Yi sent a message, and after receiving a reply, he made a phone call. Upon connecting, the image of Su Yan playing with the two little ones in a toy house appeared on the screen, teaching them to recognize pictures as they played. The children were exquisitely beautiful, the kind that anyone would want to pinch and cuddle, while their mother was equally admirable, possessing both beauty and grace. More than fitting for his precious grandson. Qin Yi gazed at his great-grandchildren with eyes that seemed to have sand in them. Su Yan greeted the silver-haired elder with a smile. "Hello, Grandpa Qin."
"Ah, hello, Xiao Su.
You truly are a wonderful granddaughter-in-law. I've heard all about you from Qin Yi. We, the Qin family, owe you an apology."
You flatter me, Grandpa.
"Not at all. If Qin Yi dares to mistreat you, you tell me. I'll be the first to discipline him."
All right, Grandpa.
Su Yan wasn't particularly skilled at chatting, but thankfully, after exchanging a few words with the elder, he focused on the two little ones. It mattered not whether they spoke. He simply watched them, listening to their babbling, which brought forth peals of laughter from him. Their conversation continued until Luo Fuan knocked on the door, signaling the end of the call. It turned out that Qin Yi's father, Qin Binghua, had returned. The three of them chose to chat in the living room this time, discussing family matters until Gu Xiaolin announced that dinner was ready. After dinner, Qin Yi visited the old man's room before leaving, releasing a multitude of medicines, nutritional supplements, milk powder, cigarettes, alcohol, and various edibles and beverages that Su Yan had previously stored in the space button. He left them scattered all over the floor, unattended. As he bid farewell to his family and departed from the southwest base with Luo Fuan, the old man felt little emotion at his grandson's departure. He knew that Qin Yi would conveniently return often in the future. Qin Binghua also did not express much sentiment about his son leaving, while Gu Xiaolin couldn't help but wipe her tears. They all have to go. The child has grown up and has his own matters to attend to. One cannot keep him tethered like a pet. Dad, I don't want to bind him to my side. I just hope he can stay for a couple of days. I'll arrange for him to meet a few potential girlfriends. Xiaolin, don't meddle in Xiao Yi's marriage. He has his own plans. The old man spoke with a firm resolve, leaving Gu Xiaolin with no choice but to nod in acquiescence. Su Yan, having come from Jiangcheng, picked up Qin Yi and Luo Fuan, making the round trip in just over half an hour, quite swiftly. Upon returning home, Qin Yi's immediate concern was settling his debts. Reluctantly, Su Yan led him into the space. The living room of the small villa was filled with antique calligraphy and paintings that Qin Yi had brought from his grandfather. You really sold them all? Didn't you leave your grandfather anything to remember them by? Grandfather's current memento is those two little ones. Feel free to sell them boldly. Alright then. After selling the antiques and paintings, he also sold various items scavenged from the warehouse at the southwest base. A total of 180,000 kg of gold. Quite impressive. Qin Yi, what do you wish to purchase? I don't need to buy anything. You've already prepared everything for me. This counts as settling my debts. I'll earn the dowry later. Very well, she will take the gold. Finally, Su Yan accepted a gift from Qin Yi, a sandalwood box that the old man had instructed him to bring to her. In the following days, the temperature continued to rise, reaching a scorching 60 degrees Celsius by noon. Both those inside and outside the base opted to venture out in the evening and return in the morning. Many perished in the extreme heat. It was not uncommon to encounter decomposing human or animal corpses anywhere on the roads or in the wilderness. Su Yan had previously saved up temperature-regulating clothing and cooling medications in anticipation of the heatwave, and she distributed a significant amount for Qin Yi's team to utilize. Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui, along with their 5 companions, ventured out in the blistering noon, making it evident to all that they possessed means to endure the heat. Wei Cheng sought out the 32nd floor. Unsure of how to approach Yang Jinghui and hesitant to confront Qin Yi, he turned to Su Yan instead. Our 2 squads have already lost over 20 men in just a few days. The soldiers on duty from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. are suffering immensely. I wanted to inquire if Commander Qin has any effective cooling measures or channels for acquiring temperature-regulating clothing. Chapter 102. The Journey to Reap Human Connections. Directly mentioning temperature-regulating clothing left Su Yan with little to say. There are channels, but they are not mine. They belong to Qin Yi, and items must be exchanged. When others inquired about Qin Yi, he provided a different explanation. Yes, it's Su Yan's channel, and items must be exchanged. The couple worked in perfect harmony. Su Yan, half-truthfully, explained. Qin Yi mentioned that he managed to exchange for a batch of fabric for making temperature-regulating clothing from a manufacturer, and that some would be sent to the capital and the southwest. If you want some, we should have some, but perhaps not in abundance. The temperature-regulating clothing sent to the capital and the southwest was interstellar high-tech, priced at 160 kilograms of gold per piece. Obviously, only a select few would receive such interstellar products. The clothing allocated to the military was of another grade, akin to the fabric Su Yan was discussing with Wei Cheng, procured through transactions from modern dimensions. The external narrative regarding these fabrics claimed they were the first innovations from a foreign high-tech company, which Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui had retrieved via helicopter. We will take as much as we can get. The decision to trade fabric rather than finished garments stemmed from the significant price difference, with many people in the base. Having fabric to tailor their own clothing would save considerable costs. Su Yan endeavored to assist them in economizing, but she also sought to earn a little herself. Wei, the squad leader, could prepare the goods for exchange, and they could trade as soon as Qin Yi returned. Alright. Wei Cheng was aware of the items Su Yan was collecting. During the onset of the natural disaster, his men had salvaged various goods and, honestly, managing them had become a chore. He was eager to exchange them for practical supplies, and this arrangement was perfect. In the evening, Su Yan received word that Qin Yi had finished work and, along with He, headed to another city to pick up the 5 of them. From Su Yan, Qin Yi learned about Wei Cheng's inquiry regarding his wife. They are all brothers in the military. If old Wei doesn't he come to me, I will approach him in a couple of days to provide the fabric for the troops here in Jiangcheng. Just put the items in the warehouse you have selected. Understood. Su Yan became the dedicated pilot for Qin Yi and his team, ferrying them to and from their destinations, though to those at the base or outsiders. It appeared as though they were piloting the helicopter themselves. There was a temporary warehouse outside, Should the need arise, they could leave items there. Otherwise, everything remained within the space button. After unloading the items, she returned to Lanjiang Station to inform Wei Qing to move the goods. Brother Yi, in the past 10 days, we have cleared out all the unclaimed high-tech factories domestically, and we have exchanged everything from those with owners. Shouldn't we expand our territory abroad? I agree with old Luo's suggestion. Chen Dingzhan had been longing for a journey abroad, believing that dealings with foreigners were far more profitable. Transactions within one's own country felt like money merely shifting from one pocket to another, lacking excitement. Yang Jinghui also queried Qin Yi. Old Qin, what are your thoughts? There's no need to rush. My wife has arranged for us to acquire many temperature-regulating fabrics from abroad. We have sent a considerable amount to the capital and the southwest. And now Jiangcheng has some as well. The brother units in the other 4 major regions must not be overlooked. We will bring some fabric to trade for antiques and paintings. While ordinary folk might interpret Qin Yi's words literally, Yang Jinghui understood that they intended to acquire antiques while simultaneously cultivating human connections. A splendid idea. Very well. Let us set our plans in motion for tomorrow. Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui exchanged knowing glances and shared a conspiratorial smile. Chen Dingzhan, noticing the profound smiles on the faces of his leader and Yang, inquired with confusion. What's going on? Luo Fuan patted Chen Dingzhan on the shoulder. You wouldn't understand. Don't overthink it. Tonight, it's your turn to cook. And you'll also be teaching Lu Shui. I want to cook. I'll go downstairs to eat at the base canteen. Dare you not to cook? I'll chop you up. Qin Yi paid no heed to how his brothers managed their meals. He returned home. After dinner, Su Yan left Su Qing to watch over the house. She didn't pack everything into the space anymore. As the safety door in the corridor was no longer locked tightly, merely secured with a gate, and there were occasional visitors downstairs. The 2 little ones were playing with De Huang and De He. Su Yan practiced shooting and close combat techniques with Qin Yi. No matter how many protective measures she possessed, they relied on external forces, which were too uncertain. What if one day they vanished or malfunctioned unexpectedly? Her own abilities would provide the greatest assurance. Mastery of these skills was essential, even if she didn't intend to resort to them.
Qin Yi.
Can you be a bit tougher? Sure, I'll adjust and come again. The apocalypse was merciless. He understood that while training Su Yan, he couldn't bear to go too hard on her, for the enemy would not show mercy. He wished he could confidently tell her, I've got everything under control. However, he could not. That would be irresponsible toward his wife and children. If he were to be absent one day, Su Yan's strength would enable her to thrive in the apocalypse and protect their children. Qin Yi reassured himself and readied once more. All right, let us continue. He applied only a fraction of his strength, and predictably, Su Yan was unable to withstand 3 moves and was brought down, her elbow dislocated. Let me see your arm. Qin Yi lifted his wife up. It's nothing serious, don't worry. Su Yan refrained from displaying even a hint of delicacy, fearing that it might impose an emotional burden on Qin Yi. All right, let us take a break. Your petite frame cannot withstand excessive exertion. Qin Yi remarked as he expertly repositioned Su Yan's hand. When you were absent, I felt I had made considerable progress. At least my marksmanship was passable. However, since you began teaching me, I have come to realize my own inadequacies. Silly girl, do not compare yourself to me. Su Yan found herself at a loss for words. Comparison was futile, and she would no longer engage in it. There is no need to push yourself too hard. Combat experience is something that accumulates gradually. This time, as I accompany you, we are bound to encounter various private factions along the way, providing ample opportunity for practice. For now, go and play with the children. Very well. Qin Yi took a towel and gently wiped the sweat from Su Yan's face before proceeding to gather the vegetables, while Su Yan entertained the children. The family of 4 eventually returned to their home in reality after Qin Yi had finished collecting the produce. Wei Cheng possessed temperature-regulating fabric, and the temporary base in Jiangcheng also had its fair share. Qin Yi had sent a substantial amount of this fabric to Huachanglin as well. With matters in Jiangcheng nearly resolved, Qin Yi's team convened for a meeting at noon to discuss the logistics of their visit to other bases. I propose that during our upcoming trip to deliver fabric to the other 4 bases, we proceed normally, striving to minimize reliance on aircraft. Furthermore, we can clear out some nefarious elements along the way. Agreed. Unanimously approved. Su Yan exchanged greetings with Lu Shui, Luo Weining, and Wang Xinwu, informing them that she would be away from Jiangqing for a while and that any exchanges would have to wait until her return. After placing her two little ones, Su Qing and He He, along with 3 small animals, into the space, she set off with Qin Yi, accompanied by De Huang and De He. 2 military trucks laden with cargo emerged from the temporary warehouse. What they carried was left to their discretion. Su Yan's custom-made military Hummer, a veritable beast of burden suited for battlefields, made its grand debut, far superior to the vehicles obtained at zero cost from foreign armories. Given its staggering price of over 20 million per unit. Sister-in-law, I want to be the driver. Sure. Luo Fuan was a chatterbox, with him behind the wheel. The journey would be anything but dull. Su Yan and Qin Yi occupied the front seat of Luo Fuan's vehicle, while Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan drove the other 2 trucks, with Yang Jinghui as off-road vehicle bringing up the rear. They embarked toward their first destination, the central region. Though there were 4 vehicles in the convoy, their striking appearance drew envious gazes from many onlookers. Along the way, some small teams eyed the possibility of a robbery, but upon seeing the soldiers clad in combat gear, they quickly abandoned their intentions. Sister-in-law, this car must have been ordered while you were in Night City, right? If you had consulted Brother Yi beforehand, we could have added 2 cannons to the roof. I had not yet met your brother, Yi, when I ordered the vehicle. What a pity. I must tell you, sister-in-law, if Brother Yi and I had gone with you to acquire the armory back in Night City, it would have been splendid. After delivering warmth to the 4 bases, we shall begin our ventures outside, right, Yi? Oh, come on. Focus on driving your car and steer clear, Qin Yi interjected, shielding Su Yan's eyes with his hand. Yet, she still caught sight of 2 highly decomposed corpses lying in the middle of the road, swarmed by numerous mutated green flies. Su Yan's expression remained impassive. She had witnessed far too many corpses in her previous life. Shortly after circumventing the bodies, they encountered an elderly man carrying a bag, alongside a small child, nonchalantly walking in the middle of the road. Luo Fuan honked the horn, but rather than stepping aside, the elderly man and child stood their ground, waving at the vehicle while chattering incessantly. Though the words were inaudible, their desire for a ride was unmistakable. Su Yan assumed Luo Fuan would stop, but to her surprise, he swerved to the side and drove past. Noticing the look of confusion on Su Yan's face, Qin Yi gently inquired, "What troubles you, Yan Yan?" "I thought you would stop. I was taken aback by your decision to drive around them. You have been worried from the start that I would indiscriminately assist anyone. Haven to you? Let me explain. When a person travels under the scorching heat of 50 to 60 degrees, what might they experience? Sweating profusely, gasping for breath. And what of that elderly man and child? Su Yan suddenly understood. Indeed, the colors of their clothing suggested they had been drenched in sweat. Yet she hadn't observed any signs of perspiration, indicating they had not been on the road for long but had emerged from some location to flag down a vehicle. Qin Yi continued, "Merely observing the elderly man and child does not provide sufficient evidence, but those 2 corpses did not simply end up in the middle of the road. They were placed there intentionally, designed to force our vehicle to halt. Thus, our decision not to stop is why the elderly man and child appeared?"
Precisely.
"It appears that there are individuals nearby with intentions to rob us." Su Yan felt no trepidation. In fact, a thrill coursed through her veins. She was eager to witness the prowess of an expert vanquishing lowly scoundrels. Qin Yi affectionately squeezed Su Yan's hand, fully comprehending her unspoken emotions.
Brother Yi.
"There is a small county about 10 kilometers ahead. I suspect those ruffians are mostly hiding there. We shall stay overnight in the county." Understood. As they continued their journey, they encountered a small car obstructing the road. Noticing it was unoccupied, Luo Fuan simply shoved it aside. Before dusk, they arrived at a county called Pingzhou, driving to a deserted small hotel. After deploying a few drones to ensure the area was clear of prying eyes, they stored the vehicles in the space. The trucks, particularly the 2 larger ones, served as bait on the road. Once the fish were hooked, they could be reeled in. The 6th floor and above of the hotel had not been flooded, so they ascended directly to the top floor, the 8th.
Dachwang, Dache, accompagnement en patrol.
Luo Fuan commanded, leading the dogs to the rooftop. Old Luo, averse to cooking, sighed in relief as Chen Dingshan took it upon himself to prepare dinner. Zhang Yuan casually pushed open a guest room door, tossed his backpack inside, and reclined on a folding lounge chair. Chen Dingshan, known for his fiery temper yet diligent nature, moved the front desk aside, arranging tables and chairs and gathering cooking utensils, while hanging a rechargeable lamp and commencing dinner preparations.
Yang Jinghui retriefet a portable generator.
Connecting it to the rooms where they would spend the night, plugging in the air conditioning and fan. Qin Yi chose a room opposite those that housed the single men, clearing out the existing furniture so that Su Yan could bring in her complete set of bedding from the space. You must be exhausted. Would you like to lie down for a bit? Not at all. I'll take some vegetables to Old Chen. The dishes Su Yan had prepared were neatly packaged by Su Qing, who had also made a variety of meat dishes. Just cook some rice. We have vegetables here.
All right.
Sister-in-law. Su Yan brought out 6 portions of food and 2 bunches of bananas, favoring them for their convenience. No water required. Just peel and eat. Luo Fuan returned from his patrol with the dogs. Sister-in-law, how about some Muzang King durians? I'm absolutely craving them. You're getting picky now that there is food available? You're spoiled. Chen Dingshan playfully shoved a freshly peeled banana into Luo Fuan's mouth, leading to a comical exchange of bananas between the two. Yang Jinghui, slightly annoyed, shifted in his lounge chair, clearly wishing to avoid being involved in their antics. You two dare to touch me, and you'll regret it. What is so special about Muzang King? There are billions worth of fruit stockpiled in the land of Buddha, and many have been sold off to the interstellar realms. We still have plenty left. Here, Su Yan brought out 3. Luo Fuan, you can peel them yourself. Sister-in-law is the best, he exclaimed. I'll peel them and bring them to you and Brother Yi. Ceasing his playful banter with Chen Dingshan, Luo Fuan began to tackle the durians. Yang, Zhang, and Chen simultaneously shot him a glance, exuding disdain. Kiss up. After dinner, leaving Da He and Da Huang to stand guard, the group retired to their rooms for rest. Qin Yi, shouldn't we assign someone to keep watch? Are the dogs sufficient? It's nothing. They are merely sleeping with one eye open.
Huh.
It can be like that? Su Yan allows He to keep watch before she dares to sleep, as she wishes to gain practical combat experience, yet she is also terrified. Sleep well, I'm here. Yes, you two, sleep properly and don't move. She deliberately donned modest sleepwear, yet the man's hands remained restless. I won't move, I'll just hold you. They were rendered speechless. Recalling how she had initially flirted with him, he had been so serious back then, but now, their roles had indeed reversed. Su Yan simply took Qin Yi into the space to check on the 2 little ones. Daddy, little Wei crawled toward her father like a puppy chasing after meat.
Mama.
Little Rue, with wide eyes, reached out for a hug. The young couple sat on the mat with their children, playing with building blocks. This time, they were taking the little ones out for training. They couldn't let them become delicate flowers nurtured in a greenhouse.
How old are they?
Not even a year old. And you want them to train? Qin Yi, you are truly something. Early education for survival in the apocalypse can commence.
Su Yan disregarded Wing Yi's jovial remarks.
After spending an hour in the space, she noticed Aunt Su tending to the vegetable and fruit garden, so she activated Mei Mei and Li Li, instructing the 2 robots to keep an eye on the little ones before leaving the space. As soon as she returned to the guest room, a loud knocking echoed from the door. Boss, we have work to do. I know. Chapter 103. Fishing Enforcement. Su Yan glanced at the time. It was just past 1 in the morning. Don't be reckless. Pay attention to safety. Got it. Unless I join the Special Forces, you needn't worry about me. Even if she were to join the Special Forces, there was no need for concern. Su Yan's protective shield was active, although Qin Yi was momentarily unaware of this. Following Qin Yi out, they arrived at the lobby on the 8th floor, where 4 people and 2 dogs awaited. Boss, dozens of people have shown up, surrounding this small hotel, searching for our 4 vehicles. If they come upstairs, we'll stop them below the 6th floor. We didn't take them out directly from above, so we've given them a chance. These bastards, they have no path to the underworld, yet they dare to come here. They would definitely head upstairs. Not to mention the supplies in their vehicles. Just the sight of those 4 vehicles was a considerable temptation. They should be on the 4th floor now. Let us move. Boss, you and your wife don't need to go down. A few rotten fish aren't enough to share among us. I'm going. You all have to leave me 1 or 2 to practice on.
Huh?
The squad, confused, wondered why the boss, who usually protected his wife like a treasure, wanted to venture out. Even if the boss wasn't concerned, they were. A person like his wife should be treated like a revered ancestor, with no room for error. Don't look at me. Your sister-in-law lacks practical experience and needs to train more. Let us all cooperate. Zhang Yuan, Chen Dingshan, and Luo Fuan remained motionless, blocking the stairs. They believed that the sister-in-law didn't need practical experience, as long as the boss was protecting her, along with their own protection. Let us listen to old Qin. While external strength is certainly beneficial, what if one day the boss isn't by your sister-in-law's side, and we can't keep an eye on her, and the space she relies on malfunctions? Strengthening oneself is the ultimate assurance.
Yang Jinghui,
The one who understood Qin Yi best among them, was also the most perceptive. With his words, the group finally grasped the situation. What else was there to say? Chen Dingshan and the two dogs stayed behind to watch a few guest rooms while the rest descended. Thank you all. I know my own capabilities and won't overestimate myself. Just leave me one or two to try the fighting techniques that Iga taught me. In the previous apocalypse, her survival was solely due to Su Yan's ability to endure and retreat when facing insurmountable odds. In this lifetime, having chosen a husband who is no ordinary man, she had the responsibility of 2 children, and opting to strengthen herself was certainly not a mistake. The 6 stood at the corner of the stairwell on the 6th floor, appearing casual while waiting. They even hung a lamp for illumination. Hud, hud, hud. The sound of dozens ascending the stairs was quite loud. As the first few appeared, they indeed carried guns. Not a single one with a gun was spared. To put it plainly, in front of Qin Yi and his 5 companions, those playing with guns domestically were mere children. Before the group could react, the 5-man squad had already incapacitated them. It was truly using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan swiftly descended to collect the firearms as well. Relying on their numbers, one of the opposing group shouted, urging everyone to attack together. Few in number? Each of us can take on 10 or 8 with ease. Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan, one hand clutching the picked-up guns, the other wielding a military knife, blended into the crowd like wolves among sheep. Su Yan, Qin Yi, and Yang Jinghui observed the spectacle from the 6th-floor stairwell. Had they been snacking on sunflower seeds, it would have been quite a sight. The enemies still seemed to think they hadn't died quickly enough. As 2 made a beeline for Su Yan.
Qin Yi, I'm going.
Okay, be careful. These adversaries appeared considerably stronger than those who had previously sought trouble for her at Longjing Terrace, yet Su Yan chose to confront them barehanded. How dare they look down on us, sending a woman to fight? Let us fight. There are plenty more to come.
Suyan detest excessive chatter.
She swiftly executed a horizontal kick at the one who spoke, anticipating that the opponent's fist would come from her left. As her foot struck out, she adeptly dodged the incoming punch. Facing 2 opponents alone felt somewhat effortless. With a renowned teacher guiding her, within 10 minutes, Su Yan had them both on the ground. Then, she noticed Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan merely toying with the remaining 4, indeed just playing around, keeping them from escaping without causing harm. Catching Su Yan's gaze, Luo Fuan cheekily winked. Sister-in-law is impressive. These 4 are specially left for you. Did they think so highly of her? 4? All right then. Su Yan nodded and stepped forward. Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan cooperatively retreated to the side, providing close guidance while ensuring she wouldn't get hurt. The 4, realizing they were merely sharpening someone else's blade, felt a tinge of humiliation. They were quite confident, knowing they couldn't escape, but they'd drag someone down with them if they had to.
Su Yan,
using all her strength, eventually pulled out a long knife to deal with the remaining few. Sister-in-law, you're amazing. Luo Fuan's praise was timely as he gave Su Yan a thumbs up.
Stop mocking me.
Not mocking, sister-in-law. You're calm and decisive. Given time, you'll catch up to us for sure. Luo Fuan didn't dare to say that while her skills weren't strong, her ferocity more than compensated. Especially the murderous intent in her eyes, which made even him feel a chill. Su Yan smiled at Luo Fuan, too exhausted to converse further. Qin Yi promptly rushed over to help his wife to a chair. Are you alright? I'm fine, just tired. I almost couldn't make it. Sweaty and fatigued, she sat in the chair, constantly wiping the sweat from her face. Rest for a moment. You're stronger than I imagined. After confirming that Su Yan wasn't injured, Qin Yi turned to instruct Luo Fuan to pick one of the still-breathing adversaries and question them about their hideout. Yes, boss. Luo Fuan casually selected one from the ground, You'll answer my questions. There's only one chance. If you dare to lie. Luo Fuan paused, pressing the gun he was toying with against him moreover. This is merely a branch. Their headquarters is situated over 500 kilometers ahead in a modest third-tier city. At the onset of the flood, prisoners from the outskirts of the city seized the opportunity to murder the prison guards, acquiring their weapons and forming a criminal gang. After interrogating them, they executed 2 small leaders and temporarily confined the remaining individuals in guest rooms. A few then descended to commandeer a vehicle, heading towards the hideout of the robbers, located within the only upscale residential community in the county. Just moments ago, the hotel had been bustling with 50 to 60 individuals on the 6th floor, and now only a little over 100 remained at the robbers' lair. Yang Jinghui, Luo Fuan, and Zhang Yuan entered to eliminate the threat.
Su Yan,
Still in a state of shock, sat at the community's exit with Qin Yi, awaiting their return. Was 3 of them sufficient? Do you lack confidence in my team? 2 of them are tasked with protecting the affected residents. Otherwise, 1 would suffice. The strong always speak with reason, and given that this individual is her husband, Su Yan had no grounds for rebuttal. Not only was 1 sufficient, but the operation against the robbers was also executed swiftly. Within 20 minutes, the gunfire ceased. Meanwhile, the detained residents of the county were released. At this time, the sky had yet to brighten, and those freed congregated at the entrance, their expressions weary and indifferent under the dim light, as if neither enslavement nor liberation stirred even the slightest ripple within them. Su Yan couldn't help but murmur. The outcome remains the same. Qin Yi understood the essence of Su Yan's words. They would only do what they were meant to do. Luo Fuan approached, tapping on the car window. Boss, we've located the warehouse. There's an abundance of food supplies. I've secured items that can be exchanged for gold with your sister-in-law. What else do you need? Find a loudspeaker, send the drone out for a couple of rounds, and announce the distribution of supplies here. Understood. Luo Fuan hurried to manage the drone while Zhang Yuan, armed with a submachine gun, stood guard, vigilant against any potential incidents reminiscent of what had transpired in Arshan. Yang Jinghui selected a dozen capable individuals to transport the supplies from the warehouse to the entrance of the community. The robbers at Green Pastures have been eliminated. Supplies will be distributed at the community entrance. Individuals may collect with their identification cards and household registration documents. Throughout the small county, in the dead of night, the drone broadcasted for half an hour. 4 tables were set up at the community gate, with attendees forming 4 long lines, estimated to number 5 to 600. In addition to the 200 released from the robbers' den, a portion of the county's population had perished or fled, leaving merely this scant assembly. Rice and flour were allocated by a tiered system, approximately 10 kilograms per person, while other items would be distributed 1 per individual, whatever they could receive. The remaining supplies were assorted: potatoes, sweet potatoes, sugar, salt, snacks, instant noodles, and so forth. Weighing them was impractical. A few similarly sized basins were used, with bags for those who had them and clothing pockets for those who did not. Priority in distribution was given to those released from the robbers' lair, followed by the local residents who arrived later. The distribution of supplies continued until dawn. A segment of the crowd did not disperse, but instead surrounded the vehicle driven by Qin Yi and his companions. Zhang Yuan blared the horn urgently. Everyone step aside. You can't leave. I can't survive like this. You soldiers are meant to protect us civilians. If you depart, the robbers will become even more audacious and will kill us. We want to go with you. If you don't take me, I'll lie down here. Aren't soldiers supposed to safeguard the lives and properties of the people? I need protection now. Life is unbearable. We need help and rescue. Several individuals lay in front of the vehicle, while others attempted to climb atop it, effectively encircling the car. It was a spectacle of moral coercion, unreasonable uproar, and a display of desperation. The faces of those inside the vehicle were grim, each suppressing a surge of frustration. The most articulate among them lowered the window halfway and shouted, "Soldiers are human, not deities. Why should we be responsible for you? If we didn't take care about you, would we be here risking our lives to confront robbers? If we didn't take care, would we distribute over 10,000 kilograms of food solely to you? You are all adults. Where's your sense of agency? Do you expect us to feed you like infants? Natural disasters are not confined to one locality. Think critically about how to save yourselves. That is the priority. Now, step aside. Anyone who refuses to move will bear the consequences. Luo Fuan shouted so loudly that no one paid him heed. He had no choice but to draw his pistol and fire a shot into the ground beside the ears of a few individuals. Only then did those lying before the vehicle scramble aside. If you have the guts, don't move. Zhang Yuan pressed the accelerator, propelling them far away. In the passenger seat, Yang Jinghui gestured to Luo Fuan behind him. It was indeed up to him. That's right, my boss is too polite to curse. I, however, am not, and at this moment, preaching about national crises and the unity of military and civilians against natural disasters is futile. These individuals have lost their reason. Their logic is discarded, and only by being more obstinate than them can we subdue them. Su Yan had briefly worried that Qin Yi and the others might become entangled in the situation, but it seemed unnecessary now. They adapted quickly. She smirked just as Qin Yi caught sight of her. You needn't worry, Yen Yen. Under these extraordinary circumstances, we can appropriately adjust our established protocols. I believe you have been doing splendidly. I am not worried at all. You are all exceptional. Sister-in-law, just praise my brother Yi. No need to include me. Zhang Yuan interjected. And I need not be included. Su Yan's first attempt at serving water ended in failure. And she had no choice but to pass each of them a large apple to ease the awkwardness. Wife, please pick a basket of strawberries for me.
Sure.
The three single men munched on apples while the couple savored strawberries, playfully flaunting their fruits on their way back to the hotel. Chun Dingshan, who was guarding the camp, had prepared breakfast. A generous bowl of dumplings for each person, quite simple. Old Qin, if we depart after breakfast, we should arrive in Shilling City, where the gang of hardened criminals is based, by around 9 o'clock tonight. Given the current road conditions, it will take another day to reach the central base. Setting off after lunch and arriving in Shilling City by late night is indeed an opportune time to confront the hardened criminals. Sounds good. Finishing our task will coincide perfectly with dawn. After lunch, during the hottest part of the day, they set out for vehicles traveling boldly along the road. There were no roadblocks or checkpoints, and they seamlessly entered Shilling City. Following the intelligence gathered, they proceeded to the location where the hardened criminals had gathered. It was a school now bearing the sign of the Shishir base. These individuals were exceedingly brazen, using the base as a facade. This area belonged to the central region. Was no one overseeing the central base? It was likely too overwhelmed to manage, or perhaps they were deceived, much like several private bases existing in the capital. Our headquarters, the Dawn base, had not prohibited private bases from thriving. Direct confrontation was not an option. Since it was a base, there would surely be many ordinary citizens inside. We could only wait until dawn to assess the situation before deciding our course of action. All right, let us proceed through the normal protocol to enter the base and see what schemes are afoot inside. With a decisive hammering of his fist, Qin Yi signaled for the four vehicles to leave the base's entrance simultaneously. The conspicuous nature of their four vehicles caught the attention of the guards at the small base, who promptly alerted their leader and dispatched a few individuals to follow and monitor them. None of these small maneuvers escaped Qin Yi's notice. They were free to track them. After dawn and breakfast, they returned to the entrance of the small base in their four vehicles. To avoid raising suspicion, they had changed out of their combat uniforms upon entering Shilling City, adopting a guise of weary travelers. Chapter 104. The work has begun. Joining the base required the exchange of food supplies per person, and they indeed collected a substantial amount. Moreover, these four modified war vehicles dazzled the eyes of the guards and registration personnel, their salivating expressions nearly shouting their intent to seize the vehicles. The registered identities indicated that Qin Yi and Su Yan were a married couple, while Yang Jinghui and his three companions were their bodyguards. After completing the supply registration and gaining entry, Su Yan pondered whether it was time to select their accommodations. Arriving at the base with such fanfare had its advantages. Look, they had made quite an entrance. Mr. Qin, Mrs. Qin, I am Assistant Xiao Chen, aide to the head of the West City base, and this is our security chief, Old Lin. Assistant Xiao Chen approached with a folder in hand. The security chief was heavily armed, a pistol holstered at his waist, and an assault rifle slung across his back, exuding an aura that clearly stated he was not to be trifled with. Assistant Xiao Chen continued, You all appear to be quite capable individuals. Our base values talent highly. Mr. Qin, may I escort you and your party to view your accommodations? Followed by a meeting with the base head? Indeed, they were a talented lot. Just observing the 4 bodyguards was enough to ascertain that. Qin Yi presented himself as a foolishly wealthy scion. But was it really just the 4 vehicles that drew the base head out? Very well. Please arrange for a decent living space. The beds must be comfortable. Providing supplies is not an issue. Qin Yi turned to Su Yan with a playful smile, subtly squeezing her waist, embodying the essence of a lecherous second-generation heir. The group proceeded to inspect their quarters, which were located in an apartment building adjacent to a school, specifically on the 8th floor where they rented 2 units directly across from each other. Qin Yi and Su Yan feigned disinterest. Husband, this place is quite lacking. Shall we explore other bases? Patience, let us see how it is first, and discuss our requirements once we meet the base head. Indeed, Mr. Qin can voice any requests to the base head. A smaller base has its own advantages, which I'm sure Mr. Qin understands. Please lead the way. After you, Mr.
Qin.
Following Assistant Xiao Chen, they reached the head of the base's office, while Yang Jinghui and the others were left waiting outside. Inside the office were 2 individuals. Assistant Xiao Chen introduced them. The man who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s was Wang Mingjin, the former mayor of Shilin City and now the head of the base. The other was He Yu, the deputy head, casually toying with a handgun. Good day, esteemed base heads. Qin Yi casually settled into a sofa with Su Yan, discreetly observing their surroundings. He did not question why a former mayor would be entangled with hardened criminals. As long as he confirmed any legal transgressions, he would not let it go unpunished. Mr. and Mrs. Qin, may I ask, you are not originally from Shilin City, are you?
No.
Then where do you hail from? We come from Jiang City. My wife is the only daughter of the Su family conglomerate in Jiang City, and I am her husband. I was met with hostility back home, hence our arrival here. I trust a smaller base like yours has fewer regulations than an official one. Indeed, while our base may be small, we pride ourselves on our humanistic approach. And we certainly need talented individuals like Mr. Qin. I find that assertion suspect. Just moments ago, the assistant had spoken of talent, and now this Wang fellow echoed the same sentiment? Understood, this was a ladder being extended to him. Following Wang Mingjin's lead, Qin Yi inquired. Might I ask what benefits we could expect upon joining your base? That would depend on the contributions to the base. Understood. I shall need to discuss this with my father-in-law and brother-in-law, who will be arriving tomorrow or the day after. They oversee the supplies, and it would be better for the base head to converse with them directly. I am merely a son-in-law. He Yu, who had shown little reaction to the mention of a son-in-law, suddenly displayed impatience upon hearing about Qin Yi's father-in-law, clearly dismissing him as someone unworthy of further discourse. Without needing Wang Mingjin to speak, He Yu interjected, Mr. and Mrs. Qin may settle in at our base for now. Acclimate for a day or 2. And we can discuss contributions when your family arrives. Very well, we shall settle in. Qin Yi took Su Yan and departed. Throughout, Su Yan had remained silent. Merely a decorative presence. Once outside the base head's office, the group returned to their rented apartment, first checking for any eavesdropping devices before speaking. How did it go? The base head, Wang Mingjin, was formerly the mayor of Shilin City. He even signaled a distress code to me.
What?
Yang Jinghui and Luo Fuan were taken aback. Su Yan, who had been attentive, asked, what was the code? When did he send it? She looked at Qin Yi, bewildered. When Wang Mingjin spoke to me, he tapped out a distress signal on the table and arranged to meet at the teaching building at 2:30 this afternoon. I see. Should we go meet him? Yes. Once the time comes, Luo, you should go. No problem. After addressing the matter at hand, Luo Fuan, Yang Jinghui, Chen Dingshan, and Zhang Yuan moved some tables and chairs to set up a mahjong game. Su Yan retreated to the space. Qin Yi accompanied his wife, immediately busying himself upon entering the space, whether it was harvesting fruits or picking vegetables. The 2 dogs that Su Yan had tossed into the space before entering the small base needed to be fed, and she wanted to spend time with the little ones. Strangely enough, human infants and the cubs of ferocious beasts seemed to get along famously. The 2 tiny tigers and the little panda were all engaged in play with the 2 small children. The little ones were quite feisty, with Xiao Rui tugging at one tiny tiger with one hand while reaching for the little panda with the other. Oh no. Little one, have you consulted me? The little panda seemed to protest. This is unbearable. Children bullying a bear. After feeding the dogs, Su Yan returned to find her two children entangled in a struggle over the little panda, neither willing to yield to the other. Such sibling rivalry was unheard of in their little world. It was quite a dilemma. Who should she assist? Which little treasure wishes to play with Mama? Upon hearing her voice, the little panda lost its allure, and both children crawled over to Su Yan. Mama, play. I want to play. Mama, my panda is bad.
Oh.
My daughter can say so many words now. My son is doing wonderfully too. It was essential to maintain balance, so both were praised equally. After a while of holding them, her arms grew weary, and Su Yan finally set them down. The two little ones were now crawling rapidly. Able to stand with support and daring to take a few steps, they were beginning to learn to walk. Children tend to learn quickly, with noticeable changes from one day to the next. At merely 10.5 months old, learning simple words and walking. Was it early or late? Slightly early. Our children are clever. Being ahead of the curve is normal. Hee, this father speaks with pride. Qin Yi brought over 2 bunches of seedless red gem grapes. Try these. The flavor of homegrown produce is unparalleled. After feeding Su Yan a grape, he also offered one to each of the little ones. I have long known that the fruits and vegetables grown in our space, as well as the chickens raised, are far superior to what I previously stocked up on. What is currently harvested is more than sufficient, with plenty left over for trade. How about we exchange the previously hoarded goods for gold? Exchanging is certainly in order. Once we have traversed the 4 bases and exchanged everything we've collected, we shall conduct a thorough assessment of our assets. Well, you enjoy your meal with the children, while I venture out to gather more. The ripe ones must be harvested to ensure that the next batch can blossom and bear fruit without delay. Off you go. Bring back a basket of fresh grapes for them to savor. Whether it be trading gold, cultivating vegetables and fruits, or raising livestock, Su Yan takes a laid-back approach, working more when her spirits are high and slacking off when they are not. As for Qin Yi, he seizes every opportunity to generate wealth, transforming from a military officer into a farmer the moment he enters the space. The husband becoming a laborer is quite agreeable, though it is a pity that there can only be one laborer. Watching the tall and sturdy laborer beneath the grape trellis, Su Yan popped a few grapes into her mouth, savoring their sweetness. As the time approached, Qin Yi returned with a basket of grapes in hand, exiting the space alongside his wife. These were freshly cut from the tree. He placed the basket on the mahjong table. Thank you, Yi Ge.
탕주, 라오자.
Lao Luo. It should be about time, right?
Understood, 이게.
Once I'm full, I'll head out. I'm keen to see what excuses that mayor has to offer. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the outdoor temperature soared to 60 degrees. If not for matters of life and death, no one would dare to venture outside at such a time. The likelihood of encountering someone beneath the teaching building was exceedingly low. Even if one did meet someone, it would hardly raise suspicion. Who would arrange a meeting in such an open space? Wouldn't it be better to find a more discreet location? Thus, the adage that the most perilous places can also be the safest holds a grain of truth. Upon seeing Wang Mingjin descend the stairs, Luo Fuan nodded and remarked, Lao Luo. This is a generator room. Wang Mingjin indicated the door beside the staircase and entered. Luo Fuan followed suit. Hello, Comrade Luo. May I inquire where you hail from and your affiliation? We come from the military. You needn't concern yourself with the details. If you require assistance, simply state your needs. The military? Luo Fuan retrieved his credentials, which he had actually drawn from his spatial button. Wang Mingjin felt a wave of relief. This tale begins with he leading a horde of violent criminals to storm the municipal office building, instigating a fierce confrontation. On the 3rd day post-catastrophe, several hundred violent offenders breached the perimeter of the municipal office, taking him, his assistant Xiao Chun, and numerous staff members hostage, along with their family members who were not spared from this fate. Thus, Wang Mingjin and his colleagues were coerced into becoming accomplices to the escaped convicts. To put it plainly, He exploited Mayor Wang's name to recruit personnel, establish the Western City base, hoard supplies, and enslave and harm the populace. Their methods were exceedingly cruel. Those wishing to join the base were required to surrender food and supplies, and were compelled to undertake numerous so-called tasks daily, such as robbing and killing individuals outside the base, scouring for resources, and engaging in intensive construction work aimed solely at reinforcing and expanding this small base. Yet, the labor yielded barely enough food to sustain a single person for a day. When tasks went unfulfilled, men were executed, and women were subjected to unspeakable horrors. Regardless of whether victims were slain or perished from illness or starvation, they were ultimately dragged away by these criminals, processed into food. Following the disaster, Western City experienced 2 inspections by higher-level bases, namely the Central Base, during which he leveraged the lives of government personnel's families and the safety of the base's inhabitants to coerce Wang Mingjin into facilitating their deception. Wang Mingjin had, like this time, sent out distress signals to Qin Yi, yet no one heeded his actions. Subsequently, whenever he encountered individuals he deemed potentially helpful, he would devise ways to meet with them and issue a distress code, but none had ever succeeded, until this occasion. Each time, Yu and his associates were monitoring closely, making it exceedingly difficult for Wang Mingjin to engage in any covert actions. Damn it, these beasts! Luo Fuan's chest heaved with rage, his mind swirling as he nearly succumbed to the urge to demolish the generator room itself. Where is humanity? How could it have deteriorated to this extent? Natural disasters are irreversible, yet human calamities are even less forgivable. Comrade Luo, please quiet down. I have yet to finish.
Speak. You see,
in those 2 adjacent teaching buildings reside hundreds of individuals, not just the families of our staff, but a significant number are children from other families. Indeed, they are hostages, and explosives sufficient to obliterate the buildings are planted below. I share this with you to caution against rash actions. You are not ordinary soldiers. I cannot deduce your identities, but I earnestly request that you dispatch someone to seek support from your superiors. Among the 6, one is a frail woman, unable to carry even a weapon, while Yu commands over 200 heavily armed criminals. These are the reinforcements Wang Mingjin has painstakingly secured. Nothing must go awry. We understand the gravity of the situation. Please elaborate on the layout of this small base, the enemy's personnel, and their weaponry. Are there any remnants of the original police force in the city who could provide assistance? They're all gone. Anyone with any fighting capability has fallen victim to those beasts. Wang Mingjin shook his head in anger and despair, revealing everything he knew to Luo Fuan. He too was gambling, wagering that this time he could escape the depths of despair. After all, facing execution from his superiors would still be preferable to enduring daily torment in this hell. An hour later, Luo Fuan emerged from the generator room. He did not return immediately to his quarters but roamed the small base, discreetly assessing the situation. Upon hearing the revelations from Wang Mingjin, the others did not clench their fists or unleash curses. Instead, they fell into a stunned silence. This godforsaken apocalypse. The civilization built by our ancestors through sacrifice and bloodshed crumbles like this? Reflecting on those confined in the county town, it could be said they had been granted a reprieve, for after a day or 2, realizing their absence, they could break free. Would they, upon their release, continue their reign of terror? In hindsight, they had yet to adapt to the survival strategies necessitated by this new world, their methods lackadaisical and too lenient. Boss, I think. Enough. Let us discuss tonight's operation plan. Chapter 105. Practice. Just like the countless individuals in the county town who acted as pawns for the wicked, ultimately, self-rescue is paramount. Otherwise, even if one batch is eliminated, another will rise to oppress. Qin Yi organized the subsequent actions based on the information provided by Wang Mingjin and Luo Fuan. Yang Jinghui, Zhang Yuan, and Chen Dingshan, along with 2 dogs released from the space, were tasked with blocking the front and back doors of the base and eliminating all violent criminals.
Qin Yi, Suyan,
and Luo Fuan formed a team to sever the detonating wires of the explosives and rescue the trapped individuals. This time, Su Yan did not remain idle. She played a crucial role. She requested the deployment of her stealth suit and lockpicking robot. Su Yan repeatedly emphasized her secure means of self-preservation. Ega, sister-in-law. I am acknowledged as the clever one, so could you lend me your invisibility suit and lockpicking tools to assist in opening the locks? Indeed, sister-in-law. You might as well swap with Lao Fuan. It's safer to stay close to the boss. I also support Lao Fuan's suggestion. Do they not believe in her capabilities? Only Su Yan knew she was indeed capable. Rest assured, I would not accompany you on a venture without a solid plan. I wish to nurture my children into adulthood, as I value my life above all. Su Yan desired to remain idle, yet her stealth suit, akin to the unique He, was irreplaceable. Lending it to others would render it useless, a stroke of misfortune. The brothers pondered. Realizing the truth, sister-in-law is someone who can wield extraterrestrial technology. Dealing with mere earthly humans is child's play for her. Su Yan was taken aback by the vivid imaginations of Qin Yi's several good brothers, who had nearly transformed her into a celestial being. Your sister-in-law is not so fragile. Now let's prepare to act. Yes. While Qin Yi understood his wife's capabilities, he could not refrain from softly reminding her, Yan, prioritize your safety above all else. If you sense anything amiss, retreat immediately, understood?
I understand, Su Yan replied.
Following the route provided by Luo Fuan and Wang Mingjin, she stealthily arrived at her target location. After dispatching the guards and unlocking the door, she messaged Qin Yi and Luo Fuan, who were hiding nearby, armed with cutting-edge technology. Eliminating a few guards was child's play for her. After the deed was done, she simply disposed of the bodies into the spatial garbage container. Subsequently, she sent a message to Qin Yi. Qin Yi and Luo Fuan, equipped with tools, proceeded to cut through the explosives, meticulously checking each layer from the underground until everything was cleared. Yang Jingwei's team also experienced remarkable success, being elite special forces. And with the formidable assistance of the spatial button, they passed through the base scanning without any weapons, leaving no one to suspect that they could topple this small base. By the time the group of violent criminals realized something was amiss, many of their comrades had already perished. The front entrance was secured by Zhang Yuan, while Chen Dingshan held the rear, taking down any adversaries that approached. Yang Jingwei had chosen a vantage point that allowed him to cover all angles, wielding his assault rifle with deadly precision. Inside the small base, Wang Mingjin was both astonished and elated. He was astonished that 6 individuals could eliminate over 200 foes and still manage to smuggle in weapons. He was elated that, at last, they had achieved liberation. In under an hour, the task was complete. The office staff, including Wang Mingjin, along with the families released from the teaching building, were overcome with joy, tears streaming down their faces. The enslaved populace soon learned of the events within the base. Upon gaining their freedom, they incessantly inquired about their relatives and friends, weeping bitterly upon discovering the unfortunate news of deaths. Such reactions were entirely normal. However, Su Yan encountered a large group of abnormal individuals. The entire floor was inhabited by women, all of whom were once somewhat attractive, forced or willingly surrendered to those criminals. Instead of considering themselves saved, they united in a vengeful intent to kill Su Yan for the sake of the criminals. This woman has killed all our men. We must avenge them,
they cried.
She has taken our lives. We have no way to live now. Let us seek revenge for Brother He. A mob of women with twisted expressions lunged at Su Yan. Su Yan fired a few shots at the ground to stun the frenzied women. What has happened to your dignity? What of your moral compass? Where has your pride gone? Have you all lost your minds? How can you willingly live as dogs and playthings? Su Yan was incensed by their complacency. Her voice, usually soft, now bore an edge of reproach. Outside was a world ravaged by natural disasters and rampant violence, with no means to attend school, farm the land, or find value in money. If they provide me with food, I am willing to barter my body for it. Being a dog is better than dying a violent death. Will your dignity allow you to survive? Indeed, they provide us food and drink. They are our masters. Now that our men are gone, who will sustain us? One woman shouted, Are you the government? Does the government provide food and shelter? If not, then do not dictate our lives. You have slain my providers. Now you are my enemy. The women spoke in unison, drowning out Su Yan's voice, and even if she spoke, they would not listen. Have they been brainwashed? Su Yan was furious. Yet, upon reflection, their choice to barter their bodies for sustenance was of no concern to her. Yes, it was of no concern. She should not feel anger. You cannot awaken those who feign sleep, and there are those who cannot be helped. Let this burden fall upon Wang Mingjin. With that thought, Su Yan turned to leave. Just then, Qin Yi arrived, noticing the group of women glaring at Su Yan with a palpable hatred in their eyes. Upon his appearance, the women resembled wolves spotting their prey. He quietly asked Su Yan what happened. I could hear the strain in your voice. They have gone mad. I cannot deal with them. Let's leave this to Wang Mingjin, Su Yan replied, continuing her descent down the stairs. Understood. Qin Yi decisively followed her down. As they descended, Su Yan seized the opportunity, when no one was watching, to remove the bodies from the spatial container. The lights in the open area before the teaching building flickered to life. Wang Mingjin had arranged for several individuals to comfort the ordinary citizens at the base, while he, along with his assistant Xiao Chen and several coerced administrators, began tallying the corpses of the violent criminals whom they were well acquainted with. However, as they counted, they noticed the absence of He Yu and Old Lin, the two most heinous leaders among the criminals. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi knew they could not let these two escape. The entire West City base was encircled by barbed wire and electrified, without external aid.
There was no way for them to flee.
He inquired of Wang Mingjin, aside from the front and back entrances, are there any other exits within the base? There might be a passage in the basement, Wang Mingjin suggested. Yen, I will take to Huang and a He to pursue them. Su Yan began to say she would go as well, but before she could finish, Qin Yi had already dashed toward the back door with De Huang in search of De He. Yang Jinghui exchanged a few words with Luo Fuan and then followed Qin Yi, each pursuing one of the missing leaders. Sister-in-law, let us check the basement.
Luo Fuan signaled to Su Yan.
She understood immediately. The warehouse was indeed located in the basement, as the ground level was entirely occupied by inhabitants, leaving no room for storage. She had no interest in food. Her desire lay solely in jewels and antiques. Given the nature of these violent criminals, it was implausible that they had not amassed such treasures. After briefly informing Wang Mingjin about the issue with the women upstairs, the situation was now under his oversight. Zhang Yuan and Chen Dingshan were occupied with maintaining order at the base and could not assist. Su Yan and Luo Fuan ventured to locate the warehouse in the basement, which turned out to be more extensive than anticipated. Sister-in-law, slow down. Let me go first, Luo Fuan urged. After Su Yan had the lock opened, she prepared to enter, only to be pulled back by Luo Fuan. All right, the burdens of being the elder sister-in-law,
he muttered.
Phew. Luo Fuan exclaimed, covering his nose as he retreated and forcefully shut the door. Su Yan, following closely behind, hastened back as well. A putrid stench of decay wafted from within, so foul it could serve as a chemical weapon. She needed no further inquiry to deduce the horrific scene inside. Quickly, Su Yan retrieved 2 gas masks, handing one to Luo Fuan.
Put this on. Thank you, sister-in-law.
There's no need for us to go in there. Let us head in another direction.
All right.
The previous direction led to a single door, while their current path presented several doors. It appeared that this led to a larger warehouse area. The scale was astounding. It made her question how many resources had been expended in its construction. She suspected the foul-smelling corpses nearby were likely casualties of the effort to build this underground repository, carelessly discarded in proximity. Smart thinking. Your suspicions are quite valid. Luo Fuan acknowledged. Hee, I told you I was clever. Sister-in-law, let us unlock some more doors. The little robotic lock opened each door with ease, as effortless as breathing. Luo Fuan mused that had he possessed such tools before the calamity, he could have single-handedly swept through a region. He followed Su Yan, responsible for pushing open the doors, glancing at the supplies for daily necessities, without much interest. Only when they reached the final door did they uncover valuable items, which proved to be a challenge.
Wow.
These brutes hoarded so much. They even organized it by category. This saves us a great deal of effort. Sister-in-law, let us take it all. No need to rush. Let us first express gratitude for nature's bounty. How does one express gratitude? Su Yan approached the most valuable items, surveying the rows of shelves brimming with treasures. Take it, sister-in-law, no need to examine further. It's all ours. You know, she replied, a glance is essential. Collecting them feels far more engaging. Luo Fuan found his sister-in-law's words profoundly insightful and joined Su Yan in the excitement of unboxing these delightful trinkets. Such a remarkable collection, dog-headed gold, ingots. Behold this exquisite Hetian jade, and this is premium weight-loss jade. This box is filled with an abundance of vibrant emeralds, and what is this? Bronze artifacts? TSK. Indeed. Su Yan's experience shone through. Examining each piece before collecting them heightened the sense of involvement, as opposed to simply summoning them into storage, without a second thought. Isn't that right? My words hold truth. Su Yan was captivated by a series of paintings, discovering Qi Lao's pines and cypresses, and Li Lao's 10,000 mountains blushing. Was she admiring the art? No, she was appraising gold. These could be exchanged for a significant amount of gold, far beyond her expectations for a small city. After indulging her curiosity, Su Yan gathered the shelves into her space, planning to convert these items into gold to share with Qin Yi's team as previously agreed. Meanwhile, Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui, accompanied by their dogs, pursued two notorious criminals. Following the dogs led them a kilometer down a path that split at a fork, each man and dog delving into a residential area. The large dog brought Qin Yi to a self-built house, where it ceased its chase and circled the premises. Qin Yi gestured skyward and then downwards, quietly inquiring, "Big Yellow, is the perpetrator above or below?" The dog looked up, confirming above. He signaled for Big Yellow to circle around to the rear of the house, ready to pursue the suspect if they fled. From his backpack, he retrieved a pin and, after a few moments of fiddling, began his work. In approximately 5 to 6 minutes, though not as adept as his wife's lockpicking robot, he managed to unlock the ordinary door. Once inside, he commenced a search from the ground floor upwards and soon discovered someone in a third-floor room. Capturing or eliminating a person was child's play for Qin Yi. There was no suspense. The fate of such a heinous criminal was a swift bullet to the head. The victim was Hiyu who, until his last breath, likely never imagined that the escape route he had prepared would lead to his demise, ultimately exposing his hidden cache. If Su Yan and Luo Fuan were now collecting from a large warehouse filled with a variety of items, then Qin Yi's current task involved a smaller storage, consisting solely of antiquated furniture rather than paintings, jade, or gemstones. It was no wonder the entire house was adorned with such furnishings. Although Qin Yi was not an expert in classical furniture, he recognized the high-quality Wangwali pieces that adorned the third-floor rooms. In another self-built house, the base's security captain, Old Lin, felt he had escaped and lounged on the sofa, sipping liquor, only to be swiftly dispatched by Yang Jinghui, who had followed closely behind. Unsurprisingly, this was also Old Lin's hideout, brimming with glittering treasures, including 2 blocks of white ambergris weighing around 80 to 90 kilograms. After Su Yan and Luo Fuan had finished collecting items from the underground warehouse, Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui returned with the lifeless bodies of the notorious criminals, Hiyu and Old Lin, to the base. "Yan Yan?" Qin Yi called out. All sorted. The two exchanged unspoken understanding, acknowledging their mutual comprehension. And Su Yan winked at Qin Yi before nodding. Luo Fuan began reporting his findings from the basement, emphasizing the foul-smelling area's condition. Wang Mingjun approached to inquire about the basement's situation. "Comrade Qin, how do you propose we proceed?" Wang Mingjun asked, his face radiating respect for strength. 6 individuals had eliminated over 200 armed extremists, and any base would greatly desire such talent. If these 6 could be persuaded to stay, Wang Mingjun would consider it a significant contribution to Shilin City. "You are the mayor and the head of this base. The decision lies with you. However, I suggest you provide comfort to those in need, distribute the food supplies from the basement as you see fit, and decide whether to disband or maintain the base. I will report the situation here to the central base administrators accurately." Qin Yi found it challenging to assess Wang Mingjun's capabilities, especially since he could not interfere with matters in the central region. Well then, if Comrade Qin and the others wish to remain, that would be splendid. "May I inquire if any of you intend to stay? Since we have resolved the matter, we intend to leave immediately for the central base." Upon hearing Wang Mingjun's initial statement, Qin Yi anticipated his follow-up and promptly conveyed their departure. The others internally scoffed at the notion of staying. Understood. On behalf of the people of Shilin, extend my heartfelt gratitude for rescuing them from peril. My staff and I will await directives from our superiors at the Shishir base. Wang Mingjun and his remaining team approached Qin Yi and Su Yan, expressing their thanks. The show of gratitude was commendable. With Qin Yi heading to the central base, Wang Mingjun could no longer afford to neglect the arrangement for the citizens of Shilin. There was little to worry about in leaving now. "Mayor Wang, until we meet again. Farewell to you all." They did not need to return to the place they had occupied for merely a few hours to pack up. Before setting out, they had stowed their belongings in their spatial buttons and were now ready to bring the vehicles over. As they departed under the watchful gaze of Wang Mingjun and his entourage, 4 cars exited the gate marked with a Shishir base insignia.
Vinyi.
What do you think of Wang Mingjun? If we're speaking of his character, he's decent. However, in terms of his administrative abilities, he's rather mediocre. Just look at how easily his entire leadership team was coerced. Despite the hostage situation, he and his remaining subordinates have accomplished nothing useful over the past 8 months. The central base has visited twice, yet both times they failed to relay the distress signal. Isn't that a success in its own right? We successfully rescued him. I concur with old Luo. However, will he manage the base as people well in our absence? Especially the women upstairs? I believe so. They retained a substantial cache of weapons from the heavy criminals. Yes, leaving behind such a large stockpile of arms serves to bolster Wang Mingjin's confidence. Those at the base, either brainwashed like the women upstairs or dehumanized through servitude, will likely act out violently after prolonged oppression. Without some forceful measures to subdue them, there will be no peace. It matters not that Wang Mingjin was coerced. The general populace will not perceive it that way. They will only recall their suffering. While Wang Mingjin appears to align with their oppressors, Qin Yi's predictions proved correct. Not long after their vehicles had departed, a riot erupted within the base. Wang Mingjin and his subordinates resorted to a show of force, tightening control over food supplies to temporarily restore order. The 4 vehicles traversed the road without incident. Though the conditions were deplorable, and after a night and a day of travel, they finally approached the vicinity of the central base by evening. Shall we enter the base?
Yang Jinghui inquired.
Not just yet, old Yang. Please head to the central base and inform the leadership about the situation in Shilin City. Also, let them know that the temperature-regulated fabric will arrive tomorrow, and try to gather some information about the conditions inside. We will take a stroll around the city for now. Once we enter the base, it will be inconvenient to exchange and gather supplies. Hongcheng is a first-tier metropolis, abundant in resources, and we shouldn't let this opportunity slip away. All right, I'll take my leave then, Yang Jinghui replied, driving his own vehicle towards the central base. The remaining 3 vehicles were collected, and Su Yan, Qin Yi, Luo Fuan, along with Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan, traversed the bustling streets of Hongcheng in their modified Hummer all-terrain vehicle. The evening temperatures had dropped slightly, yet it still hovered around 40 degrees, a welcome relief compared to the sweltering 50 to 60 degrees of the day. It was the time most people ventured out to scavenge for supplies. Qin Yi was at the wheel, with Su Yan seated beside him in the passenger seat, while the 3 in the back rested after their journey. Where to now, Qin Yi?
Su Yan asked.
Let's find a place to rest first. The nearby villa area adjacent to the base seemed quite suitable, complete with a forest nearby. Ever since the extreme heat, most trees had suffered severe dehydration, with many dying or wilting, yet this particular area appeared relatively healthy. Su Yan recalled the fruit tree saplings she had previously stored in her space, and thought it prudent to dig up a few, even if just to plant them as greenery in her space. All right, sounds good, Qin Yi responded with a smile, recognizing his wife's interest in the trees. The higher-ups were aware of the impending natural disasters and thus had refrained from extensive construction, opting instead to add walls for management around existing structures. The central base was strategically located amidst a cluster of high-rise buildings, with a villa community not far off. After a brief tour of the city, they returned and entered a villa area called Jinghua Haoyuan. Presently, aside from the base, other areas lacked water and electricity, leaving only a handful of households residing in the villas. Qin Yi selected a house that was relatively clean and distanced from others. The underground garage was unusable due to debris from the floods, so they parked their vehicles in the villa's front garden. Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan busied themselves tidying the living room and bedrooms, while Qin Yi and Luo Fuan worked on a small generator and wiring. Everyone had their tasks to attend to, while Su Yan prepared dinner in the kitchen. Cooking was straightforward. Washing rice and placing it in the pot coincided perfectly with the completion of the wiring. Once the power was connected, she would utilize the preserved supplies from her space for the meal. In the dining area, she set a round table with 6 chairs arranged for each person. Everyone must be thirsty. Come and enjoy some watermelon, she called, pulling a watermelon from her space to slice. All right, sister-in-law, once I switch on the air conditioning, we'll be residing in the most luxurious villa in all of Hongcheng, bar none.
Qin Yi acclaimed.
Indeed, it consumes nearly 100 liters of fuel a day.
Luo Fuan chimed in.
Hey, Ego, if sister-in-law can handle such fuel expenses without batting an eye, what does that imply? It indicates that sister-in-law's family is quite prosperous. Brother, just admit it, are you not happy? Look at sister-in-law, she can turn a simple watermelon into a work of art. Your mouth is always full, go away. Qin Yi retorted as he pulled Luo Fuan away from Su Yan's side, taking a seat beside his wife and offering her a small piece of watermelon before serving himself. This is getting unbearable. Old Zhang and Old Chen, are you two done? Come over for watermelon. Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan, having tidied up a few rooms and washed their hands, approached the scene. Upon witnessing their leader and sister-in-law sharing bites from the same fork, they knew they were in for some teasing. Zhang Yuan shot Luo Fuan a disdainful glance before turning to Su Yan with a grin. Sister-in-law, please cut me a large piece. I'm like a mountain pig and can't handle such delicate bites. Me too, sister-in-law, I can't eat those small pieces either, Chen Dingshan added. No problem. Just wait a moment. Su Yan selected a smaller watermelon, having it and kindly providing them with spoons. Gratefully, Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan took their watermelon to the living room to indulge. Are you just going to linger like a light bulb? Aren't you leaving? I won't leave. I love delicate bites. Haha, you two are enough to make me laugh to death, trying to prevent me from enjoying my watermelon, right? Having spent ample time with them, Su Yan gradually became more relaxed and chatty, shedding her former aloof demeanor. Sister-in-law, if you have any good friends or confidants, remember to introduce them to me first. I can do without mountain pig types like Old Zhang and Old Chen. Remember, I'm counting on you for my lifelong affair. Of course, whenever I have a sister or confidant, I will definitely introduce you. Here, enjoy these cherries, she replied, handing him some of his favorite fruit. Thank you, sister-in-law. You are the best. Among Qin Yi's four close friends, Su Yan favored Luo Fuan the most for his amiable chatter and playful banter. His seriousness in tasks never leading to awkwardness, and his sweet tongue, which made her unable to resist feeding him. Qin Yi shot Luo Fuan a sidelong glance, aware that his wife was fond of him, while others might mistakenly believe he treated her like a mother. Old Yang? Qin Yi set down his fork, accepting the communication device. The screen displayed Yang Jinghui inside his vehicle. Have you found a place to stay so soon? I've sorted everything out here. I'll send you the location. All right, that's good, Qin Yi replied, sending the coordinates through his wristband. Everyone's here, and dinner's ready. I'll just stir-fry some vegetables to prepare for the meal. I'll lend a hand, Qin Yi offered, following Su Yan into the kitchen while Luo Fuan cleared the fruit platter from the table. In just a few minutes, the stir-fried vegetables were served, and Yang Jinghui returned just in time for dinner. Not one to remain silent during a meal, he began discussing the situation at the temporary central base. Jin Yuan has already dispatched personnel to handle matters in Shilin City. I've been informed from the capital that we have temperature-regulated fabric, and all the materials for trade have been prepared. The central base housed more people than Jiangcheng, but the situation was considerably worse. The most pressing issue was the persistent presence of mutated creatures, causing many civilians to seek refuge within the base, despite its limited capacity. I've made arrangements with a local informant at the base, stating that we can exchange for any supplies, accepting only valuable jewelry and paintings. Is that acceptable, Old Qin? Sister-in-law? That's perfectly fine, as long as weapons are excluded. Ordinary citizens were not permitted to carry firearms openly, and any exchanges would only be made with trusted individuals. I can indeed trade for any supplies, provided the other party offers sufficiently. We can also trade weapons with the base. Otherwise, that small amount of temperature-regulated fabric wouldn't suffice for all the valuable goods in a major regional base. Haha, I concur with sister-in-law. At worst, we can trade everything and head abroad. We've yet to fulfill our promise of going overseas. What do you all think? Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan nodded in vague agreement, understanding that the final decision lay with their leader. All eyes turned to Qin Yi. Aware of the vast array of goods stored in Su Yan's space, he contemplated before responding. If the central base requires weaponry support, we can certainly provide it. He knew that the weapon stock at the central base was limited, with larger arsenals concentrated along the borders, and, of course, nothing compared to what was stored in the capital. Aircraft, vehicles, and various fuels can also be traded. They aren't restricted to public or private ownership, right? These items would just gather dust in my possession. Exchanging them could potentially aid more people when disaster strikes again. Ultimately, we could gain more valuable items in return for gold. Such items can indeed be traded, though the number of those capable of affording them is limited.
No worries.
Let's exchange one for another. Su Yan is determined to eliminate any threats. Otherwise, those precious treasures in the hands of others will inevitably be buried and wasted. Qin Yi conferred with a few individuals regarding their tasks in Hongcheng. He had researched and discovered several high-tech enterprises in the area, devising a plan to acquire their factory inventories. If the owners could not be contacted and the goods remained, they would be treated as unclaimed property, to be taken without hesitation. After dinner, Yang Jinghui proposed to organize the supplies accumulated over the past few days, specifically referring to the items Su Yan intended to exchange for gold. Remarkably, upon his suggestion, Chen Dingshan, Zhang Yuan, and Luo Fuan eagerly clamored to expedite the clearance. I concurred. It had been too long since we last exchanged for gold, and I began to doubt whether any of you had made any gains during these days. Selling goods is Su Yan's forte. Witnessing the gradual increase in the gold figures on the trading panel brings her immense satisfaction. Qin Yi instructed a Huang and a He to guard the entrance while he began to move the items designated for exchange out of the living room. He only relocated the smaller items, leaving the exquisite Wangwali furniture untouched, primarily due to space constraints in the living room. If piled up, they might inadvertently damage other treasures. Thus, they would be saved for last. The others followed suit, since it was joint property. Everything Su Yan collected from the small base in the West Market was also moved out, resulting in a living room nearly devoid of space. Luo Fuan's expression was exaggeratedly animated, exclaiming, "Wow! This decision to bring everything out is undoubtedly wise. What a harvest!" Chen Dingshan chimed in, "Oh, good heavens! Enough with the exclamations. Let's sort this chaotic pile to facilitate access for my sister-in-law. Taking each item to sell individually is far too time-consuming. Then hurry up and categorize. I'll handle the accounting." Yang Jinghui skillfully produced a notebook and pen, having taken on this responsibility since their partnership began, effectively becoming the accountant for their now 6-member team. Su Yan spread out a large mat, seated herself, and systematically received the items Qin Yi handed to her, placing them onto the scanning platform while announcing the total gold amount after the calculations. Dragon's blood incense weighed 483 kilograms, 6 loose diamonds totaled 79 kilograms. Mela pearls accounted for 102 kilograms, Songbai 2 weighed 471 kilograms, a set of ruby jewelry was 12 kilograms, and the triangular wine flask was 109 kilograms. Yes. Group the same types of jewelry together. I'll skin them all at once instead of one by one. Designated individuals sorted, while others passed items to her and recorded them, significantly accelerating the process. After 2 hours of working through the smaller items, one can only imagine the total quantity they had amassed. Once finished with the smaller items, they began to move the Wangwali furniture out, trading one piece at a time. This session culminated in a staggering total of 17 kilograms of gold. Su Yan's share amounted to 30, which is 405 kilograms. The remaining 612 kilograms would be divided into 5 equal portions, yielding 122 kilograms for each person. This was merely the income from the recent days. Chapter 107. An intriguing insight? Upon hearing the figures, there was an air of indifference. The reason was simple. No matter how much they sold, it was still insufficient, relying solely on individual earnings. It was uncertain when they could afford a flying vehicle. Indeed, Luo Fuan and his companions were fixated on acquiring flying machines. Su Yan inquired if anyone had any purchases in mind. If so, they could settle accounts. Otherwise, they would divide the gold, offering them their rightful share to be stored in their spatial buttons. If I had such wealth before the apocalypse, I might have already wed. Chen Dingshan mused, contemplating his share of gold. Zhang Yuan, however, had different aspirations, declaring, "I have no intention of marrying. I want to buy an island and become its lord once I retire, gazing at the sea and enjoying the spring blooms." Old Zhang's idea was splendid. When he died, he would simply be cast into the sea for a maritime burial. As for me, I seek a girlfriend, or perhaps several, wherever missions take me. I'll have a companion by my side, old Luo quipped, earning a kick from Yang Jinghui. Hey, old Yang, you're being unkind. What about you? What do you wish to do? I don't know. TSK, you're utterly dull. What about you, Iga? Whether before or after the apocalypse? I lack nothing, I am fortunate. Shush. Infuriating. The brothers playfully punched their leader. Once their tasks were completed, Qin Yi pulled his wife back to their room, leaving a few envious souls behind. The other three returned to their respective rooms to freshen up and prepare for rest, while only Yang Jinghui brewed a cup of tea. Lost in thought in the living room. Upon returning to her room, Su Yan materialized her large bed from the spatial realm, and her wristband vibrated. It was Grandpa Qin. Is it Grandpa? Yes, you contact him, I'll go fetch the little ones. Su Yan ended the call, prompting Qin Yi to dial back. The moment Qin Yi initiated the communication, Su Yan knew it was her grandfather wanting to see the children. After bringing the two little ones out of the room, Su Yan entered the spatial realm to freshen up. Upon seeing the two little ones, Grandpa Qin beamed like a playful child, making funny faces to amuse them. The little ones chuckled incessantly, showing him great respect. Come, my little treasures, call for great-grandfather. Xiao Weiwei, Xiao Rui, call for great-grandfather, Tai Yi.
Tai, Ye. Tai, Ye, Ye. Oh.
My heart is melting. The soft, tender voices of Xiao Weiwei and the spirited demeanor of Xiao Rui filled the air with joy. But the happiness of having such lovely and intelligent great-grandchildren was bittersweet, as there was no one to share it with, at least not at the moment. Great-grandfather, hug. Xiao Wei extended her tiny hands towards the screen. All right, great-grandfather will hug you, Xiao Weiwei. Come, let us also give my little Rui a hug.
Shall we? Xiao Hui?
Hug. Xiao Rui, resembling a little emperor, proudly declared his approval. The elderly man, along with the two little ones, enjoyed a delightful time hugging across the screen. However, the more they played, the more Qin Yi felt unsatisfied. Merely watching wasn't enough. He longed to hold his great-grandchildren. Frustration bubbled within him, which he directed at his grandson. Qin Yi, you're useless. After all this time, you still haven't managed to charm your wife. At this rate, when will she willingly come home with you? Grandpa, my wife is here. My home is here. She's at home every day. You're going to drive me mad. You clearly understand my meaning, yet you twist it. Give me a straight answer. When will you bring Xiao Su back? I'm not sure how many days I have left. My heart has been aching, my head is throbbing, my leg joints hurt, and I need someone to support me to walk. Qin Yi quietly observed his grandfather's theatrics, who rattled off a lengthy list of fabricated ailments. The two little ones giggled at their great-grandfather's antics. Xiao Yi, help me ask Xiao Su when she would be willing to come to the southwest base, alright? Sure. When the time is right, I will bring her and the two little ones back. The elderly man's frustration eased somewhat at Qin Yi's response. Why haven't I seen Xiao Su? She went to freshen up. Oh, that is fine. It's late. So you all should rest early and take care of my two little treasures. Grandpa, you too, rest early and don't tire yourself out.
Xiao Hui, Xiao Wei.
Say goodbye to great-grandfather.
Goodbye.
Xiao Wei blew a newly learned kiss, while Xiao Rui lifted his dinosaur high and waved it enthusiastically. The two little ones successfully endeared themselves to their great-grandfather, who was reluctant to sever the communication. After a prolonged exchange, the call finally came to an end. Su Yan emerged from her space and inquired, Where are you washing? In the bathroom, I'll be quick, just wait for me. Qin Yi replied as he shed his garments and made his way towards the bathing area, casting a suggestive glance towards his wife. His space was equipped with numerous water storage tanks, yet Su Yan merely turned her head, disinterested in his antics. After playing with the child for a while, she returned the little one to the space to be looked after by Su Qing. Yen, I'm coming, Qin Yi emerged, wrapped only in a towel. Exposing his well-defined 8-pack abs along with his alluring V-line, his hair only half-dried, he resembled a hungry tiger pouncing towards the person lounging on the bed. Su Yan playfully struck her beloved's chiseled abdomen, managing only a couple of playful punches before her meticulously chosen silk nightgown became an afterthought, lost in the moment. In the southwestern base, the Qin family residence, Qin Yi was in a foul mood all day, his expression suggesting he was ready to lash out at anyone. However, after spending half an hour in his study, he emerged with a broad smile, a perplexing transformation. Gu Xiaolin nudged her husband, Qin Binghua, and whispered, Do you think Dad is acting strangely? What's odd? He replied, At dinner, he looked ready to eat someone. Look at him now. Smiling as he comes from the study. What are you two whispering about? Don't think I can't hear you, humph. Qin Binghua and his wife awkwardly called out, Dad. Gu Xiaolin fell silent, not daring to speak further. Curiosity piqued Qin Binghua, who pressed on. Dad, what has made you so happy? Do you take issue with my happiness? Does my joy disturb you? Should I be angry for you to feel at ease? Really? Not a single day goes by without worry. Dad, that makes no sense. Is it Qin Yi who has upset you? Sometimes. It's true that a father knows his son best, and conversely, a son understands his father intimately as well. Qin Binghua's retort struck true. Upon hearing the topic of his son, Gu Xiaolin became particularly attentive, hastily asking, Dad, did little Yi truly upset you? Did he call home? Is it that easy to get through? I can't be bothered to explain. Qin Ji huffed at his son and daughter-in-law. Plopping down in his favorite chair, in the living room, Gu Xiaolin hurried to brew tea for the elderly gentleman. Dad, here is your tea. Made with the leaves little Yi brought back last time. After taking a sip, he grimaced, hot enough to scorch a person. Is it too strong or too weak? Should I change it? Never mind. It's not your concern. I'm just old, yearning for my grandson and great-grandson.
Alas. I wonder how many days I have left. Dad, don't say that.
You're in good health. Surely you'll hold your great-grandson soon. Dad, Binghua is right. You should relax. If you're truly anxious about a great-grandson, I'll spread the word. There are plenty of young ladies vying for little Yi-'s attention. It's just a matter of choosing. Gu Xiaolin recounted the daughters from various families who constantly inquired about Qin Yi. Qin Ziyu regarded his son and daughter-in-law as if they were fools. Sighing, he remarked, Don't act recklessly. Little Yi has a girlfriend. He refrained from revealing his grandson's relationship to prevent his daughter-in-law from unintentionally complicating matters for Qin Yi or delaying another family's daughter. What? That boy, didn't he mention it? Little Yi has a girlfriend? Did he say it himself? Is it true, Dad? Yes, he mentioned it, whether it's true or not. You can ask him when he returns. That makes sense. No wonder the old man is grinning from ear to ear. So, it's about this matter. Qin Binghua thought he had unraveled the truth, yet he remained somewhat distant from the actual reality. Gu Xiaolin was the most elated, but soon her joy turned to concern about the character and family background of her son's girlfriend. All right, as long as we know at home. Let us not shout it from the rooftops.
I am tired.
With that, Qin Ji casually dropped a little bombshell and retreated to his room. Binghua, have you noticed how pleased Dad seems about little Yi's girlfriend? I have. Otherwise, he wouldn't have emerged from the study with such a smile. Exactly. If the grandfather is so pleased, what is there to worry about regarding her character or family? It must be beyond reproach. Otherwise, given how much he values his grandson, he wouldn't approve. In other words, if the grandfather has given his consent, neither she nor Qin Binghua would dare to voice any objections. Gu Xiaolin quickly convinced herself not to dwell on whether her future daughter-in-law was good or bad, instead pondering when to have her son bring her home to discuss marriage. Suddenly, she remembered something. Binghua, even though this is the end of the world, we still can't overlook the bride price, right? Our family can't afford the bride price? That is not what I meant. I was considering whether we should start preparing now. Raising a daughter is no easy feat. Our family is respectable. We can't lose face. It's impossible to reason with you men, really. I need to check on my collection of jewelry. All right then. It seems we're about to have a daughter-in-law. Gu Xiaolin walked with a newfound spring in her step. Unbeknownst to the blissfully enamored couple, who were utterly exhausted, they embraced and slept soundly until dawn. Upon waking and descending the stairs, they found the vast living room eerily quiet. Where is everyone? Qin Yi sent a message to their small group. Luo Fuan, brother, I'm heading out to complete my task. Chen Dingshan, same here. Zhang Yuan, yes, likewise. Yang Jingwei, I'm going to the central base to put up a sign to guide those looking to exchange supplies, while also informing the base leader that our goods have arrived. Old Qin, remember to release the goods ahead of time. Qin, all right, everyone stay safe. He first took out 2 large military trucks, then transferred temperature-regulating materials from his face button to the vehicles, taking a moment to feed the dogs. De Huang and De He, with dog food and water. You two keep an eye on the vehicles, understand? Eat quickly. The 2 dogs barked at the much larger dog that had taken their owner away, but their priority remained on their meal. Su Yan had already prepared 2 bowls of beef noodles, fried 2 eggs, and squeezed out 2 cups of juice from her space. Breakfast is ready. Qin Yi.
Coming.
Qin Yi washed his hands in the kitchen, sat beside Su Yan, and took a sip of juice before starting his noodles. My wife's breakfast is simply delightful. Then you should eat more. Su Yan added a portion of her noodles to his bowl. You eat yours. I have enough. The bowl is too large. I can't finish that much. You should make an effort to eat more. You're too thin. I could lift you with one hand. Even if I doubled in weight, you could still lift me with one hand. Qin Yi wasn't exaggerating, with his wife weighing only 90 pounds. He could easily lift her, and even at 180 pounds, it wouldn't pose much of a challenge. Yet was the term lift really appropriate? Su Yan couldn't help but imagine the scene of lifting a person, and inexplicably found it amusing. Woof, woof, woof woof. Da Huang barked, alerting someone coming. Someone coming. Da He stood at attention, awaiting orders, ready to spring into action. Qin Yi set down his bowl, and went to the door. Uncle Zhen. Zhen Yuan had also arrived from the capital to take over the central region, being familiar with the Qin family. Hey Xiao Yi, tell me, why did you come all the way here without entering the base? It's not safe here. This place is quite convenient for coming and going. The accommodations at the base are rather cramped, and I wouldn't want to impose for too long. Uncle Zhen, please come in. Qin Yi gestured to Da Huang and Da He, who obediently stepped aside and lay down, keeping watch at the entrance. Such well-behaved dogs. Are they clad in temperature-regulating fabric? Look at us in the central region, living worse than dogs. Uncle Zhen, are you mocking me for arriving late, or what? The dog's clothing is made from scraps. And they are our comrades, tirelessly patrolling and guarding every day. It's exhausting.
Hey.
For every word I say, you retort 10. Uncle Zhen laughed, giving Qin Yi a playful slap on the back as he followed him inside. Then, Uncle Zhen froze for a moment, taken aback by the extraordinary ambience of the place. Is this a divine realm? It's so refreshingly cool. You generate your own electricity. Yes, Uncle Zhen, please, everyone take a seat. Along with Uncle Zhen came a few others, all astonished as they stepped into the living room. What a luxurious setup. You even have a generator when going out? Generators are common, but gasoline is precious. Upon hearing Qin Yi call for Uncle Zhen, Su Yan retreated to the upstairs room.
Now.
She could only prepare tea for a few of them before sitting down. Xiao Qin, I want tea beat around the bush. How much temperature-regulating fabric do you have? I want it all. Uncle Zhen, Commander Sheng has given me strict orders to allocate a portion to each base. This material is high-tech, before the natural disasters. Its production was limited, and now it's ceased entirely. As you can see, I can only offer you one truck. Is that the cargo from those two large trucks outside? If the goods have arrived at my central base, there's no way they're leaving. Uncle Zhen had spent considerable time in the military and was known for his assertive demeanor. Just as he said, once the goods arrived here, leaving was out of the question. Qin Yi was entirely focused on acquiring gold, and he was not in the mood for negotiations. In truth, those two trucks were meant for Uncle Zhen. Saying he would only give one was merely a tactic for bargaining. Uncle Zhen, I must head to the eastern region. I cannot go empty-handed. I don't care. Think of another way. Come, take me to see the effects of the temperature-regulating fabric. In this dreadful weather, I am not bothered. But the soldiers guarding the base under the sweltering heat are truly suffering. Uncle Zhen was adept at invoking sympathy, using the soldiers as an example to make Qin Yi empathize. First, let's inspect the goods. If they are unsuitable, there's no such thing as unsuitable. The only issue is that your asking price is too high. Uncle Zhen set down his teacup and beckoned his subordinates to head outside. Qin Yi hurriedly stopped him. I'll fetch the fabric for you. He entered a room adjacent to the living room and retrieved a piece to show them. Xiao Chun, drape this fabric over yourself and stand outside for a moment. Yes, Commander Zhen. The young man named Xiao Chun stepped outside like a figure in a cloak and stood for more than 10 minutes before returning inside. Everyone scrutinized him, waiting for his impressions. Commander Zhen, this fabric is miraculous. Wearing it outside truly mitigates the heat. The perceived temperature is around 30 degrees. Xiao Chen's assessment was remarkably accurate. This temperature-regulating fabric could reduce the temperature to about 30 degrees even under extreme heat, while 30 degrees was still warm. It was a significant improvement compared to the blistering 56 degrees outside. Of course, it couldn't compare to the temperature-regulating clothing that Su Yan had brought back from the interstellar realm, which could adjust to the most comfortable temperature according to one's needs. Is it really that remarkable? Indeed, one could say so, Uncle Zhen. If the outside temperature were only 30 degrees, it could drop to 25 degrees. Is 25 degrees the most comfortable temperature it can achieve?
Yes.
Everyone understood the implications of this. Qin Yi's confidence, coupled with his status as a favored protege of Commander Sheng, made him a figure worth trusting. Very well. You may now discuss how to exchange for those 2 trucks. May I inquire what Uncle Jean intends to use for the exchange? A portion in gold. And I've heard that your greatest loves are antique paintings and jewelry, correct? That is acceptable, but the corresponding value must align. Do not say another word, Xiao Qin. I will bring those items from my base to you. You can calculate the worth. Qin Yi smiled. The elder understood the unspoken agreement, and that made things easier. Next, Uncle Jean personally experienced the benefits of the temperature-regulating fabric and then waved his hand decisively, declaring that he wanted all the fabric from the 2 trucks,
Leaving not a single piece behind.
He also instructed his staff to return to the base and retrieve all the unnecessary items. Before long, Yang Jinghui returned, and Qin Yi left the subsequent transaction details to him. Uncle Jean's team was efficient, and within an hour, a large Dongfeng truck arrived, unloading boxes into the living room. Xiao Qin, Xiao Yang, you determine the value yourselves. I trust you 1T deceive me. While his words sounded generous, he was subtly implying that they should assess the value carefully and not shortchange him. Both Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui were aware of the price of the temperature-regulating fabric that Su Yan had brought back from the modern realm. Indeed, it was expensive. The fabric from those 2 trucks alone would cost over 1,000 kilograms of gold. To secure a deal with the central base, they needed to ensure a minimum of 3,000 kilograms of gold, and naturally, the more, the better. They were also aware of the value of the items Su Yan had reported back, and after trading so many the previous night, they had a rough idea of how much gold various items could be exchanged for. Rest assured, Commander Zhen, shall I proceed to open the boxes to inspect the goods? Go ahead, take a look. Despite Uncle Zhen's grandstanding, the amount of gold he had brought was limited to only 200 kilograms. The rest comprised antiques and jewelry that were cumbersome to store. Yang Jinghui compared the items against the list provided one by one. Occasionally, Qin Yi would interject with figures like 50 or 100, which to the ears of those at the central base sounded like mere amounts of money, completely oblivious to the fact that they were discussing the weight of gold in kilograms. After an hour, they arrived at a rough estimate. How to phrase it? The exchange for the 2 trucks of fabric was substantial, and while they didn't want to appear greedy, they also didn't wish to take too little either. Qin Yi exchanged a glance with Yang Jinghui, signaling him to negotiate with Uncle Zhen. Yang Jinghui approached Uncle Zhen with a list, smiling. Commander Zhen. After discussing with old Qin, we concluded that the supplies you brought are sufficient to exchange for the 2 trucks of fabric with some remaining. Since you've gone to the trouble of bringing them, we thought it best to keep everything. If there's anything else you need, we'll provide it if we have it. If not, may we negotiate for alternatives? Oh, so you aren't trying to cheat me out of my goods. Not bad. Not bad. I heard you've been spreading the word at the base that you can trade for anything as long as the price is right. Am I right? Commander.
You jest.
If I didn't exaggerate a bit, who would come knocking at my door? Very well, I won't ask for much more. I'll take 2 helicopters and a few tons of aviation fuel. Several tons? Yang Jinghui was taken aback by the extent of the demand. He hadn't anticipated it would be this high. Fuel was exorbitantly priced these days. The helicopters at the base had all suffered some magnetic interference, rendering many of them unusable, while the ones in Jiangcheng remained a well-guarded secret among the higher-ups. Seizing the opportunity, Uncle Zhen sought 2 helicopters, having indeed brought over the antiques, which were burdensome to store. Other items like gold and gemstones were easier to keep, and thus he left them untouched. Commander Zhen, I can agree to provide you with 1 operational military helicopter, knowing many of the others are not functional. As for fuel, the central base has plenty, and I would like to request some myself. I refrained from conversing with you, and instead inquired of Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin, how do you propose we proceed? Yang Jinghui chuckled softly, yet he did not divulge anything further to Lao Qin. Uncle Zhen, Lao Yang is the steward of my team. If he cannot provide, then it truly does not exist. As for the Wuji, we certainly have that. Otherwise, I could simply retrieve some items to take back with me. While it is impossible to transport, acquiring a few items would suffice. Even in the absence of fuel, we can negotiate with Shen Yuan for a swap. Let's aim for 2 helicopters without the need for fuel. Lao Yang acquiesced, confirming the arrangement. Qin Yi then redirected the inquiry back to Yang Jinghui, who, rather nonchalantly, bit down on a helicopter, indifferent to its acquisition. Ultimately, the elder could not outmaneuver the younger. Primarily, the elder had to maintain a semblance of dignity, thus only securing one helicopter. Zhang Yuan and his team proceeded to transfer 2 truckloads of supplies, with the helicopters promised to be delivered to the base by Qin Yi the following day, as they could not be immediately extracted from the spatial button. As they finally departed, it was time to entertain the few wealthy individuals waiting outside. It seemed more appropriate for my wife to engage in discussions with them while we observed from the sidelines. Yang Jinghui pondered this and agreed. After all, they were of official standing, capable of negotiating with external parties, and any dealings with outsiders invariably carried a degree of impact. Very well, I shall escort them in, he declared. A number of affluent individuals from Hongcheng had gathered outside, having heard rumors that all manner of trade was possible here. Upon arrival, they encountered the leadership and vehicles of the base, and they had already been waiting for over half an hour. Qin Yi utilized his wristband to summon Su Yan downstairs. This is Miss Su. Feel free to discuss your desires with her. Following Yang Jinghui, 5 individuals entered, 2 youths and 3 middle-aged men, each carrying bulging bags. They had also brought companions, though those remained outside. Greetings, everyone. Please take a seat. Su Yan courteously greeted them, her demeanor lacking any semblance of a business-like fervor. Having just bid farewell to Zhang Yuan, these individuals dared not exhibit any disdain, each respectfully acknowledging Miss Su before settling down. Those permitted to exchange supplies were invariably individuals of some means, possessing either a prosperous lineage or a significant acumen in social affairs. Stepping into the living room, a long-lost sensation of coolness enveloped me. To generate power in this deserted villa area? The luxury of central air conditioning? How extravagantly opulent. This augured well for the forthcoming exchanges. I appreciate your presence. Let us not beat around the bush. Please state what items you wish to exchange for what goods. After reviewing the items you have brought, I will promptly inform you of the exchange value, or any inadequacies. The 2 young men appeared somewhat hesitant. Su Yan, ever considerate, slid a notepad and pen toward them. I shall begin by presenting my requirements. I seek anti-inflammatory medication, vitamins, infant formula, and cigarettes. The stout middle-aged man was the first to open his bag, revealing a modest collection of women's jewelry, 10 gold bars, and the most valuable item, a dragon tail inkstone. Unfamiliar with it, Su Yan toyed with the inkstone before quickly scanning it with a spatial trading platform, discovering its exceptional gold value. Your items are rather commonplace. Our employer does not hold much interest in ordinary jewelry, yet this inkstone is commendable. Which items do you prioritize? I can provide you with a quantity. Infant formula and medicine. I can offer you 20 cans of infant formula, 3 boxes each of amoxicillin and cephalosporin. Brand selection is not possible, and 2 cartons of mid-range cigarettes, along with 2 containers of 200-piece multivitamins. What say you? That is excellent. Thank you, Miss Su. The stout man rose to bow to Su Yan, astonished at the generous exchange. Su Yan was pragmatic, intentionally providing more infant formula. As the apocalypse progressed, children, especially infants, became increasingly rare and difficult to care for. A community without young ones was perilously close to extinction. Therefore, she was willing to be more lenient in her exchanges, provided she stood to gain. Please hold for a moment while I review the items from the others before fetching everyone's goods. Of course, I can wait. He was more than willing to wait, enjoying the cool ambience. The other 2 middle-aged men sought to exchange for medications and fresh meats. The 2 young men ultimately presented a note to Su Yan, both requesting small umbrellas. What is there to be shy about? Su Yan glanced at them and replied, There is. I need to see your goods before determining the exchange value. The tall, thin one produced some zircon jewelry, exquisite yet valueless. And she couldn't be bothered to even pick it up if it fell. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yan declared, no trade. There was no sincerity in his offerings. Did he presume she was unfamiliar with jewelry? Why not? Because you are too clever, Su Yan retorted, leaving no room for ambiguity. The individuals present, including the aggrieved party, grasped the implication. The tall, thin man, dissatisfied and on the verge of an outburst, suppressed his ire upon recalling the recent visit from the base commander. Yang Jinghui returned the zircon jewelry to the man and politely escorted him out. The last young man, however, was more earnest, producing a pair of violet bracelets. The color and delicate circular forms immediately caught Su Yan's fancy. She would gladly wear them herself rather than sell. Miss, these are my sister's prized possessions. What do you think? Very well, I can offer you this amount. Su Yan handed back a note indicating 10 times 20 for 20 boxes, each containing 10 pieces. Upon seeing the offer, the young man's eyes sparkled with delight. After finalizing the exchange, Su Yan casually entered an empty room on the first floor, swiftly organizing their respective items and tossing them out the door. Qin Yi assisted in ensuring everything was in order for their inspection. Thank you, Miss Su, and thank you, gentlemen. The goods are splendid. I look forward to our next transaction. May I inquire how long you will be in Hongqing, Miss Su? I have more items to trade. 3 to 5 days. If you wish to exchange, do so promptly. Upon hearing the time frame, they hurriedly departed to inform their friends and family of the opportunity to exchange goods. This visit, while yielding only a modest haul, was also a test of waters for future transactions. Aside from the pair of bracelets, there were no particular surprises. I had procured 37 kilograms of gold, which I intended to keep for myself. You may wear whichever you prefer. Do not speak of purchasing such things. Your life is what I owe, not these few taels of gold. What I truly lack are brothers and sisters. Lao Yang, you flatter me. Besides, your act is quite convincing. Those few taels of gold truly showcase your prowess. How can I not act when I possess over 1,000 kilograms of gold? What harm is there in a little pretense? Very well, pretense is acceptable. Su Yan, adhering to the principle of clear accounts among close kin, insisted on transparency. Yet given Yang Jinghui's remarks, she chose to remain silent, happily donning the bracelets. What would you like for lunch? Should I have Annie come cook? Will the 3 of them be returning to eat? Sister-in-law, just let her cook. I will eat anything. If they are returning, let Auntie prepare the meal and bring the little ones out for me to play with.
Papa.
Uncle Shu. As soon as the little ones appeared, Yang Jinghui snatched one away. If the other 3 uncles were present, there would hardly be enough to go around. Su Yan, relishing the leisure, decided to sell the items from earlier again, prompting Yang Jinghui to record the total gold amount. Chapter 109. A Bountiful Harvest. Before lunch, Luo Fuan, Chen Dingshan, and Zhang Yuan all returned. Zhang Yuan had also rescued a child, a frail little girl of about 5 or 6, so emaciated that it seemed her skin was merely draped over her bones, as if she might fall apart with even the slightest movement. Her complexion was a sickly yellow, her messy blonde hair a disheveled tangle, and her clothes emitted a foul odor. Boss, sister-in-law, I apologize for bringing her back without consulting everyone. When I found her, the little girl was barely clinging to life. I gave her a bit of water and a few biscuits, and she managed to revive. You did nothing wrong. Bringing her in was the right choice. We can send her to the central base later, came the reassuring reply. All right. Thank you, boss, for not scolding me. Su Yan could hardly bear to see a child so frightened, huddled in the corner like a timid puppy, her eyes filled with suspicion towards everyone. The 2 younger ones were equally terrified of the dirty child. Su Yan approached, speaking softly, little one. Can you wash yourself? I can get you some water if you'd like to try. The girl pondered for a full minute before nodding in agreement. Don't be afraid, come with me. This time, the little girl followed without hesitation, carefully stepping onto the clean floor as she trailed behind Su Yan into the bathroom. Su Yan fetched 2 large buckets and filled them with warm water, knowing 1 bucket would not suffice to clean the child properly.
Now.
Take off your clothes and soak in the water for a bit.
All right.
She could speak, albeit in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Su Yan handed her a bar of soap, sensing that it might be more effective than shower gel. The little girl managed to lather the soap and scrub her body on her own. Wet your hair as well, but remember to keep your eyes closed. The girl obediently complied, scrubbing herself until the water turned as dark as ink. After she had rinsed, Su Yan instructed her to switch to the second bucket and then went to fetch a towel, suitable clothing, and shoes for the little girl. Though the cleaned child still bore a sallow complexion, her features were pleasant, her large eyes appeared bright and intelligent. What is your name, little one? I am Zheng Chengcheng. Chengcheng, do you remember where your home is? What are your parents' names? Would you like me to help find them? The girls suddenly burst into tears. Su Yan refrained from asking further questions, guessing that the child's parents were likely no longer alive. After sobbing for a while, Zheng Chengcheng wiped her tears and choked out, "My daddy is dead, and my mommy is dead too. The uncle doesn't want me. There, let us not cry. Let us go have something to eat." The freshly cleaned girl looked much more presentable as she followed Su Yan into the living room, where she perched cautiously on a single sofa, her limbs frozen in place. Her eyes frequently darting towards Zhang Yuan, who had brought her home. Zhang Yuan poured her a glass of water and asked, "What is your name?"
Chengcheng. Oh,
"Such a lovely name. Have a sip of water. You'll need it before we eat." "Thank you," she replied in that same tiny voice. But now she seemed more responsive. When Su Qing summoned everyone for dinner, Zhang Yuan gently coaxed and lifted the little girl to the dining table. She appeared fearful of everyone except Su Yan and Zhang Yuan, who were the only ones she engaged with. After the meal, Zhang Yuan planned to take the girl to the central base to determine how to care for orphan children. Su Yan gathered a large bag of supplies for the girl, a pair of shoes, 2 sets of summer clothes, a water bottle, biscuits, and candies, ensuring to offer just enough, knowing that too much would be overwhelming for a child her age.
thank you, Auntie.
"No need to thank me. At the base, you'll learn to take care of yourself and live well." Tears streamed down Zheng Qingqing's face, though Su Yan maintained an exterior of indifference. Inside, she felt a pang of sadness and urged Zhang Yuan to take her away quickly. The 2 younger children watched the little girl intently. Xiao Rui nestled in Qin Yi's arms, while Xiao Wei was held by Yang Jinghui. They observed, awed by the presence of another child, yet were too timid to approach her. "Yes, I said we should bring them out more often to interact with others," came the reminder. "Understood." Once free, Qin Yi took their son from his wife, eager to claim his daughter from Yang Jinghui's arms. "I was holding her just fine."
What are you doing, Lao Qin?
"She asked my daughter. I haven't had my fill of holding her yet." "How stingy. Find yourself a wife and have as many children as you want."
Go on.
"I'm not as fortunate as you." Qin Yi managed to pry Xiao Wei from Yang Jinghui's grip, and Su Yan could hardly bear to watch. She was curious to test the waters with Yang Jinghui, having noticed that Lu Shui seemed to harbor feelings for him. "Yang, have you considered Lu Shui?" "Sister-in-law, thank you. But that is not necessary. I don't think she is suitable for me, and with the uncertainty of tomorrow, I wouldn't want to hold her back." Yang Jinghui's expression was devoid of any emotion, his rejection clear and resolute, indicating he had never considered such a possibility. Understanding his sentiment, Su Yan felt a tad embarrassed and resolved to refrain from meddling in the future. "You deserve to remain single."
Luo Fuan Kaim Din, teasing Yang Jinghui.
After playfully punching Luo Fuan, Yang Jinghui glanced at the time and said, "Lao Qin, I'm going to check if there's any stock at the tech factory in the south of the city." "All right, stay safe." Yang Jinghui gave an okay sign and drove off into the sweltering heat. "Qin Yi, take the 2 little ones. I'd like to step out for a while." "Where to?" "I'll accompany you." "That's fine." It was then that Su Yan remembered the group of children from Dazuan village near the wildlife park on the outskirts of Beijing. She had promised to return and trade for food, and nearly a month had passed. It was time to check on them.
Lao Luo.
"You and Lao Qin keep watch at the camp. If anyone comes to trade, handle it as you see fit." "Sister-in-law, Iga, I'll go with you." "Let Lao Qin manage the camp alone." "No, wait, Annie needs to come too." Chen Dingshan was indifferent to the matter. Qin Yi agreed to his wife's request, and Su Yan nodded, while Luo Fuan happily followed suit. Su Yan, Qin Yi, and the 2 little ones set off together. "Hehe, we're going to Dazuan village." "Received." The panda-like eyes of Hehe sparkled with excitement as they took to the skies. Without the guide's explanation, one might not have understood how to operate the vehicle.
Vinyi.
Seated in the driver's seat, allowed Hehe to instruct him, realizing that accompanying his wife was also an opportunity for learning. "Sister-in-law, what kind of place is that? Is it fun?" "It's south the wildlife park in the suburbs of Beijing. You'll find out once we get there." "Oh, I get it.
Ha!
That's where you brought back those 2 little tiger cubs and the little panda. I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to find another one today." "Indeed. Good luck to you." Xiao Rui wishes Uncle Luo good luck too. "Thank you, sister-in-law, and you too, little one." At Dazuan village, Ingzi was leading her younger siblings. Having discovered many valuable items hidden in their home cellar, eagerly awaiting the return of the kind older sister to trade for rice and oil. The supplies she had received from the older sister were nearly exhausted, a feat achieved only through her strict rationing. Not only Qin Yi, but a whole group of children were anticipating the arrival of their benevolent sister. At that moment, a little boy named Daming stood on a hillside at the back of the village, gazing longingly, wondering why his sister had yet to arrive. Is she just teasing us? Seventh Young was displeased with Daming for doubting the good-hearted elder sister, insisting that she would never deceive them. For how else could she have bestowed upon them so many treasures? You cannot slander my sister, or I shall strike you down. Silence. Qin Yi admonished her two younger brothers. It is swelteringly hot here. Return at once. If you fall ill like Xiaoba, I possess no medicine to cure either of you. At her commanding tone, Daming and Seventh Young dared not utter a sound, wiping the sweat from their foreheads with their sleeves as they followed Qin Yi down the mountain. Big sister? A gentle voice, which belonged only to her sister, called out. After taking just a few steps, Qin Yi turned back. Who else could it be but her sister? Sister, you've come. The three half-grown children dashed towards Su Yan from several dozen meters away, their small faces flushed and glistening with perspiration. Do not run so fast. Su Yan handed 3 small bottles of mineral water to Qin Yi, who gratefully accepted them and distributed one to each of her younger brothers. Sister, are these your children? Qin Yi's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the 2 little ones cradled in Su Yan and Qin Yi's arms, her fingers twitching with the desire to pinch their cheeks. Though she hesitated. Indeed, they are my son and daughter, twins. How wonderful! Exclaimed Qin Yi. This is their father. You may call him Brother Qin, and this gentleman is Uncle Luo. Brother Qin, Uncle Luo, Qin Yi chimed sweetly, her little tiger teeth peeking out as she greeted them. After addressing her sister, Daming and Seventh Young followed suit, calling out to the 2 elder brothers. Sister, we have discovered many more treasures. Indeed, splendid. Sister has come to exchange food with you. Let us go. Daming and Seventh Young shook off their earlier gloom, skipping ahead with exuberance. Su Yan entrusted the children to Luo Fuan's care as she walked alongside Qin Yi, engaging in conversation. Learning that these children visited daily to wait for her, Su Yan felt a twinge of guilt. She had promised to return in a little over 10 days to exchange food, but time had slipped away and nearly a month had passed. Little Ba had also come to the hillside each day, only to succumb to illness from the heat. Another child mentioned that their sister adored animals and had injured herself while pursuing a wolf cub, although the sister appeared indifferent toward many matters. Her warmth and concern for these children revealed her true nature. My wife is, of course, the finest, Qin Yi boasted, his lips curling upward in pride. Indeed. Your father is quite boastful, isn't he? Luo Fuan teased, poking Qin Yi playfully with little Rui's hand. What is that? Little Wei pointed at various objects, asking about their identities. Qin Yi patiently identified each one. That is a tree stump, and that is a mound of earth. Oh, and that over there is a large stone. The 2 little ones nestled in their father's arms gazed around in wonder, their excitement palpable as they babbled their way to the dwelling where Qin Yi and her 7 siblings resided. The house was a spacious bungalow, kept surprisingly tidy. Upon seeing Su Yan, the other children erupted with enthusiasm, hurriedly fetching stools for her to sit on, while some dashed off to find cups for water. Qin Yi, tell your younger siblings to cease their fuss. We are not thirsty. If anyone has sprained an ankle or fallen ill, let Brother Luo take a look. Su Yan took little Rui from Qin Yi, instructing Luo Fuan to assist Qin Yi with any ailments or injuries. He had once operated a small clinic abroad, and even if it was merely a facade to conceal his identity, he must possess some knowledge. Qin Yi, is it? I am a doctor, who is unwell. Brother Luo. Follow me, she beckoned. After leading Luo Fuan into a room to attend to the ailing children, Qin Yi returned to present their nearly month-long findings to Su Yan in exchange for food. Su Yan examined each item carefully. Some were inexpensive, while others were more valuable, but regardless, they could barter for a substantial amount of provisions. She had never intended to profit from these half-grown children. Sister, is this acceptable? Certainly. I adore jewelry. Keep what you cherish and trade the rest for other goods. Rest assured, what you have gathered is quite commendable. Thank you, sister. Qin Yi sighed in relief. Fearful that Su Yan might refuse her, the weight of caring for 7 younger siblings bore heavily upon her young shoulders. Not at all.
What do you need this time?
Rice, flour, salt, sugar, perhaps a bit of meat and medicine for colds and heatstroke? Very well. Su Yan took little way from Qin Yi, indicating for him to drive a vehicle to the village entrance, thus sparing them the arduous trek back down the hillside. Before long, Luo Fuan returned to request ointments for bruises and medications for heat illness. It is truly a miracle that these children have survived. Do not lament. Even adults find existence challenging these days. Just take the items. All right, Ingzi, come with me, and I shall teach you how to administer the medications. Yes, Brother Luo. Qin Yi promptly drove the vehicle to the front of the house. Su Yan cradled one child in each arm, nestling them against their father's embrace. I shall fetch the supplies. Go ahead, bring plenty. I know what to do. As Qin Yi accepted the children, he gently brushed his forehead against his wife's. Sharing a knowing smile, the two little ones, momentarily treated as sandwich fillers, were oblivious to the tender exchange. This time, Su Yan provided 4 bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds, 2 bags of flour, 5 pounds of salt, 10 pounds of sugar, and 5 pounds of fresh meat, more than they could store. But she selected some children's medications and included extra sweets as snacks for the half-grown children. Deming, come help carry the supplies. I'm on my way.
Daming.
An 8-year-old boy swiftly and steadily hoisted a 50-pound bag of rice. Su Yan couldn't help but wonder if the child had trained for this. 3 other children, busy chopping firewood, rushed over to assist, their eager hands ensuring that Su Yan needed not lift a finger. 7th young ventured into the cellar, emerging with 2 rabbits, 1 male and 1 female. Sister, Ingzi said you exchanged such a bounty for caring for us. When we barter with others, we receive barely a third of this. We are indeed fortunate. I wish to gift you these rabbits without expecting anything in return. Chapter 110. Free Labor. 7th young insisted on gifting the rabbits, as the cellar remained cool enough to nurture them with a little grass each day. And they might even produce offspring in the future. She intended for these half-grown children to care for them. Sister, please accept them. You must, Ingzi urged. Seeing the child's desperation, Luo Fuan exchanged glances with his wife, silently encouraging her to accept the gesture, recognizing it as a heartfelt offering from the children. Very well. I shall take them and care for them. Once they produce kits, I will bring 1 back for you to enjoy. Yes. I am eagerly awaiting rabbit meat. Me too. They chimed in delight. After Luo Fuan had treated the injured children, Su Yan asked him to help load the rabbits into the vehicle. Ingzi, be cautious. If you encounter disputes with others, run if you cannot fight back. Living is paramount, do you understand? I know, sister. We practice our strength daily. So it won't be easy for anyone to bully us. Good. Make sure to hide the food well. We must return now. I will visit you as soon as I find the time. Aside from the 2 injured children, Ingzi escorted 5 of her younger siblings to the vehicle. 6 innocent little faces gazed up at her, silent yet brimming with the unspoken plea. Could they not stay a while longer? Certainly. It is out of the question. Not only is leaving not an option, but even considering taking them along is far from her thoughts. The extent of her assistance is limited to this. And as for what lies ahead, that is a matter for another time. Suddenly, Ingzi grasped Su Yan's arm. Sister, you haven't told me your name yet. I am called Su Yan with the surname Su, and merely the given name Yan.
Sister Su.
Goodbye, Brother Qin. Goodbye, Brother Luo.
Sister Su, farewell.
Brother, farewell. Su Yan, along with Qin Yi and Luo Fuan, all had a fond habit of ruffling the children's hair, each doing so a couple of times.
Well,
it's just Ingzi who won't let me, she protested. Sister, brothers, I'm already 13. I'm not a little kid anymore. You can't ruffle my hair. Ingzi, however, secretly poked the hands of the 2 little ones, her delight akin to that of a mischievous kitten caught savoring a delicious treat. Luo Fuan noticed Ingzi's playful antics and decided to tease the young girl, tousling her short hair before laughing heartily as he slipped into the vehicle. You. As the car began to roll away, Ingzi could only stamp her foot in frustration. In the rear-view mirror, a young girl with short hair, revealing 2 small tiger teeth as she laughed, waved goodbye alongside 5 other children, chasing after the vehicle. Once they left the village and reached a secluded area, they exchanged the car for an aircraft. Are we returning to Hongqing?
Luo Fuan inquired.
You want to go to the Jingqing Dawn base instead of Hongqing? Do you wish for me to abandon you? Never mind, I don't want to. He certainly didn't wish to be left behind by the leader. Although he could fly back by helicopter, it lacked the cool, striking appeal of an aircraft. It wasn't his first flight. He could never seem to get enough of it. Su Yan instructed He to maintain the slowest speed, as she taught the two little ones to recognize the white clouds above, the dark soil below, and the birds soaring in between. It must be said that Qin Yi's suggestion was indeed wise. The children ought to immerse themselves more in the real world. Ultimately, they would need to live in reality, and the sooner they were exposed to it, the better their education would be. They could not remain confined in that greenhouse forever. Just within half a day, the two little ones were evidently transformed, becoming more lively and increasingly curious about their surroundings. Upon their return to the Jinghua Haoyuan adjacent to the central base of Hongcheng, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Yang Jinghui had yet to return. While Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan were engaged in discussions about the exchange of supplies with the two children. Upon the return of their mainstay, they all sighed in relief. They worried that they might misjudge the value of the items. In truth, it was merely their own overthinking. Su Yan had taught them that when in doubt, it was best to undervalue and negotiate downwards. Others may suffer losses, but they must not. However, these upright soldiers were still unaccustomed to this, or perhaps could not overcome their mental barriers. This is Mr. Qin, and this is Miss Su. Let Miss Su handle the negotiations with you. The men seated nearby diverted their attention to the children as spectators. Su Yan swiftly concluded the transaction. The items were indeed good, yet they were all paintings and calligraphy. She had ample reason to suspect that these individuals merely sought to exchange items that were difficult to preserve, unwilling to part with the rest. After sending the two away, it appeared that on this first day, no significant business had come their way. After handing the two little ones over to Su Qing, Su Yan retrieved 2 large Muzang King durians for Luo Fuan, opening them up to enjoy during a meeting. Yes, sister-in-law. Luo Fuan skillfully wielded his multifunctional military knife, swiftly slicing through the durian shell. Zhang Yuan expressed some disdain, saying, "Sister-in-law, Lao Luo's knife has killed people." "No worries, I'm not afraid." "Ha ha ha, Lao Zhang. Sister-in-law is not just any sister-in-law. Would she fear a knife that has seen blood? How amusing." Qin Yi shot several sidelong glances at Luo Fuan. His brother certainly had a unique taste, as he wasn't particularly fond of durians. "Wife, bring me a coconut." "Sister-in-law, I want a coconut too." "Sister-in-law, count me in for a coconut." "I have a matter. I'd like to transplant those trees over there that are still growing nicely. If we dig them up by the roots, what do you think is the best way to proceed?" "Sister-in-law, if you give me an excavator, I'll finish digging them in a day. You can just move them into space." "What are you thinking? Such large trees, using an excavator might damage the roots, making it hard for them to survive once replanted. Let us first go assess the site and see if the soil is easy to dig. Let us call out to the base and announce we need people to dig trees, offering supplies per day. I think many will come." Ultimately, Qin Yi made the final decision to follow Lao Zhang's suggestion, recruiting some people to dig, offering supplies, and ensuring that the roots were wrapped in grass rope as they dug. They would begin in the evening and finish before dawn the next morning. This time of year was not too hot, so the dug-up trees would be less likely to scorch, and it would be convenient to bring them into space at night without being noticed by others. Su Yan raised her hand. "I agree with Qin Yi. Now we just need to find people. We'll start digging tomorrow night, working through the night at a pace of 3 trees per person. So we'll need 50 people, which will yield 150 trees. That should suffice." Zhang Yuan volunteered immediately, driving to the base to find help. With assistance on the way, Su Yan felt relieved and was able to enjoy the Muzang King durians, which were sweet, fragrant, soft, and delicious. She and Luo Fuan shared the 2 fruits entirely. "Have you heard? A household has moved into Jinghua Haoyuan, claiming that they can exchange supplies for jewelry, antiques, and paintings. Anything can be traded. Not just that, another person just came by saying they need 50 people to help dig trees, offering 5 pounds of rice for a day's work. Those folks are quite ostentatious, not fearing being schemed against in the dark of night. They have significant connections with the base leaders, able to trade for anything. Could they be ordinary folks? Who would be so foolish as to disturb the ground beneath the mighty?" Within the central base, all sorts of rumors circulated. That night, a group of rogues indeed approached Jinghua Haoyuan with a clear objective: to steal or rob Su Yan and her companion supplies. Even before they entered within 200 meters of the villa, they had already been detected. Another set of blind fools thinking they can take advantage of us? As they drew closer, De Huang and De He began barking. Once that was done, it would take but a minute to resolve the conflict. Since Qin Yi and his brothers had returned, Su Yan had grown indifferent to these acts of robbery, regardless of who they were. They could only expect to be on the receiving end of a beating. She was unconcerned. Those people aren't your match. It's pointless. I'm heading back to my room. Go ahead, keep an eye on the two little ones. Su Yan took the children and Su Qing up to the third floor. Precisely on cue, the communication from old Master Qin came through, eager to see his great-grandchildren. With Qin Yi downstairs, she could only answer, "Good evening, Grandpa Qin."
Ah.
Little Su, hello. Oh, dear. What is my little darling up to? The two little ones, hearing the familiar voice, turned to the screen. Great-grandpa. Great-grandpa. Little Rue's enunciation was already quite clear. The little one was clutching the bed's edge, learning to walk. The old man across the screen watched with great enjoyment as the child took steps. Little Wei, what are you doing now? Look over here. Let Great-grandpa see if you've grown more beautiful. I'm playing. Look, Little Wei is playing with a plush toy on the bed. She only lifted her head slightly before returning to her play. In truth, today, Qin Ziyu wasn't merely calling to see his great-grandson. He sought to have a chat with Su Yan. Learning that his grandson was downstairs, it was a perfect opportunity for him to express some woes. After greeting the two little ones, Qin Ji shifted his focus. Little Su, how many days are you planning to stay in Hongzheng? Qin Yi said about 5 or 6 days, then we'll head east from here. Oh, the road conditions are manageable, just take it slow. The journey from Hongzheng to the eastern region isn't too far. So Little Su, do you and Qin Yi plan to swing by the southwest on the way? How should she respond? No plans? Su Yan lifted her gaze and smiled at the old man, tossing the matter over to Qin Yi. I'm uncertain how Qin Yi will arrange it. He will heed your words. If you suggest he should visit the southwest, he will undoubtedly comply. Grandfather longs to hold his little great-grandson. Little Su, I am aware that I should not impose demands, having promised Qin Yi not to mention this before you. However, my time is limited, and I truly wish to embrace little Rue and little Wei. I also desire to celebrate a wedding for you and Qin Yi in my lifetime. A wedding befitting the descendants of the Qin family, a momentous occasion for us. Limited time, indeed? Su Yan observed that Qin Jiyu appeared quite sound in spirit. Yet one would expect an elder of his standing to refrain from using such matters to manipulate her. If Qin Jiyu were to grasp Su Yan's sentiments, he might even employ more persuasive tactics. After all, this venerable patriarch was quite adept at maneuvering conversations, a skill likely recognized by Qin Yi as well. While Su Yan held a modicum of affection for the Qin family, it would be an exaggeration to say it was profound. However, to outright refuse or shift the responsibility back to Qin Yi after such a poignant declaration from the elder was not an option she could entertain. Grandfather, have you undergone any examinations regarding your illness? I am not ill, truly. I am merely aging, feeling as though each day slips away. In this world of uncertainty, who knows what tomorrow may bring? Little Su, dear child, I not only wish to see my great-grandson but also my granddaughter-in-law. You might argue that we are together now. Yet it is not the same, my dear. From little Su to granddaughter-in-law, and then back to child, Su Yan felt a stir of emotion within her. Perhaps the affection for the family was indeed at play. Grandfather Qin, did Qin Yi inform you that I do not wish to be manipulated? The moment my appearance at the southwest base is known, you will have trouble concealing it. The young lady remained resolute, causing Qin Jiyu to lament the potential collapse of his plans for a wedding for his grandson. He recalled his earlier conversation with Qin Yi, regretting having agreed to their wish to remain outside. Yet he was not one to easily relent. If only Su Yan would acquiesce, everything would fall into place. How about this? If you will not come, I shall visit you. Surely that could be arranged? That seems a straightforward solution. You and Qin Yi could discreetly escort me to your place for a day or two. It should not pose a significant issue. Feeling unable to resist further,
Su Yan finally conceded.
Very well, grandfather. I will discuss with Qin Yi to see when we can come to retrieve you, all right? Agreed. Let it be settled. He replied with reassurance. When they met face to face, persuading both grandson and granddaughter-in-law to return to the southwest for the wedding would be far simpler. After all, The notion of weddings was deeply ingrained in the minds of the older generation, coupled with a hint of pride in their thoughts. With half of his wish fulfilled, Qin Yi engaged in playful banter with the two little ones before reluctantly ending the communication. At that moment, Su Yan recalled the robbery that had occurred downstairs. Was the matter still unresolved? She opened her room door and called out to her aunt. "Aunt, how is it downstairs?" "Downstairs. With only Qin Yi present, they have taken all those troublemakers to the woods, insisting they dig up trees until nightfall."
Oh, I see.
"So, they are utilizing a substantial amount of free labor?" "Quite so. The robbers have been apprehended and are now set to labor. It is a reasonable consequence."
Vinyi. What is it, Yan Yan?
"Your grandfather just contacted me again. Did he request that we return to the southwest?" "Yes, I agreed to bring him here for a visit." Su Yan recounted the details of the conversation to Qin Yi. He rubbed his forehead in exasperation. My grandfather. Well, let us just bring him over for a visit. Since my wife has consented, there is no reason for him to refuse. Let us head upstairs to rest. Later tonight, we will return to escort them back. Just in time for dawn to facilitate the transfer of the trees." "Very well." At 2 a.m, Su Yan felt as though she had hardly slept for half an hour when she heard Qin Yi's voice. "Yan Yan, it is time to rise. We can catch up on sleep later." With a sense of groggy alertness, she followed him toward the woods. Awakened by the scene, she gasped, "Wow, so many." The free labor was indeed effective. Not only were the trees being excavated swiftly, but they were also being organized splendidly. There were peaches, crisp plums, and hawthorns. Though ordinary fruit trees, they were still fruitful, and they included varieties she had not previously stocked, serving both as greenery and sustenance. By 6 a.m, after clearing the area, Su Yan released He to ensure the vicinity was devoid of any living souls before continuing to gather the trees. Chapter 111. This is a money tree. Once the trees were collected, the young couple deliberated. "Shall we seek more workers to dig up trees tonight?" "Indeed. Besides planting for ourselves, we can also sell." Having primarily traded with the modern realm, I had completely forgotten about the interstellar markets. Fruits, vegetables, and flowers fetch exorbitant prices. Imagine the worth of entire trees. Do you think they will be valuable? Wife, they will undoubtedly command a high price. You should sell a few now to test the waters. Without hesitation, driven by the desire for gold and to elevate their space to levels 7 and 8, Su Yan was resolute. Why the obsession with upgrading? It was simple. Reaching level 8 was essential to qualify for purchasing a spaceship. Otherwise, even an adequate amount of gold would be insufficient. As for the purpose of a spacecraft, the potential was limitless. Who could say how long the apocalypse would last or what calamities lay ahead? When the tectonic plates collided, transforming land into ocean and tearing the earth asunder, there would be no escape from being buried alive. Where else could one take refuge but the skies? Even if there were planes, their capacity was limited, and their ability to fly uncertain. This was also why Qin Yi was wholly focused on accumulating gold. He would allocate 30% to his wife, which would undoubtedly be utilized for upgrades. They would share the profits with a few comrades, ensuring that when gold was needed in the future, it would be readily available, albeit with various benefits proportionately distributed. Su Yan entered the space to sell the trees. A 3-meter-high crisp plum tree, with a crown diameter of about 2 meters, was valued at 13 kilograms of gold. A similarly sized peach tree was worth 16 kilograms of gold. 10 trees would amount to 160 kilograms, 100 to 1,600 kilograms, and 1,000 to 16,000 kg. This was undeniably a veritable money tree. What more could one desire? After relaying this valuation to Qin Yi, the man was eager to ensure that not a single tree remained unextracted. We must seek workers to dig, not only here but wherever fine trees may be found. If we do not act now, soon enough, they will be beyond our grasp. Indeed, with a year and a half of extreme heat, the land will be parched, and people will perish from thirst. How can we protect the trees? Alas, they were slightly late. The trees in the low-lying areas had suffered significantly during the floods and extreme cold, and now, following over a month of intense heat, most of the trees that had survived were in a state of limbo, with only a few thriving specimens remaining. Let us extract as many as we can, Yan Yan. We should return now. Upon returning to the villa, it was not yet 7 in the morning. Two dogs leapt up to greet their owners. Stop. Quiet. Qin Yi halted the dogs, knowing their weight could easily topple his wife. Upon hearing the command, the dogs obediently dropped to the ground, lying quietly just a step away from Su Yan. They truly respond to your commands. Who is the real master here? You are the mistress, and I am the master. As long as you are happy. In the kitchen, Su Qing was preparing breakfast. Hearing the commotion, she emerged with a spatula. You're back. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Good morning, Aunt. Good morning. What delicious items do we have for breakfast? Delight awaits with your favorite shrimp congee, alongside the char siu rice rolls cherished by Qin Yi, as well as fried eggs, crispy dough sticks, and freshly squeezed fruit juice. The fare is truly splendid. Many fruits have lost their appeal, prompting a preference for juicing instead. Qin Yi, do send some fruit to your grandfather. On my next visit, I shall bring more, and while transporting supplies to the capital, I might concoct an excuse to deliver a few baskets to Director Shang as well. Now let us indulge in breakfast. Indeed, I am quite famished. The two took their seats at the dining table, where Su Qing arranged their breakfast. After laying out the meals for Su Yan and Qin Yi, Aunt Su went to summon Yang Jinghui and the others. Her service is unparalleled, surpassing even that of a gold star housekeeper. She tends to Qin Yi, the children, and the rest with equal care, leaving Su Yan contemplating the idea of offering Su Qing a salary. During breakfast, they discussed plans to ensure that the unfinished tree excavation would be completed by evening. They also remained vigilant about exchanging supplies, welcoming any opportunity to trade for gold, regardless of the transaction size. Just as they finished their meal, an assistant from the central base, dispatched by Zhen Yuan, came to invite Qin Yi and the others to the base for a discussion. You all go ahead. I shall sit this one out, Su Yan expressed, wishing to avoid the commotion. Yen, you are also a member of our small team, Qin Yi encouraged, hoping to involve her more in their collective affairs to help alleviate her psychological hesitance about fully integrating into the group she trusts. Sister-in-law, since you began sharing secrets with us, we have become a small team, old Luo stated, echoing Qin Yi's sentiment. From the moment you confided in us, old Qin has been our leader, and you are the backbone of our quintet. She simply wished to avoid going to the central base. Yet with Qin Yi's brothers suddenly asserting their stance, Su Yan recognized the importance of participating. Very well, I shall tend to the little ones. A modified Hummer and a fully enclosed armored truck rolled into the central base, with the latter serving the purpose of providing cover for retrieving larger items from the spatial realm. Zhen Yuan sent someone to escort Qin Yi and the others to the base office. Once seated, Zhen Yuan greeted Little Qin, Little Yang, and you all I recognize. But who might this be? He was curious about the unexpectedly exquisite young lady amidst a group of robust men, having not seen Su Yan when he visited the Jinghua villa the previous day. Qin Yi introduced, this is Su Yan. Greetings, Director Zhen. Hello. With Qin Yi and the others, Zhen Yuan implicitly welcomed her as part of their group, which she indeed was, warmly inviting them to sit down and instructing his assistant to serve tea. Understanding that there was a matter at hand, Qin Yi directly inquired, Uncle Zhen, please don't hesitate. What seems to be the issue? Indeed, I do have something to discuss, and I want to be formal about it. Since the onset of the natural disasters, numerous criminal factions have emerged, and eliminating them is both manpower and ammunition intensive. With the extreme heat, the mutated creatures have proliferated, leading to significant casualties and a rapid depletion of weapons. Our ammunition reserves in the central region are critically low, and I must retain some for emergencies. I require weapons, and I know you can procure them. Why not request them from the capital? No, we are to manufacture our own, but the conditions here do not allow for production. Qin Yi surmised that while weapons might be available at Director Sheng's, the quantity was likely limited, and the main supply rested with Director Liu, whose intentions were uncertain. A subtle glance at Su Yan prompted her to nod slightly. During the extreme cold, her visit to the Eagle Sauce Night City had yielded a stockpile of military supplies, half of which could be traded with the central base. Zhen Yuan observed their discreet exchange. Clearly, Qin Yi was the leader of this unique team. Yet the approval of the beautiful young lady was necessary, indicating that the weapons were under her purview. It became apparent why the 5-member team had suddenly expanded to 6. Though Zhen Yuan remained curious about her identity. Uncle Zhen, Have you prepared the materials for exchange? Yes, please provide me with a list of what you have. And there is another matter I would like to request of you. In the river that runs through Hong City, over 20 known mutated creatures reside, impervious to cannon fire. This river is the primary water source for the surviving populace, and many lives have already been lost. I seek your assistance in devising a means to eliminate them. Zheng Yuan was indeed in a dire situation. Otherwise, he would not have sought aid from Qin Yi, which cast the central base in an unflattering light. Why gather all of you at the base? However, Qin Yi, confident in their capabilities, would not decline, for they possessed weapons capable of dispatching the mutated creatures. The laser guns were exceptionally effective. Let us first finalize the materials exchange, and we will arrange a time to address the creatures. Zheng Yuan nodded in agreement. Though he was unable to negotiate the price further, he arranged a resting room for Qin Yi and the others, instructing them to compile a list of weapons while he busied himself gathering antiquities from the vault. Su Yan swiftly delivered her list of weapons from her spatial realm to Zheng Yuan. An hour later, Zheng Yuan personally arrived at the resting room, an apologetic expression on his face as he presented the carefully selected items. Little E, take a look. Very well. Qin Yi glanced at the items and casually handed the list to Su Yan. Upon reviewing the quantities noted, Su Yan confirmed their availability. However, Director Zhen, it seems I cannot offer equivalent supplies for exchange. Is there another way? It became clear that Zheng Yuan's demeanor had shifted. He was unable to provide an equal trade while wishing to maintain the original quantities. Yet, alternatives existed. Su Yan contemplated the feasibility of her idea. Isn't the central region renowned for its cherries, loquats, peaches, and navel oranges? The fruit trees she mentioned were indeed local specialties. I shall inquire with someone. He was unaware of the local conditions, having come down from the capital, so Zheng Yuan instructed his assistant to seek local officials in Hong City. Recognizing the challenges of finding fruit trees in unfamiliar territory, Su Yan deemed it more efficient to enlist the help of locals, who would know where the remaining orchards were located. Despite the devastation wrought by the disasters, some trees would likely have survived, and hiring locals to excavate them in exchange for debt relief seemed a prudent course of action. Qin Yi, catching on to Su Yan's intentions, nodded subtly in agreement, prompting him to devise a suitable rationale for the excavation of these fruit trees. Within minutes, 2 local officials entered the room. They were aware of the orchards in the suburbs, though the current circumstances made it uncertain how many viable trees remained. Misu, what do you intend to do with these trees? Qin Yi, understanding her reluctance to explain, stepped forward. His explanation was straightforward. They needed the trees to construct a secret base. The fewer details shared, the less complication ensued. Zheng Yuan recognized that the government had received mysterious warnings prior to the disasters, and the topic of a secret base had been under continuous discussion. So, you wish for our assistance in excavating trees to offset the shortfall in trade materials? Indeed, Uncle Zhen. It merely requires some manpower to locate viable fruit trees in the suburbs. This transaction is not a loss. And how many do you need to excavate? Zheng Yuan discerned that within this small team, the decision-makers were primarily Qin Yi and Su Yan, as he shifted his gaze between them. Let us see how much you are short. Su Yan had yet to assess the items moved to the base, making it unwise to demand excessively. The individuals from the base were succinct and efficient, promptly transporting the items they had come to exchange. Among them were 2 large chests containing exquisite cord embroideries, heirlooms passed down through generations, as well as precious collectibles from Hongcheng, including small items like hand fans and decorative pieces, alongside larger items such as folding screens. Additionally, 300 fruit trees of the specified variety were requested, each standing over 2 meters tall. Very well, Miss Su, came the reply. Su Yan was solely responsible for appraising the value, while the remaining details were to be discussed by Qin Yi, Yang Jinghui, and their companions with the team from the central base tasked with sourcing and excavating the trees. Zheng Yuan reiterated to Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui, Little E, along with the others, I entrust you with matters regarding the mutated creatures. Understood, they assured him. With the transaction settled and the assurance of several formidable allies secured, Zheng Yuan and his team departed from the lounge. It was only then that Su Yan felt comfortable enough to inquire of Qin Yi. Do you think Zheng Yuan will be curious about how we will transport these trees? Given that he had participated in the meeting concerning the message and the 3 spatial buttons sent to the capital prior to the apocalypse, he was privy to the underlying details. However, as I was affiliated with Chief Sheng, he was uncertain whether I would be permitted to utilize the spatial buttons. Thus, even if he detected some inconsistencies, he would likely refrain from probing further. That reassures me, she replied. Qin Yi instructed Luo Fuan and the others to discuss the excavation of the fruit trees with the base personnel. Shortly thereafter, Su Yan received a communication from Su Qing, inquiring whether she would return for lunch, as there were numerous individuals waiting at the entrance to exchange supplies. Shall we go back for lunch?
Yes.
Regardless of the meal, we must secure the gold. Luo Fuan and his companions had just finalized their discussions with the base personnel and thus departed together. As the vehicle exited the base gate, Zhang Yuan suddenly called for a stop, promptly opening the door and heading toward a child squatting by the wall. Cheng Cheng, what troubles you? Big brother. Xing Qingqing timidly called out, lowering her head. She had not intended to get hurt so soon after entering the base. Zhang Yuan lifted her up, but she stumbled, clutching onto his leg to avoid falling again. What happened to your foot? How did it end up like this? Xing Qingqing lowered her gaze, hesitant to respond. I asked you what happened to your foot. Zhang Yuan's voice rose in anger. He was furious that she had arrived in good health only to now be limping. Others took my belongings. I refused to give in, and they pushed me down and trampled me, she murmured, her voice barely audible like a mosquito's buzz. Zhang Yuan opened his mouth to say something but found the words stuck, even if he could bring her into the base, and despite having spoken with the base leaders. What difference would it make? A child of 5 or 6 years, without parents or guardians, would inevitably be robbed of possessions or bullied. He understood the harsh reality of survival in this apocalyptic world, yet this child was one he had rescued, making it difficult for him to let go.
Come with me so I can tend to your injury. All right.
Chapter 112, Grandfather Qin. Zhang Yuan assisted Xing Qingqing into the vehicle. The child timidly glanced at the others in the car and softly addressed Su Yan as sister. No one spoke, for whatever they had to say would not be shared in the presence of the child. Soon, they returned to the Jinghua garden. Su, should we eat first or address the individuals waiting outside for the exchange? Su Qing had yet to set the dining table, as several people awaited outside to trade supplies. Let us eat first. The pursuit of gold would not deter Su Yan from her punctual dining habits. She finished her meal expeditiously, taking merely 10 minutes before leaving the table. What remained was no longer human labor, but the task of the artificial intelligence, Su Qing. Xing Qingcheng was taken to the guest room by Zhang Yuan to have her foot treated, while Su Yan and the others discussed business in the living room. With Su Yan present and the items brought by this group being both few and precious, the exchange was completed in under an hour without any hassle. After attending to Xing Qingcheng's injury, Zhang Yuan instructed her to rest in the guest room before joining his companions in the living room. He sincerely apologized to Qin Yi and the others. Boss, sister-in-law, and brothers, I am sorry. I know I shouldn't be soft-hearted, but I couldn't ignore her suffering since I brought her back. Once she is healed, I will return her to the central base.
It would be stranger if you didn't take care, they replied.
We haven't left this place yet, and since you brought her here, let her stay a few days. Perhaps your sister-in-law has a plan. Sister, do you have a plan? Upon hearing Qin Yi's words, not only Zhang Yuan but also Yang Jinghui and Qin Dingshan were eager to learn what the plan entailed. Are you perhaps considering taking this little girl with you? Let us discuss the plan in a couple of days. I need to confer with Yingzi first.
Who is Yingzi?
A little girl from the outskirts of the capital.
Su Yan briefly explained.
She found Yingzi quite appealing. Her character was spirited, resilient, principled, and she had a knack for handling children. If Xing Qingqing could be with Yingzi and her group, it would be far better than in the base. At least Yingzi's children would not bully Xing Qingqing. As for danger, a 5 or 6-year-old child alone in the base was hardly safe. Of course, being with Yingzi also posed risks, but it would provide a more enriching experience. As long as they could avoid external threats, the internal group dynamics would be relatively secure. These were merely Su Yan's thoughts. The willingness of both Yingzi and Xing Qingqing was essential. Those kids have latched onto a big thigh, Qin Dingshan remarked, referring to Su Yan. They are indeed worth it. I've met them with the boss and sister-in-law, and their maturity and character are beyond that of many adults.
Huh?
Sister-in-law certainly has an eye for talent. Luo Fuan chimed in mindlessly, always ready to offer praise. Su Yan, uninterested in engaging with Luo Fuan, received a communication from the elder of the Qin family. Little Su, I've made arrangements here. When will you and Xiao Yi come to pick me up? Qin Yi was adept at seizing the moment. Su Yan and Qin Yi had no choice but to head southwest immediately. The aircraft landed near the southwest base, and thereafter, Qin Yi piloted a transport helicopter to fetch Qin Yi. Along with the elder, several large chests were also brought aboard. These are gifts for you, little Su. Grandfather is so thoughtful. Yan will surely appreciate it. You've struck gold in finding little Su. I worry you won't know how to pamper your wife. So, I must assist you. Qin Yi cast an exasperated glance at his grandson, genuinely believing that his own grandson could not handle his wife. In truth, it was Qin Yi who felt that no amount of adoration for Su Yan would be excessive, beyond the benefits derived from Su Yan's fortuitous encounters. His grandson Qin Yi had taken a pure maiden to bed and left her to endure the pains of pregnancy and childbirth alone. The Qin family could not hold their head high. Thank you, grandfather. No need for thanks. Hurry along now and don't leave little Su waiting. Alone. Qin Yi boarded Qin Yi's helicopter, without even a guard accompanying him. Minutes later, after the helicopter departed the southwest base, it landed at the location of the aircraft. Upon seeing the helicopter touch down, Su Yan immediately deactivated the stealth mode of the aircraft. She approached the helicopter and greeted the elderly gentleman with graying hair, who exuded authority even without raising his voice. Hello, Grandfather Qin. Hello, little Su. It's a pleasure to finally meet you in person. You are truly a wonderful child. Upon seeing Su Yan, a warm expression of affection and goodwill appeared on Qin Ji's face, reflecting the fondness of an elder for a younger generation. Grandfather, Yan. Let us board the aircraft first. Qin Yi retrieved the transport machine into the spatial button and assisted the elder aboard. I can walk by myself. He had not yet reached the point of requiring assistance, yet old Master Qin withdrew his hand from his grandson's grasp, preparing to board an aircraft that surpassed the existing technological advancements of Earth. His excitement was palpable as he gazed at the sleek design of the vehicle, his eyes sparkling with wonder, lingering in awe before finally stepping aboard. Qin Yi fully understood the fascination that such contraptions held for men, regardless of age. Encountering such a marvel for the first time was enough to unsettle even the most composed individual. Su Yan patiently accompanied the elderly gentleman, encouraging him to explore the aircraft's exterior. My dear Su, I hope I am not causing you any embarrassment. Come, let us admire the exterior before venturing inside. Please, grandfather.
Vinyi gesturet invitingly.
With a nod and a cheerful demeanor, old Master Qin stepped into the technologically sophisticated aircraft. This is Su's artificial intelligence? He inquired with mild curiosity, affectionately stroking He. Indeed, I am Su's artificial intelligence, He replied, its black eyes glimmering with life as it communicated in a distinctly human manner, reflecting its advanced, anthropomorphic design. The product of an advanced civilization is undeniably powerful, quite splendid indeed. With a graceful roll, He recognized that all passengers had boarded and, without requiring instruction from Su Yan, initiated the aircraft's return sequence. Once seated, old Master Qin's curiosity was insatiable. He did not require introductions from his grandson and granddaughter-in-law, instead exploring every nook and cranny of the aircraft with childlike wonder. In a mere 10 minutes, they arrived at the outskirts of Hong City, where they switched to a helicopter for their journey back to the Jinghua villa. Grandfather Qin, Yang Jinghui, Luo Fuan, Chen Dingshan, and Zhang Yuan awaited Qin Ji in the living room. Upon his arrival, they all rushed forward in unison, calling out his name in perfect harmony. Su Yan immediately recognized them as familiar faces.
Vinyi.
You keep grandfather company while I go upstairs to bring down the little ones. All right, go ahead. Old Master Qin was ushered to the sofa, surrounded by several young men. Su Qing timely presented tea, juice, cut fruits, and an assortment of afternoon pastries. Grandfather, enjoy your tea. Have some juice, it's refreshing. Qin Yi accepted both the tea and juice, along with the cake and fruit speared with forks, proclaiming, You lot clearly don't want this old man to eat. Off you go, indulge in your own treats. I am not so old as to require your service. Ha ha ha. Luo Fuan laughed heartily, while the others wore expressions of mischief. It was evident that Qin Yi's group was quite familiar with Qin Ji, as the young men dared to jest with their leader.
Su Yan.
Descending the stairs with a child in her arms, caught sight of this harmonious exchange and realized that old Master Qin's amiable nature extended beyond just her. He was equally genial towards other young descendants, indicating that he was easy to get along with. "Oh, my little treasure has arrived," Qin Yi exclaimed, shooing aside those seated next to him to scoop up his great-grandson. Little Wei, do you remember your great-grandfather?" "Great-grandfather." Little Wei looked up at the elder, softly calling out, bubbles forming at his lips, which utterly charmed old Master Qin. Little Rui articulated more clearly, inheriting his father's dignified demeanor. The reality of their presence was far more vivid than any video, and old Master Qin felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia, as they bore a striking resemblance to Qin Yi in his youth. Little Rui was the apple of great-grandfather's eye, while Little Wei was his little darling. How joyous he felt. His joy, however, was met with the twins' playful disdain as they pushed him away, finding his beard prickly against their skin. The old gentleman settled the two little ones on the sofa, then turned to the young men who had just been surrounding him. "Aren't you all busy? Off you go. Don't linger here. You shift moods faster than the wind." Qin Yi mused, having genuine matters to attend to, as they were to assist Jin Yuan in exterminating the mutated creatures in the river. "Let's go now. If we hurry, we can make it back for dinner."
All right.
"Grandfather, we're off." Old Master Qin waved his hand dismissively without lifting his gaze. "You lot, go on. Don't make a fuss." Not just Qin Yi and his comrades, but even Su Yan found herself momentarily sidelined by the elder's commanding presence. With newfound freedom, Su Yan ascended the stairs to inspect the large leather boxes that Qin Yi had instructed her to store in her space upon their return, gifts from old Master Qin. No matter how wealthy one may be, receiving presents brings joy, and this time, the gifts were perfectly suited for her and the children. There were outfits, shoes, and toys for the little ones. Little Wei and Little Rui each claimed a box. The other 3 large boxes contained exquisite sets of emerald, ruby, and diamond jewelry. Regardless of their current market value, gathering such high-end jewels was no small feat, and Su Yan was elated. In addition to the jewels, there were also pieces of shoe embroidery, not mere trinkets or fans, but entire bolts of silk fabric adorned with elegant patterns, perfectly aligning with her aesthetic for crafting garments. It was as if the gifts were tailor-made for her. Another box was filled with antiques and rare books, which Su Yan recognized would be exchanged for gold. She gathered the array of toys that old Master Qin had procured for the little ones: robotic playthings, toy cars, building blocks, plush numbers, and beach buckets, and placed them into 2 large storage baskets, marveling at how thoroughly the old gentleman had curated such a comprehensive collection. Dragging the baskets downstairs, she found old Master Qin and the children seated on the living room mat, their laughter echoing as they engaged in play. "Little Sue, bring the toys over quickly." "Oh, dear, I almost forgot." The old man assisted Su Yan in laying out the toys on the floor. Although the children had plenty to play with, the allure of the new toys drew them away from their previous amusements, eagerly crawling towards the treasures great-grandfather had brought. "Thank you, Grandfather Qin. I absolutely adore your gifts. Look how much the little ones enjoy the toys you sent. I'm delighted you like them. Hee, and the 2 little treasures are truly flattering me. Grandfather, this is a gift for you. Though it may not hold as much capacity as the 3 larger ones, it is still convenient for storing supplies. Such an expensive item is too much. You should save your gold." "I know you and Qin Yi are in need of it," he replied, waving his hand dismissively. "The smaller ones are not costly. Please accept it," Su Yan insisted, placing it into his hands. "Very well, since my granddaughter-in-law insists, I shall accept it." Qin Yi could only chuckle in resignation. To claim disinterest would be disingenuous. Who would not wish for a spatial item? Before the calamity, the 3 spatial buttons that had mysteriously appeared on Commander Sheng's desk had caused quite a stir among the elite, triggering fierce competition among them. The spatial button she gifted to old Master Qin was identical to those given to Yang Jinghui and the others, capable of holding 500 kilograms of gold in a volume of 10 cubic meters. She had already stored a substantial amount of supplies within, primarily various fruits and vegetables, as well as essential grains, oils, and health supplements, alongside military funds and fuel. Su Yan could discern how her grandfather-in-law regarded her with affection. Having chosen Qin Yi and welcomed 2 little ones into their family, she felt it her duty to reciprocate the kindness shown by the Qin family. "Grandfather, You can bind it with your blood. Even without a genetic binding, you can still use your thoughts to store or retrieve items.
Give it a try.
Very well. I shall give it a try. As he became aware of the multitude of items prepared for him within the spatial button, he could not help but feel a surge of affection towards his granddaughter-in-law, whom he cherished dearly. Qin Yi marveled at the continuous prosperity of the Qin family, truly a testament to their enduring legacy. Occupying a position of prominence, with a commendable son and daughter-in-law, and a grandson whose excellence garnered the recognition of high-ranking officials, he found no fault in the granddaughter-in-law he had inadvertently acquired. Moreover, with the two little treasures before him, what did the apocalypse matter? The old master believed that the Qin family could thrive for at least another century. With fervent thoughts swirling in his mind, the old man deftly took a small fruit knife to lightly slice his finger, binding the spatial button. What advanced technology! It was incomprehensible how many years it would have taken our nation to reach such a technological level before the apocalypse. And now, who could predict how long it would be? Alas, my two little treasures have truly suffered. Su Yan, unsure of how to respond, allowed the old man to express his sentiments freely. Before long, the old man adjusted his mood and cheerfully engaged in play with the two little ones. Glancing at the clock, Su Yan noticed it was nearly 6 o'clock and headed to the kitchen to help Su Qing prepare dinner. Moment latte. She heard the familiar calls of Grandpa Qin, indicating that Qin Yi and the others had returned. Su, there's chilled mung bean soup here. Please take it out to them. You needn't worry about dinner, Su Qing said, somewhat embarrassed to admit that Su Yan's cooking was superior. Carrying a large tray, with 6 bowls of mung bean soup, Su Yan stepped outside, curious to hear if they had managed to eliminate any mutated animals. Everyone, enjoy the chilled soup. It's sweltering outside. Grandpa Qin, you must have a bowl as well. Very well, I shall indulge. The others politely thanked their sister-in-law and eagerly dug into their bowls. The two little ones, anxious and seeing the adults enjoying their treat, clamored for a taste, climbing onto the sofa to reach for their great-grandfather, father, and uncle's bowls. Little treasures, you cannot have this yet.
Eat.
They insisted, their faces contorting with distress as they witnessed the adults savoring the soup. Be good, this is for you. Su Yan reassured them, handing them their bottles, which finally quieted their cries. Qin Yi inquired of his grandson Xiao Yi. Was your hunt for the mutated animals successful this afternoon? Yes, we lured them out by tossing some fresh meat in areas they frequently appeared. Ordinary weapons were ineffective, but we managed to eliminate them using laser guns. Anything else planned for tonight? We'll be digging up trees. Qin Yi quickly explained the rationale to his grandfather. One of you should head to the base and inform Jin Yuan that I am here and invite him for dinner. I'll go, offered Qin Yi. Chen Dingshan quickly finished his mung bean soup, set down the bowl, and dashed off, as the old master preferred to send someone else on errands. After some consideration, Qin Yi decided to summon Jin Yuan to gather for a meeting. Seeing him would provide clarity on how to transport and store the trees, preventing suspicion from falling on Su Yan and Qin Yi's team. After all, regarding the 3 spatial buttons in the capital, Zhan Yuan remained unaware of who possessed the other 2, aside from the one certainly held by the commander. The old man conveyed his thoughts to Qin Yi. All right, I shall heed my grandfather's advice. That fellow is still oblivious that Xiao Su is my granddaughter-in-law, correct? Indeed, grandfather. Nodding, Qin Yi instructed Su Yan to take the children upstairs. The old man tidied up the items left by the 2 little ones, proudly flaunting the spatial button.
Grandpa,
you indeed have the goods. When you return to the southwest, remember to help us procure antiques, understood? You rascal. That is my granddaughter-in-law's gift to me. Then, who is your grandson? Without a grandson, where would your granddaughter-in-law come from? Off you go. A troublesome grandson is better off without. Yang Jinghui, Luo Fuan, and Zhang Yuan stifled their laughter. Upon hearing that Qin Ziyu had arrived in Hongcheng, Zhen Yuan swiftly made his way to the Jinghua villa. Old commander, why did you arrive in Hongcheng without a word? I flew in. The roar was quite loud. How could it be unnoticed? Young Zhen, you lack martial virtue. Summoning my grandson when the children have just returned. They accomplished their tasks splendidly. Tonight, if you do not send more of your men to gather fruit trees, it would be an affront to me. Rest assured, old commander, I'll ensure they dig up plenty. Those trees will perish eventually. Salvaging even one is worthwhile. Initially, Zhen Yuan had considered that even if they found intact trees, they would not survive the rigors of transportation in such extreme heat. However, he naturally categorized these trees under Qin Yi's name, believing that he would acquire one of the 3 spatial buttons. Now that the old man had arrived in Hongqing, he discreetly instructed his personal guards to return to the base and summoned double the personnel to search for and excavate viable fruit trees. Seeing that Qin Yi and the others had left the space for him and the old man, Zhen Yuan boldly inquired, "Old Commander, which side does the lovely young lady surnamed Su belong to? I have not heard that Xiao Yi's elite team accepts additional members. Not just anyone can join, but this one has. Your designated granddaughter-in-law? You seem eager for my grandson to marry. You must be prepared with lavish gifts." The old master offered no response. Yet his silence spoke volumes. Zhen Yuan understood and refrained from pressing further. Dinner, prepared by Su Qing, simply increased the portions for the additional 2 guests. The dishes remained consistent with their usual habits, but startled Zhen Yuan with their variety. Flying creatures, mountain beasts, and aquatic delights. All were fresh. The flavors rivaled those of a 5-star restaurant, and such hospitality would have been commendable even before the apocalypse. After dinner, the old master swiftly ushered everyone to return to their base to organize the work, insisting, "I wish to collect the goods before dawn. Rest assured, old commander. Everything available in Hongqing has been extracted for you. You will be able to stay a few days, yes? I will find time to visit you tomorrow."
Who knows how long I will stay?
Hurry and leave. With outsiders present hindering him from spending time with his great-grandchildren, Qin Yi expelled everyone from the door and immediately sought Su Yan for the 2 little ones. Su Yan brought the children to the old master and inquired about how the orphans were being treated at the southwest base. First, there was the flood that sealed the city, followed by extreme cold, and then extreme heat. Many elderly and children had perished. Orphans could hardly withstand such calamities. The few dozen orphans remaining in the base had been rescued by the soldiers, and the base had assigned personnel to care for them, indicating that they were merely surviving for the time being. Even before the apocalypse, orphans were not guaranteed a good life. Surviving now was already commendable. It was no wonder Xi and her group were reluctant to enter the base. They had managed to endure floods, extreme cold, and heat, demonstrating considerable resilience. Su Yan had initially intended to send Xi and her group to the base, but reconsidered her decision. "What is it, Xiao Su?" "Grandpa Qin, I am fine.
If there is anything, speak to Grandpa.
I will do my utmost to assist." "Thank you, Grandpa Qin." Su Yan went to check on the injured Xing Qingcheng before joining Su Qing to tidy up the guest room for the old master.
Qin Yi, Yang Jinghui, Luo Fuan,
Zhang Yuan, and Chen Dingshan drove military trucks alongside 5 teams from the central base, journeying overnight to the known outskirts where the orchards were located. Each person donned a headlamp, searching the documented orchards on the map. Finding just a few trees in one location would suffice. Once a truck was full, they would transport it to the designated unloading area. With hundreds of people scattered throughout the night, they managed to dig up over 400 trees, spending most of their time navigating to locate the fruit trees. The previous night, half of the orchard had been excavated, and now all the surviving fruit trees that could still be found in Hongqing had been transferred into Su Yan's base. "Are we delivering to the central base today? We should send them to the base in the morning. Yan, please guide me into the space. I will release the trees from the spatial button." There are several hundred trees, each 2 to 3 meters tall, roots and soil included, quite a magnificent sight. Su Yan also had Qin Yi store the weapons requested by Zhen Yuan in his spatial button to take with him, completing that transaction, after which her involvement would end. "Can we leave the eastern base of Hongqing today? We need to send Grandpa back to the southwestern base first, but there's no rush. Let me rest for a while." The wordlet is quite enchanting. Before Su Yan could say anything, this man had already carried her into the room of the courtyard in the space. Zhang Yuan probably knew that matters in Hongqing were nearly concluded and was worried about the little girl he brought back, Xing Qingcheng. Early in the morning, he brought breakfast for the child and contemplated discussing her future with her. He struggled for half a day on how to broach the subject. For a 5 or 6-year-old child, this topic felt rather heavy. "Brother Zhang, it's fine for me to go back to the base to recuperate." Xing Qingcheng seemed to sense what he was about to say and spoke up first. Such a young child, yet so perceptive and sensitive. "I'm sorry, Qingcheng. I have many matters to attend to, and it's inconvenient to bring you along. I will do my utmost to ensure you are settled before I leave. I understand, brother. Zhang Yuan applied disinfectant to the injured areas of Xing Chengcheng and changed her bandages. He was aware from his own experiences that it would hurt quite a bit. Yet the little girl didn't utter a sound. He cursed the damn world in his heart. Meanwhile, he continuously advised, "You are still a child. If you encounter trouble outside, whether right or wrong, you will inevitably suffer. So, if someone bullies you, avoid them if possible, and seek help if you can. If you need to yield to protect yourself and your life, then do so, understand?" "I understand, brother." Having exhausted his list of admonitions, Zhang Yuan considered finding a guardian for the little girl at the base, but soon realized it was impractical. Everyone was struggling to get by themselves. Who would have the heart to take care of someone else's child? His sister-in-law was kind-hearted and capable. Perhaps she could offer him a solution? In the living room, old Master Qin was playing with his two great-grandsons, Yang Jinghui, Luo Fuan, and Chen Dingshan, who had already finished breakfast and were chatting casually with the old man. When Zhang Yuan entered the living room, feeling anxious, he blurted out, "Where are my elder brother and sister-in-law? They are still asleep. You think we're all like you bachelors?" Luo Fuan replied without thinking, only realizing the inappropriateness of his words upon noticing the presence of elders. What happened to this kid that he suddenly became so outspoken? Old Master Qin glanced at the oblivious and awkward Luo Fuan, chuckling as he scolded, "You rascal. Hurry up and find yourself a wife. Do you want me to introduce you to someone?" No. Please spare me, Grandpa Qin. If anyone needs introducing, let it be old Yang, old Chen, or old Zhang first." Luo Fuan quickly deflected the attention. Luo Fuan received 3 playful punches from the individuals he had mentioned. Qin Yi lamented how wonderful it was to be young, with brothers and comrades, and so many splendid moments. Great-grandpa, wife, and little Rui climbed to the old man's feet, looking up with innocent faces full of questions. Little Rui, though unaware of what wife meant, was quick to learn words. "Haha, my little treasure is quite something. Knowing he wants a wife at such a young age. Truly, the next generation surpasses the previous, one better than the last." Old Master Qin's earlier melancholy about his comrades vanished, and he joyfully lifted his great-grandsons above his head like a small lion dance. Happier than when he had won battles in his youth. When Su Yan and Qin Yi descended the stairs, they found the living room filled with laughter from the young and old alike. Upon seeing them, Su Qing began to prepare breakfast for Su Yan and Qin Yi. The young couple greeted the old man and several brothers before heading to the dining room, with Zhang Yuan following closely behind. "Sister-in-law, I would like to ask for your assistance." "Of course, what is it?" "It's about Xing Chengcheng. I'm unsure how to arrange for her. And I wanted to ask if you have any good ideas?" "I have a not-so-good idea. Just hear me out first. And then you can ask the little girl if she is willing. If she is, I will have more matters to trouble you with later." Su Yan's idea was simple, to send Chengcheng to Yingzi. As for Yingzi and her 8 children, she intended to find them a safe and convenient living arrangement. The trouble she needed Zhang Yuan for was to teach that group of older children self-defense techniques, when he had the time, as it would significantly increase their chances of survival in the apocalypse. After listening, Zhang Yuan readily agreed, stating, "This is no trouble at all. I am more than willing to help these children. Then it's settled. I'll first discuss it with Yingzi to see if it's feasible. And then you can ask Xing Chengcheng. When Qin Yi and I take Grandpa back to the southwest, we can visit Yingzi." After finishing breakfast, Qin Yi inquired about when old Master Qin would return to the southwest. Qin Ziyu hesitated for a moment. He truly did not wish to return and only wanted to stay with his grandson and great-grandson, but there were matters in the southwest that could not be neglected. "Stop dawdling, Yen, and I will send you back right now. After we finish our business in the east, northeast, and northwest, we will come to pick you up in Jiangqing for a good stay." Qin Yi didn't give old Master Qin the chance to ponder, as he knew the old man would find it hard to resist the 2 little cuties, thus making the decision for him. Old Master Qin was aware of this and could only sigh. After a moment of contemplation, he posed a question. "Little Su, have the little ones been given their names yet?" He didn't even need to ask his grandson. This boy would undoubtedly forget such matters. Su Yan had not thought about the children's names, but knowing how to please the elder, she replied, "Not yet, Grandpa Qin. You are esteemed and knowledgeable. It would be an honor for you to name them." All right, let me think. Once I've decided on the names for the treasures, I'll return to the southwest. Little Su, you and Little E should also consider names, and I'll make the final decision. You uncles should also suggest some good characters for me to consider. Qin Yi promptly handed out paper and pens to everyone, signaling them to hurry up and help, so they could swiftly send the old man back to the southwest. In these tumultuous times, the southwest could not function well without the old man's presence. Qin Yi penned several sophisticated characters before finally sweeping his hand in a grand gesture, naming his great-grandson Qin Yurei and his great-granddaughter Qin Yue, a name balancing elegance and simplicity. After lunch, Qin Yi finally managed to coax old Master Qin onto the helicopter, which was piloted by Zhang Yuan. Once they left Hongcheng, they switched to another aircraft, heading first to a village near the wildlife park on the outskirts of the capital. When Su Yan, Qin Yi, and Zhang Yuan arrived at Yingzi's doorstep, they found no children in sight.
Su Yan, Qin Yi,
and Zhang Yuan entered the house to search for them while Qin Yi checked around the back. With individuals like Qin Yi and Zhang Yuan present, the entrance to the cellar was not well hidden. Yingzi, sister. Is that you, Sister Su Yan? Upon confirming that it was Su Yan calling, Yingzi clambered up the ladder, followed by a string of little ones. Each child looked a bit disheveled but was polite and endearing. Each one would sweetly call out brother or sister as they emerged from the cellar, quickly searching for stools to bring out for their guests to sit.
Sister Su.
The temperature is too high during the day now, so we don't go outside. Instead, we leave before dawn and return before noon, then rest in the cellar. That sounds like a great plan. You're doing wonderfully, Yingzi. Yingzi felt quite embarrassed, suspecting that Sister Su treated her as if she were merely a 3-year-old child, one who delights in simple praises. Sister Su, did you and Brother Qin come here specifically to see us? I have something to discuss with you. Chapter 114. Are you nurturing your subordinates? Su Yan had already shared with Yingzi her intention to find a safer place for them to reside and to send a young girl to live with them. Whether to change their living arrangements or to accept another child was left for Yingzi to decide. At 13, having just completed her first year of middle school and preparing for the second, Yingzi was no longer an ignorant child. After enduring the struggles of the apocalypse for over half a year, she understood that Sister Su's offer to send a younger sister meant that they would not be abandoned, effectively securing a strong ally. However, she was also apprehensive about the multitude of dangers outside, fearing that should anything happen, she would be at a loss to explain. Sister Su, it is indeed unsafe for us to stay here. If there is a more suitable place, we would gladly relocate and are open to welcoming a little sister. But I fear for potential mishaps. I cannot even guarantee the safety of another person, let alone expect a young child to be responsible for another's safety. If you are willing, and if that little girl agrees to come, you can bring her along just as you did with Daming and Chio. I will arrange for you to move to a relatively safe location, and will ensure that someone periodically comes to teach you survival skills and self-defense techniques for the impending natural disasters. I hope you will take your studies seriously. That sounds wonderful. We will definitely learn diligently. Sister Su, I am very eager. We're just waiting on that little sister's decision. No longer would they have to fumble through their training alone. With a renowned instructor, their efforts would be far more fruitful. Yingzi gleefully shook Su Yan's arm, nearly beside herself with joy. Then it settled. Once I find a suitable place, I will bring Zheng Qingqing over, and we shall move together. With matters agreed upon, Su Yan could not linger much longer and had to escort old Master Qin back. When Qin Yi and Zhang Yuan saw Su Yan and Yingzi emerge from the room, their expressions revealed that the discussion had gone exceedingly well. After old Master Qin examined the surrounding environment, he entered the house and remarked on the fortunate safety of the children who had lived there for so long. This village is easily discoverable. I recall you mentioning relocating the children. I happen to know of a suitable place nearby. Please do tell us. Following the mountain range and traveling about 3 to 4 kilometers ahead, there is a highly concealed military air raid shelter. A shelter sounds excellent. The more clandestine, the better. With some camouflage at the entrance and an iron door installed, it should remain cool even in this sweltering heat. Being in the mountains, water should not be an issue for the time being. The children can exercise and cultivate fruits and vegetables there. It's quite promising. Yingzi acknowledged the suitability of the place, but expressed her concern about its distance from the village and factories, which would complicate their search for supplies. She candidly shared her worries. It's commendable that you are so ambitious, but I suggest you grow some vegetables. You need not worry about food supplies. Your sister Sue, in moving you, will ensure everything is arranged. There is also the option of entering a base, either the capital's or the southwestern one. However, I believe, little Sue, you do not intend to send these children to a base. Not only did Su Yan not consider it, but Yingzi also had no desire to enter a base. They had become accustomed to the wild, capable of leading a group of children to sustain themselves. With Su Yan's assistance and the prospect of receiving self-defense training, they had no need for a base. Thus, the plan was finalized, and they agreed that Su Yan would return the following day. The group left in their vehicle to inspect the air raid shelter, which proved to be quite suitable. After escorting old Master Qin back to the southwestern base, Zhang Yuan inquired, "Sister-in-law, why do you want to arrange for those children to live independently outside and send them to the southwestern base, where they would have their own people looking after them? Wouldn't that be safer? Living in a large collective, they wouldn't be able to secure their possessions. And even with supervision, being apart would hinder proper care. Given Yingzi and her 8 children's performance, their life outside would not be any worse than within the base. And I am here too." Indeed, that group of children has truly found a golden opportunity. It was due to Yingzi and her companion's diligence and distinction that Su Yan was willing to assist them. In the future, should we encounter any well-behaved children in need of help, they can also be sent to Yingzi. Yes, sister-in-law's idea is splendid. The matter regarding Zheng Chengcheng had found resolution, and Zhang Yuan praised Su Yan's every word. Qin Yi observed his wife, realizing she was training that group of children while also facilitating her ability to lend them assistance. They were aware of the impending natural disasters, understanding that the base was merely a temporary refuge and that they could not remain there for long. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that his wife was grooming her subordinates. Upon returning to Hongqing, upon hearing she would be sent to live with the group of children, Zheng Chengcheng immediately agreed, without a second thought. Qin Yi and Zhang Yuan had recently reinforced a large iron door for the air raid shelter and prepared to install it the following day. Meanwhile, Su Yan had prepared a significant amount of supplies in line with her plans. Aside from the team and old Master Qin, it was not yet convenient to let others know about the aircraft. Therefore, the next day, Zhang Yuan piloted a helicopter to bring Zheng Chengcheng to meet Yingzi, also picking up Yingzi's 8 children and any supplies that could be transported to the air raid shelter. Su Yan and Qin Yi took the aircraft to the shelter first. The couple began planning how to utilize the space. They designated an area for a kitchen and restroom at the entrance, installing 2 doors, one fully enclosed and the other a barred gate. When cooking, the enclosed door could be opened for ventilation, leading into a dining and activity area, followed by a spacious section suitable for the children. She removed some excess planting boxes from the space. The temperature inside the shelter was at least 10 degrees cooler than outside, making it suitable for growing vegetables that require less sunlight. 2 rooms were also allocated, with one for boys and one for girls. No need for elaborate rooms. I have acquired several good shipping container homes. Just a few will suffice. That's even better. It saves us trouble. Choosing a suitable spot, Qin Yi arranged the shipping containers, along with some tables, chairs, and iron-framed beds, setting everything in place. Su Yan brought out various utensils, buckets, and some rice, flour, salt, and sugar. That should be sufficient. The rest will be up to them to manage. Aside from the security that cannot be guaranteed, living here is of better quality than the average conditions in a base. Security, let me think since she was in charge. Su Yan certainly had safety in mind. Is Yan considering giving Yingzi a communication bracelet? Is that feasible? She can set it up so that it only allows for messaging, calling, and location tracking, while concealing everything else. That would appear much more normal. Hua confirmed that it was possible. Truly, a perfect match. The couple thinks alike. Su Yan had originally contemplated the same approach. She had inquired with Hua and received assurance. She swapped out a bracelet for Hua to configure. Before long, Zhang Yuan arrived with the group of children. Sister Su, Brother Qin, this place is amazing. Wow, it's not hot at all. It's like a cellar, but much larger. Their number had now increased to 9 children, the youngest being the newly joined Zheng Chengcheng. Indeed, children should be with children. Chengcheng happily chatted and laughed with the 2 older girls as they unloaded their belongings from the helicopter into the shelter. Su Yan called Yingzi aside to explain how to use the bracelet, advising her to reach out in case of danger. If she couldn't find her, she could also contact Zhang Yuan, Luo Fuan, and the others. After making the necessary arrangements, Su Yan and Qin Yi returned to Hong City. Meanwhile, Instructor Zhang Yuan immediately took charge, training the recruits, and inquired when the squad would be heading to the east, hoping to hitch a ride. Upon returning to Hong City, Su Yan and Qin Yi organized their findings before proceeding to their next destination. Boss, shall we drive to the eastern base? Yes, we shall drive. Indeed. We are determined to fully implement the interstellar products without overly relying on Su Yan's space capabilities. And, of course, we must maintain the theatricality of our arrival. We entered Hong City in an off-road vehicle and military truck, and we shall depart in the same manner. Each man took the wheel of a vehicle, while the ladies were spared from driving. Su Yan settled into the modified Hummer driven by Qin Yi, with 2 child safety seats in the back for the little ones. The 2 children, curious as ever, leaned against the windows, mesmerized by the desolate scenery outside. Su Yan felt a twinge of concern. Qin Yi, they're so young. Is it necessary to expose them to such experiences now? I remain unconvinced. There's no harm in letting them gaze at the world outside the car. Our children are not so fragile. Look, they seem quite happy. Qin Yi occasionally glanced at his children, their little faces pressed against the window, and he felt no apprehension. I like riding in the car, Mom. Can I have some water? Of course, here's the bottle. Su Yan handed him the thermos, allowing him to sip. I also like riding in the car. Very well, then let us enjoy the ride. Would you like some water, Wei Wei? The little girl pouted, shaking her head as she returned her attention to the outside world. It is priceless when children are content. If they become overwhelmed, they can always return to the comfort of the space. Since they had chosen to keep the children outside, they could not avoid leaving the cool confines of the vehicle. Su Yan decided to make them 2 sets of small temperature-regulating outfits. Lacking the skills to tailor, she retrieved a hooded garment for a 1-year-old from her space, disassembled it, and took out the fabric, cutting it according to the disassembled piece, ensuring the hem reached down to their ankles. Indeed, Su Yan intended to sew hooded dresses for them, so both her son and daughter could wear skirts. After several hours of sewing, she produced 2 pieces that, if not labeled as dresses, could easily be mistaken for children's raincoats. Beautiful, isn't it? Indeed, your craftsmanship is remarkable, Su Yan. As anything made by Su Yan deserves praise. She felt a swell of pride. I think they look quite nice. They can wear them as outer garments, pulling the hoods over their heads to keep warm. Su Yan became enamored with making little garments. With so much fabric available, she decided to create 2 more pieces. Without hesitation, she cut 2 more sets. The first in a soft blue, and the next in a gentle yellow. Their vehicle was as formidable as a tank. As long as the damaged roads were not excessively treacherous, they could traverse them, albeit at a slower pace compared to normal routes. They departed in the morning, and, by noon, managed to cover over 600 to 700 kilometers, stopping for lunch on the go. Qin Yi notified Chen Dingshan, who was leading the way, to halt at a suitable location for dinner and rest before continuing. As they ventured further east, they encountered increasingly numerous rivers and streams. Chen Dingshan spotted a flat stretch of land near a calm tidal flat, deeming it an excellent spot to take a break, and chose this location. Su Yan dressed the little ones in their newly made temperature-regulating dresses. And once Qin Yi and the others had set up the large tent and laid out the ground mat, she carried the children out of the vehicle. Yay! This is fun! Little Rue exclaimed, his curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar surroundings as he attempted to wriggle free from his mother's grasp to explore the tent, though his unsteady steps often led him to tumble. Mommy, my brother fell. Little Wei, relying on her mother's hand for support, tried to help her fallen brother. Go on, Su Yan encouraged. She called over the 2 dogs, allowing the little ones to hold on to them while they played inside the tent. She also unpacked a large bag of clean sand and a complete set of beach toys to teach the children how to play. Qin Yi arranged 2 lounge chairs inside the tent, urging Su Yan to lie down and rest for a while after a long day of driving, while he too reclined to recuperate. Luo Fuan, Yang Jinghui, and Chen Dingshan, equipped with their space buttons, had brought along just as many belongings as any woman would, each retrieving their cherished chairs to sit outside the tent and discuss dinner options. How about we have cold dishes and rice porridge, given the hot weather? Qin Yi suggested. I'm fine with that. You can ask them, Suyan replied. I'm not picky. Whatever my sister-in-law and Iga decide is good for me. One of the men stated. I'm not picky either. Yang Jingwei chimed in. Luo, Chen, and Yang decided that whichever of them would cook the rice porridge would be determined by rock, paper, scissors, while Su Yan and her husband would provide the cold dishes. Qin Yi was well aware that the cold dishes from Su Yan's space were plentiful, but they lacked rice porridge. Otherwise, they could simply eat without cooking. Chen Dingshan, not faring well in the game against Yang Jinghui and Luo Fuan, perhaps due to his unfortunate luck, reluctantly set up the charcoal stove and began washing the rice. Didn't Zhang Yuan inform us before we set off? Yang Jinghui inquired. Let him teach those children for a couple more days. We will have him fly in once we are nearing our destination. Teaching children is quite enjoyable. Had I known, I would have swapped tasks with Zhang Yuan. An hour later, the porridge was ready. Chen Dingshan set up another tent and arranged the dining table and stools inside to avoid disturbing the little ones playing in the other tent. Su Yan's so-called cold dishes consisted of non-heated dishes, shredded chicken, marinated beef, pig ears, seaweed, and cucumber salad. Sister-in-law, your dishes remind me of a simple joke about having porridge without any sides. Haha, they pair theirs with seafood, and we can't compare. The array of cold dishes, a harmonious blend of meat and vegetables, adorned the table. Luo Fuan served the white porridge, filling each bowl as it cooled. Su Yan arranged the dishes. The porridge still warm, and then poured dog food into 2 plates for the dogs. Meanwhile, in the space, Su Qing prepared fish and meat soup for the little ones, who, apart from their formula, were gradually introduced to solid foods. Su Yan took out 2 small bowls of fish and meat soup, and Qin Yi received one to feed each child. After feeding them, she let them play with the sand toys alongside the dogs before they sat down to eat. You may start eating without waiting for us. Just enjoy the porridge. Haha, as my sister-in-law said, our porridge is quite sumptuous.
Besides,
we must wait for the boss and sister-in-law before deciding what to eat. That's the rule. Luo Fuan, the flatterer, with his slick tongue, drew disdainful glances from Yang Jinghui and Chen Dingshan. Qin Yi couldn't help but chuckle and scold Luo Fuan playfully. The group enjoyed their meal with laughter and camaraderie. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to the little ones, danger was lurking nearby. Chapter 115. The little ones get hurt and are very upset. 10 mutated creatures were stealthily emerging from the river, crawling towards areas with human presence. One particularly large creature, with legs extending 3 meters in width, blended seamlessly with its surroundings, making it difficult to spot at a glance. The 2 children were joyfully playing with the dogs, oblivious to the approaching threat. It wasn't until the danger was merely a few meters away that De Huang and Ah He caught the scent of peril.
Woof, woof, woof.
At that moment, the mutated crab reached the tent where the little ones were, engaging in a struggle with the dogs while its remaining claws reached out towards the children. The dogs barked loudly, drawing the attention of the adults enjoying dinner, who quickly turned their gaze towards the little ones. Both children began to wail in unison. Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui reacted with remarkable speed. It was no exaggeration to say they shot forward like arrows, colliding with the claws reaching for the children, shielding them with their own bodies. And if one were to ask why they did not draw their weapons? What if the weapon fails to slay the armored monster? What if it accidentally injures a child? The weapon is far less responsive than their instincts. Qin Yi cradled Xiao Wei, while Yang Jinghui held Xiao Rui. The 2 children were fortunate enough to emerge unscathed, though the fabric of their rescuers' clothes was torn, and their backs bore several long, deep gashes, with the claws of the mutated creatures still embedded in their flesh, blood flowing profusely. One can only imagine the grave consequences if the children had been caught by the monster's numerous claws. Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui found themselves pinned to the ground by the beast's massive claws, and with children in their arms, they dared not unleash their attacks. As they rushed forth to rescue the children, Chen Dingshan and Luo Fuan followed closely behind, prying the monster's claws from Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui's backs. Remove it. Quickly, take the children and flee. Qin Yi knew that the lethal claws embedded in their backs had been dislodged by his comrades. He shielded Xiao Wei as they made their escape from beneath the monster's grasp. Yang Jinghui nearly synchronized with Qin Yi in their flight. The monster's freed claws shifted their focus to attack Luo Fuan, Chen Dingshan, and their 2 dogs. The duo utilized the laser guns from their spatial devices to eliminate the mutated creature at close range. Finally, the threat was neutralized. The entire ordeal unfolded in mere seconds. Su Yan, not as swift as the men, was rendered speechless as she finally processed the situation. The children were still crying, and she was torn between reaching for Xiao Rui from Yang Jinghui or comforting Xiao Wei in Qin Yi's embrace. Qin Yi, suppressing the excruciating pain in his back, stood up while holding Xiao Wei and gently wrapped an arm around Su Yan's shoulder in reassurance. "Fear not, Yan Yan, it is over now." Xiao Wei, sobbing uncontrollably, buried her face into Su Yan's embrace. "Mother is here. Do not cry." Su Yan, still shaken, took their daughter from her husband's arms, her words tumbling out in a flurry. Meanwhile, Xiao Rui, nestled in Yang Jinghui's arms, gazed up at his mother, tears streaming down his face, raising his little hands in desperate need of her embrace. Su Yan, cradling Xiao Wei in one arm, crouched down to take Xiao Rui in the other. "Thank you. Lao Yang, hand me the children. You both need to drink the healing potion immediately. Qin Yi, you and Lao Yang must drink it at once." Qin Yi retrieved 2 vials of healing potion from the spatial device, passing one to Yang Jinghui. "Drink this. It will expedite your recovery." "All right." Yang Jinghui said little, aware that failing to drink would weigh heavily on Su Yan's conscience, and indeed, the pain was far from ordinary. Meanwhile, Chen Dingshan and Luo Fuan, after dispatching the crab-like mutated creature, tended to the wounds of their dogs, De Huang and De He, who had also suffered severe lacerations. Su Yan, embracing her wailing children, entered the spatial device, marking her first public disappearance, aside from Qin Yi, although the others were aware of her ability. Witnessing a living person vanish into thin air left them astounded, marveling at the wonders of this world. They possessed spatial devices, yet those could not transport living beings. "Auntie, please check if the children are injured." "What is it, Su? Su Qin inquired as she took one of the children, and within moments, they had stripped the children of their clothing. Once back in a familiar environment, the children gradually ceased their crying. They meticulously examined every inch of their bodies, and upon finding no injuries, Su Yan felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Auntie, run a bath for them. I need to check on things outside." "Go ahead. I will take care of the children." The entire process of entering and exiting the spatial device took no more than 10 minutes, and when Su Yan emerged, she could hardly believe her eyes. Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui lay on the mats inside the tent, their backs wounded, but seemingly fine. However, Chen Dingshan and Luo Fuan, who had only minor injuries, were curled up on the ground. Strangely, the 2 dogs lay sprawled out, faces to the sky, panting heavily.
Qin Yi.
"Is the healing potion ineffective?" "The healing potion only treats external wounds. It cannot dispel toxins." "Are the mutated creatures poisonous?" As she spoke, Su Yan had already torn open Qin Yi's shirt, revealing that while the wounds on his back had healed, the surrounding area was darkened with bruises, indicative of poisoning. The same was true for Yang Jinghui. The scratches from when Chen Dingshan and Luo Fuan had pried open the creature's claws were shallow, but had also turned black and purple. No wonder the dogs were in such distress. They too had been poisoned. Su Yan frantically rummaged through her stockpile of medicine, searching for any antidotes. Deep down, she knew there were none. Detoxification would require either gastric lavage or the injection of specific serums. The dilemma was that neither option was feasible. What do we do without an antidote? Do not panic. As long as we have not succumbed to the poison, we possess the will to resist it. We can endure. And if it becomes unbearable, you can take us to the Shuguang Base Hospital in the capital. Old Qin is right. It is nothing to fret over. I have been poisoned before and merely survived by drinking plenty of water. Sister-in-law, this is a mild case. If I endure this phase, I will surely expel the toxin. I am fine too, sister-in-law. Su Yan understood they spoke to alleviate her distress. Yet, their expressions betrayed the severity of their suffering. No poison could be easily endured. The flight to the Shuguang Base Hospital would take at least 10 minutes. And they would need to switch to a helicopter for the last leg, at least half an hour in total. But seeing the stoic men gritting their teeth in pain, could they truly endure for that long? You hold on for a few minutes. I will go into the spatial device to find some medicine. The modern medicines she had hoarded proved useless for detoxification. Su Yan focused intently on the activation button for the cultivation world on the transaction panel. Surely, there existed a pill capable of neutralizing all poisons in that realm, and there would be plenty. Without a moment's hesitation, she pressed the button. 200 kilograms of gold was a small price to pay. Swiftly, she selected the pills available for purchase, only to find basic ones such as snow skin pill, scar removal pill, beauty pill, tranquility pill, energy pill, healing pill, and finally, the antidote pill. At last, she had found it. A bottle containing 10 pills for 60 kilograms of gold. Su Yan hurriedly purchased the medicine and emerged with it. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the faces of Qin Yi and the others had taken on a dark purple hue. There was no time to waste. Quickly, take this. It is the antidote pill. Su Yan distributed 1 pill to each of the 4 men. They would soon discover its efficacy. After administering the medicine to the men, she turned to the 2 dogs, who appeared to be hanging on by a thread. If humans could take it, surely the dogs could as well. Without hesitation, she fed a pill to Da Huang and Da He. Sister-in-law, the medicine works. It's a miraculous elixir. The effects are immediate. Luo Fuan exclaimed, watching the dark purple hue on his hand gradually fade. Then, Chun Dingshan chimed in, the pain is gone. It's effective. Qin Yi, Yang Jingwei, how do you feel? Do you need another pill? After ensuring the dogs had received their doses, Su Yan rushed over to check on the 2 severely injured men. She reasoned that the lightly wounded could manage with 1 pill, while the gravely injured should have an additional dose for quicker relief. The results were promising. Their symptoms had significantly alleviated. Yes, sister-in-law, this medicine dissolves instantly and works wonders. To call it a miraculous elixir is no exaggeration. As long as it is effective, that is all that matters. Su Yan felt a measure of relief as she turned her attention back to Qin Yi's back, where the wound had healed, and the toxic discoloration had notably diminished. She lowered the curtains around the tent and retrieved a water storage bucket from within. Once you've finished, you can wash up and change into clean clothes. I'll step out for a moment. Su Yan then proceeded to the adjacent tent where the congee was being served. Luo Fuan and Qin Dingshan, without hesitation, had already stripped down to cleanse themselves. Is that a crab? It reeks. Lao Chen, could you scrub my back? Dream on. The boss and Lao Yang are seriously injured. I can help them, but not you. I don't need it. Hurry up and get dressed. As Qin Yi noticed Qin Dingshan approaching him clad only in his underwear, he sprang up from the ground. I'm fine now. The poison is gone. I'll wash myself. I don't need it either. Lao Chen, please don't come any closer. Yang Jinghui, do. Sprang to his feet like a fish leaping from water. We're all grown men here. Do you really think I'd devour you? I'll wash Big Yellow and Big Black, Qin Dingshan remarked as the 2 dogs readily complied with him. After cleaning the dogs and drying them off, he applied medication for their external wounds. Luo Fuan tossed over 2 bottles of restorative liquid. Let them drink this. Why bother with ointments? I have 10 kilograms of gold. After all, 2 bottles equal 20 kilograms. You're quite extravagant. This medicine is something many would seek, but can't obtain even a single vial. And you're giving it to dogs? Take it back. At this rate, the dogs' wounds will heal themselves. Chun Dingshan tossed the bottles back to Luo Fuan. Indeed. If the dogs were seriously injured, your sister-in-law would have already fed them medicine. Luo Fuan picked up a dagger and began to pry at the mutated crab that had been killed by a laser gun. What a pity, if it weren't poisonous. A single crab leg would suffice for a meal. Lao Luo, Lao Chen, tidy up. We need to hit the road tonight. We'll take 2 vehicles and alternate driving. All right. Once the items in the tent were packed up, Qin Yi and Yang Jingwei had also washed and dressed properly. They could leave after folding the 2 tents, knowing that the others had only just begun their dinner. Su Yan prepared a portion of food for each person in containers along with a basket of fruit for them to take on the vehicles. Ige, sister-in-law. I'll ride with you. Luo Fuan stowed away the military truck he drove and eagerly jumped into the driver's seat of the Hummer. What was that shout for? Yang Jingwei packed away his truck and took a seat in Qin Dingshan's SUV. Qin Yi, shouldn't we rely more on the aircraft? It's not a matter of reliance, Yan Yan. If you wish to keep your secret hidden, it's best to avoid using anything that exceeds the modern world's technology. Of course, if you don't mind being discovered, we can use it. I'll do my utmost to protect you. Sister-in-law, Igor is right. Anything that transcends time and nature can easily be noticed. Just like when you fed me restorative liquid while I was unconscious in Night City. You thought I was safe, but I was still aware and connected the dots.
All right.
I'll try not to use it. I don't want our secret exposed to anyone outside of you all. Su Yan's consciousness entered her space, checking on the two little ones, who had already been lulled to sleep by Su Qing. Feeling reassured, she thought to confront Qin Yi about the matter. However, as she recalled how he and Lao Yang had been injured and poisoned while rescuing the child, her words felt stuck in her throat. The little sulk she tried to muster was evident to Qin Yi. Yen, sulking will only harm yourself. If you need to vent, feel free to direct it at me. I won't mind. But if I had to do it all again, I would still allow the child to be outside. Auntie said it's beneficial for children to engage with the real world. This time, I was indeed negligent. I shouldn't have let the child stray from our sight.
I'm sorry.
After letting him finish both his good and bad words, Su Yan withdrew her hand from his grip and turned her head towards the car window. Refusing to engage, Qin Yi pulled her into his embrace, coaxing, "Don't be upset, it's all my fault. By the way, Yen, where did you find such effective medicine? It cost 200 kilograms of gold and opened a trade route to the immortal cultivation world." Su Yan shrugged off his arm around her waist, still fuming and rejecting any intimate contact, but was willing to converse. Is this medicine really effective? Can it counteract any poison? Is it expensive? The question felt redundant, yet Qin Yi recognized her irritation and sought to distract her from her simmering anger. So he refrained from pursuing further conversation. Well, it's 60 kilograms of gold for a bottle containing 10 pills. Not pricey, then. It's worth the cost. Once we finish at the bases in the east and northeast, we'll venture abroad to procure gold and replenish your losses. 6 kilograms of gold per pill, based on pre-apocalypse values, amounts to nearly 3,300,000 per pill. For Qin Yi to claim it's not expensive, he was truly speaking against his conscience. Hearing about such extravagant expenditure made Luo Fuan wince at the thought of the financial toll. However, he uncovered something noteworthy. Sister-in-law, in the immortal cultivation world, the most common items are elixirs. Are there not cleansing pills that, once taken, enable mortals to cultivate? Or the life-restoring elixirs? Or the foundational pills? Chapter 116. This is quite unusual. Yes, but there's no qualification to purchase them. In the immortal cultivation world, one can only buy basic elixirs meant for ordinary people. Anything related to cultivation is off-limits, and we cannot procure the higher-level technology from the interstellar world for now. Oh, what a shame. I was thinking of how much gold I would need to amass to buy them. I've been contemplating how to pass the long days if I were to live for several centuries. Sister-in-law, you say we can't buy them? That is so disheartening. Living through this apocalyptic world for so long has indeed been a trial. Luo Fuan had intended to lighten the mood but inadvertently steered the conversation back to the topic of suffering. He shook his head in the rear-view mirror, realizing he had done his best but was at a loss. Yen, you must be tired. Lean on me and close your eyes for a bit. Qin Yi gently pressed her head onto his shoulder. I'm not tired, nor do I need to rest. Su Yan shifted away slightly, though not angry. She didn't offer him a warm demeanor either. In truth, she was upset. They took turns resting for a few hours while driving, and, by the next evening, they passed through an industrial area and selected an abandoned factory as their campsite. After dinner, for safety's sake, Su Yan brought out the 2 customized super RVs. She and Qin Yi would share one, while the other was designated for Luo Fuan and the others. The 2 dogs served as guards for the RVs. For the first time, Su Yan turned her back to Qin Yi while sleeping. He coaxed her, stubbornly trying to cuddle up to her, but she angrily pushed him away. The love of a father and mother for their child is different. Su Yan understood Qin Yi's intentions, recognizing that his motives were rooted in caring for their child. Yet, she could not tolerate the thought of such a tiny child being put through so much. Yen, please forgive me just this once. I promise I won't be careless again. You and the little ones are my life. No, you're even more precious than my own life. Qin Yi's words trailed off abruptly. Su Yan, annoyed by the commotion, was about to retort that he could hardly continue fabricating excuses for himself when she heard the barking of Big Yellow and Big Black outside. Blame it on the RV being too well customized. Its soundproofing was top-notch. If not for their heightened senses, they wouldn't have heard a thing. Su Yan carefully pulled aside a tiny gap in the window, and to her astonishment, several mutated creatures surrounded the vehicles. Her wristband lit up simultaneously, indicating that the other vehicle had also detected anomalies and sent a message. Qin Yi spoke in their small group. Use the laser guns to eliminate them from inside the vehicle. The three in the group responded affirmatively. Only Zhang Yuan, who was far away in the outskirts of Beijing, questioned what was happening. The couple displayed remarkable synergy as they swiftly donned their clothes and shoes, arming themselves to face the creatures. Su Yan would not forget to activate her unique invisibility shield. Her life was of utmost importance. As long as she was alive, her space and her ability to trade across dimensions would remain intact, ensuring a better future for the little ones and Qin Yi. Qin Yi, hurry and save the dogs. I dispatched the mutated creature that had ensnared Da Huang and Da He, yet you mustn't. As Qin Yi admonished his wife, he simultaneously shot the mutated beast grappling with the dogs. However, before he could finish his urgent plea, Su Yan had already flung open the car door to rescue Da Huang. A massive mutated crab, sensing the fresh scent of humanity, extended a claw towards Su Yan's arm. Come back, Yan Yan. Unaware of the protective shield, Qin Yi was overwhelmed with concern and rushed toward her, desperate to pull his wife back. Oblivious to the fact that the crab's claw had not yet reached her, Su Yan was swiftly yanked back into the vehicle by him, and Da Huang was likewise pulled inside. The door slammed shut with urgency. Yan Yan, you are only permitted to use the laser gun at the shooting port from within the vehicle. Do not exit. I shall go save Da He. Su Yan wished to convey that she possessed an invisible protective barrier, but ultimately refrained from uttering it, as it constituted her most significant trump card outside of her spatial abilities. Do not worry. Even if I sustain injuries, you have the antidote pills. Then, you take care. Even with the antidote, being poisoned is still a torment. It is preferable to avoid consuming the pills altogether. Da He had been pushed far from the RV by the relentless onslaught of mutated crabs, and even Da He, formidable as he was, could not withstand the sheer volume of mutated creatures attacking him. Qin Yi exited the vehicle, firing his weapon as he advanced to rescue his dog. The three comrades beside the RV provided cover with their laser guns, eliminating the mutated creatures encroaching upon him. Da He was successfully brought back to the vehicle without injury, and Da Huang was likewise swiftly returned without harm. Unfortunately, Da He had been poisoned, and Su Yan had suffered a loss of 6 kilograms of gold, which pained her deeply. Yet, no matter the anguish, she had to save her dog. To avoid being scratched and poisoned, every antidote pill counted. And everyone inside the vehicle was firing their laser guns at the monsters, but there were simply too many mutated beings, with one wave after another emerging. It was as if they had disturbed the nest of these mutated animals. In addition to mutated crabs, there were also mutated toads. Given the sweltering heat and arid conditions, could they truly have evolved to survive outside of water? Very well, evolution does not adhere to conventional reasoning. Old Qin, this is highly abnormal.
Boss.
I have the sensation that someone is orchestrating this, or perhaps breeding them specifically. However, this current batch of mutated animals appeared to be rather small compared to the previous one. I concur with old Luo's assertion that there must be some sinister force at play, but what precisely are your thoughts? Size alone does not determine edibility. Only you. The blockhead is fixated on eating. I wish to suggest that the creature which previously harmed us might have been the Crab King, now that its minions have vanished. They seek revenge upon us. As they engaged in a video call, Luo Fuan, having only partially articulated his point, noticed the collective eye rolls directed at him and fell silent. Everyone, take different directions. Eliminate as many as you can. Old Yang, deploy the drone. Understood. Moment latte. Yang Jinghui reported success. There is a telescope aimed at us from the yellow bricked building at 3 o'clock. I fear the drone may be shot down if we approach too closely. Let me take the shot. Luo Fuan opened the car window wide, leaped onto the roof of the vehicle, and followed Yang Jinghui's guidance, switching to a sniper rifle and aiming. A resounding bang echoed as Yang Jinghui declared, "One less little rascal." Luo Fuan stowed the sniper rifle and descended back into the vehicle, having eliminated one. It was evident that the opposing side could not possibly have only one, yet, realizing that these vehicles were formidable, they understood that any number of mutated beasts they summoned would meet their demise. Thus, after a few minutes, the influx of mutated creatures surrounding Qin Yi diminished significantly. And soon, the area around their vehicle was strewn with the corpses of the mutated beasts, not a single one remaining alive. These dead creatures are obstructing my path, making it difficult for me to maneuver the vehicle, Luo Fuan grumbled as he exited the car, surveying the field of carcasses. Chen Dingshan, unlike Luo Fuan, was not one for idle chatter. He was a man of action, retrieving a shovel from the spatial button to commence his work. Wait a moment. Su Yan suddenly had a thought. She wanted to see if these mutated creatures could be exchanged for gold. Cautiously, she exited the vehicle and collected one into her space, then scanned it with the virtual trading panel. There was no activity from the modern and interstellar realms, but the newly opened immortality realm lit up. A 1-meter diameter mutated crab was worth 0.5 kilograms of gold. Accustomed to high-priced items, such a small figure seemed negligible, yet it was akin to receiving a gift. And Su Yan felt elated. Yen, can these be exchanged? Yes, but it's rather cheap, only 0.5 kilograms. Nonetheless, being able to exchange for gold signifies they are valuable items. Be cautious while collecting them, and do not injure yourself. I know, just step aside. Stepping aside is not an option, Qin Yi said, wielding the largest solar-powered light as he followed Su Yan closely, instructing Luo Fuan, Yang Jinghui, and Chen Dingshan to remain vigilant of their surroundings. After half an hour, they had gathered all the mutated creatures. Subsequently, Luo Fuan and Yang Jinghui returned to the location of the telescope to investigate, only to discover that the opposing side's counter-surveillance capabilities were quite robust, leaving little in the way of useful clues. Qin Yi could not afford to spend too much time on this matter, opting to report the findings to the eastern base. As it was their territory to investigate, they rested for a night in an abandoned factory, and the next day, Zhang Yuan was summoned back from the air raid shelter in the outskirts of Beijing. Upon setting out again, they resumed their normal 4 vehicles, 2 off-roaders and 2 military trucks. Since departing from Hong City, they had spent 4 days reaching the eastern base located in Hai City. Besides the poor road conditions and the 2 encounters with mutated crabs, they had not encountered any bandits. In truth, the mutated beasts were likely the very creations of the bandits. Their vehicles were clearly not something ordinary individuals could afford, and they exuded an air of elite soldiers. All clad in uniform combat gear, anyone with a modicum of discernment would avoid crossing paths with such individuals. It could be said that bandits near large cities were far more astute in evading danger than those in small towns. Hai City was the largest modern metropolis outside of Beijing, yet all that was visible now were dilapidated concrete buildings, smoking in the heat. Abandoned vehicles strewn haphazardly along the roadside, fallen signboards, and desolate trees, with survivors devoid of any spark of vitality. Similar to Hong City, they found a villa district not far from the eastern base to settle in, although some residents still inhabited this area. Given the proximity to the eastern base, one would expect the inhabitants of the villa district to be well equipped with resources or connections. Why, then, did they not choose to enter the base? After completing his patrol of the villa surroundings, Luo Fuan returned, muttering to himself. The base is relatively safe, but comes with many restrictions, just as we are not currently in the base. Moreover, the private factions in Hai City are numerous. Those who dare to reside in a villa district under such conditions are unlikely to be ordinary folk. They are either quite powerful or part of a team. And most are not to be trifled with. I believe Old Zhang's analysis is correct. Perhaps we are already being monitored. Even our pretense should be more convincing. Hurry and move the supplies from the vehicle inside. Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan began transferring items. Su Yan released He to inspect the villa for safety. However, Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui each took a dog and proceeded to conduct a thorough search from the basement up through each room. She also brought Su Qing out to assist with the cleaning and disinfection of the villa. Su Yan gathered all the unnecessary items from the rooms they intended to occupy on the 2nd and 3rd floors into her space, then found an empty room on the 1st floor to consolidate the discarded items before commencing the cleaning process. She swept the floor while Su Qing mopped it, effectively dispersing disinfectant water as she completed each room. After thoroughly inspecting the villa to ensure everything was in order, Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui commenced the installation of the generator and the connection of the wiring, placing a water tank atop the villa for greater convenience in water usage. Once the men finished their tasks, they all pitched into clean, arranging the beds and furniture for their respective rooms from the spatial buttons. No one could afford to be idle. After 2 hours of collective effort, the villa was restored to a pristine state, with water and electricity fully operational. Luo Fuan was the most lively among them, raising his hands to propose. "Sister-in-law, shall we celebrate tonight with a grand feast?" "Certainly. Let us indulge in a grand meal." Su Yan directed Su Qing to make the arrangements, as it was not her own labor that was required. Any food would be prepared by someone else. So it mattered not to her. In her desire for convenience, she had even equipped her artificial intelligence ant with a small spatial button dedicated to storing ingredients, allowing her to simply place an order for whatever she desired, thus eliminating the need to retrieve ingredients from the spatial realm herself. Curiously, we have only been here for 3 hours, and already there are telescopes aimed at us from 3 locations, Yang Jinghui remarked. "Old Qin, should we not return the gesture?" He adjusted the communication wristband to share with everyone. Yang Jinghui had discovered a new function for the wristband, connecting it with drones that patrol the residence, which would alert them to anomalies and relay visuals. They could position several sniper rifles towards the direction of the telescopes. This would serve as a warning to deter those who might wish to pry. Those who were perceptive would retract their inquisitive tendencies, while those who were not would receive a fitting lesson from Qin Yi, who would not hesitate to act. "Let us go. The boss intends to send a warning, so we should set up the props." Zhang Yuan clapped Qin Dingshan on the back, and the two ascended the stairs together. "I'll join as well," Luo Fuan exclaimed, eager to see who dared to spy on their team. Su Yan, still miffed with Qin Yi, retreated to her room. In the living room, only the captain and strategist remained. "Should we await contact from the base, or shall we visit them? Let us pay a visit to our old acquaintances tomorrow morning." The leader of the eastern base was Zhou Shooting, a former head of the National Security Department. Qin Yi's team was under the command of General Sheng and frequently interacted with the National Security Department. The members of their team were quite familiar with the officials there and had established a good rapport. "All right, I will prepare the gifts for the visit." "No problem. I know you're concerned I might be too generous." Qin Yi indeed was not adept at navigating such social niceties, and Yang Jinghui felt a twinge of unease. This individual was both a third-generation wealthy elite and a political scion, a significant player, rivaling Su Yan. "Here they come." Yang Jinghui shared the wristband's visual feed. "Are these people really so impatient? It seems our first meal in Haiqing will be preceded by a fight. Well, it would be fitting to dispatch a chicken to dinner." Giving those nosy onlookers a moment as pause, Qin Yi chimed in the communication group, instructing everyone to get to work and reminded Su Yan to remain in her room and not descend. Yang Jinghui synchronized the drone's visuals in the group chat. 2 factions are now observing us. With 20+ individuals from each side, their formation appeared quite professional. It was evident they were collaborating. Chapter 117. Su Yan was exceedingly furious. The distance between the villas in this district was considerable, separated further by many vacant houses. From a villa situated at a distant corner, a few individuals were fiddling with telescopes and handguns. "Brother, why aren't we taking action? Look at those trucks and SUVs. They are prime goods. Soon to be divided between those 2 factions. They won't be able to digest it."
Oh.
"So, brother is waiting to reap the benefits of others' toil."
Fool.
Think with your pig brain. Over at the abandoned factory, those mutated creatures were easily dispatched by those few individuals. Why do you even ask? Moreover, even if those 2 factions were to succeed, we wouldn't dare to rob them, would we? We have signed a peace agreement. The one who had been referred to as brother retaliated by slapping his younger sibling. "If you weren't my blood brother, with such a pig-headed brain, you would have perished 100 times over. The agreement means nothing. Keeping those 2 factions alive serves to divert some of the official attention, preventing the base from fixating on us. Brother, be quiet. Let us enjoy the show." Others were watching the spectacle, and their own people were also observing. No, their own were concerned. Su Yan drew back a curtain slightly, attentively monitoring the activity below. She recognized that Qin Yi and his 4 companions were formidable. But given the numbers of the opposition, her worry was entirely justified. It was unclear whether those 2 teams were foolish or overconfident, perhaps believing that they could easily overpower a few individuals. They split into groups, hiding in the nearby vacant houses, while the remaining members took cover behind roadside structures, brazenly preparing to hurl grenades at the villa. Remarkably, they demonstrated awareness by avoiding the 4 vehicles parked in front of the villa as they threw their grenades. These individuals moved too hastily, failing to notice that snipers had taken positions on the third floor of the villa. Just as they pulled the pins on the grenades, they were already marked by Luo Fuan and his companions above. Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui on the first floor had no opportunity to intervene. After dispatching several grenade throwers, the opposition quickly realized that the occupants of this villa were not easily subdued.
What now?
What do you mean, what now? Strike the doors and windows. We have the numbers. Let us storm in. But what? Brothers cannot die in vain. Charge in and avenge our fallen comrades. Some of these individuals possessed combat experience, utilizing those hiding in the nearby empty houses as cover, while those breaching the villa abandoned any code of honor, using their deceased allies as human shields. A few even managed to evade the snipers of Luo Fuan and reached outside the villa. Upon reaching the exterior, they merely delivered provisions to Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui. The presence of numerous amateurs became irrelevant. If a five-man squad could be overwhelmed by dozens of lowly thugs, it would be a source of shame. In just 2 minutes, Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui eliminated those at the entrance, while it took Luo Fuan and his companions 5 minutes to pursue the fleeing adversaries. In total, the confrontation was resolved in under 15 minutes. Those who arrived armed and immediately resorted to tossing grenades were troublemakers, and the five-man squad showed no mercy in dealing with them. Had these intruders not been so ruthless, they would not have faced total annihilation. From the third-floor window, Su Yan observed the unfolding drama, feeling secure enough to relax and play with the child in the spatial realm. Meanwhile, those observing from another villa's third floor through telescopes muttered, "A bunch of useless fools." They watched as dozens were effortlessly dispatched by just a few individuals, forcing them to reassess the audacious newcomers in Haicheng, or rather, the officers. Ordinary soldiers lacked such an aura, and he now regretted provoking these individuals by unleashing mutated creatures on them during their journey. He was now even more reluctant to act impulsively. Of course, he coveted those modified vehicles, but careful planning was imperative. Su Qing busied herself in the kitchen, wholly unaffected by the events outside. The meal was plentiful, perfectly timed to be ready as they finished their tasks. Dinner is served.
Where's Susu?
In Su Qing's mind, Su Yan was her primary concern, while the others were secondary. I'll go call Su. Amidst the encouraging gazes of his brothers, Qin Yi ascended the stairs. His comrades were well aware that his wife was upset with him. Rather than simply calling out through the wristband, he chose to climb to the third floor to knock on the door. Yen, dinner is ready. There was no response, and upon opening the door, he found the room empty. He realized that his wife had already entered the spatial realm. During this time, aside from trading, Su Yan had not attended to matters in the spatial realm. Su Qing took care of the farming, while Qin Yi handled the harvesting and fruit picking. On a whim, she decided to inspect the 2 temperature-controlled warehouses. The fruits and vegetables she had previously stored were nearly sold out, yet now both warehouses brimmed with fresh greens, beans, eggplants, and an array of fruits, all neatly stacked in baskets and boxes, a testament to the wonders of the space. To this day, she remained perplexed. Aside from the absence of seasons and the sun and moon, time within the space flowed just like the outside world. Yet the produce cultivated there grew at an astonishing rate. Potatoes that would normally take 3 months to harvest could be ready in just a month inside the space, while the mustard greens, which typically required 20 days, matured in merely a week. The fruit trees were even more mysterious. Apples, pears, mangoes, and lychees, seemingly unrelated, could thrive side by side, and fruits from the north and south could bloom and bear fruit simultaneously. Moreover, the cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, and the fish, ducks, and geese in the river, which she had hardly tended to, indeed, she hadn't cared for them at all, had multiplied several times over. Even the pair of wild rabbits her younger brother had gifted her had produced numerous litters. In short, what had once been a small hill of animals had now transformed into 2 hills teeming with life. The grass had only been sown once, and thereafter thrived on its own. The 2 tiger cubs and the little dumpling she had exchanged with Yingzi had grown significantly larger. Wherever Su Yan went, her 2 little ones and 3 animal offspring followed closely. The little ones were less attached to her now, preferring to frolic with the tiger cubs. They were currently using the little tiger as a makeshift horse. How were they riding it? Both little ones perched on the cub's back, gripping its neck tightly. Rather than riding, It seemed more like they were lying on its back. Giddy up, giddy up. Having just learned to walk independently. They looked quite adept on the tiger's back, and with their hands occupied, they used their little feet to nudge the cub's belly, urging it to run faster.
Xiao Hui.
Though not very talkative, exhibited a commanding presence reminiscent of a young tycoon, resembling his father, though his father was not truly a tycoon. Oh, haha mama, look. Look at Wei Wei, she's quite the little diva, sometimes quirky and a tad fierce. See how she's nudging the tiger's belly with more vigor than her brother. Luckily, the tiger cubs were even gentler than dogs. It was possible that the space was under Su Yan's control. If she desired the tigers to be docile, they had no choice but to comply. Look. My little Wei Wei is amazing. Steady now, children. You don't need me to hold you, Su Yan said as she scooped up the little dumpling for a cuddle. A soft, fluffy bundle, it indeed provided a soothing balm for her restless spirit.
Mama, mama.
Xiao Rui articulated his words more clearly than little Wei Wei. Xiao Rui is quite impressive, bringing water to Mama. If praises are due, let them all be directed towards him. After surveying her grand space, Su Yan led her little ones and the animal offspring to the riverside, laying out several large mats where both people and animals rolled about. As for her earlier annoyance at Qin Yi, she had long forgotten what had irked her. Using her mind, she summoned the meat porridge prepared by Su Qing from the kitchen for the two little ones to enjoy. While nibbling on a bunch of lychees, she perused items available in the cultivation realm. Claiming not to be curious about the wonders of the cultivation world, especially the miraculous elixirs, was simply untrue. However, it seemed that the purchasable items bore no relation to cultivation, only catering to ordinary folk. Su Yan, feeling impulsive, traded for a bottle of beauty pills. She found it useful, as her figure and appearance were impeccable, yet recent travels had left her skin in less than optimal condition. She promptly swallowed one. A small porcelain bottle contained 10 pills, with the suggestion of taking one daily. In her moment of distraction, little Wei Wei ended up with the pills all over herself, digging in one moment and playfully squeezing another in her hand. Xiao Rui, on the other hand, consumed his with proper decorum, though he too ended up soiling his clothes. Su Yan gathered everything back into the small courtyard and carried the two little ones back to the room. After dinner, Qin Yi specifically awaited his wife in their room, aware she had entered the space, but feeling uneasy at not seeing her. Upon noticing the state of the little ones, he remarked, "They're eating on their own now. How wonderful! I'll go run a bath for them." "Go ahead," Su Yan replied, bringing the children into the bathroom. "You should eat dinner first. Your aunt has left food for you." "I'm not eating, I'm in the space." "Then you sit here while I wash the kids. Correct me if I do anything wrong." The bathroom was spacious, and Qin Yi fetched a small stool for her to sit on. He stripped the little ones down to their bare skin and placed them in the bathtub, filling it with bubbles. "Brother, this is fun," little Wei Wei squealed, scooping up a handful of bubbles and playfully splashing them onto Xiao Rui's face, bursting into laughter. "You little rascal,"
Xiao Hui retorted,
retaliating with a double-handed scoop of bubbles aimed at his sister's face. "Xiao Rui, don't bully your sister. Come here. Let us wipe your face." Qin Yi gently used a small towel to clean the bubbles off Xiao Rui's face, then did the same for Wei Wei. Xiao Rui pouted in silent defiance, feeling it unjust that he couldn't retaliate. "Little Wei Wei, the snitch," exclaimed, "Brother, you splashed me. It was an accident that the bubbles got on your face. And it was also an accident that you got bubbles on your brother's face. It's not a fight, just a game. Don't cry, little Wei Wei." But of course, it was a different story. Little Wei Wei cried even louder. "My precious baby, don't be upset. Your brother didn't mean it. He understands he was wrong. Can you forgive him? Come on, let us hold hands and make up." As a father, he spoke tenderly while placing their little hands together. "Hold hands, dear." Little Wei Wei grasped Xiao Rui's hand, but it slipped away instantly. Xiao Rui, feeling proud, remained silent, splashing water with his little hands in the tub. Seeing her brother's behavior, little Wei Wei joined in, and soon her tears turned to laughter.
Su Yan sat nearby,
observing her husband and children play, noting how Qin Yi cleverly used the children to mend their relationship. While her anger was indeed genuine, forgiveness was not on the table. The incident with the mutated crab that nearly harmed her children weighed heavily on her heart. Qin Yi's affectionate gaze landed on Su Yan, filled with sincerity and focus. Yen, please don't be angry with me anymore. I recognize my faults. Su Yan didn't even glance his way. Alright? Or should I let you slap me twice? Qin Yi clasped Su Yan's hands, bringing them to his face in a playful gesture. Su Yan pulled her hands away.
You hurt my hand.
So, are you no longer upset? Yen, I love the children too, but my methods may have been too extreme. I will change. I have learned my lesson, alright? In that moment, Qin Yi resembled a large puppy, seeking affection from his wife, disregarding his dignity. If you don't speak, I'll take that as your agreement? Su Yan's frustration dissipated like smoke as she witnessed his puppy-like antics. Qin Yi, perceptive as ever, recognized her silence as consent, and in his joy, he scooped her up in a princess carry, spinning them around in the bathroom. As for the little ones, in their parents' eyes, they were merely an afterthought. It wasn't until little Wei Wei's laughter filled the air that the parents shifted their focus back to their children. Each took a child, quickly washing them and returning to the room. Let us leave the kids with your aunt and have a wash ourselves?
Qin Yi suggested,
casting a knowing glance at their nearly soaked clothes. Su Yan was reluctant to engage with this troublesome man. Yet she acknowledged the necessity of a change of clothes and called for Su Qing to take the children to the nursery. She found herself being carried into the bathroom and back out by her husband. The night was anything but tranquil. After soothing his wife, the next day, Qin Yi appeared invigorated, holding Su Yan's hand as they descended the stairs. Well, the brothers needn't ask. They can tell that sister-in-law is no longer angry. At the dining table, Yang Jinghui cleared his throat. Old Qin, have you prepared everything needed for the base? Shall we set off after breakfast? Indeed, Qin Yi replied. Turning to Su Yan, you should stay at home while we go. It's best if you don't appear near the Haiqing base.
Why is that? Su Yan interjected.
Her curiosity piqued despite her reluctance to meddle. Zhou Shooting is the head of the National Security Department. Very few who stand before him escape his scrutiny. Especially not my wife. He will undoubtedly be intrigued. Sister-in-law, Luo Fuan chimed in. Zhou Shooting is akin to that legendary Monkey King, possessing a pair of discerning eyes. The nation's top spies have all been unearthed by him. Any specter that dares to stand before him is utterly exposed. I wasn't particularly interested. But you are deliberately provoking my curiosity, Luo Fuan, aren't you? No, he is indeed that uncanny. Quite uncanny, indeed. Qin Yi's comrades nodded in agreement. Naturally, Su Yan would not recklessly approach Zhou Shooting. After all, isn't it better to lie low? Following their breakfast, Qin Yi's team of 5 departed for the eastern base in a convoy of vehicles. 2 large trucks and 2 off-road vehicles were laden with temperature-regulating materials. Unlike the price tug-of-war that unfolded in the central regions, here, such theatrics were unnecessary. Haicheng was affluent before the apocalypse and remained so after. Qin Yi understood that as long as Zhou Shooting dared to set a price, the other party would dare to meet it. But would he dare to set a price? As they prepared to depart, Qin Yi felt a flutter of anxiety. Old Zhou is not easily deceived. Indeed, our excuse of having acquired the latest high-tech fabric abroad would not withstand scrutiny. Enough with the excuses. You all better not say a word. In the absence of a solid rationale, let us rely on my wife's method, assert that things are as they are, and let those who doubt verify. It's not easy to investigate now. Communication is a challenge, with satellite phones failing to connect for days, and the signal is poor, often cutting off mid-conversation. Then it's settled. When questioned by Director Sheng, we will state that our team is on an expedition to find cutting-edge technology and rare raw materials, which is entirely reasonable. Their apprehension stemmed from an initial feeling of guilt about concealing the truth from their superiors. The person they were about to meet had thoroughly investigated Su Yan's prophetic claims about the apocalypse and was a master of intelligence. Individuals like Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui could only be considered apprentices in Zhou Shooting's eyes, so how could they not feel concerned? Yet, these two were merely creating dilemmas for themselves, persuading themselves that their narrative about the temperature-regulating fabric remained unchanged. The temporary base in Haiqing spanned a vast area. Upon entering the gate, they sought directions and drove straight to the office. Zhou Shooting was busily occupied when he saw his assistant leading 5 spirited young men to him. With a smirk, he chided, "You lads are looking well. Old Qin, have you come to reap some benefits?" "Old leader, I cannot accept such a statement," Qin Yi replied. Exchanging valuable resources is precisely what we are here for.
Ha.
And what are you too timid to accept? Zhou Shooting laughed. It's been a while since I've seen you. You seem quite radiant now. Little Yang, little Luo, little Qin, little Zhang, all of you look more vibrant than before the apocalypse. I'm the only one aging. Cursed by this damned disaster. After sharing a few sentiments, he instructed his assistant to serve water and turn the fan to its maximum setting, directing it towards Qin Yi and his team. The office had only one fan, and without it, the heat became oppressive. Zhou Shooting wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief draped over his shoulder. Air conditioning? The leader must lead by example. Energy is scarce, and we should conserve where we can. Qin Yi adjusted the fan back to blow towards Zhou Shooting, saying, We are not hot. No, you are hot, undoubtedly hot. You traveled a long way to see me, and regardless of whether you are here to reap benefits, I cannot allow Director Sheng's prized young men to suffer in the heat. No moving. Keep the fan directed at you. Zhou Shooting firmly redirected the fan back towards the young men. We truly are not hot. Indeed, Director, we're quite comfortable. Director, you must not fall ill from the heat. Who would believe that it's not hot in this weather? Yet, the young men spoke in unison, and they were not ones to feign modesty. Did he need to inquire further? Little Qin, elaborate on how we can lower the temperature. This was the topic Qin Yi had been waiting for. With a light chuckle, he stated their purpose. Temperature-regulating fabric? Our country has indeed developed it. There remains some disparity, Zhou Shooting noted, indicating he had not received updates about the temperature-regulating fabric from other regions, including the capital. Nothing beats a tangible test, Qin Yi declared. Retrieving the temperature-regulating fabric he had prepared in his backpack and presenting it to Zhou Shooting. Please take a look or drape it over yourself to experience it. Excellent. Zhou Shooting unfurled the fabric, noting its thinness and smoothness. He immediately wrapped it around himself, eager to feel its effects. To his astonishment, there was no need for preparation. Upon draping it over himself, he instantly felt a remarkable difference, as if he had stepped from the blazing sun into an air-conditioned room. Of course, it was not as cold as an air-conditioned space, but in the nearly 60-degree heat, wrapping himself in this fabric reduced the temperature to the 30s, over a 20-degree difference. It was indeed extraordinary. The temperature-regulating fabrics I was aware of before the apocalypse could not achieve this level. What a remarkable find. Those on duty outside are saved. After praising the fabric, Zhou Shooting eagerly inquired, Little Qin, how much have you brought me? 2 military trucks are parked outside. In reality, besides the 2 military trucks, the trunk of the off-road vehicle was also stuffed full. Wonderful. Is it available at every base? Zhou Shooting asked this, indicating he was contemplating seizing resources from other regions. Qin Yi smiled but remained silent, leaving the negotiations to Yang Jinghui, especially concerning the exchange of rare items and antiques. Receiving a knowing glance from Qin Yi, Yang Jinghui forced a smile and proceeded to explain to Zhou Shooting, Director, you just heard us mention acquiring this from abroad. While sourcing from this company may be straightforward, transport poses significant challenges. We collaborated with a civilian organization to bring it back, which requires compensation. Naturally, we will not mention money, but the individual hopes to exchange some antiques, paintings, and jewelry. Although Yang Jinghui was merely acquainted with Zhen Yuan from Hongcheng, it was his familiarity with Zhou Shooting that was genuine and deep-rooted. The closer one was to someone, the more challenging it became to negotiate transactions. Thus, Yang Jinghui had to fabricate the existence of a civilian organization. We have plenty of antiques and paintings. Gather more from other bases to provide me with a sufficient supply. That's not quite the point. This individual has a penchant for collecting, and each region's antiques possesses unique characteristics. Yang Jinghui's tone reflected his dilemma. Qin Yi mirrored his concern, conveying that the situation was indeed complicated. Zhou Shooting likely understood that the supplies had already been divided into several portions, making it difficult to procure more. Very well, I trust you will not let me down. Whoever among you brought the goods should go unload them first. Luo Fuan took the keys to several vehicles and accompanied Zhou Shooting's assistant to retrieve the cargo. At present, antiques and paintings held little value. Hence, Zhou Shooting needed to offer more, otherwise, they would struggle to fulfill their obligations. The individual was aware that these items were currently undervalued and aimed to collect them, anticipating a return to prosperity to reap benefits later. Ordinary people remained oblivious, but those in power were informed. They understood from that letter that at least 6 years of natural disasters were inevitable, and even thereafter, it would not be over. The specifics of whether it would last 10, 20 years, or longer remained uncertain. Even when the calamities concluded, restoring production would not be an overnight endeavor. A rough calculation indicated it would take decades. Antiques and calligraphy. These items now languish in a warehouse, vulnerable to the whims of nature. A single earthquake could spell their destruction. Given the current conditions, preservation seems a daunting task. What purpose do they serve? Here, take them all away. Zhou Shooting promptly dispatched individuals to the warehouse to retrieve the items, assessing their adequacy. He was well aware that while some might seek compensation for assistance, young Qin Yi would undoubtedly harbor an interest in those treasures. Thus, they would be given to him. Thank you, Commander. Qin Yi expressed his gratitude, one after another. Zhou Shooting inquired about the well-being of Commander Sheng and Elder Qin. Meanwhile, Qin Yi gathered information regarding high-tech enterprises in Haiqing and surrounding cities, negotiating material exchanges with those who had stock. For those without goods, he simply directed them to the warehouse for acquisition. Before long, individuals returned from the warehouse, hauling several large crates. Behold, I have relinquished my entire collection of antiques and paintings to you. This is all I can offer, so do not expect more. The gold has been ordered to be sealed by Commander Sheng. With your words, we need not delve further. The commander would undoubtedly not place us in a difficult position. You rascal. The exchange with the base went remarkably smoothly. Zhou Shooting insisted that Qin Yi stay for lunch before departing. At that moment, Su Yan, perched on the terrace of the 3rd floor, received word that Qin Yi would not return for lunch. She had her sights set on a suspicious figure approaching the villa. It was evident he was there to gather intelligence. The individual peered over the decorative wall, then cautiously retraced his steps, narrowly escaping danger. She recalled Qin Yi mentioning that 2 factions had targeted them the previous day, both having lost over 10 members, yet they hadn't come knocking. Moreover, this villa district housed another faction. What was the intent of this observer? Su Yan stowed her weapon, recalled Su Qing and the dogs, De Huang and De He, back into her space, donned her camouflage attire, and followed him discreetly. She tracked him to the furthest villa at the edge of the district. He entered through a facial recognition gate, indicating the presence of electricity. Observing the tightly drawn blackout curtains within, she speculated about the numerous eyes that might be watching from behind them. She dismissed the thought of unlocking the door to investigate, and decided to leave. Just as she turned to depart, a truck approached and stopped at the villa's entrance. This truck was peculiar, its cargo area entirely enclosed with steel plates. The contents a mystery. Individuals disembarked and hurried inside. Su Yan opted to linger nearby for a moment. Within minutes, the man emerged, followed by a throng of people, escorting a bald man in his 50s. They conversed in hushed tones. Su Yan, not close enough to hear clearly, caught snippets of words like research, professor, and mutation, alluding to anything but benevolent intentions. Meanwhile, 2 light trucks exited the garage and several individuals boarded them, heading towards the villa complex's exit. The lead vehicle, having arrived from outside, circled to the villa where she resided. The back was opened and out poured mutated centipedes, each 2 to 3 meters long and as thick as a human calf, swiftly vanishing into the surrounding area. It seemed the earlier visitor had been scouting her home to facilitate the release of these aberrant creatures. Su Yan sensed these mutated beings were related to the mutated crabs they had encountered on the road. Once the centipedes were fully unloaded, she scaled the truck's side and climbed atop it, intending to follow this group and observe how they trained these vile creatures. She tracked them for 3 hours. Far from the city, arriving at the upper reaches of a river, or rather, a large lake at its source. Judging by the water level markings, the lake was 2/3 lower than normal. Approaching the lake, they encountered guards. Their vehicle passed 3 checkpoints before stopping in a wooded area where the trees had not completely withered. Su Yan cautiously descended from the truck's roof, quietly surveying the building before her. A high wall, an iron gate, and 2 armed guards greeted her. Inside the enclosure stood a row of 3-story buildings, flanked by 2 rows of 2-story structures, suggesting ample space for dozens of occupants. Once everyone from the truck had entered, Su Yan carefully checked her wristband. She had configured her device to mute all alerts when she began tracking this group, and to alleviate Qin Yi's concerns, she had disabled real-time location sharing. Upon checking, she discovered several messages and missed calls from Qin Yi. She replied promptly, informing him of her tracking endeavors before reactivating real-time location. After finishing his lunch at the base, Qin Yi had sent her a message but received no response, anxiously checking the location feature to no avail. At that moment, he was listening to Zhou Shooting discuss the situation at the eastern base, caught in a quandary. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to concoct an excuse to leave. Just as he received Su Yan's reply, "Little Qin, are you beginning to brush me off? You seem preoccupied." The conversation Zhou Shooting and Qin Yi were engaged in revolved around the prevalence of mutated animals, inquiring why there were so many and why they seemed inexhaustible. "My apologies, Commander. I was pondering your earlier remarks about mutated creatures. I spent some time in Jiangcheng, where we discovered that if one identifies their weaknesses, it is not particularly challenging to eliminate them. Recently, our team assisted in exterminating a mutated creature, which proved significantly more difficult than the wave of mutants we encountered on our journey here, and they were also highly toxic. Initially, mutated animals possessed only strong offensive capabilities, without toxins. Do you not find that curious? The mutated crabs they had come across were presumed to be artificially bred, a notion confirmed by Su Yan's recent message indicating that there were indeed individuals in the eastern region breeding mutated monsters. Zhou Shooting had entertained the idea of human involvement, but was currently too overwhelmed with other matters to address it. There were simply too many issues and too few capable hands. With Qin Yi's squad now present, he was discussing the possibility of borrowing personnel for a time. "I have contemplated this issue, yet I remain perplexed. If so, what is their motive? To wage war against humanity and obliterate the human race? What is the incentive? Very well. We shall remain in Haiqing for a few more days. I have promised assistance. Commander Zhou, shall we take our leave now? Will you not take shelter at the base? I have already arranged accommodations. We arrived last night and found lodging a few kilometers away at Dongziyuan. We shall only stay a few days and do not require access to the base." Understanding that Qin Yi was resolute in his decision to stay outside due to his mentor's presence, Zhou Shooting nonetheless expressed his frustration by tapping his fingers in annoyance. "Why choose that location to reside? It is occupied by 3 small factions, none of whom are particularly virtuous, although they have not dared to act overtly. I am unable to address the situation at present. Exercise caution while staying there." Given Qin Yi and his companions' capabilities, Zhou Shooting was not overly concerned. Qin Yi recounted the encounter with those who sought trouble the previous day and their subsequent elimination of several. Nothing to worry about, they deserved it. Zhou Shooting recognized that Qin Yi was genuinely occupied with pressing matters and refrained from further inquiries, instructing them to seek assistance at the base if needed before allowing them to depart. Once outside the gates of the eastern base, Qin Yi relayed to his companions that Su Yan had uncovered some troubling developments. "What kind of situation?" 4 voices queried in unison. Qin Yi shared that another faction had deployed mutated centipedes into their villa, while Su Yan had tracked the vehicle to a hideout that likely had connections to the mutated creatures, informing his teammates of the developments. At that moment,
Suane's wristband buzzed incessantly.
Messages flooded in from the 6-member group, advising her to remain vigilant, avoid rash actions, and conceal herself to prevent exposure while awaiting their arrival. Chapter 119. He should have tested the awakening pill instead of the sedative. Su Yan, at times, found herself in a state of complete apathy, lacking any enthusiasm for her surroundings. Even after acquiring a dimensional space, she failed to thoroughly explore or utilize it effectively, only recalling it when a need arose. Yet, her curiosity often got the better of her, especially since she possessed numerous life-saving advantages. Remaining stagnant was simply not an option. Gathering intelligence was paramount. Knowing oneself and one's enemy was crucial. To tread silently, Su Yan had mastered the ghostly steps of traditional opera, her movements light and delicate. After waiting for a considerable time, she finally spotted someone emerging, allowing her to float over the high walls. Unable to find the individuals she had seen earlier, she meandered through the area, gravitating toward less crowded passages, secure in the knowledge that she remained unseen. The upper levels appeared relatively normal. Aside from the locked rooms she could not access, The remaining chambers were either storage for equipment or supplies, or accommodations for occupants. A few rooms housed women of notable beauty, and it was not difficult to infer their purpose. After wandering for nearly half an hour, Su Yan discovered the entrance to the basement and, fortuitously, followed two elderly men in protective suits inside. The basement was brightly lit, each compartment semi-enclosed, filled with various instruments and monstrous aberrations secured by heavy chains: crabs, lobsters, cockroaches, centipedes. Some were once edible, and others inherently poisonous. Each creature was both colossal and grotesque. These compartments surrounded a large office at the center of the basement, allowing those within to observe the movements of the mutated creatures at any time. Su Yan entered the office, hoping to overhear some information, only to find the staff engrossed in their tasks, reticent to speak. Most of these suspected researchers were foreigners, and she discerned that several of her compatriots were being coerced into conducting experiments, as evidenced by the electronic ankle monitors they wore. Under the watchful eyes of so many, Su Yan could not peruse the documents, so she quietly memorized the layout of the entrances and exits. However, she noted that there was a second floor to the basement. This level also had electricity and guards, but the doors stood ajar. To her dismay, she discovered a multitude of living beings, mostly the elderly and children, imprisoned in enormous iron cages. The faces of the elderly were etched with despair and numbness, a haunting resignation to their fate. The children, in stark contrast, bore expressions of terror, their eyes still glimmering with a desperate will to live. Strangely, the children were unnaturally quiet. Before she could ponder further, Su Yan observed a guard approach one of the cages. The children trembled, biting their lips, their eyes wide with fear as they huddled into the corners of their confinement. With dozens of them crammed into such a small space, where could they possibly retreat? Even the child pressed against the bars, despite clenching his teeth, emitted a whimper of profound terror. "Have you identified the noisy ones?" one guard asked.
Yes.
"Those two." He pointed at the two children who were unable to suppress their cries of fear. The iron cage was opened, and the children were seized, their struggles futile. No wonder the others remained so quiet. Those who dared to protest were the first to perish. The two children, now released, cried out in desperate anguish, their wails echoing the depths of despair. Su Yan longed to intervene but knew that any rash action could alert others. If it were merely the two children, she could incapacitate them and whisk them away to her space, subsequently obliterating the facility. However, the situation involved many lives. She also wished to await Qin Yi and the others to ascertain the nature of the research conducted here. Following the guards carrying the children, she sought to discover their destination. The basement extended to a third level. The third basement had only a narrow passage, flanked by iron bars as thick as a man's arm, housing various mutated monsters, predominantly crabs and centipedes. It was evident that they were breeding and studying these aberrations. On this level, two individuals in protective suits climbed atop the iron bars containing the creatures. She watched as they opened a hatch in the steel plating, where the guards passed the children to them. "The doctor wants that lizard that slipped in. Let us catch one each," one of the suited figures said. Despite the children's cries, the two in protective gear stripped them bare. Su Yan wrestled with her conscience. Should she intervene or not? Upon reaching the third level, she assessed her surroundings. This was indeed a breeding ground for the mutated monsters. Other than the two in suits, no one else seemed to be present. As they climbed onto the steel plate, she stealthily followed. Now, with a swift action, she could save the two children. As a mother herself, she could not bear to witness them used as bait for the monsters. Just as the two men prepared to lower the children through the opening, Su Yan drew her light sword, swiftly severing their necks while yanking the children back to safety. She placed them back on the steel plate and, without hesitation, hurled the two men into the pit of monsters. The light sword executed its lethal task cleanly, devoid of blood spray, until they landed among the grotesque creatures, at which point blood began to seep from their wounds. To any onlooker, the scene would appear as but a flicker of light in motion. Even if someone questioned the children later, they would glean no useful information. After disposing of the men and eliminating the lizard, she departed, knowing the children were of an age where they might not even know how to hide. She had done all she could. While Su Yan was uncovering the nefarious activities of this research organization, Qin Yi had been attempting to contact her but received no response. Tracking her location, he noted she had been moving within a few hundred meters, realizing his wife was not one to remain idle and wait for their arrival. Yang Jinghui and Luo Fuan had been consistently inquiring within their small group, and upon receiving no replies, they began to surmise something was amiss. "Old Chen, can you drive faster?" "I cannot," Chen Dingzhan replied. Regardless of whether he was behind the wheel or firing a gun, he was always the most reckless. He had already pressed the accelerator to the floor. What more could he do? Yang Jinghui, typically the embodiment of composure, was the first to voice urgency. Everyone in the vehicle was anxious, and no one questioned the tension. Who among them was not concerned for the safety of their sister-in-law? After what felt like an eternity, Su Yan finally floated from the third level to the first, cautiously exiting through the main door in search of a hiding spot. While she could have remained visible, she chose to conceal herself to ensure a safer means of contacting Qin Yi. Su Yan messaged the group, "I have just conducted a reconnaissance and am now back in a safe location, awaiting your arrival." After sending the message, she replied to Qin Yi, "I am unharmed, but..." She briefly recounted the incident of killing the two men and shared her findings, hoping it would provide them with ample time to devise a plan. Yang Jingwei turned to Qin Yi, saying, "This matter is quite significant. This is Zhou Shooting's territory. Shouldn't we let him handle it?" Old Yang is right. Small issues we can manage easily, but this requires a clean and decisive approach. Otherwise, it may prove to be a thankless task, Luo Fuan added. The driver, Chen Dingzhan, remained silent, stating, "I'll defer to the boss." Zhang Yuan remarked, "Now that we have sister-in-law with us, we cannot put her in danger. I support Old Yang's suggestion." In the vehicle, all eyes turned to Qin Yi, awaiting his decision. Once the discoveries here are handed over to Zhou Shooting for processing, we must accurately inform them of how this place was discovered, whether there has been any contact, and the circumstances uncovered by my wife. From my understanding of Commander Zhou, he will undoubtedly delve deeply into her extraordinary capabilities that transcend modern technology. After listening to Qin Yi's words, the brothers nodded in agreement. Indeed, such critical intelligence cannot remain unspoken. Within the group, a momentary silence enveloped them. "If I do not participate, neither you nor the base personnel will find it easy to gain entry. A forceful assault would be ill-advised, especially considering the refugees in the underground third level and those suspected of being captured for research. The base's military, despite their numbers, is not fundamentally different from the five of you. I propose we request some personnel from the base, citing the discovery of numerous mutated creatures here, with one of us leading the team to hunt in the downstream of that lake. This team would serve as both a precaution against the mutated monsters in the basement escaping downstream and as a means of support should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Additionally, afterward, he would need to coordinate with the soldiers from the base to arrange for the rescued individuals." Su Yan also contributed a lengthy message. Ideally, there would be no emergencies. If any urgent situation arises, our people have wristbands and are nearby, making it convenient to contact for support. Regarding entry into the basement, Su Yan believed that Qin Yi and the others were sufficient. Coincidentally, Qin Yi shared this sentiment, although he was unaware of Su Yan's life-saving methods. He knew they were quite sophisticated. "Lao Chen will return to request personnel from Commander Zhou. Regular soldiers will suffice." "Understood." Chen Dingshan drove back. Zhang Yuan retrieved a vehicle from the spatial button and continued onward. Su Yan found a discreet spot, waiting over an hour for Qin Yi and the others to arrive. Along the way, the group discussed a rough plan based on the information she provided. Qin Yi checked the time. It was now 3:30 in the afternoon. "Lao Chen would likely return to the base and bring personnel here by around 6:30, so we should act at 5, an hour and a half early." There was still time, and they were 2 kilometers away from the underground lair, in a concealed location, allowing for a brief rest. Su Yan prepared the necessary items. Specifically, the medication. It must be colorless and tasteless. Indeed, the cultivation realm has produced effective and inexpensive tranquilizers for ordinary people. However, the pills were difficult to swallow, so she dissolved both bottles into mineral water bottles. "Sister-in-law, will this maintain its efficacy?" "Hard to say. Why not give it a try?" "A free trial." "Haha, just kidding. I doubt I could ever suspect you, sister-in-law." Strangely enough, had it not been for the impending operation, Luo Fuan genuinely considered testing such a drug. His fingers were already hovering over the bottle's opening. Zhang Yuan and Yang Jinghui looked at Luo Fuan as if he were a fool. This fellow had run a clinic abroad and was quite curious about special medications. Qin Yi, well aware of Luo Fuan's interests, simply handed him the mineral water that had been transformed into a potion. Give it a try. Confirming the drug's efficacy is up to you. My wife has the antidote. Right? Yes, if he truly succumbs to the drug and cannot awaken, just feed him an antidote pill. We still have 2 left from that last bottle. With the encouragement of the leader and the sister-in-law's antidote, Luo Fuan genuinely twisted open the bottle and took a sip.
Damn.
Old Luo, you are bold. He shouldn't have tested the tranquilizer. He should have tried the wake-up pill instead. Zhang Yuan and Yang Jinghui, standing beside him, were too late to intervene. The entry was indeed tasteless. Quiet, let me feel it, Luo Fuan said, not immediately succumbing to unconsciousness. This was precisely the effect Su Yan had selected. It was a drug that took half an hour to take effect. The others waited for Luo Fuan to faint, much like waiting for him to breathe his last. 2 minutes into the half hour, he finally collapsed. Should we give him the antidote now? No, let him feel it a bit longer. This is a bit crazy. Su Yan handed a piece of the antidote pill to Qin Yi, allowing him to decide when to administer it to Luo Fuan. To pass the idle time, the 4 played cards for an hour before finally waking Luo Fuan. The drug's effect was remarkably potent. It had no taste upon entry, and now that he was awakened, the side effects were minimal. Was it good? Crazy. Hurry up and prepare to poison the meal. No one knew about Su Yan's concealed attire. She had not disclosed it. Thus, the task of administering the tranquilizer to the dinner in that lair was assigned to Qin Yi and Luo Fuan. Su Yan, Yang Jinghui, and Zhang Yuan remained outside to provide support. Rest assured, old Qin and old Luo will be fine. Yes, I am not worried. Indeed, as Yang Jinghui had stated, it was simply a matter of sneaking into the kitchen to administer the poison, quite straightforward. Within 10 minutes, the 2 emerged. We arrived just in time. They were about to start dinner. Once they eat, there's no escape. Luo Fuan signaled an okay gesture and said, don't assume they'll eat all at once. But if we as Su Yan witnessed the ceaseless influx of mutated creatures, she initiated a dual-gun strategy, shooting indiscriminately at the nearest targets. The 2-meter corridor quickly became congested. With Qin Yi continuously dispatching foes, she seized the opportunity to scavenge for discarded items. Indeed, a single piece could be exchanged for half a pound of gold, rendering it scarcely better than refuse. Meanwhile, the upstairs occupants, still oblivious and entangled with women, had missed their meal, no, their medicine. I, on the other hand, was feasting lavishly, likely the leader of this nest, and had discovered 2 spacious warehouses stocked with various supplies. Old Zhang, have you taken care of the unconscious? Of course. Are you both so idle? Quite so. Let me tell you, Old Yang, there are hardly any conscious individuals left. Those who are unconscious are few as well. I find the numbers rather sparse, and I have yet to see the bald man that sister mentioned, who resides in the same villa district as us. Yang Jingwei's message in the small group chat was evidently incomplete, indicating an unexpected turn of events. There may be trouble on Old Yang's end. You go up. I can handle things down here myself. Su Yan, though not one to frequently engage in group discussions, remained vigilant. Be cautious. Retreat if you cannot withstand it.
Qin Yi,
having noted the group messages, was closer to Yang Jinghui, and after advising Su Yan, he ascended to the 2nd floor. Understood. Engaging only the mutated monsters on the 3rd underground level was decidedly easier than dealing with unforeseen circumstances, and Su Yan felt confident managing it on her own. Yang Jinghui's operation had been progressing smoothly. A few shots had successfully unlocked the iron cage, enabling him to guide the captives to safety. However, just as he returned a brief message to the group for individuals descended from above, a surprise he had not anticipated. It turned out that there was an intermediate level between the 1st and 2nd floors, and those within had not been incapacitated due to hunger. It appeared that the mutated creatures on the 3rd underground level were the handiwork of those in the intermediate layer. As Qin Yi stealthily approached the corridor, he encountered 2 individuals, or rather, 2 guns. In close quarters, with both parties armed, the competition hinged upon speed. The adversary's mechanical guns could not outpace his laser weapon, which he deployed without hesitation, neutralizing both foes. Yang Jinghui had already collapsed to the ground. Old Yang, I want to perish. You must pursue them. Take your medicine immediately. Fearing that Yang Jinghui might have run out of the human repair serum, Qin Yi pressed a vial into his hand before darting off. He simultaneously urged the two upstairs to be on the lookout for sniping positions, noting that one had already escaped. Yang Jinghui glanced at the lifeless bodies of over 10 individuals from the iron cage. Those who remained huddled in corners, trembling, were not his immediate concern. He refrained from taking his medicine at once, aware that it would induce a brief stupor. With the surrounding dangers unknown, and no one nearby, he had opted against consuming it. Yet now, to restore his combat efficacy, he needed to take the medicine. But the current conditions did not permit him to succumb to unconsciousness. Su Yan was deep into combat with the mutated creatures on the 3rd underground level. Her senses dulled from the relentless killing, even her desire to collect gold waned. She resolved to use the corpses of the mutated beasts to barricade the corridor, stalling their ascent. If she could buy herself 2 minutes, she could secure the passage and assist Qin Yi. What should she use to block the way? Swiftly assessing her surroundings, she unearthed a pile of stones from her spatial storage and discovered several stout iron rods lying across the path. Having arranged these, she turned around, nearly startled out of her wits. Yang Jinghui, drenched in blood, was clambering down from above, not by choice but due to a sudden collapse at the lower corridor.
Yang Jinghui?
Noticing that the mutated creatures could not ascend just yet, she hurried to help him up. There was no time to inquire about what had transpired. Instinctively, she opened the repair serum still clutched in his hand. Drink this quickly. I'll watch over you. Understanding that Yang Jinghui had not taken the serum immediately due to the anticipated dizziness and the lurking threats, she pressed him to act.
Good.
Yang Jinghui extended his hand to grasp the serum she had opened, but his injuries were severe, leaving him unable to hold it steady. Su Yan knelt beside him, assisting him in consuming the medicine, her eyes fixed on him as he gradually succumbed to the effects and closed his eyes. Humanity is truly fragile. Had it not been for their robust equipment, countless lives would have been lost. Su Yan had little time to lament human frailty. She noticed that the iron rods barring the corridor were beginning to shift. What else could she use to fortify the passage? Even a mere 10 minutes of delay would suffice. Without further deliberation, she scavenged the last few iron pipes from her spatial storage and fortified the blockade, then decided to carry the still unconscious Yang Jinghui to safety. Ascending to the 2nd floor, she observed the gaping hole above and realized her earlier oversight during the reconnaissance. She had been unaware of the intermediate layer. Finding a place to set Yang Jinghui down, she assessed the corridor leading from the 2nd floor to the 3rd underground level and resolutely positioned several empty containers from her spatial storage to seal it off. This should buy them a few more minutes. Meanwhile, Qin Yi was in pursuit of those who had hidden in the intermediate layer, having evaded incapacitation due to hunger. Among them was the bald leader of this nest, the very man Su Yan had followed from the villa. As he pursued them, he alerted Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan to coordinate their efforts. Yet they still lost track of the targets. Where are they? Qin Yi inquired in the group chat. The target has not appeared, Zhang Yuan replied. We are on the top floor, and there's no one within a mile radius, Luo Fuan added. Where could they have gone? Qin Yi had followed closely behind them. It was implausible for multiple individuals to escape the vicinity undetected by Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan on the top floor. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be the underground passage? Were there additional subterranean routes? Luo Fuan seemed to share this suspicion simultaneously. With the basement spanning 3 levels, it was entirely possible that more underground passages existed. With this in mind, Qin Yi instructed the 2 upstairs to remain vigilant, ready to strike should the targets be spotted. Before heading back to the basement. Not good. A horde of mutated crabs has emerged from the river. Over 100 of us armed with ordinary guns cannot contend with them. Chen Dingshan's message appeared in the group chat.
Su Yan,
guarding against the mutated monsters in the corridor, also noted the messages. An idea struck her. This desolate forest can't be entirely infested with mutated creatures, can it? There's movement behind the house. Mutated animals are present.
Damn.
There are more than we encountered on the way here.
Boss.
There are numerous mutated creatures emerging from various spots in the forest. Oh no, my fear of clusters. On the rooftop, Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan had transitioned from blocking intruders to repelling mutated entities. Yet, even a few bullets from standard sniper rifles were required to fell a single creature. How long could they sustain such an effort? Chun Dingshan, accompanied by a team from the base, found it even more challenging to utilize laser weapons. And the tires of several military vehicles were quickly giving way. As Qin Yi searched for Su Yan in the basement, he kept an eye on the messages, continually urging the elderly and children who had fled to the second underground level to hasten their escape to the surface. Yan, return to the surface. Old Yang? How is he? Qin Yi sent a private message to Su Yan and Yang Jinghui. Just a few minutes later, the barricaded corridor was breached by the mutated creatures, who surged into the second floor, rendering further obstruction impossible. Upon receiving Qin Yi's message, Su Yan responded affirmatively and hurriedly departed. As Yang Jinghui regained consciousness after consuming the serum, he found himself on Su Yan's back, having just been lifted to prepare for their escape. I can walk. You're awake? Let us just get out of here, Su Yan said as she set the person down. This underground area is swarming with mutated creatures. We must hurry. Understood. As soon as Yang Jinghui regained consciousness, he immediately shifted into a combat mode. Su Yan freed her hands to wield her laser gun, and the two of them fought their way upward to the first level. Just then, Qin Yi descended to the first floor. Yan, I want to blow this place to smithereens. We must completely obliterate it so that these creatures won't scatter and harm innocent people. Qin Yi's suggestion to obliterate the forest was clear, and Su Yan understood he was asking if she could utilize the heavy explosives she had used abroad, for only those could level the forest. However, should she resort to such advanced weaponry beyond their current technological capabilities, she would inevitably draw attention from the higher-ups. If she refrained from using them, the mutated creatures would continue to proliferate, posing a threat to many. Moreover, since Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan had not seen the few who escaped, it was likely they were still hiding somewhere in the basement, making it difficult to locate them. The most effective solution would indeed be to blow the place up. If her suspicions were correct, the basement was not as small as it appeared. It likely housed a sizable breeding ground for mutated beasts. I share your concerns, she conveyed to Qin Yi. Yang Jinghui added, but if we use the explosives, we won't be able to keep it under wraps. Then let us proceed with the explosion. If we can't keep it a secret, so be it. I only intended to conceal it temporarily. I never imagined I could maintain the ruse indefinitely. If the higher-ups take action against me, I can always leave. As long as I can hide it until the day the truth is revealed, I have no fear. Without hesitation, Su Yan procured 2 heavy explosives from her spatial storage and first tossed one into the passage, leading to the third underground level. The trio continued to battle the mutated creatures while retreating to the second underground level. The individuals who had previously been shackled had regained consciousness, and since they could not eliminate them immediately, they considered taking them out for interrogation. However, it was evident that they could no longer transport so many. The individuals with electronic shackles, who were not citizens, were all to be eliminated. Those who willingly engaged in underground research on these mutated beings were not virtuous. The presence of electronic shackles indicated coercion. Thus, it was crucial to rescue those who were innocent and ensure their cooperation in the investigation. Understood. Yang Jinghui, with impressive skill, managed to unlock 3 electronic shackles in under 2 minutes, subsequently linking the handcuffs of the 3 captives together to escort them away. Ignoring the frantic pleas of the foreigners, he refrained from wasting ammunition, allowing those who chose to rear mutated creatures to become their own nourishment. For the citizens without electronic shackles, he merely released their handcuffs, leaving their fates to chance. Those liberated from their handcuffs screamed and fled upstairs. Qin Yi and Su Yan took up the rear, dispatching mutated creatures to buy time for the others to escape, and instructed Luo Fuan to prepare the helicopter via their wristbands, while also urging Qin Dingshan to evacuate everyone at least a kilometer away. The couple even managed to rescue 2 exhausted children who could barely move. Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan received word to deploy a transport aircraft, which landed in the clearing in front of the row of buildings. As mutated creatures emerged from the ground, Zhang Yuan guarded the hatch while eliminating the surrounding threats. However, prior to this, several children and elderly individuals had already fallen prey to these creatures. Yang Jinghui handed the 3 captives to Zhang Yuan. I'll go assist old Qin. Understood. Zhang Yuan shoved the individuals into the cabin, blocking those in protective gear from boarding. Help us, we were forced.
Begone.
No more nonsense. Zhang Yuan fired a few warning shots, and no one dared to attempt boarding the helicopter again. They could only evade the mutated creatures and flee for their lives. Su Yan and Qin Yi continued their escape, collecting children and the elderly who were unable to run. With their hands full, they could not suppress the surge of mutated creatures and could only rely on speed to escape. The two of them could only carry 4 individuals, while several others remained behind. Old Qin, are there still people inside? 3. Upon hearing that there were 3 remaining, Yang Jinghui initially intended to take the 2 children from Su Yan but found himself unable to do so and dashed back inside. Qin Yi delivered the individuals in his arms to the helicopter before returning for the others. Yang Jinghui could rescue too, but one would require Qin Yi's assistance.
Vinyi.
Su Yan started to protest about the urgency of returning but saw Qin Yi dart past her like a gust of wind, prompting her to remain silent. Knowing he couldn't hear her. Sister-in-law, I'll handle it. You get up there. Zhang Yuan, having eliminated a few nearby mutated creatures, stepped down from the helicopter to take the child from Su Yan. I wanted to help. She turned only to see Yang Jinghui and Qin Yi emerging, pursued by a horde of creatures. Finally, they could take off. Chapter 121. The Explosion. After Su Yan pressed the detonator, the buildings, the desolate forest, and the underground breeding ground for mutated creatures were all reduced to rubble. Even from the faraway Haiqing base, the sound of the explosion was unmistakably clear. What is happening? What location is that? We need to investigate immediately. Understood. The magnitude of the explosion suggested it was no mere few tons of TNT. No. Who possesses such an arsenal of explosives? Zhou Shooting stepped out of his office, gazing toward the direction of the sound, where a small mushroom cloud still lingered. This isn't ordinary explosives. What kind of bomb possesses such power? There's no way I wouldn't be aware of new weaponry. Suddenly, a thought crossed Zhou Shooting's mind. The sun had set long ago, well past working hours. He had arranged for dinner to be sent to his office while awaiting news. Those closest, including Qin Shan and his group of over 100, had barely retreated to safety and were now startled by the explosion. The debris seemed to fly everywhere, and those too close felt the remnants of the blasted mutated creatures striking their faces, igniting speculation about the weapon used. When questioned, Qin Shan feigned ignorance and urged the vehicles to move faster. Because Qin Yi's helicopter had not departed but was circling, he understood that his superior was preparing to strike again. If they did not hurry, they would be caught in the blast and become an obstruction. Indeed, Qin Yi was set to unleash a few more explosions nearby. He exchanged a glance with Yang Jinghui. Then, the 3 individuals in protective gear who had been rescued were swiftly rendered unconscious. Once incapacitated, they retrieved their weapons and began firing at the surrounding area. As for the children and elderly who had been rescued, they had not needed to be subdued. They had already fainted from fear. Su Yan, seated, felt reluctant to move. Although she had trained alongside Qin Yi and her physical capabilities far exceeded those of an average person, carrying 2 small children while fleeing had drained her energy. Yan. Are you alright? I'm fine, just exhausted. Qin Yi sat beside Su Yan, allowing her to lean against him. Given the presence of outsiders, he opted to communicate via a private message in their small group. Qin Yi, these individuals will be taken to the Haiqing base. The situation here unfolded as Su Yan piloted the helicopter to find us, realizing something was amiss and seeking our assistance. I orchestrated the explosion in this area. Zhang Yuan. Boss, your explanation has glaring inconsistencies. The epicenter of the explosion left a deep crater. This forest was not merely flattened, it was utterly annihilated. Such destruction cannot be achieved with just a few small bombs. Moreover, Old Zhou is the hardest to deceive. Yang Jinghui. Old Zhang raises a valid point.
Luo Fuan,
Piloting the helicopter, remained outside of the group chat, as did Qin Shan, who opted not to voice an opinion. Qin Yi continued, this is our narrative. Whether he believes it is of little consequence, if he doubts it, he can verify for himself. This approach seems somewhat underhanded, yet Su Yan finds it acceptable. She replies in the group chat, I believe it is feasible. Others knowing is one matter, while my acknowledgement is another. My apologies, Yan. I initially intended to keep you out of sight in Haiqing, but it seems you shall be drawn into this after all. It's all right. Fate often has its own designs. She refrains from worrying over her rebirth, recognizing that not even she could foresee the unfolding events. Qin Yi has also informed Qin Dingshan to arrange for personnel to secure the scene. While a brief conversation transpires in their small group, the helicopter has already arrived above the temporary base in Haicheng. Yang Jinghui glances at his blood-stained attire. Before the helicopter lands, he quickly changes into a clean outfit. After all, appearing in bloody clothes with bullet holes but no visible injuries would be rather implausible. Upon hearing of the helicopter's arrival, Zhou Shooting has already dispatched someone to receive it. Qin Yi, Su Yan, and a few others are invited into Zhou Shooting's office. With such a tremendous explosion, I suspected it was you rascals. Now, tell me the situation. And this young lady, have we met before? Greetings, sir. I am Su Yan, and this is our first encounter. Zhou Shooting nods, recognizing a hint of familiarity in the girl before him, yet unable to place where he had seen her. His curiosity piques regarding her connection to these young men. Perceiving Zhou Shooting's scrutinizing gaze, Qin Yi decides to clarify matters one by one. Sir, Su Yan is my fiancé. The kind with parental approval. Well done, young man. And you, Xiao Yang, Xiao Luo, Xiao Zhang, take a leaf out of your captainess book and aim to bring home a girl soon. The three singled out respond with a muted agreement. It's not that they lack desire, but finding a suitable partner is no easy task. With a playful jest, Zhou Shooting shifts the focus back to the explosion incident. Qin Yi recounts how Su Yan discovered someone surveilling their residence and how they found mutated creatures released around their home via truck. She followed the trail and stumbled upon a semi-fictitious research facility for these aberrations. Who would have thought that little Su possesses such talent for intelligence work? Managing to go unnoticed? It's one thing for Qin Yi's squad to evade detection, but for this young lady, barely 20 and without special training, to track a gang unobserved is rather hard to believe. Su Yan, adept at weaving her fabrications, meets the leader's gaze with a calm demeanor. The truth is,
I was merely lucky in my follow.
Perhaps divine favor was on my side. Divine favor, you say? Zhou Shooting smirks. Qin Yi and the others struggle to maintain their composure, suppressing laughter. Do you have any means of contact? Our squad previously financed the launch of a communication satellite. Fortunately, its functionality was minimally affected by the magnetic disturbance. More luck, I see. Is this a never-ending charade? Zhou Shooting shoots a glare at them. However, with pressing matters at hand, he refrains from pursuing this line of questioning further. With two suspected coerced researchers in custody, immediate interrogation is imperative.
Xiao Qin, Xiao Yang.
Accompany me to interrogate those two. Understood. Qin Yi turns to Zhang Yuan, Lao Zhang, escort Yan Yan back to her residence, then return with a helicopter to fetch us. Yes, boss. Zhou Shooting considers keeping them at the base, but relinquishes the thought, trusting Qin Yi's judgment. Upon returning to the villa, Su Yan and Zhang Yuan don night vision goggles, circling their residence a few times to eliminate any visible mutated centipedes before landing. Sister-in-law, do you think these creatures could burrow through walls into the house? Unlikely. During my time at that underground research facility, I discovered that these mutated creatures have a penchant for blood. Perhaps we should lure them out by sacrificing a pig, otherwise, it remains a persistent threat. Excellent idea. In her spatial realm, Su Yan secures a live pig before transporting it out. Within this space, whether living or dead, she maintains complete control, without binding it. The risk of it escaping would be too great. You handle the slaughter. Not a problem. It's a pity to waste such a large pig on these mutated beasts. Fear not, a single mutated creature is worth its weight in gold, so we won't suffer a loss. Indeed. Zhang Yuan, now unconcerned about the loss, brutally slaughters the pig with ease, dragging it outside. He swiftly slices it into several pieces with a tang knife and disposes of the fresh, bloodied meat around the neighboring villas and desiccated landscaping to bait the creatures. Surprisingly, this tactic successfully draws out more than a dozen mutated centipedes. After eliminating them all and confirming there are no survivors, Su Yan collects one specimen after another, trading each for resources in the newly established realm of cultivation. Once the exterior is secured, Su Yan releases De Huang and a He from her spatial realm before stepping indoors. Zhang Yuan conducts a thorough inspection of the house, ensuring no mutated creatures have infiltrated before he heads back to the base to await Qin Yi. The three researchers apprehended were indeed coerced into their studies. requiring no interrogation as they willingly divulge everything they know upon escaping the underground organization. This facility is a clandestine research base belonging to a certain biotechnology company in Haicheng, secretly conducting inhumane experiments. The three researchers had been lured by lucrative salaries prior to the calamity, only to realize they had been deceived. With no opportunity to escape once the disaster struck, the facility discovered the mutation of animals during the extreme cold period and began experimenting on these creatures, aiming to harness them against humanity. The numerous mutated beasts were bred through special methods devised by these individuals. The underground level 2 of the facility was a holding area for the elderly and children, serving as fodder for the mutated creatures. And countless lives have already been sacrificed since its inception. When questioned why primarily the elderly and children were targeted, the answer lies in their vulnerability and ease of capture. Fortunately, this serendipitous discovery has occurred, considering the attacks from the mutated creatures encountered along the way. It is evident that these individuals have mastered the art of commanding the aberrations. Had this situation gone unnoticed, many more lives could have been lost. Upon completing the interrogation, Zhou Shooting inquires about the scene. I instructed Qin Dingshan to remain at the base. He is still guarding the perimeter in case any survivors or errant mutated creatures are present. Lead me to the site. Now? You dare refuse to utilize your helicopter to take me along? Certainly not. It's just that with your significant holdings in Haicheng, you could afford to conserve a bit of aviation fuel. Conserve? Ever since the magnetic disturbances disrupted various electronic devices, only a few helicopters remain operational. I must cherish this life of mine. I still have much to contribute. Speaking of the severe magnetic interference, even satellite phones can only connect through sheer luck. How could their helicopter possibly function, and why hasn't their private communications satellite been affected? Zhou Shooting silently accumulates questions about this elite team of Major Sheng, refraining from voicing them for the moment. The group, both young and old, banter lightly as they approach the helicopter. Qin Yi inquires about the situation at the residence. There were no mutated creatures inside. I used some fresh blood to lure the surrounding mutations out and dealt with them. Qin Yi nods in understanding, confident in Su Yan's ability to protect herself, hence he refrains from further comment. He and his teammates board the helicopter, while Zhou Shooting accommodates as many as possible. Are these mutated creatures truly so easily vanquished?
Which model did you employ? Zhou Shooting queries Vinyi.
Aside from Zhou Shooting, there were others present from the Haicheng base. Qin Yi pondered that Qin Dingshan had undoubtedly used the laser gun in front of the troops, and this matter could not be kept under wraps. He retrieved a laser gun from his backpack, more accurately, from a spatial button, and displayed it to Zhou Shooting, stating, "This is a laser gun, acquired from abroad." A laser gun? Are you pulling my leg? The apocalypse hasn't even lasted a year, and my information hasn't become that obsolete. Which nation or faction has developed such advanced technology? Speak plainly. Believe it or not, ask a few of my brothers if you wish. Yang Jinghui, Luo Fuan, and Zhang Yuan, who was at the controls, all nodded in unison. Their nods were mere gestures of futility. Both the liar and the listener were acutely aware of the absurdity of the claim, akin to a disingenuous performance. Did Qin Yi not realize how untenable such assertions were? He was fully aware but chose to remain indifferent. Your brothers are in cahoots with you, just wait. Qin Yi offered a disarming smile, opting for silence. Zhou Shooting likely understood that he would not extract much in front of so many witnesses, planning instead to gradually probe this young man for information. Nevertheless, with such a remarkable item at hand, he was determined to have it, regardless of its origins. The laser gun Qin Yi showcased was certainly not going to be returned. The laser doesn't require bullets, does it? How is it charged? I don't know. Others informed me that the energy cells can last until the gun is rendered useless. What a splendid item. Here, the mutated creatures outnumber those in other locales. I could use a batch of such weapons. Zhou Shooting inquired without hesitation if there were more of these guns available, certain there were, and if not, he would procure a few from his squad. None left. Do you think such a rarity would be abundant? As he spoke, Qin Yi attempted to reclaim his gun, but Zhou Shooting would not relent. I don't care if you have more, you won't be taking this one back. Leader, isn't that a bit unreasonable? I find it quite reasonable. You lot can't possibly need so many. Xiao Yang, Xiao Luo, you both ought to share what you have with me. Yang Jinghui and Luo Fuan pretended not to hear, sitting closely together as if engrossed in their own conversation. With the value of 800 kilograms of gold per weapon, they weren't feeling particularly generous, especially since the leader hadn't authorized them to part with their possessions. Before Zhou Shooting could voice another thought, a helicopter descended near Qin Dingshan and his team. Zhou Shooting signaled an assistant to summon reports.
Speak.
The company commander called to report, recounted the mutated creatures they had encountered, how they had become trapped in vehicles, and how Qin Dingshan had dispatched one with a single shot, followed by an explosion. Details he recounted without missing a beat. Indeed, Qin Dingshan possessed a laser gun as well. Qin Yi's 5-man squad must have at least 5 of them. Zhou Shooting felt a pang of envy. He needed to acquire a few more. By the way, Commander, there are several survivors who escaped and are hiding nearby. How should we handle their resettlement? We'll take them back to the base together. You'll remain stationed here for the night. Understood. Qin Yi and the others boarded Qin Dingshan's vehicle to learn more about the situation. There were a few stray survivors, but not many. Over 100 individuals had encircled the area. Anyone who spotted a mutated creature would fire 2 shots into the air, prompting me to rush over and eliminate it. However, how should we describe our own circumstances? As Qin Dingshan spoke, his voice trailed off, and he waved the laser gun in front of the group. Whoever asks will be directed to me. Very well. Chapter 122. I want a photograph of your fiancé, Su Yan. Alone in the villa. Su Yan was not particularly afraid. She had 2 dogs for company. However, she was concerned about Qin Yi. Fully aware he was not in danger, but still fretful due to his absence. Unable to sleep, her thoughts wandered to the nearby villa, where security was exceedingly tight. She found it hard to believe there wasn't some substantial wealth hidden within. Why not just take it? With that thought, she sprang into action. Having already visited an underground breeding ground for mutated creatures, why should she hesitate to explore this villa? Leaving the dogs to guard the house, Su Yan donned a stealth suit and, with he used an aircraft to discreetly land on the villa's rooftop. With Qin Yi absent, she once again relied on high-tech spatial technology. Otherwise, would she willingly place herself in harm's way? She was not foolish. Communication was challenging, and those she had been tracking were unlikely to return. The people here certainly wouldn't receive any messages, as the calm atmosphere suggested. Descending from the top floor of the villa, Su Yan first sought the power supply room. As she navigated the stairwell, she noted the few occupants in the villa, 4 individuals engaged in a mahjong game on the first floor, 2 guarding the front garden, and another 2 in the back. Totaling 8 people. She located the power supply in the basement and promptly shut it off before finding a place to wait. Within minutes, footsteps echoed as an individual descended with a flashlight, which fortuitously swung towards her hiding spot. Farewell. As the person inspected the generator, Su Yan silenced him with a suppressed handgun shot to the head. She then began to search the basement for anything of value. But aside from equipment for a media room and fitness gear, there was nothing else of interest. Just as she prepared to ascend the stairs, another person descended, cursing as he came to check the power. Su Yan wasted another bullet. Counting in her mind, she noted there were still 6 individuals remaining. Upon reaching the first floor, she found the mahjong table empty and decided to eliminate the guards first. Stepping out into the front garden, she spotted 4 individuals. No matter. As she drew closer, she revealed her hands, where 2 guns appeared, simultaneously dispatching 2 of them. Who goes there? The remaining 2 reacted quickly, drawing their weapons and taking cover against the wall. Their vigilance ultimately futile. No matter how quick they were, they could not rival someone with an advantage. When the 2 men beheld her beautifully eerie hands emerge in a flash, aimed directly at them, they could not comprehend how such magic was possible before their breath left them. Only 2 remained, but there was no need to search them out. Even with a suppressed weapon, the sound could be discerned at close range. As the final 2 emerged from behind the villa, they too met their demise. With all visible threats eliminated, it was now her time to leisurely seek out valuables. Descending from the 3rd floor, her intuition proved correct. The basement held no treasures, which meant they must be located upstairs. The 3rd floor contained the master bedroom, which housed 4 safes. 2 were filled with gold bars and jewels, while the other 2 contained ammunition and firearms, all to be taken. Next, she collected the hidden liquor from the living room's wine cabinet, alongside various teas and cigarettes. The glass display case in the study held gold, silver, and jade ornaments, and the safe contained gold bars and gemstones. She would not let these slip away. And that Wangwali table, its grain and sheen suggested it was of superior quality. She would take that as well. The other rooms were filled with jerky, hams, rice, and cooking oils, but she found them lacking in value and collected a few items nonetheless. That would suffice. Having completed her collection, Su Yan stealthily walked along the community pathways like a specter. She was aware that the two groups who had recently arrived also belonged to this community. Yet she had no interest in tracking them down. She would leave that to Qin Yi and his team for another time. Before reaching her temporary residence, she spotted Qin Yi's helicopter flying past from a distance. Good dogs, you've been well fed and are in fine form. Zhou Shooting caressed the dog twice, only to be met with a couple of barks. Qin Yi chuckled in agreement. How could he not discern that the old leader was alluding to his ample supplies? There was no need for explanation. Silence was golden. However, upon entering the living room, he noticed the bright space was still cooled by the central air conditioning. A refreshing chill that could elevate one's comfort to heavenly heights. No wonder this young Master-S Special Forces team did not reside at the base. Zhou Shooting gestured towards Qin Yi from across the room, intending to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. It was only when Su Yan heard the voices that she realized it wasn't just Qin Yi and a few others who had returned. There were outsiders as well. She slipped into the adjacent vacant villa to remove her concealment attire before returning. Where did you go, sister-in-law? Zhang Yuan had yet to step inside when he was about to inquire, but upon recalling Zhou Shooting and his assistant Yan, he refrained from asking. I just remembered there was something in the car that I needed to fetch, and you all came back, she replied. Oh, who would believe that? With how you look? Sister-in-law, it's evident you were up to something, Zhang Yuan remarked, pointing towards the living room. Su Yan smiled at him, signaling that all was well, and in her hand appeared a water cup. Their conversation was audible in the living room. Su Yan offered no further explanation. After all, it was merely a matter of fetching a cup of water. She nodded towards Zhou Shooting and Qin Yi, who sat on the sofa, appearing as though they were preparing for an intense interrogation. Qin Yi has returned? Greetings, General Zhou. I want to disturb your discussions. Would you like me to prepare a late-night snack? Sure. Thank you, dear niece-in-law. Zhou Shooting addressed Su Yan as such, as he and Qin Yi's father belonged to the same generation. Once Su Yan entered the kitchen, Zhou Shooting suddenly remarked, there's a scent of blood. An aura of menace. Indeed, there's a large pool of blood outside that hasn't dried yet. If the general is unaccustomed to the smell, should I go wash it away? Luo Fu and attempted to divert the conversation. You lot, the most cunning among you, is clearly yourself. Who do you look down upon that you find the scent unfamiliar? Just joking, General. Please don't be upset. Zhou Shooting cast a few glances at his once capable subordinates. As for Qin Yi, his fiancée would naturally defend him, but he could see that aside from Luo Fuan, Yang Jinghui, and the recently arrived Zhang Yuan also seemed eager to speak up in defense. Su Yan was not merely Qin Yi's fiancée. What secrets could she be hiding? Moreover, what had he overheard? Fetching a water cup from the car? Such half-hearted lies had surfaced several times today. Outside was shrouded in darkness. What could a girl be doing to return reeking of blood? She was as beautiful as a fairy, yet shrouded in enigmas. His damned professional instincts urged him to delve deeper into the young lady's secrets. Shao Qin, which family does your little wife hail from? How did you meet her? She is not from the capital. Her uncle is Su Jiangwo of the Su Group in Jiangcheng. We met abroad before the natural disaster. Zhou Shooting replied with an "oh," for he was aware of Su Jiangwo, a member of the Special Forces who had retired 20 years ago after a failed rescue mission abroad. The target of that rescue mission? Zhou Shooting's mind buzzed with recollections. No wonder Su Yan seemed familiar to him. He had just recalled who she resembled. But how could that be possible? There was no reason for it. Qin Yi, aware that Zhou Shooting possessed information on Su Jiangwo, conveyed his intent to assure that there was no issue with the individual. After speaking, Qin Yi noticed that Zhou Shooting's expression was not right. Not only Qin Yi but also Yang Jinghui, Luo Fuan, Zhang Yuan, and Zhou Shooting's assistant all sensed that something was amiss with Zhou Shooting. Find a place. I need to speak with you. Alright, please follow me. The two ascended to the second floor, leaving the others in the living room exchanging puzzled glances. In a tea room on the second floor, Qin Yi and Zhou Shooting sat facing each other.
General, please speak.
Is your fiancée Su Yan the biological daughter of the Su family from Zhangcheng? Don't leave me in suspense. Otherwise, you'll regret it. I'm not certain, but I've heard that Su Yan's parents and elder brother do not treat her well, yet her uncle is quite fond of her.
How so?
I've heard that her uncle intends to bequeath all his shares in the Su group to his niece, Su Yan.
Of course, that was not the case.
But Qin Yi could not disclose that. Regardless of the possibility, he would not lie, opting instead for a vague response, leaving Zhou Shooting to speculate. The age matched. Their appearances bore some resemblance. Her biological parents mistreated her, while her uncle treated her well. This indicated many issues. Qin Yi continued, General Zhou, were you lost in thought in the living room because you recalled something regarding my fiancé? Indeed, I felt she was familiar at first glance, but it took a while to recall. Just as you mentioned Su Jiangwo, it suddenly struck me whom your wife resembles. But wait, didn't your grandfather mention anything? Perhaps he didn't pay much attention, given the generational gap. From what you're saying, Su Yan is still part of the capital circle. Who does she resemble? Qin Yi was aware that Zhou Shooting would not jest about such matters. He trusted the general's character. However, he found the general to be overly cautious. Could his fiancée be entangled with another high-ranking official? I cannot disclose this for now. I need to confirm further before I can speak. Must you confirm? Yes. If it truly aligns with my suspicions, I cannot keep it hidden. Su Yan was not the biological child of the Su family, and Qin Yi was naturally aware of that. Yet Zhou Shooting's cautious demeanor indicated that Su Yan's true lineage was anything but ordinary. If you confirm, can you refrain from informing the other party for now and first consider Su Yan's opinion? Of course, it would be best if you could pretend to be unaware. No, this matter is also a failure of the National Security Department. Although I was not yet a leader at the time, I now have leads and thus bear the responsibility to investigate. However, you need not worry too much. It won't ruin your good fortune. Not only would it not ruin things, but it would likely enhance them, but Zhou Shooting could not say as much at that moment. How you proceed is beyond my interference, but you must not let my fiancé know. Are you asking me to keep this from your fiancé? That's manageable.
How about a little bribe?
Very simple. Qin Yi was at a loss for words, having witnessed the old leader's audacity, resorting to extortion. I enjoy watching your flustered expression. So, what is your answer? What do you want? 100 laser guns. Before Zhou Shooting had returned, he had discovered mutated creatures lurking near the explosion site. Having tested the laser guns, they proved to be exceedingly effective, and he was enamored with them. With such immense power and infinite energy, how could I possibly let such a magnificent item slip away? Do you think these are toys? That one you took is gone. This one is non-negotiable. Really no negotiation? With that quantity, there's nothing to discuss. 800 kilograms of gold for one. How dare you simply ask for 100? Qin Yi had transformed from an officer into a speculator hoarding gold. If they aimed to extract funds from him, they would find none. He wagered that Zhou Shooting would refrain from discussing matters he was unsure of, especially not in front of Su Yan. If mentioned, it would be only after confirmation. Then I'll go tell Su Yan about this, and keep her in Haicheng. Good luck trying to keep her there. Forget it. I can assure you that each of your 5 team members will have one. I'm certain of that, no more than that. Aside from this one, give me 2 more. I need 3 for the entire base, and you 5 will have 2. Is that unreasonable? Those items belong to us anyway. Do you think it's unreasonable? 3, totaling 2,400 kilograms of gold. Just the thought makes my heart ache. Qin Yi remained silent. It was Zhou Shooting who grew anxious. He knew full well that such items could not be plentiful. This was not merely a case of asking for exorbitant prices. Given our friendship, how much can you offer me? I genuinely need them here. You know this is the area with the most mutated creatures. Countless lives have been lost in the struggle to eliminate these monsters. Take what you need from me, and I'll pull one out of the mix for you. No more than that. There's nothing left to say, unless he offers gold. Indeed, gold. Initially, I hesitated to broach the subject of a transaction with Zhou Shooting, but now the opportunity has presented itself. I must consider how to articulate my thoughts eloquently. How did you acquire it? With the ladder already extended, Qin Yi now has a chance to weave a tale. The firearms were exchanged with us by the proprietor who facilitated the transport of that batch of temperature-controlled fabric. He has a penchant for antiques, calligraphy, paintings, and precious artifacts. We amassed a considerable collection of such items to barter for 5 firearms. Surely you jest? I assure you, not a single word of that is deceitful. Qin Yi spoke with unwavering conviction. Indeed, they had traded those items. His teammates had converted their collected treasures into gold through Su Yan, subsequently exchanging it for the laser guns. If, and I emphasize if, I were to provide you with a batch of those items, could you assist me in acquiring some laser guns in return? Absolutely, without a doubt. I have been eagerly awaiting this proposition. Whether it becomes public knowledge or not is inconsequential, as long as gold is involved. Qin Yi is willing to assist with the exchange, charging only the cost and not profiting from his superior, although it would be prudent to earn a little something. I can facilitate the connection, but you must first bring the items to me. Agreed. It's settled. Observing Qin Yi's demeanor, Zhou Shooting realized there was no more to extract. The desire for antiques and jewels must be genuine. Having already provided a substantial number of antiques during the procurement of the temperature-controlled fabric, he could afford to part with a few more, in comparison to the laser guns. Those are mere trifles. However, Zhou Shooting had other inquiries. How did you orchestrate such a grand explosion? It almost perfectly mirrored several incidents abroad prior to the natural disasters. Do you desire explosives? That can be arranged, as they are all traded through the same individual. At this point, Zhou Shooting found himself at a loss for words. The young man was not putting much thought into his deception. One last thing, I require a photograph of your fiancée, Su Yan. Chapter 123. The secrets are unraveling. From Zhou Shooting's perspective, the secret was highly likely to be linked to Su Yan. He had contemplated that Qin Yi, being a top-ranking official from a prestigious lineage, would inevitably report any opportunity that arose. However, Su Yan was different. She was merely the daughter of a wealthy family from Jiangcheng, initially intent on uncovering her secrets. He now realized she might have ties to the commander. Regardless of whether the secret existed, his urgency to unearth it had diminished. A different line of thought emerged. If Su Yan's connection to the commander was confirmed, the secret would become a matter of personal interest, as it would remain within their grasp. Qin Yi understood that the photograph would have to be given, otherwise, Zhou Shooting's nature would compel him to find a way to acquire it. Thus, he directly complied. He rummaged through his document holder, producing a photo taken clandestinely while abroad, which he had printed and carried with him. It was the only one he cherished like a treasure. Zhou Shooting, unable to tolerate Qin Yi's reluctance to part with the photograph, snatched it from his hand. Look at you, so lacking in resolve. The person is already yours. Yet you hesitate to part with a mere photo. Hand it over. Be careful not to damage it. I will be asking for its return. Understood. And do not hide any valuable items from me. Share a bit. After all, I was once your superior. Noted. Understood, but there is nothing left. Luo Fuan called for everyone to come down for a late-night snack, thus concluding the conversation. The late-night meal prepared by Su Yan was quite simple: diced ham and dried scallops, accompanied by porridge seasoned with salt and pepper once cooked. A large platter of spicy stir-fried shredded radish completed the meal. There were indeed good things, but with outsiders present, it was inappropriate. Among kin, however, there were no such concerns. Su Yan ladled out the porridge, only to discover a table full of men of various ages. She refrained from eating, and the others felt awkward to begin until Zhou Shooting unceremoniously lifted his bowl, took a mouthful, and praised. Not bad. Xiao Su's culinary skills are commendable. Thank you. Su Yan, not particularly chatty with strangers, murmured her thanks and lowered her head to eat. Zhou Shooting, feigning ignorance of her desire for silence, sought to engage her in conversation. I heard from Xiao Qin that you are from Jiangcheng? Yes. So, do you currently reside in Jiangcheng? Or are you with Xiao Qin's family at the southwest base? Have you considered moving to the Dawn base in the capital, where Qin Yi is located? I have grown accustomed to Jiangcheng. For the time being, I do not plan to leave. Su Yan was unsure why this esteemed individual was inquiring about such matters. Sensing an underlying motive, she felt compelled to respond but offered no more than necessary. To others, she appeared a gentle and beautiful flower. yet her true demeanor was cold and distant. Or perhaps she simply did not wish to engage in conversation with him. Zhou Shooting, not wanting to overextend his inquiries, refrained from pressing further. Just as Su Yan finished her bowl of porridge, she stood up to leave, saying, "I have finished eating, Director Zhou. Please enjoy the rest." With that, she departed upstairs. After finishing his meal, Zhou Shooting felt it inappropriate to linger further, and Qin Yi asked Zhang Yuan to escort them back to the base. While the others remained oblivious, Yang Jinghui noticed that Zhou Shooting was acting unusually. Once the others had left, he inquired, "Old Zhou, what was with your questioning of the sister-in-law?" "It's quite normal. We are all old acquaintances with Director Zhou, and the sister-in-law is a new acquaintance. It's only natural to ask a few questions. You know old Zhou's paranoia. If there's nothing, then there's nothing. If there is, it all falls on me. Should we not go tidy up that villa?" Luo Fuan pointed towards another direction in the community.
My wife has already been there.
When did she go? Luo Fuan wanted to ask when Qin Yi's sister-in-law had visited, but she had already gone upstairs. Yang Jinghui pulled Luo Fuan down onto the sofa. She has indeed been there. You knew? It was evident. When we returned, she was coming back from outside. If she wasn't there to tidy up the villa, was she wandering the community in the dark? All right then. What about the two who caused us trouble yesterday? Should we deal with them as well? If they do not return to cause trouble, we should let it go. If they dare to return, we won't hesitate to take them down. Upstairs, Su Yan had just finished taking a shower and emerged. Qin Yi was sitting on the small sofa in the room, waiting for her. Upon seeing her exit the bathroom, he retrieved a hairdryer to help her dry her hair. Su Yan took the hairdryer from him, saying, "I can manage. You're all dirty. Go wash up quickly. Has my wife begun to find me filthy? Aren't you? Not only have you been killing people but also monsters. You're not just dirty but also carrying germs." Qin Yi pretended to inch closer, only to retreat as Su Yan directed the warm air from the dryer at him, prompting him to undress while heading toward the bathroom. After drying her hair to a semi-dry state, Su Yan entered the space to check on the two little ones, whom she hadn't seen all day. Su Qing was sorting through the items Su Yan had retrieved from the villa. The two little tigers and one real dumpling, alongside a fake dumpling, were bustling around, pawing at this and that. Su Yan crouched down to pet each of the little animals. "Have you finished, Su? "Yes. Have Xiao Rui and Xiao Wei fallen asleep?" "They just went to sleep. Before sleeping, they mentioned wanting to wait for Mom and Dad. Should we keep these items or return them to the warehouse?" "Let us put them in the public warehouse. We'll trade them all together later." Su Yan kept her personal belongings separate from the team's items. Although referred to as a warehouse, it was essentially large shipping containers, organized and categorized. She checked on the two little ones who were sleeping soundly. After the space had been upgraded to level 6, it had expanded considerably, and Su Qing had planted some fruit trees she had salvaged while at the central base. In the space, Su Yan could teleport freely wherever she wished. She instantly transported to the newly expanded territory to inspect the newly planted trees. In just a few days, they had already flourished abundantly. A few orange trees had bloomed entirely with small white flowers, and as she approached, she inhaled a sweet fragrance. As Qin Yi emerged from the bathroom and found his wife absent, he instinctively knew her whereabouts. He reclined on the bed, waiting patiently. After surveying her domain, Su Yan exited the room. Had they fallen asleep? Indeed, his aunt had mentioned that the little ones had been clamoring for their parents before finally drifting off. So she hadn't brought them out. With a gentle tug, Qin Yi pulled Su Yan into his embrace, burying his head in the crook of her neck. Greedily inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair, Su Yan, adjusting herself to lie beside him, settled into a comfortable position, her eyes fluttering shut. "Are you tired, Yan Yan?" he inquired. She replied, as she pried his restless hand away, admonishing him to speak properly and not ignite any sparks. Qin Yi clasped her hand in return, noticing its coolness, before tucking the blanket snugly around her and encircling her in his arms. "Have you ever considered searching for your relatives?" he asked. "Not really. This is quite sufficient for me. My only relatives are the two little ones. Now I also have you and Grandpa Qin. Of course, if your parents like me, they will be my relatives too. If not, then they won't be. Rest assured, no one could ever dislike such a wonderful daughter-in-law. That's debatable, after all. They say mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law have been adversaries since ancient times. There shall be no such discord in the Qin family.
Din yi lanet kılosur.
Gazing earnestly into Su Yan's eyes, concerned that she might overthink things. My parents are quite open-minded. They will not interfere as long as I am fond of you. Besides, you are so gentle and beautiful, having given birth to 2 treasures for the Qin family. It's not merely affection. They will cherish you like an ancestor.
Ah.
Let us not dwell on that. Why are you suddenly asking these questions? Did Zhou shooting say something to you? Explosions, laser guns, how will you explain that? Simple. It's all provided by the boss of the faction transporting our temperature-controlled fabric. Does he believe it? If he doesn't, what can be done? Su Yan stifled a laugh, noting how quickly he had learned to be cheeky. It's fine, after leaving the eastern base. It won't be easy for him to track us down. Let him think whatever he wants. If anyone poses a threat to us, I'll take you. And you'll lead your brothers and comrades. We'll just change maps. Have you decided where to go? Is there any need to think? Your brothers have been clamoring to go abroad to earn gold. Did you gain anything from that villa? Moderate results. When Su Yan described the outcome as moderate, it signified something quite good, given her vast experiences. Trivial matters did not capture her interest. I've told you not to act independently, Haven Ti. Have you forgotten? How do you wish to be punished? Let us not be frivolous. Let us get serious. You were just probing me, weren't you? Do you have any news regarding my origins? If I'm not mistaken, does Zhou shooting know something? To maintain a proper discourse, Su Yan adjusted her sleepwear, which was nearly indecent, and pushed the man away slightly to create some distance. Qin Yi suppressed the heat rising within him and decided to address the matter at hand. Zhou shooting mentioned that when he first met you, you seemed very familiar, but he couldn't place you. Tonight, he inquired about you, and I told him that Su Jiangwo from the Su group in Jiangcheng is your second uncle. He knows your uncle, and from his words, it seems he is aware of your uncle's mission from years past. Thus, your uncle's protection target is likely your parents. But he didn't disclose who they are. He will confirm further details and inform us. I suspect it could be a prominent figure from the capital. Yes. That aligns with my expectations, as indicated in the letter from my uncle. Did your uncle not mention it? In the letter, he stated that my mother entrusted him to care for me before her passing and to conceal my existence from the outside world, as if I had perished abroad. He was born as the little prince of the capital, raised in comfort and ease, exceptionally bright and charming, never having encountered the darker facets of life until he embarked on his mission. Meanwhile, his wife's past was exceedingly tragic. Any words of consolation would be superfluous. Qin Yi held her tightly, vowing to treat her even better from now on, compensating for the kindness of her parents.
Me fine.
I've come to terms with it. This is quite good, truly. Let others investigate as they wish. It doesn't matter who they are. Whether I acknowledge them is up to me. Well, you have me and the Qin family. I know. Now, let us sleep. The following morning, Su Yan rose, supporting her waist. She hadn't summoned Su Qing from the space. Breakfast was a mystery as to who prepared it. Upon descending, she found Qin Yi had readied rice porridge, fried dough sticks, and fried eggs for her. Here, today's fried dough sticks are particularly crispy, and I cooked the eggs. They smell wonderful, all my favorites. She took a bite of the fried egg, nodding in approval, ensuring not to dampen his spirits. Eat more. Is one enough? Shall I fry you another? That's plenty. Have you eaten? What about the others? They've all eaten. You're the last. Su Yan acknowledged this with a soft sound, finishing her bowl of porridge, egg, and dough stick before pouring herself a glass of juice. Qin Yi automatically began to clear the table. In the living room, aside from Qin Dingshan, who had returned only at dawn and was still asleep, several teammates were present. Emerging from the dining room, Su Yan and Qin Yi settled onto the opposite side of a 2-person sofa.
Yige.
We're waiting for you to arrange today's tasks. There are no tasks today. We just wait for the delivery. Unless something unexpected occurs. Zhou shooting will certainly bring items to facilitate the exchange for laser guns. Since we have some time, shall we 4 brothers have a game? Shall we? Let us do it. Luo Fu and S mahjong table was fully automated, set up in a matter of moments, a thrilling experience. Su Yan was not included. She went upstairs to tend to the children. After washing their faces, she fed the little ones some nutritious noodles prepared by Su Qing, then added a bit of formula before bringing them out from the space. Her wristband conveniently signaled an incoming communication. Grandpa Qin? Ah, little Sue. Oh, little Rue. Little Wei, have you seen your great-grandfather? Remember, great-grandfather. Hello, great-grandfather. Hug. As long as the two little ones were present, all matters took a back seat. For Qin Yi was engrossed in entertaining his great-grandchildren and had forgotten everything else. Su Yan quietly observed their interaction. The two little treasures seemed to have grown taller. And after not seeing them for a few days, their speech had become increasingly articulate. It's all thanks to little Sue's teaching.
Grandpa.
You don't need to find words to praise me. Just compliment the children on their intelligence. Ha ha ha, the children's intelligence is also your achievement. You and little E are both clever. I commend you all. Are you in the eastern coastal city? Yes, we've been here for 2 days. This morning. Little E told me about you. Don't worry. Zhou's shooting is not a gossip. Let him investigate as he pleases. No matter who your other relatives are. It doesn't change who you are a member of the Qin family. If anything arises, remember to seek out Grandpa. As for the laser guns, let him speculate.
I understand. Thank you, Grandpa.
Please take care of your health. Alright, I'll get back to my tasks. Little Rue, little Wei. Say goodbye to great-grandpa.
Goodbye.
Little Wei sweetly blinked her big eyes at great-grandpa, softly bidding farewell, charming even Qin Yi to the point of reluctance to end the communication. Little Rue, on the other hand, had changed. Each day, he became more assertive, perched on his special little stool, playing with his toys, only raising one hand to wave at great-grandpa. The old Master Qin chuckled, chiding the little rascal for being just like his father in his youth, before disconnecting the communication. Su Yan brought the children downstairs, with Su Qing following to tidy up. The two little ones were each claimed by Luo Fu and Yang Jinghui, seated on their laps, embarking on an early education in mahjong. However, before they could bask in the warmth of their embrace, the two little ones were swiftly lifted from the arms of their uncles by their father, who forbade them from witnessing the game of mahjong. Ego. What is wrong with me holding them? They are so small, and they cannot possibly understand. They understand perfectly. Really? Let me test Xiao Rue. Yang Jinghui reclaimed Xiao Rue and, holding the cards he had just been playing with, asked, Xiao Rue, tell Uncle Yang what this is. 3 dots.
Now.
Can you tell Uncle how to combine the 3 dots? Chapter 124. You two are dreaming. Just wait to be single. Xiao Rue proudly tilted his chin, extending his hand to the table, arranging 3 sets. 1 2 3 dots, 2 3 4 dots, and 3 4 5 dots. Su Yan and Qin Yi were well aware that their child possessed a modicum of cleverness. Yang Jinghui, Luo Fuan, and Zhang Yuan were utterly astonished by the sheer brilliance of these precocious toddlers, who had not yet reached their first birthday. The 3, unconvinced by mere luck, further inquired of Xiao Wei, and true to their nature as twins, they shared the same astonishing intellect, having been born on the same day. With mahjong abandoned, they turned their attention to the children, engaging in a game of vocabulary recognition cards. Darling, what is this? A person. What is a person? You are, I am. Mom is, Dad is. What is this character? What can it do? Water. For drinking, Uncle is silly. Luo Fuan found himself scoffed at by a child not yet 1 year old, leaving the other 2 uncles in stitches. Realizing that both toddlers recognized the vocabulary cards, the uncles ceased their evaluations and began teaching them poetry. They recited lines from 5-character ancient poems like Spring Dawn and Thoughts of Missing You, and after 2 recitations, the children could recite them flawlessly. Iga, sister-in-law, how did you manage to have such intelligent, adorable, and beautiful children? You must be deceiving me about having kids. Woe is me. Even if you are deceiving me, at least introduce me to a girl. Suddenly, I found myself wanting to have a few children of my own. Wake up, you two. Do you truly believe that having intelligent and beautiful children is so simple? It is not merely a matter of genetics. It is also a question of probability, and a bit of fate must come into play. Yang Jinghui doused Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan with a bucket of cold water. Old Yang, that is cruel. You're killing my spirit. Beat him. And so, Yang Jinghui received a thorough drubbing from Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan. Su Yan and Qin Yi carefully pulled the 2 little ones away from the fray, ensuring they did not get too close to the madness, lest they catch the contagion. Meanwhile, at the temporary base in Haicheng, Zhou Shooting repeatedly dialed the satellite phone to the capital. Chief Zhou, you have an urgent matter. It would be more effective to go directly to the capital. The satellite phone's reliability is sporadic, relying purely on luck. Do you think I don't want to? How can I go? Our base's plane is not in good condition. Isn't there a plane from Qin Yi's team? Can we borrow it for a day or two? And what happens after? Will it be returned? Good point. You've reminded me. If this works out, I'll credit you with a merit. Zhou Shooting praised his assistant fervently, realizing he had overlooked such a beneficial opportunity amidst his busyness. Borrowing it for use means we want to return it, that's right. But why is their plane seemingly unaffected by interference? Under the same sky, unless their plane was not outside during the magnetic field chaos. Being underground or in a bomb shelter wouldn't help either. My Haicheng base's aircraft and various electronic devices are stored underground and in shelters. Something felt amiss, unless... Right? Look for the deputy base leader and send everything valuable in our warehouse, excluding gold, such as jade and diamonds, whether raw stones or jewelry, as well as those national treasures saved from the Haicheng History Museum during the initial disaster, to Qin Yi. Didn't they send over temperature-regulated fabric a couple of days ago?
Send those as well.
The previous items were difficult to preserve, mainly paintings and porcelain. We've kept the sturdy items that won't easily break. Now that we need to switch to laser guns, what use do we have for them? He was not easily fooled. The boss who conjured something from nothing?
Ha!
Zhou Shooting did not believe that the matters the esteemed Chief Xing sought to investigate before the apocalypse were unrelated to Su Yan and Qin Yi's team. While he did not know what those individuals intended to do with these items, he reasoned that since they were his people, providing them wouldn't come without cost. Zhou Shooting instructed the guards to arrange for a vehicle while also gathering those valuable items that had been left because they were too cumbersome to dispose of. In order to borrow a helicopter from Qin Yi. As the two vehicles approached, Yang Jinghui's surveillance drone sent out an alert. Zhou Shooting had arrived. I'm taking the children upstairs. The living room was cluttered with the two little ones' belongings, hastily gathered by their fathers and uncles into spatial buttons. Su Yan called for Su Qing, each taking one child upstairs into the space. It was truly unfair for the little ones, akin to hidden illegitimate children. Su Yan sighed, realizing it was not too far removed from the truth. Are you feeling uncomfortable, Su? Auntie, sometimes I truly question whether you are a real person. Can you sense my emotions at all? Indeed, you and I are bound by genes. It's fine. You and the little one stay in the space while I go out to take a look. What if there are people? As Su Yan descended the stairs, she was greeted by the sight of numerous stainless steel boxes of various sizes piled up in the vast living room, where Zhou Shooting was haggling with Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui. Qin Yi, you are my former superior. I will do my best to negotiate for you. But you cannot expect me to resort to theft. Do you know how many resources I utilize to trade for these 5 guns? Zhou Shooting. Each of these items is invaluable. You think you can settle me with 10 guns?
Dream on.
Yang Jinghui, they may have been invaluable in the past. But that's not a given now. Old Qin only claims they could be worth 10 guns, but it remains uncertain how many they truly equate to. I reckon it's at most 5 or 6. Luo Fuan was even more forthright. Ego. Maybe you should refrain from assisting. It's purely an effort without reward. Zhang Yuan nodded in earnest agreement with Luo Fuan's words. Indeed, you'll find yourself in a difficult position. You all are such great teammates. Each more stingy than the last. Why not 20 guns? Did you all not help me carry things for the negotiation? Or are you the ones in charge? Zhou Shooting slammed the table in exasperation. He understood that this group held the ultimate say, but could they not be so miserly? It was truly outrageous. It was no wonder that Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui were frugal. They knew that it took 800 kilograms of gold to exchange for a single laser gun, meaning 4 guns would require 2,400 kilograms. Moreover, they were intermediaries, after all. Wouldn't they need to make a profit? Su Yan found herself amused. Even she acknowledged Zhou Shooting's point. They were all equally miserly. Zhou Shooting turned to see Su Yan descending the stairs, as if he had found an ally. Xiao Su, come help me assess the contents of these boxes. You heard how unreasonable your Qin Yi is. Chief Zhou, I don't understand.
No worries.
Just take a look. Those small boxes can be opened directly. I can't resist looking. Su Yan, curious, decided to take a glance. She casually opened two of the smaller stainless steel boxes, revealing foam-padded compartments filled with exquisite jade ornaments, mostly bracelets, along with jade tablets and pendants. The other box contained beautifully transparent cases, each showcasing a gem of collectible quality. No wonder it was Haiqing. While these items might hold little value elsewhere, to her, they were indeed priceless. These were merely two of the smaller boxes. The larger ones could potentially contain grand artifacts or significant collections. Not to mention the unopened boxes. Even the contents of these two small boxes could easily be exchanged for 2 to 3 tons of gold. Xiao Su, how are you? These are all exquisite items I have never encountered before. Su Yan modestly downplays her achievements, refraining from elaborating too much. After all, she cannot undermine the efforts of Qin Yi and the others by claiming that, despite exchanging 10 laser guns, she still made a profit.
Qin Yi, Yang Jinghui, Luo Fuan.
Or perhaps Zhang Yuan and Qin Dingshan. Each of them seems to be pursuing their own interests, yet fundamentally, their endeavors are rooted in their beliefs and their dedication to the populace. They are all eagerly striving to amass enough gold to procure a spaceship capable of accommodating over 100,000 souls, all in the hope of preserving the spark of humanity during dire times. As for the previously agreed-upon profit-sharing model, Su Yan is to receive 30%, while the remaining 5 shall split the rest equally. This arrangement had been discussed long before at the central base, where they determined that no further division was necessary, as they already possessed ample gold. Individually, they could acquire whatever they desired. Any future gains would be entrusted to Su Yan, as they would all be for communal use. Qin Yi insists that it is essential to keep track of the accounts for future recognition of contributions. Despite the apocalypse, accolades can be exchanged for points at the Dawn base, and points equate to currency, intricately linked to their existence. So, are they being frugal? Their frugality is merely a means to gather enough gold for significant undertakings, driven not by selfishness, but by concern for the people. Moreover, without her, it is futile to speak of exchanging 10 items. Even a mountain of gold would be of no use. Therefore, it seems they are not overly stingy after all. Xiao Su, come here and assist me in discussing Qin Yi. I urgently require the items they currently possess. May I borrow these items for exchange? Zhou Shooting's tone is directed towards Su Yan, despite the apparent inquiry about Qin Yi and Yang Jinghui. Every word feels like a trap. If Su Yan agrees, she would be foolish indeed. Director Zhou, your inquiry is futile. You must address them directly. Zhou Shooting silently curses the group for being slippery as eels. Xiao Qin. Is it possible? 10 guns are non-negotiable. I need to borrow what people currently have. In addition to the guns, I require a helicopter for exterminating several mutated creatures in different locations. Borrow. His wife, upon opening the box and seeing those items, is filled with excitement. Anything she desires is invaluable, and how could he refuse? However, if he exchanges too much with others, his own profit margin diminishes. A minor loss is acceptable. Qin Yi instructs his brothers to lend Zhou Shooting their laser guns first. Yang Jinghui and the others pretend to return to their rooms to fetch them, for it would be inappropriate to retrieve them from their space in front of others. Yesterday, they borrowed one from Qin Yi, and today they took 4 more, totaling 5, alongside a helicopter. Zhou Shooting departs with a face that suggests he has suffered a significant loss, reminding them that he still expects 5 more. Old Zhou, I'm not criticizing you, hurry along. If you cannot trust my brother, Yi, then who can you trust? Luo Fuan cannot help but abandon formalities, referring to him simply as Old Zhou. Zhou Shooting, amused despite his irritation, chooses not to engage further, as he has more pressing matters to attend to. He instructs his assistant to quickly return the helicopter to the base and prepare for his journey to the capital. Old Qin. Lending our helicopter feels like throwing a meat bun to a dog. I know. I'm sending it to him for use. Would Old Zhou truly be so shameless? I believe he would. Yang Jinghui brings a notebook to record transactions, urging Qin Yi and the others to assist promptly in trading these items, as well as selling the stockpiled items from before. When Su Yan calls out, the atmosphere shifts and everyone rushes to categorize and present the items, working diligently around the living room filled with boxes. Each small box contains collectible-grade jewelry. If anyone finds something appealing, they may keep it as a token of affection for a future partner. Sister-in-law, you must introduce me to a girl, then I shall keep it. Sister-in-law, I too wish for an introduction, preferably to your friends or sisters. After all, like attracts like, and your acquaintances must be of good quality. You both are daydreaming. Prepare to remain single. Old Yang, why are you being so harsh? I refuse to believe you do not like women like sister-in-law. I will certainly seek someone who meets her standard, even if they fall slightly short. Unbeknownst to them, Luo Fuan's words strike a chord with Yang Jinghui. Though he maintains a stoic facade, Qin Yi's focus shifts, and he reassuringly pats Luo Fuan's shoulder, stating that if he seeks a partner based on sister-in-law standards, he is destined to remain single for life, as such women are scarce. In a couple of years, forget standards, finding any woman will be a challenge. Just listen. Zhang Yuan is the most grounded of them all. Stop chatting and quickly sort these items into categories. Bring them to me without delay. And do not present them one by one. Gather the same types together. Su Yan senses a discordant atmosphere and wonders why she is being discussed. As she collects the items of similar type into her space, she calculates the amount of gold, reporting it to Yang Jinghui for accounting. She finishes trading all the items in the living room and retrieves the stockpiled items from her space to allocate to them. For 2 hours, Su Yan scans and reports, leaving no antique or piece of jewelry unturned, converting everything into gold. Qin Yi reviews Yang Jinghui's ledger and discovers that this single transaction amounts to over 130,000 kilograms. During lunchtime, all 6 are present and deliberate whether to rest one more day before heading northeast, pondering if they should engage in private transactions like at the central base. Even the smallest gains matter. No, we will depart from Haiqing tomorrow. Dawn base in the capital. Xiao Mu, the aide to Director Sheng, cautiously pushes open the office door. Director, you have a physical examination scheduled for 4:30 this afternoon. There are just 10 minutes remaining, and you should head over now. The journey from the office to the base hospital takes precisely 10 minutes. Every second is precious. Regardless of how many examinations I undergo, this old body remains the same. He mutters. That cannot be. You must take care of your health. The base cannot function without you. You were unwell a few days ago, while others are thriving. Mentioning affairs at the base causes Sheng Zuchang a headache. He is well aware of the clandestine activities of the other 2 individuals. Yet, for now, they must remain inactive. As the nation is already in disarray amidst the apocalypse, it cannot withstand further turmoil. Having finally regained some vitality to be present in the office, going to the hospital would clearly signal to others that he is unwell. Is there any news regarding Qin Yi? Since the batch of temperature-regulating and radiation-proof materials was sent back half a month ago, we have received no further updates. Once you re-establish contact, instruct him to return to Dawn. Yes, but you need to undergo your examination now. No, I will go. Chapter 125, Some Old Matters. Sheng Zuchang stands to retrieve something from the cabinet behind him, but before he can finish speaking, he is struck by chest pain once more. Xiao Mu rushes forward to support him, preventing him from collapsing. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Xiao Mu ensures Sheng is seated before opening the door. Secretary Xiao. Director Zhou requests to see Director Sheng. Zhou shooting? Xiao Mu nods and invites him in. Director Sheng, it has been a while. You seem unwell. Zhou shooting? Is Haiqing not keeping you busy enough? Given this environment, it is quite normal to appear unwell, isn't it? Traveling far is not easy. If it were not for significant matters, would you have come in person? Upon reflection, the director's condition could indeed be worse. Sheng Zuchang does not respond, instead countering with a question. Zhou shooting had something to express, yet before he could utter a word, he was met with a warning glance from Xiao Mu, suggesting that he should refrain from any unnecessary matters. In truth, there was little of consequence, merely some old tales. Secretary Xiao, could you fetch us a pot of tea? Xiao Mu's gaze shifted towards Sheng Zuchang for confirmation. Go ahead, he replied, clearly intending to dismiss her. After brewing a pot of tea, Xiao Mu served the 2 leaders before retreating and closing the door. Shooting, please enjoy your tea. Thank you, Elder Sheng. In informal matters, Zhou Shooting preferred to address Sheng Zuchang as Elder Sheng, and the implication was clear. They were to discuss private affairs. After a couple of sips, Zhou Shooting set down his cup, contemplating where to begin. Is the weight of old stories making it difficult for you to speak? Go on. You traveled a long distance. I refuse to believe you simply wish to gaze upon this old man. Elder Sheng, I believe I have news regarding your granddaughter. What? The old gentleman was taken aback, his hand trembling slightly as he held the teacup, yet Zhou Shooting's words steadied him. Elder Sheng, please remain calm and take a look at this photograph. Very well. Sheng Zuchan took the photo Zhou Shooting offered. In it, a girl smiled radiantly, her features reminiscent of his daughter, Sheng Xian in her youth. Even down to the similar aura they both exuded. He knew this could not possibly be a photo of Sheng Xian, too recent, with a bustling cityscape glowing vibrantly in the background, hints of advertisements barely visible. Where did this photo come from? And where is the person now? I obtained it from Qin Yi. He was the one who took the photo. Not just the photograph, but also this. Zhou Shooting produced a transparent Ziploc bag containing several strands of hair. Sheng Zuchan carefully accepted the bag, his gaze fixed on the image of Su Yan, awaiting Zhou Shooting's further elaboration. From Qin Yi, Zhou Shooting had gleaned the details of Su Yan's life, beginning with the escort mission involving Su Jiangwo from 20 years ago, and continuing with the recent incident where Qin Yi delivered temperature-regulated fabric to Haiqing. He disclosed that Su Yan might have been the individual who delivered prophetic letters and 3 spatial buttons to Sheng Zuchan's office prior to the natural disaster, along with recent discoveries, leaving nothing unspoken. During this time, Sheng Zuchang instructed Xiao Mu to urgently assess Su Yan's hair for testing. Elder Sheng? Yes. Let us conduct an examination to determine if the electronic devices within the spatial buttons are unaffected by magnetic interference. The spatial buttons in Sheng Zuchang's possession contained a majority of military assets, land, sea, and air weaponry, along with essential civilian supplies, advanced technological documents, instruments, raw materials, and various production lines. The 3 spatial buttons contain nearly identical resources, a precaution against putting all eggs in one basket, ensuring that should one spatial button encounter an issue, the others would remain intact. He retrieved a few small devices, connected them to power, and pressed the switch. They operated normally. It dawned on him that the earlier interference had merely disrupted external elements. Those housed within the spatial buttons had remained unaffected. Indeed, it is rather remarkable. Zhou Shooting had previously sought after the spatial buttons, but had been outmaneuvered by the other 2 leaders. Now, witnessing Sheng Zuchang's display of prowess, he yearned to possess one for himself. If Su Yan was indeed the one delivering the spatial buttons, it stood to reason she might have more at her disposal. The thought thrilled Zhou Shooting. He resolved to acquire another by any means necessary, as it would significantly alleviate future relocations of his temporary base. What scheme are you concocting? Your eyes are flickering with intent. Let me see the laser guns. I managed to procure 5 from Qin Yi through considerable persuasion, and I've brought 2 for you.
No.
Merely to show you. You can request more from your granddaughter later. Zhou Shooting produced 2 laser guns, then withdrew one. Sheng Zuchang did not share Zhou Shooting's fervor for weaponry. Instead, he was filled with curiosity about advanced technology. Observing the laser gun, he pondered the fortunate circumstances that had befallen Su Yan to possess such marvels. Very well, I shall keep this one. I'll have Xiao Mu test it shortly. Putting the gun away, Sheng Zuchang inquired further about Qin Yi and Su Yan, feeling that Zhou Shooting's previous account had lacked detail. Did that girl say she had met the Qin family? Qin Yi mentioned he had met her parents. I suspect he would not lie about such matters. To think, the young descendant you hold in such high regard may very well be your granddaughter's betrothed. Is it too late for him to reconsider? Whether as a grandfather, an elder, or a father, no one relishes the idea of their cherished daughter being courted by a suitor. He was no exception. Sheng Zuchang huffed, feeling a wave of displeasure wash over him. How fortunate for the Qin family. No, I must calculate the ages. Su Yan is merely 20. She ought to take her time. I cannot allow that young scoundrel to have it too easy. If only Sheng Zuchang knew that his granddaughter had already borne a pair of children for the Qin family, he might have felt differently. This child has endured much hardship. Why, oh why, did Xiao Xian choose to entrust her child to others instead of bringing her back to the capital? It baffled him even now. Could it be that Han Mushing's family had issues? Han Mushing was a bookish fellow, entirely devoted to his studies and research, and no underlying problems had surfaced during his inquiries years ago. Now that both he and his wife were gone, the current situation rendered any concerns moot.
Indeed.
When shall we arrange for Qin Yi and Su Yan to visit the Dawn base? No, I shall meet her. You stay here overnight. Tomorrow morning, we will go to Haiqing together. Your knowledge of Su Yan's matters is sufficient. Understood. At the Dawn base, Zhou Shooting had his own designated residence. Once their discussions concluded, he returned to his apartment. Sheng Zuchong summoned Xiao Mu to arrange several matters and to test the laser gun. Commander, what is this? A laser gun. Find a discreet location to test it. Once you have done so, return to inform me. We shall head to Haiqing early tomorrow. Very well, I shall make arrangements. But what of your health? Go on, I am in perfect health. Xiao Mu was well aware of the commander's condition. Yet he observed a noticeable improvement in his spirits. Perhaps Zhou Shooting had brought some invigorating news. Concerned, he instructed the guards to keep a watchful eye on the commander's well-being as he departed to test the laser gun. As the office fell silent, Sheng Zuchong once more retrieved the photograph of Su Yan, scrutinizing it closely. To say he was gazing at his granddaughter would be more accurate to say he was peering through the lens of her image to view his daughter. Memories of Sheng Xian's childhood flooded his mind. He and his wife had been so engrossed in their careers that they had neglected communication with their daughter, resulting in a rebellious phase throughout her adolescence. He had initially opposed her studying abroad, yet she had always taken the opposite stance. Ultimately, her departure led her to encounter Han Mushing, and despite his and his wife's disapproval of the union, she was resolute in her desire to marry him. Had she not studied abroad, would Xiao Xian have faced such misfortune? If only she had remained well, perhaps his wife would not have suffered so deeply, leading to her current ailments. The world, however, offers no abundance of if-onlys. Once he had composed himself, Sheng Zuchong took Su Yan's photograph back to share this joyful news with his wife. The health of elder Sheng was worse than his own. She spent 20 days of each month bedridden. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the environment had deteriorated, medical care had fallen short, and the harsh climate coupled with an imbalanced diet made even the act of breathing a burden. Today, the commander had returned home at the usual hour, which surely would bring her joy. How is her appetite today? Not bad. She managed to eat a small bowl of porridge. Please prepare dinner. I shall go check on her. The caretaker, Liao Qinglan, took Sheng Zuchong's briefcase and set it aside before proceeding to prepare the evening meal. Liao Qinglan had studied traditional Chinese medicine. An orphan, she had been sponsored by Elder Sheng to complete her education, and upon graduation, she had dedicated herself to caring for her. Has the old man returned? Yes. Should we invite him to sit up? Before the elderly lady could nod in agreement, Sheng Zuchong had already accustomed himself to assisting her up, casually inquiring whether she needed help. You returned so early today. Is there something on your mind? I cannot hide it from you. Indeed, there is something. After a brief cough, he added, after all these years, I know you well. A few more words and the elderly lady's temper would flare. Thus, Sheng quickly patted her back to soothe her. The elderly lady grasped his hand and said, no more patting. If you do, I might just lose my breath. If you have something to say, then speak. I am listening. All right, but you must remain calm. Understood? Yes, yes. Sheng Zuchong settled by the bedside and presented her with a photograph. Where did you obtain a picture of Xiao Xian? No, that's not right, she stammered. I told you not to get agitated. Would you like some water? No need for water. Just speak. Tell me quickly. He understood the gravity of the situation. Yet he could not refrain from speaking. It was a matter close to his wife's heart. By sharing it, there would be a glimmer of hope that she might strive to live a bit more fervently. Sheng Zuchong relayed to her what Zhou Shooting had shared with him. Initially, the elderly lady managed to contain her rising emotions, but upon hearing the full account, she collapsed into Sheng's embrace, weeping uncontrollably, while he silently wiped her tears. However, it was highly probable that the paternity test results had yet to be finalized. It must be true. She must be. Sheng Zuchong too believed it must be so. Otherwise, he would not be so eager to share the news with her. The events from years ago had been so monumental. And with the child being so young, everyone had assumed that the child was lost. There had been attempts to search, but in a foreign land, after a fruitless endeavor, they had no choice but to abandon their quest. Now, to hear that the child was alive, this was the sole remaining connection to their beloved daughter. How could the elderly lady not be overwhelmed with emotion? Tomorrow, I shall make a trip to Haiqing. I want to go too, my poor granddaughter. The child has suffered so much. All right, enough of the tears. If you keep crying, your eyes will swell, and your granddaughter will find you unappealing. You. Such sentiments were indeed significant. No matter the age, a woman cannot tolerate being called unattractive. The elderly lady playfully struck Sheng Zuchang a couple of times, her irritation evident. Nevertheless, she managed to quell her tears. Xiao Mu had ventured outside the base to test firearms and returned to the base hospital to retrieve the test results for the Sheng family. "Commander, how did it go?" Xiao Mu returned the laser gun to Sheng Zuchang, stating, "It performed exceptionally well. It is unparalleled by any of our existing firearms." Sheng nodded, his gaze falling upon the documents in Xiao Mu's hand. Hearing Xiao Mu's voice, the elderly lady emerged from the room, hastily snatching the test results before Sheng could react. There is a familial relationship. It's not a father-son test, but rather a kinship test between grandfather and grandson. Upon reading the results, she clutched the document, tears streaming down her face once more. Sheng Zuchang, while not as dramatically affected as the elderly lady, still found it a moment of confirmation for what he had anticipated. After much effort to calm the elderly lady, her concern shifted to whether their granddaughter would recognize them. What if the child does not acknowledge us? What then? You must think of a way. Zhou Shooting mentioned that Su Yan is very easy to get along with. She is a kind and courteous girl who would not deny her grandmother. You need not worry. I cannot help but worry. She is my only granddaughter. I must bring her back to the Dawn base. I want to see her every day. What if she is unwilling to come? I will stay by her side to care for her. Yes, I must prepare for two scenarios. Qinglan. Sheng Zuchang had been soothing his wife for decades. She was wonderful in every way, save for her sensitivity. She would cry at the slightest provocation, making her more difficult than a young girl. He did not dare suggest that she refrain from packing, for he knew that would only lead to her scolding him. Xiao Mu, as Sheng Zuchang's secretary, was well aware of the elderly lady's temperament. His role was simply to accompany Sheng as they watched her bustle about, occasionally offering a word of encouragement. After packing 2 large suitcases, the elderly lady felt something was still lacking. "Oh, Xiao Mu, you'll be accompanying Commander Sheng to Haicheng tomorrow, correct? Then you should stay here tonight. And Zhou Shooting, bring him over as well. We shall set out by 4 or 5 in the morning to avoid the heat." Xiao Mu glanced at the commander, unsure if they should include Zhou. "Go ahead, let the elderly lady have her way." Understood. Since the apocalypse began, today marked the first time the elderly lady seemed so spirited. Let her have her way. Zhou Shooting was aware of the elderly lady's situation, so he dared not contradict her. At just past 4 in the morning, Sheng Zuchang assisted the elderly lady while Xiao Mu helped carry the 2 large suitcases as they boarded a helicopter with Zhou Shooting. As soon as the elderly lady settled in, she anxiously inquired, "How many hours will it take to reach Haicheng?" "It will take 3.5 to 4 hours. Slightly slower than before." It is indeed slower. While the elderly lady remained aloft in the skies over Beijing, her heart had already arrived in Haicheng. Early that morning, Su Yan had taken Su Qing out from her space to prepare breakfast, and they headed east towards the northeast region. The northeast was their final destination. Once they harvested a batch of antique jade stones from there, they could return to Jiangqing to rest in the nest they had built. As Su Yan enjoyed her breakfast, 2 little ones sat beside her, indulging in their special children's meals, while Su Qing attended to them. A few men had already finished their meal and were tidying up their belongings. Yen, a helicopter has arrived. Do you want to take the children upstairs?"
All right.
The arrival of the helicopter could only mean Zhou Shooting was here. Qin Yi was indifferent. He wished the whole world knew he had a wife and children. Currently, it was his wife who preferred to keep things private. What could he do? Chapter 126, Acknowledging Kinship. No wonder Zhou Shooting borrowed a helicopter from him. The helicopter landed outside the villa, and while Qin Yi likely had an inkling of the situation, he was unaware of who had arrived. He stepped outside with a few teammates to greet the visitors. To his surprise, he saw Xiao Mu supporting Commander Sheng as he disembarked, followed by the elderly lady. Has the elderly lady come too? He thought. His wife's family belonged to the Sheng family. Yang Jinghui, Luo Fuan, and the others were equally perplexed. What was unfolding here? "Commander." Regardless of the unfolding drama, the 5 members of the team uniformly approached to pay their respects. Commander Sheng acknowledged, his gaze scanning over the young men before settling on Qin Yi, who he had never looked upon with such disfavor before. The brothers were bewildered. But only Qin Yi understood the situation. He had evaded his father-in-law's scrutiny, yet could not escape the judgment of his grandfather. Sheng Zuchong strode directly inside, while Xiao Mu assisted the elderly lady from behind. The others greeted her, and Luo Fuan automatically picked up the suitcase left on the ground. A throng of people surrounded the two elderly figures as they entered the house. Zhou Shooting walked behind, instructing his men to move the helicopter away. Fearing that if they did not hurry, Qin Yi would reclaim it, and they would lose their chance. Qin Yi invited Commander Sheng and the elderly lady to sit on the sofa, taking his own seat with a posture that resembled a student awaiting reprimand from the teacher. "I want to bite you. Why are you so anxious? Where is your wild spirit from before? Commander, you are different from before." In the context of their past superior-subordinate relationship or master-disciple bond, this new layer of connection made anyone somewhat nervous. Qin Yi was just as nervous around Su Yan as he was now with the two elderly figures. "All right, Xiao Qin, you know why the commander and the elderly lady are here. Where is Xiao Su? She is upstairs. I will go fetch her." Qin Yi ascended the stairs to summon her. Yang Jinghui prepared tea and brought it over, while the other three teammates stood guard by the door. In the upstairs room, Qin Yi quietly asked, "Yan, Commander Sheng and the elderly lady should be your elders. Do you want to go down and see them?" "Commander Sheng? Is he my grandfather or great-grandfather?" From the letter left by her uncle Su Yan deduced that one of her biological parents must come from an esteemed lineage. Yet she never imagined it would be the individuals she just encountered. "I did not inquire further. Yesterday, Zhou Shooting mentioned that he would only inform me once he received confirmation. Having just met the elderly couple, I now understand their identities." "Very well. I shall descend the stairs." Qin Yi gently pulled Su Yan back and embraced her, saying, Yan, follow your heart. If you wish to acknowledge them, then do so. If not, that is perfectly acceptable as well. I am me, and you are you. It will not significantly impact me. However, I must mention that the commander and the esteemed lady are truly wonderful individuals." "I know," Su Yan replied. "I am not one to confuse right and wrong. They did not abandon me. I bear no resentment towards either my grandparents or my parents." The elderly couple had been attentively watching the staircase, and at long last, they were rewarded with the sight of a young lady who bore an uncanny resemblance to their daughter, Sheng Xian. With her hair styled in a high bun and wispy bangs framing her forehead, she was dressed in a cream-colored top and soft, loose dark silk trousers paired with light-colored flat shoes. She was immaculate and radiant, undeniably a high school student. This was indeed their little Xian, thought the elderly lady, as her memories of her daughter merged with the vision of her granddaughter. Rising to her feet, she hurried over and enveloped Su Yan in a heartfelt embrace, weeping bitterly. "Little Xian, oh, my dear Xian," she cried. Su Yan, caught in the elderly woman's embrace, felt a wave of uncertainty and did not know how to react. Qin Yi stood nearby, equally at a loss for how to comfort her. "Please don't cry. I am not Xian. My name is Su Yan," she said, her voice a little stiff as she raised her hand to gently pat the old woman's back. "Yes, you're Su Yan, my little Yan. I am your grandmother. And my daughter Xian is your mother. Please do not cry. May I assist you in sitting down?" Realizing they were indeed her grandparents, Su Yan carefully extricated herself from the old woman's grasp, exchanging a knowing glance with Qin Yi. They each supported her to the sofa. While the elderly lady settled down, her tears continued to flow freely, a profound sorrow emanating from her heart that even the typically stoic Su Yan found difficult to bear. Sheng Zuchong instinctively comforted his wife by gently rubbing her back before turning his attention to his granddaughter. "Little Yan, I am Sheng Zuchong, your grandfather."
Su Yan softly uttered.
"Grandfather? Good child, please sit. No need to stand. Little Qin, you as well." "Understood." Both Su Yan and Qin Yi took their seats on the opposite sofa. Sheng Lao was searching for his bag when Xiao Mu appropriately handed him the results of the kinship test. "Little Yan, your uncle Zhou took a sample of your hair for this test, which was conducted in the capital last night. Please take a look."
"All right."
Su Yan glanced at the document before placing it back on the coffee table. At this moment, the elderly lady paused her crying and began rummaging through a suitcase. She opened one of the compartments, revealing a trove of albums and framed photographs. "Little Yan, these are photographs of your mother. I brought them for you to see, including ones taken shortly after your birth, which your mother sent back to us. You and your mother look like two peas in a pod. Here are photos of your mother and father together as well. The entire box was filled with treasured memories of her daughter and son-in-law, making it impossible to pretend she did not see them. Strangely enough, upon learning that these two elderly individuals were her grandparents, Su Yan felt little beyond respect. However, seeing so many familiar faces in the photographs stirred emotions within her, causing her nose to tingle. As she observed the elderly lady sifting through the photographs while wiping her tears, Su Yan could no longer contain herself, and tears began to fall onto the cherished images. Her facade of indifference crumbled in the face of this visceral connection to kinship.
Good child, do not cry.
Your mother would be saddened to see you in tears. Please, dry your eyes. The elderly lady, despite her own tears flowing profusely, reached for a tissue on the table to help Su Yan wipe her tears. While Sheng Lao also looked on with reddened eyes, attempting to console his wife, who was becoming increasingly emotional. Qin Yi gently wrapped his arm around Su Yan's shoulders, holding her hand tightly and whispering words of comfort. Zhou Shooting and Xiao Mu involuntarily sniffled, their shared understanding of the heartache faced by the elderly couple, who had lost their child, resonating deeply with them. They could also empathize with the overwhelming emotions of a family reunited after 2 decades apart. For a moment, silence enveloped the room. Qin Yi knelt down to organize the photographs and albums within the box, anticipating that the elderly lady might become overwhelmed again. Commander, esteemed lady, please enjoy your family reunion. I must return to the base now, but I will come back later to invite the commander for an inspection. Go ahead. There is no need to trouble yourself with a visit later. Zhou Shooting smiled, nodding at Qin Yi as he exited, taking the helicopter back to the base. Grandfather, grandmother, you have not had breakfast yet, have you? Allow me to prepare a meal. Speak with your grandparents while I prepare breakfast, Qin Yi said as he departed swiftly. At the door, Yang Jingwei, along with 2 dogs, remained, leaving Su Yan alone with her grandparents in the living room. Su Yan observed the elderly couple. Her grandfather appeared to be in his 70s, exuding an air of authority that made him somewhat intimidating in silence. His hair was mostly white, and his complexion looked weary. Her grandmother, on the other hand, was clearly delicate and prone to tears, revealing a sensitivity that marked her as more fragile than a young girl. Little Yen, I must apologize for not being able to bring you home all those years ago.
Her grandfather said.
It is not your fault, grandfather. My mother entrusted my uncle to raise me or send me directly to an orphanage. It was not your concern. Did your uncle ever reveal the reason? Su Yan shook her head, no. The secrets surrounding the underground hideout had already been exposed, and Zhou Shooting had summoned the elderly couple back. Before her grandfather, her secrets were no longer secrets. Those who were close to the elderly couple could be trusted. Thus there was no need for concealment. In front of her grandparents, she retrieved the large jewelry box left by her mother from her space and produced the letter written by her uncle, handing it to her grandfather. The elderly couple showed little reaction, and it was evident that the old lady was already aware of the spatial button's existence. Disregarding the letter, she sat beside Su Yan, grasping her hand as if fearful that her granddaughter might vanish at any moment. My uncle said these are the jewelry pieces entrusted to him by your mother for your upbringing, and he has preserved them for you. The elderly lady examined each piece carefully, eventually picking up a stunning emerald ring. Little Yen, this is the dowry I prepared for your mother. This ring is a treasured heirloom of the Song family, passed down through generations until it reached my hands. Thank heavens it was not lost. This necklace was a gift I bought for her when she went abroad for studies, and this set was your grandfather's 18th birthday gift to your mother. Along with these bangles, she could recount the significance of nearly half the jewelry, grateful that she had not sold them. The revelation that the ring was an heirloom from her grandmother's lineage unveiled yet another piece of her family's history. It also indicated that the Song family had kept the ring's secrets for many generations. Grandmother, was there any story associated with the ring when it was passed down to you? No, it was simply referred to as a family treasure. Regarding the ring alone, it must possess some significance, Sheng Lao remarked as he carefully folded the letter and placed it back in the jewelry box. What tale does this ring tell? Grandfather, the spatial buttons were bestowed upon me as a result of possessing this ring.
Ah?
Both her grandparents were momentarily taken aback by their granddaughter's revelation. Grandfather, grandmother, breakfast is ready. Let us eat. Qin Yi called out as he approached. Su Yan added, after breakfast, I will share more with you both. Very well. Let us go to breakfast. Su Yan tidied up the jewelry box and assisted her grandmother to the dining room. During the brief interlude spent preparing breakfast, Qin Yi transitioned from the role of a grandson-in-law back to that of a trusted successor, naturally falling into step beside her grandfather. Xiao Mu, shall we head to breakfast? Certainly. I am eager to taste the culinary skills of young Master Qin. Qin Yi prepared 3 bowls of noodles, topped with the braised beef that Su Yan had previously made, along with a few slices of tender bok choy and a fried egg. Elder Sheng inquired, Have you all eaten? Yes, grandfather, came the reply. Is it too soon for you to call me grandfather? Let old Qin speak with me, he retorted. Rest assured. My grandfather has been anticipating this day. Though slightly vexed, the aroma of the noodles was enticing. Elder Sheng and Xiao Mu devoured their meals with vigor, while the elderly matron maintained an air of elegance, savoring each bite with delicate restraint, truly the epitome of a refined lady. As they neared the end of their noodles, Su Yan prepared fresh juice for the 3 of them. In these times, fruit had become a luxury, given that the orchards had perished. Thus, Elder Sheng was pleasantly surprised to find juice available. Having finished their breakfast, Elder Sheng requested that Qin Yi accompany him to the study, with Su Yan and the elderly lady joining them. The matron had not relinquished Su Yan's hand, clinging to her more tightly than even the youngest child, Xiao Wei. Little Yan, I wish to hear about the ring. How did you come to know of it? Certainly, Su Yan replied as she retrieved the ring. To explain how I discovered the secret of the ring, I must delve into something rather metaphysical, reincarnation, the notion of dying and then returning to life. To simplify, I perished 6 years into the apocalypse in my previous life, only to find myself back 2 months prior to its onset. This explains the letter that was delivered to your office. In my previous life, I was completely unaware of the ring, of the inheritance left to me by my second uncle, and that you both are my grandparents. Pausing, Su Yan noticed that Elder Sheng struggled to digest the concept of reincarnation. Qin Yi, however, grasped it better and asked, Is it akin to what one reads in novels? Indeed, since you have read such novels, I need not elaborate further, she replied. Little Yan, you mentioned that grandmother has also read novels and understands, he added. Elder Sheng nodded for her to continue, indicating that a lack of understanding was no obstacle. He wished to listen. In my previous life, I only learned before my death that Su Jiao had deceived me. Su Jianmin and his wife were not my biological parents. After my second uncle's passing, the possessions he left to me were usurped by Su Jiao, and I only discovered the ring's significance just before my demise, when Su Jiao inadvertently activated its power by spilling blood on it. After revealing these matters, she pushed me into a crevice that appeared during a massive earthquake. And then I awoke. I embraced my grandmother, who was trying not to cry, but tears flowed nonetheless. How would I continue? Would my grandparents accept the news about the children? Upon hearing Su Yan's harrowing experiences in the apocalypse and the plight of the 2 children, both Sheng Zuchang and Qin Yi felt a surge of anger and regret for not having protected her and the children. Children? What children? Elder Sheng finally reacted.
Su Yan,
Gritting her teeth, pressed on. Grandfather, please listen. When I next awoke, I found myself in a maternity ward. The child was a result of Su Jiao's machinations. On my 18th birthday, she deceived me into a hotel with the intention of ruining my life, and by a twist of fate, the person who entered the room was Qin Yi. In my previous life, I was unaware that the child's father was Qin Yi, and I remained ignorant when I awoke after my rebirth. I recall that I had a difficult labor in my previous life, so when I awoke and confirmed the date with the doctor, I opted for a cesarean section, delivering the baby hours earlier than expected. Shortly thereafter, I received a call from my second uncle's attorney regarding the inheritance, realizing that I had missed the call in my previous life due to the complications of childbirth. Su Jianmin and Su Jiao had fraudulently taken what was rightfully mine. The day after giving birth, I received my shares, the property, and belongings left by my mother. Knowing that the apocalypse would arrive in 2 months, I liquidated the shares and property, and by using my blood to claim ownership of the spatial ring, I discovered that my space could be upgraded. When I first activated it, it was quite small, requiring gold for upgrades. So, I went to the bank to exchange for gold. The space is called the dimensional trading space, a realm that exists outside our timeline. Initially, I accessed an interstellar dimension, and thus, all these advanced technologies were procured from there. Later, I encountered Qin Yi in Night City. He had saved me in my previous life, and I wished to get to know him. It was only later that I learned he was the father of my child. As for the events that transpired abroad, grandfather, you are likely already aware, they were my doing. Chapter 127. Su Yan, Grandfather and Grandmother. Su Yan handed a tissue to her grandmother to wipe her tears. The elderly lady had been weeping for quite some time. Elder Sheng maintained a semblance of calmness. But internally, he harbored profound resentment towards the Su family for their transgressions against Su Yan. What about the Su Jiamin family? He asked. I have dealt with them all, she replied. Elder Sheng nodded fiercely, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at Qin Yi, wishing to voice something, yet recognizing that ultimately, the blame could not be placed on him. Fortune had favored their meeting, he mused, exhaling a sigh as he shifted his gaze from Qin Yi. And the children? In the face of such calamity, you alone care for 2 children? My dear little Yan. Grandmother, I implore you, please do not cry, Su Yan thought, but dared not voice it aloud. What about the children now? Elder Sheng inquired once more. Fortunately, I have the space. It contains a house, mountains, rivers, and the ability to cultivate crops and raise livestock. I have kept the children there, and am now bringing them out. With a flourish, Su Yan conjured the 2 little ones from the space, and placed them into Qin Yi's arms. Daddy, Mama. The children, upon emerging, spotted 2 unfamiliar faces and clung to Qin Yi's neck, their eyes wide with curiosity. Qin Yi pondered how to teach the children to address their elders. They ought to call him great-grandfather and great-grandmother, yet it felt somewhat awkward. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Indeed, he declared. Xiao Rui, Xiao Wei, this is great-grandfather, and this is great-grandmother. Polite children must learn to greet their elders, he instructed. Xiao Wei sweetly chimed, great-grandfather, great-grandmother. Xiao Rui articulated the names with slightly more precision. Having just heard the distressing tales, the joy brought by the children alleviated Elder Sheng's anger, prompting him to reach out and lift Xiao Rui from Qin Yi's embrace. The elderly lady, too, released Su Yan's hand to snatch up Xiao Wei, showering the child with affectionate kisses. Su Yan mused, so, love can indeed vanish, correct? After playing with their great-grandchildren for a while, Elder Sheng turned to Qin Yi and asked, now who knows little Yan's secrets? My grandfather and a few from my team. And now you and grandmother, as well as Zhou shooting. Those who know should keep it to themselves. Be cautious with these advanced technologies and protect little Yan, he instructed. I will. Moving forward, Elder Sheng gleaned further insights into the dimensional trading and the prices of various items. He was astonished to learn that the space button was so costly, 5,000 kg of gold for a single one. No wonder Su Yan had worked so hard to gather gold from the central bank of Night City before the calamity. It truly had been a tremendous burden for her to bear, especially having just given birth. Such thoughts were painful to dwell upon, causing his heart to ache and his complexion to darken. What troubles you, grandfather? Su Yan asked. I am fine, he replied, though he battled angina, a persistent ailment that he was reluctant to let doctors address. The pain visited him multiple times a day, and sometimes at night as well. Now, he had someone to confide in. For the past 20 years, he had been alone, with no family to share his joys and sorrows. Do not heed your grandmother's words. It is not so severe. It is an old ailment, a part of growing old, he remarked. Great-grandfather, let me soothe your pain, Xiao Rui offered, gently rubbing the area over Elder Sheng's heart. Great-grandfather feels no pain now. You are truly remarkable, Elder Sheng responded, his heart melting at the child's innocent gesture. I, too, am formidable, great-grandfather. I can also help. Little Wei, nestled in the embrace of the elderly matriarch, struggled to extend her tiny hands, eager to assist great-grandfather in his recovery. What could the old lady do but acquiesce to the child's wishes? She tenderly carried Little Wei over, indulging her small request. However, the old lady had been confined to her bed for far too long. Just yesterday, upon learning of Su Yan's arrival, she had mustered the strength to hold on until today. Having been inundated with so much news, she now felt utterly spent, her frail body unable to endure any longer. Both she and the child were on the brink of collapse. Thankfully, Su Yan and Qin Yi were quick to act, with one cradling the child and the other supporting the elder. In the study, they were busy for quite some time. Grandpa, what is wrong with Grandma? Your grandmother suffers from a heart ailment. Ever since your mother passed away, she has not been herself. With age, ailments tend to accumulate, and this past year, the environment has worsened her condition. Old man, do not belittle me. I am fine, merely fatigued. You mustn't speak ill of me in front of Xiao Yan. All right, I shall refrain from such talk. The bond between the elderly couple was undeniably strong. The two little ones also expressed their concern for great-grandmother, gently blowing on her face, as if to alleviate her discomfort. Qin Yi, keep an eye on the little ones. Grandpa and Grandma, I will tidy a room for you to rest. Su Yan ascended to the third floor, selecting a room with a favorable orientation, clearing out its contents, and replacing them with the furniture and textiles she had previously stored. She then brought Su Qing out from her space to prepare lunch. Following this, she rummaged through the items available in the realm of cultivation, primarily focusing on medicinal pills. Driven by familial affection, but more so because her grandfather was a commendable leader for the country and its people, his recovery would be beneficial for society. How profound could her feelings for the elderly be? Su Yan found it difficult to articulate, having known them for only a day. Yet, the two elders harbored a deeper affection for her, transferring their feelings and longing for their daughter onto Su Yan. Regarding her origins, Su Yan bore no resentment towards anyone. Her biological mother must have had her reasons for entrusting her to her uncle, and neither her grandparents nor her father's family, the Han clan, had abandoned her. Aside from the two little ones, her grandparents were the closest people she had in this world, and she wished for their well-being. Which medicinal pill would be suitable? The recovery pill, known for restoring vitality, reinforcing the body, repairing damaged organs, and delaying aging. This recovery pill seemed to possess remarkable properties. Su Yan was aware of the extraordinary effects of the pills from the cultivation realm. They worked wonders almost instantly. Should she purchase just one? Unlike detox pills, which came in bottles of 10, this recovery pill was sold individually for a staggering 50 kilograms of gold each, equivalent to several million in pre-disaster values. The price was exorbitantly unreasonable. However, considering its efficacy, it might be worthwhile. Su Yan ordered 2 pills and returned to the study with them. Little Rue, you shouldn't always be held by great-grandfather. You're quite heavy. It's all right. Sheng Zuchang, a rather stern man exuding an air of authority from his long tenure, was gentle with Su Yan, especially towards the 2 little ones. The old lady, with her capricious nature, would cry in sorrow and joy alike. Her emotions clearly etched on her face. Just moments ago, she had nearly fainted, her frailty preventing her from holding the child, and now she was feeling down. Grandma, the room is ready. Shall I help you to rest for a while? I shan't go. Wherever you are, I shall be. Su Yan turned to Sheng Lao for assistance. Sheng Zuchang, with a wry smile of silent protest, expressed that if she was unable to manage, he was even less capable. I just purchased 2 recovery pills, suitable for Grandpa and Grandma. Would you like to give them a try? She tentatively inquired, unsure if the elderly couple would accept them. I want to take one. If I feel better, I can hold the little darling. Xiao Yan, please give Grandma a pill. Su Yan held the pill, hesitating on whether to hand it over. Unconsciously glancing towards Sheng Lao, Qin Yi chimed in, these pills are from the cultivation world, and their effects are remarkable. The last time my team was poisoned, 1 pill of detox medicine instantly cured them. If such an excellent medicine is available, I shall have one too. Xiao Yan, give Grandpa a pill. All right. It was then that Su Yan distributed 1 pill to each of the elders. Each pill was encased in a small jade box, a container that alone was worth a considerable sum, housing a remedy valued in the millions. The 2 elders accepted the small boxes, opened them, and without hesitation, placed the pills into their mouths. It dissolves instantly, with a rich herbal fragrance. I feel much better already. Little darling, come to great-grand. The elderly matriarch effortlessly took little Wei from Qin Yi, her vitality markedly improved, a stark contrast to before she consumed the pill. Feeling refreshed and clear-headed, the results were beyond her expectations. It was evident that Sheng Lao's complexion had improved as well. Su Yan and Qin Yi felt a wave of relief wash over them. Qin Yi, please stay with Grandpa and Grandma while I assist with lunch. Sure, prepare plenty of delicious dishes. Come, little Rue. Let's go play with great-grandma in the living room. The old lady, having claimed little Wei, also reached for the elder boy, pulling him along, one hand holding each child, as they followed Su Yan downstairs. Su Yan intentionally slowed her pace, ready to lend a hand if needed, but to her surprise, the old lady moved with remarkable agility, her breath steady, her legs firm, confidently navigating the stairs, each child in tow. In the living room, Xiaomu noticed the old lady and hurried forward to assist her. Please take care. No need for your help. I am feeling quite well now. The old lady truly seemed rejuvenated. Xiaomu, perplexed, looked towards Su Yan, who nodded reassuringly, allowing him to relax.
Yang Jinghui, Luo Fuan, Zhen Dingshan.
And Zhang Yuan had not anticipated that their sister-in-law had such a background. They had been casually discussing Qin Laoda's good fortune when they spotted the elderly couple descending and quickly fell silent. Xiaomu, and you all? The commander has summoned everyone to the study, Qin Yi called from the second floor. The elder brother saved them. They hurried away. Su Yan arranged the play mat and brought out the two little ones' toys and literacy boards for them to enjoy as she headed to the kitchen to check on lunch preparations. And please make several dishes suitable for the elderly and prepare a nourishing soup. All right, you may leave. I can manage here. Su Yan was gently ushered out of the kitchen by Su Qing. Fine, she would go and tend to the dogs. It had been several days since she had fed to Huang and to He, as her teammates had been caring for them. After amusing the dogs for a while, she noticed the old lady was having a splendid time with the two little ones, leaving her no room to intervene. She quietly observed, lost in thought, when suddenly, she felt a hand grasp hers. Grandma loves you more. Grandma, how did you know I would compete for your affection with the little ones? The old lady's adorableness brought a smile to Su Yan's face. As long as that is the case, Xiao Yan, you wouldn't abandon Grandma, would you? Never.
You are my grandma.
Then it is settled. I will stay with you, and I shall not return to the Dawn base with the old man.
Ah? Caught off guard.
Su Yan's expression was one of surprise. It wasn't that she could not afford it, but rather, it was entirely unexpected. See, you say you wouldn't abandon Grandma. Yet you think I am too old and useless, the old lady lamented, dabbing at her eyes with a tissue.
No, no.
Grandma, you misunderstood. I would never forsake you. But could you really leave Grandpa all alone?
An old man? What do I have to worry about?
That's a relief.
Su Yan smiled,
recognizing that her grandmother was indeed more challenging than the two little ones. She pondered whether her biological mother had also been so prone to tears. It seemed unlikely, as she herself was not one to cry often. Yet, she recalled how she had been in her past life, fragile and weak, making her an easy target for bullying. The coldness and strength she now exhibited was perhaps half genuine, half a facade. After so long, she had lost sight of her true self. Rest assured. Little Rui felt discontented with his great-grandmother's lack of attention towards him. Hee, great-grandma, take a look at my room, isn't it splendid? Little Wei chimed in, tugging at great-grandma's sleeve to show her the blocks she had neatly stacked. The two little ones had successfully diverted her focus, allowing Su Yan to breathe a sigh of relief. In the elderly lady's eyes, the two children were mere youngsters, and her granddaughter was still a child as well. While engaging with the little ones, she also made sure to converse with Su Yan. Speaking of which, our Song family hails from Haicheng. I returned to the old residence a couple of years ago, and your mother adored visiting the Song family home in Haicheng during her childhood. Are there still relatives there? No, just some distant descendants with whom we scarcely keep in touch. Su Yan understood. Given her grandfather's status, it was not appropriate for them to maintain frequent contact. After the apocalypse, communication had become even more scarce. Su, it's time for lunch. All right, Auntie. This is my grandmother, Old Lady Sheng. Grandmother, this is Su Qing. I call her Auntie, but she is actually an artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence? Just like a real person. The elderly lady adapted swiftly. As she had already grown accustomed to the concept of spatial buttons, thanks to her granddaughter's earlier discussions in the study.
Now,
she could even accept the notion of celestial beings descending from the heavens. Hello, dear lady. Greetings, Su Qing. Grandmother. I'm going to feed little Rui and little Wei their lunch now. Can they eat first before playing? Of course, I'll help feed them as well. The lunch prepared for the little ones was quite simple. Su Qing had laid out a lavish spread. concerned that the children might be too hungry before she could prepare supplementary food, so she hastily made 2 bottles of formula. The little ones could now manage their own bottles, feeding themselves. However, they could not resist the insistence of both the elderly lady and Su Qing, who were determined to feed them. Attempting to eat on their own was simply not an option. Su Yan refrained from calling them upstairs for lunch, fearing it would disturb their discussions. Instead, she simply sent a message to Qin Yi via her wristband. Within minutes, he had descended the stairs. Grandmother, let Su Qing feed the children. Shall we dine first? But there will be plenty of time to feed them later. You must take care of your health. How can you recover without eating on time? All right, then I shall join you for lunch. At last, the elderly lady relented and allowed the little ones to feed themselves, while Su Qing kept a watchful eye on them. Su Yan assisted the elderly lady to the dining room. I can walk, Xiao Yan. I am perfectly fine now. I know, grandmother, you're so impressive. Whether it was the compliment that brought her joy or the sudden improvement in her health, the elderly lady wore a smile, shedding her previous demeanor of a weepy old woman. Sheng Zuchang understood the elderly lady best. He felt a profound sense of appreciation, realizing that the woman before him was vibrant and alive. Xiao Qin, open a bottle of wine. Let us all have a toast. Everyone knows today is the day I found my granddaughter, and I am overjoyed. Of course, grandfather. There was no wine in Qin Yi's spatial button, so Su Yan casually handed him a bottle. The elderly lady eagerly insisted on joining in the toast. Su Yan clinked her glass with the elderly ladies, taking a small sip, while the men savored their drinks heartily. After lunch, at the request of Elder Sheng, Qin Yi and Su Yan set off for the southwestern region to fetch Old Master Qin. Chapter 128. Has she taken the national treasury? Qin Jiu had already received the message that Qin Yi sent, informing him of the connection between Su Yan and Sheng Zuchang. He hurriedly left the base office to return home. After washing his face and changing clothes, he settled in the living room to wait. Dad, you're going out again? I'm waiting for Xiao Yi to come back and pick me up. I have something to attend to and 1 TV back tonight. Please let Binghua know.
All right, Dad.
Gu Shilin, upon hearing that her son would be returning shortly, stood at the door, gazing up at the sky, aware that Qin Yi would be arriving by helicopter. In just a few minutes, the helicopter roared as it descended in front of the Qin family's villa. Xiao Yi, you're back alone? Where's your girlfriend? She'll be here soon. I'll bring her next time. Mom, here, take these. Qin Yi handed 2 large baskets to Gu Shilin, while he himself carried 2 hefty boxes. Gu Shilin was baffled as to where her son procured all these fruits. Every time he returned, he brought in abundance. She instinctively took them inside, careful not to let anyone else see. Let us go, let us go. Just as Qin Yi set down the 2 boxes, Old Master Qin pulled his grandson along. Mom, Grandpa and I have something to discuss. Don't skimp on the food with Dad. Hey, Gu Shilin still wanted to speak, but the grandfather and grandson had already boarded the helicopter. After flying for a few minutes and distancing themselves from the base, they landed switched aircraft. And within a little over 10 minutes, they arrived in Haicheng. Commander Qin. Hello, Grandfather Qin. Qin. As soon as Qin Jiu entered the living room, several young men greeted him. Old Master Qin had a boisterous personality and was quite familiar with his grandson's friends. Old Master Qin, Xiao Mu is here too. I'm going to see Commander Sheng. Please. Qin Yi and Old Master Qin entered the study. Su Yan returned to the 3rd floor to accompany the little ones and the elderly lady. She had no desire to know what significant matters were being discussed in the study. With her grandfather as a support, along with Old Master Qin and Qin Yi by her side, she felt secure enough to relax, even without any external aids. Thus, why worry? An hour later, Elder Sheng's assistant, Xiao Mu, came to summon her. Once more, it was time to answer questions. Su Yan followed Xiao Mu to the study. Xiao Yan, please have a seat. Su Yan sat beside Qin Yi, facing 2 elderly gentlemen. Grandfather, is there something you need? Upon receiving your message and spatial button, news broke out about the heist at the Eagle Sauce Central Bank. It is evident that this is not something achievable with current technology. The only possibility is that the culprits possess technology that surpasses what we have on Earth. At that moment, I associated it with those who control the spatial buttons. They stole gold instead of anything else, suggesting that gold must have an unknown purpose. I immediately consolidated the bank's reserves of gold and now present them to you for your use. No need, grandfather. I'm not in need of gold at the moment. Just take it. This is merely a portion of it. 2 more shares are held within 2 other spatial buttons. Having grasped the gist, Su Yan nodded, understanding that the remaining shares were in the hands of 2 other individuals. Elder Sheng walked from behind the desk to the center of the study, stacking boxes of gold for Su Yan to collect. She gathered 1 batch, and Elder Sheng brought forth another. She had no idea how much she had taken. Elder Sheng's decision to provide this gold stemmed from his own considerations. On a personal level, Su Yan was his beloved granddaughter, and on a public level, should calamities arise in the apocalypse, who could potentially save the nation and bring hope to the people. If one were to choose, that person could only be Su Yan. Did Su Yan truly need this gold? Not at all. Her adventures had granted her independence, allowing her to thrive in the apocalypse without reliance on anyone.
Now,
the country needed her assistance. Su Yan appeared aloof, but possessed a kind heart and patriotism. He trusted Su Yan even more than he did Qin Yi. Ostensibly, it seemed as though Su Yan had received a mountain of gold from him, but in reality, it only drew her heart closer to her country. Grandfather, how much gold is there? Around 2 to 300,000 kilograms. Feel free to use it for your spatial upgrades. Don't hold back. Such generosity. To say she was not pleased would be a lie. She had her own gold for upgrading her space, which was currently insufficient, yet she believed she could earn more. With the addition of what her grandfather provided, the burden of acquiring a spaceship no longer rested solely on her and Qin Yi, though still not enough. Having the country involved made it significantly easier.
Su Yan felt elated.
I have enough for the upgrades. During this time, Qin Yi and I have gathered quite a bit. I'll keep what you've given me for now. Let me know what you need in exchange, or you can discuss it with Qin Yi. I am aware of your intentions to hoard gold, grandfather. Thank you. I will inform you of my needs later. In the future, let us all devise ways to accumulate gold together. Little Sue, the reason I did not provide you with gold earlier was due to your grandfather's silence. Next time, I will bring you more gold from the southwest base. Yes, thank you, grandfather, and thank you, Grandpa Qin. There is another matter I wish to inquire about. How long has the capital base been in disarray since the apocalypse? I recall that it was 3 years after the onset of the apocalypse when that individual with the surname Lu took his people and absconded with all the supplies. Another man, surnamed Huang, allowed his subordinates to commit arson, murder, and plunder, treating the common folk as mere sheep. 3 years into the apocalypse, resources have been utterly depleted. The only food available consists of hastily cultivated potatoes and sweet potatoes, which are quite unpalatable. Craving meat? That is non-existent, as large-scale livestock farming is unfeasible. Perhaps a few affluent families can afford to raise a chicken or 2 for eggs, but raising livestock? With the scarcity of food, how could one sustain them? Thus, the common folk have regrettably become the fare for some vile individuals. Those too have begun to exhibit some restless behavior. I shall remain vigilant. This child, who initially left a message and invested significantly in sending 3 spatial buttons and also prepared so much for Qin Yi, is indeed a child who harbors a sense of responsibility towards the nation and family. Had it not been for her rebirth, which revealed certain hidden truths, she would likely have boldly collaborated with the state at the onset of the calamity. However, this has its merits. Her current approach to handling matters is far more suited to survival in the apocalypse, which brings great comfort to Elder Sheng. Very well. Regarding your marriage to Qin Yi, I have discussed it with your grandfather, and it seems we must postpone the wedding for now. Ultimately, it is that scoundrel Qin Yi's fault. Nevertheless, we should arrange a formal dinner gathering for both families when time permits. I will coordinate the details. Little Sue, remember, if that rascal treats you poorly in any way, inform me, and I shall mete out punishment. Su Yan awkwardly nodded, casting a glance at the man beside her. If he dared, she would not need anyone else to punish him. She could do it herself. Qin Yi did not miss the profound look in his wife's eyes and flashed a silly grin before sending a message through his wrist communicator. Qin, were you just contemplating how to punish me?
Su Yan, arrogant.
Seeing the communicator, Su Yan remembered she needed to procure a few for her grandfather for convenient communication in the future. She retrieved the remaining 3 wrist communicators from the ones she had previously purchased and presented them to Elder Sheng. Grandfather, these wrist communicators allow for instant communication. The transmitter is installed on Mount Everest. It should remain stable before the tectonic plates collide. Here are 3 for you. Let me know if you need more. Excellent. With these, communication will be much easier. I'll take 3, and could you provide me with 5 more? Also, please teach me how to use them. Su Yan activated one of the devices, instructing Elder Sheng on how to add contacts, send messages, and configure privacy settings. And then added her own wrist communicator as a friend. Qin Lao and Qin Yi also joined in to connect. Su Yan subsequently traded for 5 more, releasing the little assistant to help with the setup. Hee, this is Elder Sheng and this is Grandpa Qin. Hello, Elder Sheng. Hello, Grandpa Qin. I am aware of you. Before the planetary disaster, I infiltrated the planet's network. Hee. The little assistant spun around cutely and then extended its paw to scan the 5 newly traded wrist communicators for setup. Su, it's all set. The artificial intelligence also displayed a touch of vanity, twirling around twice. Such advanced technology. Elder Sheng marveled from the depths of his heart. Even without the apocalypse, it would take countless years to achieve such technological heights. Indeed, I have witnessed such wonders before closing my eyes, which makes my time on this earth worthwhile. Grandpa Qin remarked, affectionately ruffling the little assistant's head. The little assistant dodged Grandpa Qin's large hand but could not escape being tossed back into the spatial realm by Su Yan. After releasing the assistant, Su Yan handed the wrist communicators to Elder Sheng. Grandfather, here you go. Thank you, Xiao Yan. I shall return tonight. If your grandmother is unwilling to come back, can you keep her with you? I see that she has improved significantly after taking the medicine you provided and can take care of herself. Elder Sheng was well aware of the old lady's temperament. When she said she wanted to stay with Su Yan, she meant it sincerely. However, it was contingent upon Su Yan's willingness, so he decided to inquire first. I am willing. My mother is gone, and you and Grandma are now like my only parents. I should fulfill my filial duties. I will bring Grandma back to Jiangcheng. There is a safe house there, and wherever I go, I will take her along. Grandfather, I will care for Grandma along with Yan Yan, and when you retire, we will also look after you and Grandpa. At least you remember you have a grandfather. Very well, I shall await my well-deserved rest. Once the situation at the Jingcheng Dawn base stabilizes, we shall discuss how to arrange things for Xiao Yan. She is certainly not suited to return to the Dawn base just yet. Qin Yi and Qin Yi nodded in agreement. Only Su Yan appeared somewhat bewildered. What further arrangements were needed? Xiaomu knocked on the door. Elder Sheng, Zhou shooting has arrived.
Come in.
Grandfather, Grandpa Qin, may I step out for a moment? With all the prominent figures engaged in serious discussions, Su Yan felt out of place. She wished to leave promptly, for she had no understanding of state affairs and did not wish to interfere. Receiving nods from the 2 elders, she quickly exited. Su Yan went to check on the old lady and the 2 little ones, who were sprawled across the bed in slumber, while the old lady lay on her side watching the children. Not wanting to disturb them, she returned to her room and then entered the spatial realm. 10 vials of human cell repair liquid, 2 heavy bombs, 5 laser guns, 1 bottle of detoxification pills, and 2 recovery pills, each labeled with usage instructions and precautions. Additionally, I shall prepare 2 sets of temperature-regulated clothing for the old gentleman, separately packed in a box. I have prepared these items in 2 boxes for Elder Sheng and Grandpa Qin, each receiving a share. Su Yan also traded for a 10,000 cubic meter spatial button, stocking it with vegetables, fruits, various fresh meats, nutritional supplements, tea, and the common medications she had hoarded previously, alongside some convenience foods and grains. It would be best if the old gentleman had access to private provisions, but if not, they could be utilized for other purposes. I also placed a military helicopter and an off-road vehicle acquired from abroad into the spatial realm, along with 10 barrels each of aviation fuel and gasoline. These are not state property, but rather personal supplies for my grandfather. Having more resources on hand can never go amiss. Having completed her preparations, she returned to her room to find Qin Yi waiting there. What's the matter? Zhou shooting wants 10 laser guns and a spatial button of 100,000 cubic meters. Whatever Qin Yi requested, Su Yan promptly traded and handed over the items. Here you go. This box is for Grandpa Qin, and this spatial button is for my grandfather. Take them with you. My wife is truly wonderful, Qin Yi exclaimed, placing the items down and enveloping his wife in a sticky embrace, reluctant to let go. Go on. If you need anything else, let me know. Invite them to stay for dinner, and we will use the aircraft to send them back after. Understood. Su Yan ushered everyone to the door, finally managing to send them off. She closed the door and lay back on the bed for a short rest. However, Qin Yi returned. Wife, Zhou Shooting wants a few helicopters. Take whatever you desire. I will bring you out in half an hour. How bothersome. Su Yan tossed him into the spatial realm. Qin Yi's space measured 100,000 cubic meters, allowing him to store helicopters or automobiles at will. The prominent figures did not emerge from the study until it was time for dinner. After a lively meal, they escorted Zhou Shooting out and then prepared to take the two elders back to the base. Old lady, are you truly not coming back to the Jingqing Dawn base with me? I shall not. I want to stay with my granddaughter to watch over my little grandchildren. Wherever Xiaoyan goes, I shall follow. Fearing being taken away by Elder Sheng, the old lady hurriedly embraced the two little ones and ascended the stairs. Certainly, but one must not weep at every turn, maintain regular meals, and take care of one's health. How tiresome. The old lady departed without a backward glance. Mr. Sheng found himself unaccustomed to such neglect from her. Until last night, he had been her sole reliance, yet today he faced 3 new adversaries. I presented my grandmother with a bracelet. When you miss her, engage her in conversation more often. I do not miss her. Let us go.
Su Yan smiled.
You are just being stubborn. A woman so prone to tears, coddled for decades. Who would believe you? Do not think of her at all upon parting. She envied such a companion in old age. How splendid. Old Yang, ensure the drones are patrolling this area. Understood. After Yang Jinghui had surveyed the area twice, Su Yan deployed the flying apparatus. Mr. Sheng and Xiao Mu were awestruck by this marvel of futuristic technology. It was impossible not to be. Mr. Sheng maintained his composure, but Xiao Mu could not resist rushing over, eagerly examining every inch, marveling at the exquisite design and materials. Su Yan opened the hatch, inviting everyone aboard, while she and He took their places in the cockpit. Qin Yi sat beside her, observing how He operated the controls. Although He relied on system automation, he could still see the various indications on the display. On your first flight, it might be a bit quick and uncomfortable. Please secure yourselves, Grandpa Qin, Uncle Xiao. You as well. Very well. I am fine. Su Yan and He initiated the flight, ensuring Qin Yi could see clearly. The aircraft could fly automatically, but manual control was preferable. Once Qin Yi mastered manual piloting, he would teach Uncle Xiao. And they could arrange for Grandpa Sheng to have his own aircraft for the return journey. Really? Uncle Xiao eagerly awaited Qin Yi to learn so he could instruct him. Indeed. Chapter 129, Xiao Yan, you cannot show favoritism. Qin Yi had nearly memorized everything. If necessary, he could activate the automated program. However, Su Yan was apprehensive, urging him to practice manual control. What if the automation failed? She herself struggled to retain the information, relying solely on the artificial intelligence.
All right.
Xiao Mu was somewhat excited, incessantly touching and adjusting things, unable to contain his curiosity while cautiously avoiding damage. Just as they were beginning to savor the experience, they had already landed. Have we arrived? Was it 20 minutes? 23 minutes, Qin Yi replied, glancing at the time. Uncle Xiao, you can land the helicopter here for the commander to return. It's inconvenient for the aircraft to park near the base. Understood. Xiao Mu found a spot to set down the helicopter, now equipped with a spatial button that Su Yan had given Mr. Sheng for storage. Mr. Sheng gently patted Su Yan's shoulder, saying, Grandpa will visit you when he has the time, and you are always welcome to come to the capital. All right, goodbye, Grandpa. Old Sheng, let us gather again. Do keep in touch.
Certainly.
Mr. Sheng nodded to everyone before boarding the helicopter. Su Yan and Qin Yi escorted Grandpa Qin back to the southwestern base, taking a roundabout route that would take less than an hour. The road to the northeastern base is rather treacherous. Shall we still drive to enjoy the scenery along the way? Not this time. It is too far. We will fly close to the temporary base in the northeast, and then drive the truck Indiana. My grandmother and I, along with the two little ones, will return to Jiangcheng. We want to be joining you. Without your sister accompanying us, the meals will surely suffer. Sister, I will be sure to bring fruits, vegetables, fish. meat, and other delicacies. Before he could finish, Luo Fuan received a light slap on the head from Qin. Very well, let Qin Yi fetch them. Whatever you desire. Have him store it in the spatial button. Su Yan went to her room to gather her belongings and conveniently placed Qin Yi back into the spatial realm to prepare his supplies. Mrs. Sheng brought over 2 large suitcases she had carried from the capital, saying, Xiao Yan, place these in the spatial area.
Grandma.
Would you and the 2 little ones enter the spatial realm? When we return to Jiangcheng, I will bring you out again. It will spare you the fatigue of flying. I refuse to take a plane. Xiao Yan, you must not show favoritism. I want to experience the flying apparatus as well. After all, she had flown with Grandpa yesterday, and she wanted to try such advanced technology too. Very well, I shall take my grandmother aboard the flying apparatus. If only your mother were here. She could come along too. Mentioning her mother was a mistake. The old lady began to weep. Su Yan quickly turned to embrace the elderly woman, attempting to console her. You promised Grandpa you would cry less. Too many tears are not good for your eyes. Yes, I shall not cry. I will not. After tidying up several rooms and bringing Qin Yi back out, they descended the stairs to prepare to leave Haicheng. Sister, the surroundings are secure. You and the old lady can board the flying apparatus without venturing too far.
Thank you.
Su Yan assisted the elderly woman in boarding. They were also preparing to board the helicopter on their end. Qin Yi placed a Huang and a He onto Su Yan's flying apparatus. Notify me upon your arrival home. Take good care of yourself, Grandma, and the 2 little ones. I will return in a few days. All right, you may leave now. Yes. Grandma, goodbye. Little E, farewell. The old lady sat upright, her eyes curiously surveying her surroundings. In her youth, she had been a military enthusiast, and having married General Sheng, she was inevitably drawn to high technology. Once Qin Yi exited the flying apparatus, Su Yan urged He to start promptly. It had been nearly a month since they had left. She yearned for the leisurely days at Lanjiang Terrace. 20 minutes later, Su Yan had already landed on the outskirts of Jiangcheng, transferring to a helicopter back to Lanjiang Terrace, and within minutes, she was back at the top of Building C. Is Xiao Yan residing on the top floor? Indeed, Grandma. After opening the door to the top floor, she led the old lady and the 2 dogs downstairs. She introduced to her grandmother. This corridor door was added by me to prevent unwanted visitors from disturbing us. The elevator door has also been sealed. So, if guests arrive, you must unlock the door for them to enter.
Precisely.
Our Xiao Yan is truly considerate. We reside in 3201. 3202 was vacant until recently, when several of Qin Yi's brothers came to stay. Su Yan continued to introduce her grandmother as they opened their own door, promptly turning on the electricity and activating the central air conditioning. In this sweltering heat, descending from the rooftop had already left them quite overheated. Grandma, we're home.
Ah, home at last.
It took less than half an hour to travel from Haicheng to Jiangcheng, and it was so relaxed that I didn't even have to carry my luggage. Please sit. I will pour you a glass of water and prepare a room for you to rest.
No hurry, take your time.
Taking her time was not an option. Su Yan summoned Su Qing to tidy the house, as it had been nearly a month since anyone had stayed there. No matter how well it had been sealed, dust would inevitably accumulate. In the kitchen, balcony, and main bedroom bathrooms, Su Yan placed large water storage buckets for convenience. The bedding also needed to be washed, and the furniture required dusting. The old lady retrieved a basin to collect water, insisting on helping. Grandma, you need tea. Please rest. I can manage, truly, Xiao Yan. Do not treat me like a patient. Before I met you, I accepted my condition as a patient, but upon seeing you, my spirits lifted, and my ailments improved by half. After taking the medicine you provided, I feel completely revitalized. Well then, you may work, but do take it slowly. Perhaps seeing the old lady working inspired a Huang and a He to join in, racing around the living room with a rag in their mouths, attempting to clean. Having never been taught to do so, their paws were uncooperative. Observing the dogs causing more trouble than assistance, Su Yan shooed them to a corner, instructing them to remain still. The 3 women, along with the 2 dogs, began their cleaning spree upon their return, thoroughly dusting the house for half the day. The dogs were merely hindrances, adding chaos to the effort. After a lengthy cleaning session, Su Yan noticed that the old lady still moved about with agility. Gradually alleviating her concerns, perhaps she could indeed allow her to be more active in the future. After completing their tasks, the grandmother and granddaughter indulged in a refreshing bath and adorned themselves in clean, comfortable attire. Su Qing prepared a delightful meal for them, consisting of steamed rice, a fresh sea base, cilantro stir-fried beef slices, pork ribs simmered in a nourishing broth, and sautéed bok choy. "Grandma, let's have soup before the meal," suggested the granddaughter. "Very well, I shall adhere to local customs. It is customary in Jiangqing to enjoy soup first, is it not?" The elderly lady, already a beauty in her youth, retained a unique charm even in her advanced years. Observing her sip soup and savor her food with grace made it evident that she must have captivated many suitors in her younger days. Even Su Yan, who typically overlooked such details, found herself more restrained in her demeanor. Is this what they mean by one who approaches vermilion gets stained red? Quite splendid indeed. She even contemplated instructing Xiao Wei to learn etiquette from her great-grandmother. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, it would be more practical to acquire survival skills.
No.
Let her learn everything. Xiao Yan, are you daydreaming while dining? Focus on your meal. Oh, I was just mesmerized by how beautifully Grandma eats. You little rascal. Su Yan's playful remark brought a smile to her grandmother, who appreciated compliments and had a fondness for beauty. She was easily cheered up with a little flattery. Once they finished their 3 dishes and soup, the elderly lady suddenly remembered, "I forgot to inform your grandfather that we've arrived home." "Then what are you waiting for? Let me teach you how to use the wristband." Su Yan lifted her grandmother's hand. "Tap this represents me, and this is Grandpa. Now tap it." "I understand. I graduated from the foremost academy in my time. Of course, I am as clever as Grandma." "Hee hee, what are you two chuckling about?" Just then, the image of Grandpa Sheng in his office appeared on the screen. "Old man, I forgot to tell you that we've returned and tidied up the house. We've already had our lunch. Remember to eat on time. Don't skimp on your meals. I know Xiao Yan brought you a variety of dishes. Those are her offerings to you, not for you to share with others." On the other end, Grandpa Sheng quietly listened to his wife's chatter, occasionally responding with an affirming yes. Su Yan felt increasingly envious, perceiving herself as merely a bystander. After greeting her grandfather, she distanced herself to allow the 2 elders to converse. However, once their chat concluded, the intercom in the house buzzed. Upon answering, Lu Shui excitedly exclaimed, "Ayan, you're back. I've missed you so much. You've been gone for a month. Where have you been? Was it fun? Should I come over now?" Such an avalanche of questions left Su Yan momentarily unsure of where to begin. "I just got back and your news travels fast. Come on over. I'll be waiting to let you in."
Well,
"I saw the helicopter fly overhead when you returned. I'm neither blind nor deaf. Luckily, I didn't go out today. So I knew. All right, let us talk more when you arrive." The elderly lady encouraged Su Yan to bring the 2 little ones outside. Upon seeing the children, the trio rushed towards the playhouse. Lu Shui arrived 20 minutes later, knocking on the front door after finding the safety door ajar. "Woo-woo, sister. You've come back from a month away, and you haven't tea-tanned at all. You've grown even more beautiful. How is that fair? Look at me. Have I turned into a charcoal briquette? You've darkened a bit, but that just means you're healthy. I'd rather be healthy than pale and sickly." Su Yan went to the kitchen and retrieved the freshly washed fruit, a bunch of grapes, a plate of strawberries, and a few apples.
try some. I got these outside. Wow.
"You're amazing. There's nothing you can't procure. Enjoy, it's all for you." Lu Shui popped a strawberry into her mouth, then wrapped her arms around Su Yan in an embrace. Su Yan gently pushed her away, still unaccustomed to such displays of affection. Hearing their playful banter, the elderly lady realized her granddaughter's friend had arrived and came over to greet them. "Xiao Yan, who is this?" "Grandma, this is my friend Lu Shui." "Lu Shui, this is my grandmother." "Hello, dear lady. Please, take a seat. You two continue your conversation. I'll go play with the children." The elderly lady took an immediate liking to Lu Shui, drawn to her beauty. Lu Shui was equally impressed, thinking to herself that this lady must have come from an affluent family. The elderly lady genuinely came to say hello before returning to the playhouse. "Your grandmother is a refined and elegant lady. I envy her. You too can be refined and elegant when you grow old."
Not I.
"Look at me. So carefree and unrefined. Elegance and sophistication are far from my nature. Besides, in these times, Living elegantly is no easy feat, however. You certainly can. Lu Shui took a hefty bite of an apple, letting out a deep sigh after mentally preparing herself before asking, Ayen, hasn't your husband returned yet? What about Yang Jingwei? Neither has returned. When you inquire about Yang Jingwei, don't involve my husband. Get out of here. So, have you managed to probe for any information? Oh no, Su Yan dreaded this. If both parties had intentions, that was one thing, but if one had no interest, should she speak the truth? It would be too hurtful. If she didn't tell the truth, one might fall deeper into a pit, which would also be a sin. There was a time when Qin Yi and a few teammates discussed their girlfriends, and Su Yan had mentioned to Yang Jinghui whether he considered Lu Shui. His response was, Sister-in-law, thank you, but there's no need to discuss this. She's not suitable for me, and besides, we can't waste the girl's time. I heard Yang Jinghui mention to his brothers that he wasn't considering relationships for now. I see. He must have made it clear he's not interested in me. Otherwise, you wouldn't be beating around the bush. No worries, I'm not fixated on him. Handsome men are everywhere. I'll find another. But for now, acquiring supplies is paramount. That's the right mindset. Speaking of which, it's been a month. How many supplies have you managed to gather? A lot. I haven't organized them yet, but tomorrow morning, I'll fly to your rooftop in a helicopter, saving me the trouble of climbing 32 flights of stairs. Woo-woo. Sister, I feel like crying. The first time I liked a man, and he turned out to be uninterested. Who can I complain to? Am I not at least decent looking? You're stunning, as always. Don't doubt yourself. If someone doesn't appreciate you, it's their lack of vision. There are plenty of admirers for a radiant beauty like you. Now, tell me what news there is from the launching station. News? Yes. That little star, Li He, who lives on the 14th floor of your building, has found himself an older woman, a full decade his senior, and is living off her.
What?
Has he moved on so quickly in just a month? Wasn't he working at this base division to make ends meet? Being well-fed doesn't equate to being well cared for. That older woman just moved to the temporary base. And it seems she had a crush on that little pretty boy Li before the disaster. Now she has finally achieved her wish. Also, the water supply vehicles have decreased in frequency. While water for daily use is adequate, drinking water is rationed, with each person receiving a daily quota. And remember that underground parking lot that was converted into a planting area? They've managed to grow some bean sprouts. Knock, knock. Who could that be? I'll go check the door.
Jiangsu?
You knew I was back. Jiangsu chuckled, pointing to the sky, as soon as you returned. The entire temporary base division was aware, and only the 32nd floor of Building C has such a spectacle. Su Yan offered an awkward smile. Aware that her capabilities did not permit her to remain inconspicuous, she had already made significant efforts to temper her presence. Well, do come in, she urged. I shall refrain from entering. I'll wait here for you. You can relay a message to Wei Lian upon your return. By the way, have Qin and the others returned yet? Chapter 130. A Deep Affection. The Weeping Granny. Indeed, they want to be back for a few more days. Speaking of which, there's a scarcity of drinking water now, with limited daily rations. If you need any, just use the intercom to reach me. I'll find a way to get some to you. Really? You mean to say you can manage without water? I find that hard to believe. Su Yan had stockpiled water herself. The river in her space provided an ample supply, and she was reluctant to compete with others for the scant resources. However, she needed to present her case convincingly. After a moment's contemplation, she gestured towards the rooftop and remarked, As you know, I am not short on water. Since I'll be out anyway, I might as well bring back a few barrels. What's up there? A helicopter, perhaps? How splendid. Then, I shan't worry. She replied cheerfully. I'll take my leave now. I shall come by another day for a meal. You're always welcome to join for a meal. This brother had come up merely to verify her return and even to offer her water. Truly a good soul. Just as Jiangsu descended the stairwell, Wang Xinwu appeared, carrying 2 large bags made of snakeskin. This is splendid, a direct trade. Miss Su is back, he exclaimed. Indeed, are we exchanging supplies? Please hold on a moment. No need, no need. I've already prepared everything. You just need to take it to check for any discrepancies. I trust you more than anyone else. Very well. Su Yan accepted the bags and instructed him to notify her once he was ready. Concerned about potential contamination, She placed the items in the entrance garden, closed the door to the living room, and fetched a small stool to sit on while inspecting the list of items to be exchanged. The goods for trade were quite varied, mostly survival supplies. Lu Shui also approached, rummaging through the contents of the snakeskin bags. Wang Xinwu and his team were more industrious than her own relatives in a month. They had gathered such a wealth of items, each appearing to hold considerable value. Yet, the annoyance of dealing with them was palpable, as every item was boxed. And those without boxes were wrapped in materials. It was no wonder 2 bags were required. They come with boxes by default. Otherwise, how would they manage dozens of necklaces without tangling them? I appreciate Wang Xinwu's meticulousness. Integrating their team into your secondary trading group would be advantageous. Let it be. Let it be. I'm content as is. I prefer not to deal with unfamiliar individuals.
Su Yan merely spoke casually,
Seeking to engage Lu Shui in conversation to distract her from thoughts of Yang Jinghui. Anyway, let us leave it here for now. I'll sort through it later. Seeing others with such a bounty invigorated her. She returned to her tasks, realizing she hadn't even finished preparing her own list.
All right.
Do prepare yours quickly, and come to me tomorrow. Understood, I know you're busy today. Once Lu Shui departed, Su Yan felt free to thoroughly inspect the items brought by Wang Xinwu. Although she was somewhat familiar with the chaotic assortment, she didn't dare venture to guarantee against oversight with each piece. Certainly, even if she did overlook something, it wouldn't lead to ruin. But business required a clear delineation between right and wrong. With the list of items from Wang Xinwu in hand, she began to meticulously scan each item into the trading platform, assessing their transactional value and marking the items she wished to exchange. Most consisted of gold ornaments and jade artifacts, which were once commonplace for young women in typical households before the calamity struck. In addition to the familiar items, there were also a few rare antiques. It was quite reasonable, devoid of any exorbitant demands. The scanning of the list took over an hour, resulting in an exchange of approximately 200 kilograms of gold. After completing the exchange for gold, she proceeded to prepare the items requested by the other party, which was simpler. Using her mind, she retrieved the necessary items from her space and packed them back into the 2 snakeskin bags. Running short on bags, Su Yan pulled out several large storage bags to accommodate the miscellaneous supplies, hauling them to the stairwell.
Dai.
Come here and help me call the Wang fellow from the 31st floor. Wang. Master is counting on me. Dahei joyfully wagged his tail, showing off to Da Huang before scampering downstairs to knock on the door. Upon seeing the dog, Wang Xinwu knew to eagerly follow Dahei upstairs. Has Miss Su finalized everything? Is there any issue? All set, no significant problems. The supplies are all here. Take them back for inspection, and if anything is amiss, do seek me out. Su Yan returned the notebook to Wang Xinwu. Thank you. I shall tend to these items. Many are relying on them for survival. Go ahead. Su Yan carried the bags to the stairway, closed the door behind her, and returned home. Have you finished, Xiaoyan? Yes, I have. Grandmother, aren't you going to take a nap? The elderly lady emerged in a tracksuit and made her way to the treadmill on the sunny balcony. After lying in bed for so many years, I've developed a psychological aversion to sleep. You should rest. I'll entertain myself. Su Yan gave her grandmother an encouraging gesture, recognizing that more exercise was beneficial for her. Rather than retreating to her room, she worried that her grandmother might feel uneasy. So she retrieved a recliner from her space, nestled herself into it, and dozed off, allowing her grandmother to keep an eye on her from the treadmill. Having risen early and slept little the previous night, Su Yan was genuinely exhausted. She sunk into the sofa and fell asleep within moments. This child, even with the air conditioning so cool, she doesn't think to cover herself with a blanket. The elderly lady cautiously went to the room and fetched a quilt, gently draping it over Su Yan, then adjusted the air conditioning to a warmer setting. The elderly lady alternated between jogging and resting on the treadmill, maintaining her routine for over an hour. When Su Yan awoke, she found her grandmother sitting beside her on the recliner, puffing for breath. Grandmother, you must take it slow. You haven't exercised in ages, so don't overdo it. Just ease into it, alright? Alright, I'll heed Xiao Yan's advice. The elderly lady was truly obedient. Once your stamina improves, I'll introduce you to other exercises. I'll follow your lead. For the past 2 decades, I felt like a mere shell of a person. Now, I feel invigorated. It's as if I am truly alive again. Thank you, Xiaoyan. Grandmother, come sit here. Su Yan shifted half of her space to make room for her grandmother, who then settled beside her, wrapping her arms around her granddaughter. The elderly lady and her granddaughter cozied up on the recliner, joyfully embracing one another. It was the granddaughter seeking comfort, and she almost felt compelled to boast to her grandfather, but refrained for fear of being teased by her granddaughter. Su Yan provided solace to the elderly lady, who, in turn, filled the void of her own childhood longings. The feeling of being genuinely cherished by a family member was something she had missed in her youth. Although her family had not treated her excessively harshly before Su Jiao returned to the Su family, they merely provided for her. Her second uncle had been kind to her. Yet he was often preoccupied with the family business. During her childhood, she would sometimes go months without seeing him. As the Su family business stabilized and she matured, her uncle expressed his affection through monetary means, enrolling her in reputable schools, hiring excellent tutors, purchasing fine clothing, jewelry, and toys. Yet emotionally, there remained a certain deficit. In less than 2 days, the bond between the grandmother and granddaughter had deepened remarkably. Such is the wondrous nature of blood relations. As they shared tender moments, the elderly lady persistently asked Su Yan to recount stories from her childhood. Even mundane tales of classmates slipping love notes could inspire her imagination to conjure an entire campus romance drama. All right, grandmother, I'm parched and cannot continue. It is indeed time. I must prepare dinner. Let Su Qing handle it. I can also showcase my culinary skills. I have a couple of signature dishes that your grandfather adored. Su Yan smiled skeptically, doubting her grandmother's culinary prowess. However, one must not dampen the elderly's desire to showcase their culinary skills. After inquiring about the dish she intended to prepare, Su Yan ensured that an ample supply of ingredients was at her disposal, allowing her to unleash her creativity. Reflecting on the fact that Luo Wanning and Zhongbo should be returning from work, Su Yan dialed the intercom for the 11th floor. Is it Sister Yan? Qian? Has your mother returned? Yes, she has. Just a moment, I'll call her. No need to call, Luo Wanning interjected, having heard the commotion. He emerged from the kitchen and took the intercom from Qian's hand. Yan, you finally made it back. How are you? I'm well. And how are you and Qian? Zhongbo and Xian are doing all right? They're fine. I had dinner, and will come up to find you shortly. All right. Setting down the intercom, Luo Wanning carried the prepared dinner upstairs, calling for Qian and Xian to join him. The meal consisted of sweet potato rice, with each person receiving a bowl topped with slices of cured chicken. The cured chicken was from the aquaculture farm he had visited with Su Yan during the harsh winter, and they had been rationing it ever since. Such a meal was considered quite generous under the circumstances. He had also cooked a separate bowl of egg noodles for Zhongbo and brought it to his room. Xiao Luo, I heard you say Yan has returned? Yes.
Zhangbo.
I will go find her shortly to exchange for the medicine that can treat your injuries. Please eat first. Zhongbo's injuries were severe. While out scavenging for supplies, he had been attacked and his legs severely broken. In his critical state, suffering from heat and hunger, had it not been for Luo Wanning, who tirelessly searched through the night with Qian and Xian in the directions Zhongbo often frequented, he might have succumbed outside. Luo Wanning moved the table closer to the bed and helped Zhongbo sit up. My legs may never heal even before the natural disaster, and the medical conditions are worse now. I feel like I'm a burden to you and Xian. I can only assume Xian's father is no longer around. If he were, he would have sent news. Heaven offers no respite.
Do not dwell on such thoughts.
For Xian's sake, you must strive to recover your legs. I will cooperate, though I tend to ramble more in my old age. Now go eat. After the meal, Qian collected the bowls, while Xian assisted in wiping the table. You need not wash the dishes. I will do it when I return. Do not waste water. Understood? The two children nodded in agreement, aware of the preciousness of their limited water supply. Luo Wanning gathered all the items he had acquired during this time, and Zhongbo reluctantly parted with some cherished belongings to assist in the exchange. Su Yan was already waiting at home. Hello, Sister Yan. Yan, you've changed. Your skin shows no signs of the extreme heat and appears even more radiant. Not at all. It's merely the result of consuming those precious pills. Only 10 grains for several dozen kilograms of gold.
Su Yan.
aware that her curiosity had led her to consume the pills, smiled without elaborating further, and invited her inside. Make yourself comfortable, I'll pour you some water.
No, no.
I'm not thirsty. Understanding the scarcity of drinking water, Luo Wanning recognized that Su Yan had no shortage of it, yet she felt too embarrassed to accept. Su Yan did not press the matter, respecting her decision. Noticing the large cardboard box on the tea table, she realized it was yet another collection of exchanged goods. Her home had effectively become a well-known trading post. Nevertheless, Su Yan relished the process. Every little item exchanged, no matter how small, held value. Although she now possessed considerable wealth, potentially hoarding half of the national treasury, she could not bring herself to squander her grandfather's gold. That wealth was merely held in trust, a communal asset. While her grandfather had encouraged her to utilize the space, she understood that any expenditure must be matched by equivalent goods of national utility. Else she would bear a weight of guilt. Earnings from her own endeavors felt entirely different. It was akin to bartering for items or acquiring them at no cost from outside. Sister Yen, do you still have time to seek out these medical supplies at the clinic? Most of these items are from private exchanges. Some acquaintances know I have connections to procure goods and have entrusted me with their requests, while others are items from Zhangbo's collection. He urgently requires medication due to his injury. What happened? Luo Wanning briefly recounted Zhangbo's predicament. After listening, Su Yan thought even if they had medication, recovery was not guaranteed. Which medications do you need? Please make a list and I will see what I can find. First, assess the value of these items. If they are not sufficient, I shall return them. Moreover, take a look at Zhangbo's items as well. I appreciate our familiarity, but I cannot allow you to incur losses. Understood. As long as there was no moral coercion, Su Yan was willing to assist. Losses were not an option. Only variations in gain. In essence, her stance was clear. I can offer you something, but you must not demand it from me. The further one stayed from moral coercion, the better. Excellent. Luo Wanning was not that type of person. It could be said that most of the people Su Yan encountered were reasonable, with the select few, who were unreasonable being rare. After reviewing the items, Su Yan found no issues and took the list into the makeshift storage room. Some items included infant formula, nutritional supplements, vitamins, rice, and flour that Luo Wanning had exchanged for others, packed into 2 large storage bags, while the medications were placed in smaller bags. Once organized, she dragged the bags into the living room. Everything is here. Please verify. No need. I trust you.
Ha.
This bag contains materials for casting a splint. Zhangbo should find it useful. Thank you, Yen. Although we are trading supplies, without you, we would have no means to exchange these items, and even if we could, we wouldn't have the quantity you provided. Enough of that. Hurry along now. I know you're in a rush. The two shared a knowing smile, exchanging no further words. Luo Wanning departed with the 2 large bags, while Su Yan assisted by carrying 1 smaller bag, escorting her to the stairway. Busy little merchant, are you done? Yes. Today has finally passed.
Grandma.
I'm going to wash up first. After tidying herself up, Su Yan received a communication from Qin Yi. Wife, I miss you. It feels strange without you by my side. Have you just finished bathing? Yes, and you? Are you coming to fetch me? Of course, but I was merely jesting. Is the northeast basin Bincheng? How close is it to the sea? Alas, proximity to the sea is of little consequence. The fish have likely mutated and are ineatable. Today, I visited the Bincheng base and heard that sea fish are no longer consumable, having all mutated into the monstrous forms we see, laden with toxic substances. If all marine life has transformed into such creatures, humanity may find itself overpowered by these mutants and face extinction. But enough of that. I must check on the little ones and Grandma. You all finish your tasks quickly and return to Jiangcheng. All right, sleep early. Chapter 131. All are mutants. After ending the call, Su Yan went to check on the 2 little ones, finding the elderly lady engrossed in a bedtime story, capturing their rapt attention. Su Yan had never shared stories with the children and felt a twinge of embarrassment. Grandma was a master storyteller, her soft voice weaving captivating tales. A joy to listen to. Xiao Yan, show, tread lightly. Su Yan mimicked an O with her lips, refraining from speaking, and stealthily followed the elderly lady out of the children's room. Grandma, you should also get some rest. You must take your medicine before sleeping.
All right.
I'll take it and then go to bed. Receiving the medication from Su Yan. The elderly lady recognized it was the same as the previous days and simply swallowed it dry, without needing water. Afterward, she inquired, Xiao Yan, this medicine must be expensive, right? You earned that gold, with great difficulty. I'm fine. Don't think of giving me more just for the sake of formality. It would be a waste. It's not expensive. You'll take another pill tomorrow, and after 3, you won't need any more. I also brought some back for Grandpa. The elderly lady felt a pang of concern. 3 pills were indeed not cheap.
Yet.
The thought of living healthily for a longer time to watch over her granddaughter and great-grandchildren brought her solace. The following day, Lu Shui contacted Su Yan via intercom, instructing her to bring her helicopter over to Building C. Since learning to pilot, she had only ventured out twice. Had it not been for her concern over fuel costs, she would have taken to the skies daily. The Wuxi helicopter, with a capacity for 6, was somewhat cramped, yet Lu Shui had filled the 5 available seats and the remaining space with an assortment of items, moving them out box by box, and finally gathering the scattered remnants with large bags. Lu Shui, I suspect you resorted to robbery, taking advantage of your helicopter, Su Yan quipped. There has been no robbery, Lu Shui replied. My parents and younger brother at the temporary base have amassed quite a collection, gathered from acquaintances in the past. They still have resources, just not to the extent of desperation. Is that desperation upon us now?
Su Yan inquired.
Well, we've grown accustomed to comfort. In this current world, living for today is all that matters. We must prioritize the present. If we possess it, we should enjoy it. I tell you, there's a place that is even more outrageous, trading for fine cigarettes, exquisite liquor, premium tea, and fresh produce. A family is hosting a grand banquet for their son's wedding. Understood. You could use fewer words, Su Yan retorted, hastily moving the boxes downstairs, lest Lu Shui continue her chatter for hours. The rooftop was several degrees hotter than indoors. Once everything was transported down, the entryway and corridor were piled high with items. Here's the list of items for exchange. When you have time, you can go through it at your leisure. Adjust any unreasonable quantities as needed. There's no rush. I have other matters to discuss with you. Since acquiring the helicopter, Lu Shui and her brother had made 2 trips to the neighboring city to meet a former acquaintance, a businessman who was envious of her helicopter and wished to procure one for himself. I promised to connect him with you. This was a fortnight ago. I thought since you have time today, we could discuss it. You can fly one helicopter while I take the other. Once the deal is finalized, you can deliver the goods to him and return in mine. Is the offer substantial? If it weren't, Lu Shui would not engage in such a personally delivered transaction. It's too troublesome otherwise, and she's not short on resources. Oh no, she's not lacking in supplies. Lu Shui smiled enigmatically, adding, it's quite lucrative, consisting entirely of antiques. You know there's a large dock nearby. His family has been in maritime trade for generations, acquiring a wealth of treasures from the sea. He hinted that many of the antiques date back to pre-medieval Europe, which I believe to be quite valuable, hence my agreement. How did he survive the flooding in the coastal city during those 2 months? He has been thriving, thanks to a large freighter, his sole vessel that remained docked, which became a lifeline for his family. Their villa was submerged, but the underground storage room was airtight. Each antique is preserved remarkably well. Are we going? If so, you should return and wait for me for 2 hours. We'll take off promptly after. Lu Shui signaled an affirmative, leaping back onto her helicopter to return to her rooftop. With time on her hands, she decided to take a leisurely flight. The heat wouldn't affect her, and she had ample means of survival. Su Yan had grown bolder, spurred by the prospect of a significant business opportunity. The allure of Lu Shui's mention of valuable items was enticing. Surely, they could be exchanged for a quantity exceeding 10,000 kilograms of gold. Why not seize such an uncomplicated opportunity? It's a risk-free venture. Her helicopter was acquired at no cost, and aside from what she trades, she still has over a dozen others. Once the exchanges are complete, it won't matter. When Qin Yi returns from the northeast, they can exploit the situation further. Su Yan descended to gather Lu Shui's items into her storage. Grandma, I'm heading out. I'm concerned leaving you alone. Could you and the little ones enter the space? It's beautiful in there, with houses and everything you could desire. I'm sure you will love it. The space originally belonged to the Song family, passed down to her grandmother before reaching her. Her grandmother was delighted to enter, as they were family. Moreover, leaving without the two little ones made Su Yan uneasy. Now that her grandmother was accompanying them, she felt reassured knowing they were in a safe environment. Will you be gone long? Is it dangerous? Shouldn't we wait for Xiao Yi to return? It's not dangerous. I'll be back by nightfall. You, the little ones and the dog can all go into the space. That way I won't worry. There's a little round creature in there, a real dumpling, along with two little tiger cubs. Don't you want to cuddle the dumpling? All right, I'll enter the space, but not for the sake of cuddling. I'm doing it to ease your mind. Yes, Grandma is the best. Su Yan gathered the dog and He, holding her son while her grandmother carried Xiao Wei. And they all entered the space. Even though the grandmother had heard Su Yan describe the place, witnessing it firsthand was a revelation. This is the space? It's more akin to a grand estate or a city, perhaps even a world. Isn't it beautiful? Look at that courtyard. We can live here comfortably, with all our needs met. Su Qing is also here. If you need anything, just ask her. Wonderful. Oh, my little treasure. Xiao Wei slipped from her grandmother's arms, landing on the back of the pursuing tiger cub. The grandmother gasped and hurried after her. It's fine, let them play. Su Yan casually released Xiao Rui to join in the frolic. Are you sure it's safe? Absolutely. The animals here obey me. The grandmother felt somewhat reassured, but still glanced back nervously. Su Yan guided her to a room, assuring her she could roam freely, relax when tired, and attended to every detail until she felt secure. I understand. You go ahead and tend to your business. I'll play with the animals. Certainly, Grandma. Feel free to explore, plant some flowers, or pick fruit from the trees. The little ones will entertain themselves without needing constant supervision. After observing for a while, Su Yan noted her grandmother's genuine joy before departing the small courtyard. With plenty of time left, she decided to unpack the boxes Lu Shui had sent and verify the list for trade. Once everything was in order, she exited the space, heading to the rooftop to take out a new helicopter and fill its fuel tank. Both she and Lu Shui took off from the Lanjiang platform, unaware of the envious gazes from those below. Not only did they possess a helicopter, but they also had the means to afford fuel, all while flouting the base S regulations. Speaking of the base S rules, Lu Shui had contributed significantly in supplies to maintain her helicopter, thus securing her freedom of movement. Otherwise, the soldiers on the ground would not be mere decorations, and a single shot could bring it all crashing down. As novice helicopter pilots, they leisurely reached their destination in just half an hour. There were no mountains here. The highest elevation was a small hill under 100 meters, developed into a luxury villa community for the affluent. The surroundings were pleasant, offering a view of the coastline. Because of this coastline, the villas had been exorbitantly priced at launch, but that was now a distant memory. While the scenery may have once been splendid, it was now merely a barren hilltop dotted with small villas. Proximity to the coast was not a blessing, but rather a precursor to inevitable decline. Just minutes after their landing, someone approached them. Is this Miss Liu? Yes, we're looking for Boss Chung. Right this way, please. Boss Chung is expecting you. The young man who approached was robust, a gun holstered at his waist, though it was unclear if it was loaded. Su Yan and Lu Shui followed him into the largest villa atop the hill. Uncle Chung, as I mentioned, this is my friend, Miss Su. I've brought her to you. Thank you, Xiao Shui.
Misu, welcome.
Please come in. Hello, Boss Chung. With a warm smile, Boss Chung ushered them into the living room, where a housekeeper poured tea. Residing in a mountaintop villa with both housekeepers and bodyguards was standard. Otherwise, restful nights would be unattainable. Boss Chung invited them to enjoy tea, but Su Yan hesitated to consume anything from the outside. She cherished her life, knowing her children depended on her. Seizing an opportune moment, she swiftly poured the tea into her storage, pretending to finish her cup. Uncle Chung, my sister has already arrived in a helicopter. You may proceed with your discussion. Very well, Miss Su. How would you like to negotiate the exchange? Observing Mr. Chung. What do you intend to offer in return? Present the items you wish to trade, and if I deem them appropriate, we shall proceed. That is reasonable, Miss Su. Please wait a moment. Mr. Chung summoned two of his associates at the entrance of the living room, heading towards the staircase, presumably to fetch the items. Lu Shui whispered to Su Yan, urging her to bargain freely, without concern for her.
Su Yan retourné d'arou essuring glance.
confident that if she did not extract the treasures from Chung, it would be her loss. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Chung reappeared, flanked by his two associates, each carrying a box. I apologize for the wait, Miss Su. I intend to exchange these for a helicopter. Please take a look. Very well. I shall examine them first. The boxes were placed before Su Yan, and the two associates opened them before stepping aside. Without hesitation, Su Yan began her inspection. Most of the contents were Western European oil paintings and various metals, all well packaged, with coins and medals housed in boxes. Though she lacked expertise in distinguishing authenticity, the boxes were sufficiently large, allowing her to swiftly assess their value using spatial scanning. Western European artifacts are indeed collectible, and their worth is not insignificant. After a cursory evaluation, she estimated the two boxes contained over 10,000 kilograms of gold. It seemed Mr. Chung had gleaned insights from Lu Shui, aware of the market value. However, Su Yan wished to negotiate. These items were of no interest to anyone else but her. After some contemplation, she hesitated and said, Mr. Chung, I am not particularly versed in the market for Western European collectibles. Oh, in that case, shall I fetch some antiques left by our ancestors for your consideration? That would be splendid. Mr. Chung led his two associates to retrieve more items, leaving the two boxes undisturbed, as he had no concerns. Several bodyguards were stationed at the entrance, and in truth, these items had diminished in value. Before long, two more boxes arrived. This time smaller, but filled entirely with ancestral treasures. Su Yan employed the same method to evaluate them. Mr. Chung, I am willing to make an exchange. But could you include these two boxes as well? I find those oil paintings quite appealing. They would be a delightful addition to my collection. They are my treasured possessions collected over decades. I understand they may not hold much value now, but I am reluctant to part with them. However, I heard from Xiaoxue that you possess aviation fuel. I would be amenable to including these as a sweetener if I could acquire an additional 2 tons of aviation fuel. 1 ton, then. Merely a starting point for negotiation, she thought, hoping to extract a bit more. Su Yan maintained a casual demeanor while bargaining, signaling that she would walk away if the terms were unsatisfactory. Mr. Chung, fearing the deal might collapse, was acutely aware of his family's reliance on the helicopter for survival. In a world fraught with uncertainty, earthquakes, fissures, tsunamis, having a helicopter would facilitate swift escape. What were antiques worth if one's life was at stake? Having reached a conclusion, he agreed. Very well, let us proceed with the exchange. Mr. Chung, it is a pleasure to collaborate. Su Yan smiled, recalling that she had brought a barrel of oil with her to the helicopter, precisely 1 ton. Uncle Chung, did you not mention wanting to exchange for more items? My sister superior can procure anything you desire. Feel free to negotiate boldly. I would like to, but the distance between our two cities exceeds 100 kilometers. While the journey is not far, it is fraught with difficulties, and we may encounter roadblocks that complicate transport. That is indeed a concern. But Lu Shui is a devoted fan of Su Yan, and there is no issue her sister cannot resolve. Ian, is transportation feasible? Absolutely. My boss has a supply point here. Once arrangements are made, the goods can be delivered within 2 hours. Excellent. Miss Su, please hold on. These are the fuel and helicopter items. Set them aside. They must remain undisturbed. I will exchange for a few more things. You two come with me to assist in gathering items. Su Yan nodded in reassurance, Mr.
Chung was a good man.
Her best friend was also quite resourceful, as she was unsure how to initiate the conversation, but her friend had already stepped in to assist. After Mr. Chung departed, Lu Shui looked at Su Yan with a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. When we return, I shall present you with a grand gift. Such a good sister. At last I can mend my wounded spirit. You were hurt? Heartbroken? No, it's worse. It ended before it even began.
Soon, Mr.
Chung had 6 more boxes brought out. Truly a significant business venture. These 6 boxes contained a diverse array of items: rice, flour, oil, salt, tobacco, alcohol, tea, and an abundance of pharmaceuticals, protective gear, modified bulletproof military vehicles, gasoline, diesel generators, and solar generators. Mr. Chung sought to modify a bulletproof military vehicle. Having heard from Lu Shui that her brother had acquired one with performance rivaling that of a tank, an opportunity he could not ignore. Lu Shui, may I borrow your helicopter? I need to prepare Mr. Chung's goods. Mr. Chung, I will give you my helicopter. Please ensure it is thoroughly inspected. It contains 1 ton of fuel. No problem. Chapter 132, Tsunami Damn It. They loaded a multitude of boxes onto Lu Shue's helicopter, instructing her to wait while Su Yan prepared the goods. All sorts of miscellaneous supplies were piled onto the military truck. Su Yan merely needed to indicate a safe location for Mr. Qing's Southmen to drive away. Finding a suitable location proved challenging. She circled in the helicopter several times before selecting a spot devoid of living souls, outwardly free of corpses and the stench of death, yet close enough to Mr. Qing's villa for the transaction. After collecting the items piled on Lu Shue's helicopter into her spatial compartment, she returned, an hour having elapsed. Miss Su, how is it? In such sweltering heat, upon hearing the sound of the helicopter, Mr. Qing stood at the door, awaiting her arrival. Rest assured, we have everything you requested. Our boss has arranged for the goods and vehicle to be brought over. Your people can proceed straight from the main road behind your community. Turn left at the second intersection, then right, and continue straight until they arrive. I will head over first to wait. When you come, please bring Lu Shue along. Once the goods are verified, we can return directly to Jiangcheng. Sounds good. I have no objections. Very well, I shall consider the sisters as collateral. Divine collateral. Are you not calling him uncle? Is he not trustworthy? Su Yan disregarded Lu Shue's comments, and once her instructions were complete, she hurried back to retrieve the vehicle, then waited at the designated spot. This transaction was lucrative yet exhausting. In 60-degree heat, without her thermal clothing, she would have truly struggled. Lu Shue fared somewhat better. Equipped with standard thermal clothing, though it could not compare to Su Yan's high-tech gear, managing to reduce the temperature to a bearable 40 degrees. Mr. Cheng and his men were less fortunate, each appearing as if drenched in sweat, the heat causing them to perspire and dehydrate. However, someone like Mr. Cheng was not lacking in drinking water. After waiting for approximately 20 minutes, Mr. Cheng's vehicle arrived. Mr. Cheng, please verify the goods. Su Yan handed him the car keys. Very well. Thank you, Miss Su. Mr. Cheng instructed his men to board and verify the inventory. These items represented their future security, and he could not afford to dismiss the need for inspection. Su Yan and Lu Shue returned to the helicopter. I secured a barrel of oil from the boss for you. Generous, isn't it? Such the magnanimous sister. Although not the largest barrel, it still contains several hundred kilograms of fuel. It is indeed a considerable gesture. Su Yan had profited handsomely today, all thanks to her best friend's introduction, and she felt compelled to offer a token of appreciation. This is precisely what you truly need. What is it? A small porcelain vial, upon opening revealed 2 pills. Lu Shue looked puzzled. Pills, my dear. They will brighten your skin. You deserve it. I also acquired them from the boss. After consuming 2, you will at least be 2 shades lighter than you are now. It was Su Yan who purchased the snow skin pills from the realm of cultivation, a bottle containing 10 capsules. She had packed 2 to gift to Lu Shue, as she hesitated to part with an entire bottle, considering it too expensive. Is it true? Do you actually consume such things? Absolutely. It is as effective as an elixir of immortality, she replied. Then what are we waiting for? Lu Shue had already taken 1, showing no concern that it might be poison. What a brave girl she was. What a delightful fragrance, she exclaimed, savoring the taste even after finishing it. Su Yan couldn't bear to watch. Before long, Boss Chung spoke directly, confirming that the quantity of goods was correct. Miss Su, I am truly grateful. No need for such formality, Boss Chung. My employer is equally pleased. Now that the transaction is settled, shall we return to Jiang City? Very well. Seeing that you appear quite eager, I shan't detain you any longer.
Misu, Lu Shue, farewell.
Farewell. Su Yan waved politely as she piloted the helicopter into the sky, leaving a trail of debris in their wake. Oh no, I completely forgot about the reward that Uncle Chung promised me, she exclaimed. We've been flying for 10 minutes, and you're just now mentioning it. Turn around, we must ask for it, or who knows when we'll have the chance again. Do you have so little faith in him? Boss Chung hardly seems to be on the brink of death. He has food, drink, bodyguards, and quite a few women around. I noticed several peeking down from the upper floor while we conversed. As she spoke, Su Yan had already turned back. Minutes later, the helicopter landed beside the one belonging to Boss Chung, which had now become his. You go down. I'll wait for you here.
All right.
Lu Shui dashed inside to collect the payment, while Boss Chung directed his men to move supplies into the storage room. Uncle Chung. I almost forgot the red envelope you promised me. Haha, can't you wait until next time? Afraid I wouldn't give it to you? Just a moment. I'll finish moving these and bring it to you. Boss Chung, focused on the inventory, retrieved the items meant for Lu Shui from behind the triple-locked warehouse door. Thank you, Uncle Chung. Let us go. My sisters are waiting for me. Hurry along. I'm feeling faint from the heat. I need to take a breather. Lu Shui, clutching a small box, ran back to the helicopter. This time, nothing is left behind. Let's return to Jiang City. I'll trade this small box too. I need to think about what I want to exchange. Take your time. Su Yan lifted her head, ready to start the engine.
What is that?
As the helicopter faced the coastline, she noticed a long, white wall of water ahead. The height of the water wall was certainly 50 or 60 stories tall. The only words that echoed in Su Yan's mind were, tsunami. Let us go. Look, what are you waiting for? Before she could finish, Lu Shui followed Su Yan's gaze and saw the terrifying sight. Oh no, a tsunami? Yes, hold on tight. We must escape immediately. Although the water wall was distant, it was moving at an alarming speed, likely to reach the mountaintop within 2 minutes, endangering everyone atop and below. You start the helicopter. I'll be right back. With that, Lu Shui leapt out, sprinting towards Boss Cheng's villa with a speed she had never displayed before. Tsunami! Tsunami is coming. Run for your lives. The people by the seaside were acutely aware of tsunamis. The bodyguard at the gate, upon hearing the alarm, glanced towards the distant coastline and panicked. Even more alarmed was Boss Chung, who had just shed his clothes to take a refreshing wash. He dashed out, shouting, "Who said tsunami?" Before he could finish, he pointed at one of his closest bodyguards, trembling as he commanded, "Quick, to the helicopter." Seeing that Boss Chung understood the urgency, Lu Shui hurried back, leaping onto the helicopter with all her might. As Su Yan ascended, the colossal water wall bore down on the cluster of villas, the helicopter barely lifting off above the towering waves. If they had been a moment slower, they would have been lost. Lu Shui clutched her chest, speechless, as beneath them, white waves surged, relentlessly advancing inland, not knowing where they would cease. Upturned boats bobbed on the tumultuous surface. Su Yan stabilized the helicopter at an altitude of 2 kilometers, where the roar of the ocean could still be heard. Yen, will Jiang City be affected? No, it's nearly 200 kilometers away. Here, it's flat.
But there are mountains a few dozen miles away.
Suddenly, she recalled what Qin Yi had mentioned about the northeast base being near the coast. If there was a tsunami here, what about the coastal city where the northeast base is located? Su Yan quickly accelerated, seeking a safe place to land and rushing towards Bin City. Lu Shui, still reeling from the shock of the tsunami and the near escape, fell silent, staring blankly at the vast ocean below, reflecting on humanity's insignificance in the face of nature. After flying for over 10 minutes, they finally spotted a tall mountain, prompting Su Yan to choose it for landing. Yen, why are we stopping here? You'll pilot back to Jiang City. I'll wait here for our boss.
Huh? Oh.
I'll keep you company. No need. You should return quickly. This place might not be safe. I've contacted him. He'll be here shortly to pick me up. I want to see how long it takes for the water to recede, especially the cargo. Su Yan had to put on an act, feigning great concern for the goods. Lu Shui understood well. Losing so many valuable items to a tsunami would be heartbreaking, and she could empathize with that feeling. Are you sure you've made contact? Absolutely. I have this, Su Yan said, holding up her wrist communicator. After confirming several times, Lu Shui left, sensing that Su Yan was subtly trying to send her away. Without Lu Shui, Su Yan would be unable to operate the aerial vehicle. Returning to Lanjiang platform and then coming back would waste precious time, so they had to part ways here. Once Lu Shui departed, Su Yan attempted to reach Qin Yi, but received no reply. Even in the group chat, there was silence. She disengaged the aerial vehicle, activating He to head towards northeast Bin City. They'll be fine. They have a helicopter in their spatial button. With their speed and responsiveness, they could escape in half a minute. Surely, they wouldn't have less than 30 seconds to react.
Would they?
The lack of communication and responses troubled her. Why is this happening? They must be engaged in rescue efforts.
Su Yan said correctly.
Qin Yi and his team were on the front lines, aiding the public. accustomed to living outside the base. The team had not only been at the northeast base, but also at a safe distance from the base's buildings. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the opportunity to escape via the helicopter when the tsunami struck. Living outside the base, they had developed a habit of choosing villa districts. Knowing their skills made them bold. Who would dare to rob them? Just as the tsunami approached, Yang Jinghui's drone sounded an alarm, allowing them to evacuate 2 transport planes just before the waves struck. They then flew towards the base to assist with the rescue. Old Luo. I have some maritime rescue supplies in my spatial button. I can't throw out the larger items, but I'll give you inflatable life rafts and life vests. Just inflate them and toss them to where people are. Understood. Qin Yi replied as he swiftly gathered items. Already tossing a pile of supplies into the cabin, things Su Yan had prepared for him earlier. The northeast base was near the coastline, approximately 10 kilometers away, positioned on relatively high ground. Yet, in the face of such an unprecedented tsunami, with waves reaching nearly 200 meters, one wave after another surged onto land. Even buildings 10 stories high at the base would not be spared. In a valiant effort, Qin Yi and his team navigated 2 aircraft, as the pilots were hindered in their ability to rescue individuals. Of course, if the ones needing assistance were akin to them, salvation would be a simple affair, just toss down a rope, and they would ascend with ease. However, for ordinary folk, this was not the case. Thus, it was decided that 2 individuals would be accommodated in one aircraft, while 3 would occupy the other, with designated personnel tasked specifically with the retrieval of those in peril. Racing against the tumultuous waves proved futile. The helicopters, buffeted by the surging waters, dared not descend too low. They could only target areas of relative calm to rescue individuals. Upon spotting someone adrift, they would hover at a safe altitude, deploying a soft ladder or rope, allowing the survivors to grasp hold before hoisting them aboard. This process continued until their capacity was reached, at which point they would seek the nearest elevated location that remained above water to disembark the rescued individuals before resuming their life-saving mission.
Qin Yi.
Alongside Luo Fuan and their comrades Yang Jinghui, Chen Dingshan, and Zhang Yuan, tirelessly operated the 2 helicopters, continuously descending to rescue those in need. At times, the aircraft skimmed perilously close to the water's surface, necessitating acute awareness of the churning waves behind them, a true testament to the pilot's expertise. Unbeknownst to Su Yan, the precise location of the northeastern base was obscured, particularly in the current vast expanse of white that enveloped the coastal area. Fortunately, helicopters were not commonplace. After several circuits, her aerial vehicle finally identified the 2 helicopters piloted by Qin Yi and his team. She witnessed multiple close calls where the helicopters nearly succumbed to the waves. Cloaked in invisibility, she remained unseen by those below, her communications silent, leaving her as a mere observer. Yet, the sight of Qin Yi and his 4 companions provided her with solace. They were engaged in the noble act of rescuing the populace, while she merely watched over them. She also noted a lifeboat, inadvertently discarded by Qin Yi, floating on the surface of the sea, prompting her to contemplate the feasibility of deploying her inflatable lifeboat. It seemed plausible to eject supplies from her cloaked aircraft. Those clinging to life amidst the monstrous waves would likely remain oblivious to objects descending from the sky. With determination, she resolved to throw it, promptly shifting her position after each release to evade detection. Who among them would connect the dots back to her and her invisible vessel? The craft glided at low altitude over a radius of several dozen miles, searching for signs of life on the water's surface. Once her lifeboat was fully inflated, she cast it into the ocean wherever she spotted individuals in distress. Qin Yi, upon returning from a successful round of rescues, soon discovered the lifeboat she had deployed. After ensuring a safe passage for a group of survivors, he contacted Su Yan when he found the helicopter empty. Yan, is that you? I'm in your vicinity. The sea is turbulent. You must avoid the waves and prioritize your safety. Proceed with caution. I understand, and you should too. My aircraft is safer than yours. Trust me. She reassured him. Qin Yi, knowing her resolve, offered a few more words of caution before severing communication. By this time, 3 hours had elapsed since the onset of the tsunami, and the waters began to settle. Finding a secluded area near the coast devoid of people, Su Yan retracted her aircraft and ejected a cruise ship she had salvaged from a dock before the apocalypse. It was indeed a toss, a feat she achieved after several attempts. utilizing her mental will to launch it into the sea, sending up a formidable wave. Unlike merely transferring an object, this was an act of throwing, casting it far into the distance. That was merely a smaller vessel, were she to launch the larger ship. She feared it might leave her utterly drained. The effort of releasing it was unlike anything she had experienced, leaving her fatigued and yearning to collapse. She shared her location with Qin Yi, urging him to come and navigate the vessel, as she was incapable of such a task herself. After a brief interval, both helicopters descended onto the cruise ship's deck. Chapter 133. The journey begins. She appeared delicate and fragile, evoking both his compassion and guilt. Having already retracted her aircraft, Su Yan procured a small sofa and curled up on it, awaiting their arrival. By the time Qin Yi reached her, she was on the verge of exhaustion, her eyelids drooping heavily. "Are you all right, Yan Yan? What troubles you?" he inquired, concern etched on his face. "I feel as though my mental energy, the force I used to launch the cruise ship, has been entirely depleted. I've exerted all my strength. You can navigate, right?
Please take it to them.
There are supplies on board. I just need to sleep. Rest easy. I will keep watch over you," he promised, gently cradling her in his arms before seeking out a cabin. His comrades silently observed, sharing in his concern. Their mission was to save lives, a duty they bore. Yet Su Yan, without obligation, had contributed immensely, now appearing as fragile as a delicate flower, vulnerable to the slightest touch. "Brother Yi, be careful not to jostle her," Luo Fuan cautioned. Zhang Yuan moved ahead to assist in opening the cabin door. "You stay with her. We'll handle the navigation." Nodding to his brothers, Qin Yi entered the room, laying his wife on the bed. He placed a cushion on the floor, settling down to keep vigil. Occasionally, he would check her pulse, anxiety gnawing at him until he felt her heartbeat steady once more. Yang Jinghui and the others made their way to the cockpit, steering the ship towards the gathering of survivors, which lay beneath a towering mountain, the water having risen to its midsection. "Old Yang, let us hold here until the water recedes. We won't be able to move otherwise," one of them suggested. "Have you ever heard of a tsunami that was so fierce and prolonged? Something feels amiss. The water isn't receding as quickly as expected." Yang Jinghui, though still somewhat inexperienced, managed to maneuver the vessel. "For now, let us not worry about the water. This cruise ship can provide shelter for those trapped here, and with supplies, they can survive for a few days. We just need to ascertain if the base commander is among them." "Indeed. Let us locate them and allow them to manage the ship." The substantial size of the cruise vessel soon caught the attention of the survivors. Yang Jinghui instructed Qin Dingshan and Zhang Yuan to keep an eye out for the base commander, hoping to facilitate their arrival. Zhang Yuan retrieved a loudspeaker from his spatial device and began calling out, "Is the commander of the temporary northeastern base present? Please respond." In the cockpit, Yang Jinghui halted the ship, standing upright as he gazed intently at the sea. "Old Yang, what are you staring at?" Luo Fuan asked, seated nearby. "I'm not looking at anything. Yet it seems you are. Your gaze is fixed on the water, as if you see something beyond it."
Can you see through the surface?
"Perceiving what others cannot? No. Your expression resembles that of someone gazing upon a beloved, deeply cherished. Your eyes brim with empathy. You must have a fondness for the sea, feeling sorrow for it amidst the tsunami. You ought to seek help for your mind." Luo Fuan attempted to tease him further, but Yang Jinghui's demeanor made him think otherwise. "Humph," Luo Fuan scoffed, dismissing the notion that he had a problem. In any case, Yang Jinghui seemed off. The moment he heard the word beloved, his eyes flickered, betraying a hint of vulnerability. Just then, Qin Dingshan entered the cockpit. Old Zhang managed to summon the base personnel with a loudspeaker. "Old Yang, what is the plan now? Let us not disturb old Qin. Allow the base personnel to come and speak with me." Qin Dingshan obliged, and within moments, those summoned arrived. "Comrades Yang and Luo, we owe you our deepest gratitude. Thank you so much. It is you who have rescued me and many others from the northeastern base." Lu Songtao, the commander of the northeastern base, expressed his heartfelt thanks. He was rescued by Qin Yi and Luo Fuan. At that time, Lu Songtao was in the office at the base, located on the 3rd floor. When the tsunami struck, there was nowhere to escape, whether up or down. However, fortune smiled upon him, as he was saved. Yang Jinghui spoke in a calm tone. "Minister Lu, I won't say much more. Please contact your people. We will hand over the ship to you." Our team has also left supplies on board for you to manage.
All right. That's only right.
You all have worked exceedingly hard today. We will take care of the rest, Lu Songtao replied, turning and hastily exiting, conveniently taking Zhang Yuan's loudspeaker with him. The loudspeaker would prove invaluable for calling out to others or addressing survivors. What are you two doing in here? Get out and keep an eye on things. We can't let anyone cause a ruckus. This ship is quite valuable. Do you care whether it's valuable or not? I do care. Now hurry along, Luo Fuan insisted, shooing Zhang Yuan and Qin Dingshan outside to work. He sensed Yang Jinghui was in a peculiar mood and preferred not to have too many people bothering him. Inside the room, Su Yan showed no signs of awakening. Qin Yi checked on her every few minutes, confirming her heart rate, breathing, and temperature were all normal. After Yang Jinghui and the others finished their handover on the cruise ship, they noticed the door was slightly ajar. Old Luo, call Old Qin. I'll go up with them to inspect the helicopter and prepare for our return. All right, off you go, Luo Fuan said as he pushed the door open.
Brother E.
The handover of the ship with the base commander is complete. Take your sister-in-law, and we'll head back to Jiangcheng by helicopter.
Vinyin otetsitifli.
Turning to carry Su Yan, bundled in blankets, along with him, Luo Fuan automatically picked up Qin Yi's backpack. Zhang Yuan was fueling the helicopter, while Qin Dingshan checked for any malfunctions. Yang Jinghui tidied the cabin, finding the seats unsatisfactory, and laid down a clean blanket across 3 adjacent seats. Be careful. Let your sister-in-law lie there. Yang Jinghui indicated for Qin Yi to place her on the blanket.
Thank you.
After ensuring Su Yan was settled, Qin Yi used his wristband to message Commander Sheng. Not a minute had passed before the communication rang in. Commander, a massive tsunami occurred in the northeastern region at noon. Qin Yi briefly reported on the tsunami's impact at the northeastern base and the measures taken, speaking as softly as possible. Commander Sheng listened intently, his gaze fixed on the situation regarding his granddaughter, Su Yan. Understood. I will arrange for support to the northeastern region. You all have worked hard and done well. Is Xiaoyan with you? What happened to her? She must have felt the tsunami and rushed over. She transferred the cruise ship from the spatial realm to the ocean, overexerting her spiritual energy and exhausting herself. Return to Jiangqing first. Take good care of her and inform me when you arrive. I have some matters to attend to.
Yes.
After Qin Dingshan completed the checks, they took off. It was already 7 p.m. by then, and darkness had fallen. Everyone was utterly exhausted. Luo Fuan and Zhang Yuan leaned back in their seats and succumbed to a deep slumber. Su Yan showed no signs of waking either, while Qin Yi remained wide awake, taut with tension, oblivious to his fatigue. Yang Jinghui appeared to be asleep with his eyes closed but was, in fact, more alert than anyone else. After approximately 5 hours of flight, they finally returned to Jiangqing's Longjing Terrace, landing the helicopter on the rooftop of Building C. It was not until Qin Yi carried Su Yan off the helicopter that she finally opened her eyes, realizing she was covered with something and recalling the events.
Vinyi.
I can walk. I'm fine now. I'm carrying you. Qin Yi refused to let her go, leaving no room for negotiation as he carried her down the stairs. Only when he could not find the key to room 3201 did he set Su Yan down to let her open the door. The other 4 were utterly worn out, waving at Qin Yi as they dragged their feet into the opposite room, 3202. Regaining her composure, Su Yan felt much more alert and noticed she was reeking of seawater. I'll ask my aunt to make a late-night snack. All right, if you're uncomfortable, go wash up. There's no running water at home, so you can wash up in the spatial realm. It will be much more refreshing. We'll go together. You smell worse than I do.
No, wait.
I shouldn't have such a strong smell of seawater. It's all your fault for rubbing against me. Yes, it's my fault. I apologize, my dear wife. Su Yan brought out De Huang, and 2 small ones, as well as her grandmother and Su Qing, from the spatial realm. The 2 little ones showed no respect for their parents, wrinkling their noses and stepping back in disdain. Dirty, dirty, Xiao Wei exclaimed, sniffing. Seeing her granddaughter and grandson-in-law in such a disheveled and foul state almost brought tears to the elderly lady's eyes. What happened to you? What is going on? Hurry and wash up, change into clean clothes. You've suffered. It's nothing, Grandma. We'll wash up first, and then come out to explain, they reassured her. Hurry along. The young couple entered their room, shutting the door behind them as they headed to the spatial realm to freshen up. Do you need help washing? I don't need it. You wash yourself. Su Yan entered the master bathroom of the small courtyard, beginning with her hair before taking a shower. Qin Yi went to the guest bathroom. Men can shower quickly, and within 10 minutes he was done standing under the shower head. Now free of the smell of seawater. Qin Yi prepared a dry towel and a hairdryer, waiting to dry his wife's hair. Su Yan spent over half an hour washing up. She was still a bit fatigued. And had she not rushed, she could easily soak in the tub for 2 hours. Come here, let me dry your hair. Okay. Qin Yi used the dry towel to pat her hair until it was only slightly damp before switching to the warm air from the hairdryer, taking just a few minutes to finish. Alright, let us eat something and then have a good sleep. Yes. I'll be resting for the next 3 days and will refuse to go out. Still saying, what happened today? Why did you run to the seaside? You must come clean with me. Let us eat first, and then I'll tell you slowly. Upon exiting the room, the elderly lady called out, Dinner is ready. I had Su Qing make chicken porridge. It's easier to digest at night. Did you eat dinner on time? I did. Su Qing made me food when it was time. The 2 little treasures also ate. You don't need to worry about me, just go. How about Grandma join us for a little bite? I'm not hungry, Xiao Yi. You don't need to worry about me. Just take good care of your wife. Qin Yi loved hearing the elderly lady speak like that. He smiled widely at her. Pulling his wife towards the dining area. Su Qing had cooked a large pot of porridge, stir-fried 2 dishes of vegetables, fried an egg, and prepared a plate of cold beef, serving 6 big bowls of porridge on the table. Qin Yi messaged the small group on his wristband, inviting everyone to come for a late-night snack. Within a minute, everyone was gathered. The elderly lady, fearing her presence, made the young ones uncomfortable, took the 2 little ones back to her room. Sister-in-law, are you alright? You scared Brother Yi and us half to death, Luo Fuan asked as he sat down. I'm fine. I'm just tired and worried everyone. Let us eat. Alright, let us dig in, everyone. Luo Fuan was always the most at ease, his cheerful and easygoing nature shining through. Chen Dingshan and Zhang Yuan were less talkative than Luo Fuan, eating and drinking without any pretense. As the big brother and sister-in-law were family, so no need for formality. Yang Jinghui and Qin Yi shared a silent bond. They were as close as brothers. With Yang entering the door, even before Qin Yi, he nodded to everyone, picked up a bowl, and began to eat. Qin Yi was too lazy to engage in idle chatter. Anyone who dared to be polite would be kicked out next time. He ate the fastest, concurrently reporting to the commander that they had arrived home, and that Su Yan was awake. The moment Commander Sheng received the message, he called Su Yan. Grandpa, are you still awake? Not yet. It's still early. Are you feeling better? How did you end up at the seaside? You, dear child, do not know how to care for yourself. Qin Yi and the others are quite capable. You need not worry about him. Focus on taking care of yourself and the 2 little ones. As for helping others, do so within your means, understood? I understand, and I apologize, grandfather, for causing you concern. I promise it won't happen again. That's more like it. Make sure to eat well and retire early. You young ones should also get some rest. The small group of boys nodded obediently, affirming their agreement. On the other end of the video call, Sheng Zuchang nodded to the assembled company before abruptly ending the communication. The late-night meal had concluded. After satisfying their hunger, the brothers returned to their respective quarters. Wife, I'm heading to bed now. You go ahead. I've just finished eating, and am not yet ready to sleep. I will check on grandmother and the little ones. That's fine, but once you're done, return to your room and rest, even if you can't sleep. Su Yan shot him a look that conveyed indifference. She felt revitalized and suddenly remembered something. She grabbed the intercom and called Lu Shui. Fortune had favored her this time, as the call connected immediately, and Lu Shui answered promptly. Yen, you're back, aren't you? I was so worried. I'm relieved you returned safely. I'm fine, no need for concern. Of course, I knew you were destined for survival. By the way, did your boss suffer significant losses? Has the water receded? I only realized how terrified I was after returning home. I can't believe I had the audacity to rush back and notify Uncle Cheng. I still wonder who gave me such courage. Are you afraid now? Fear not. It's all in the past. That Cheng must owe you a debt of gratitude for saving his life. Without you, he would have perished. Indeed. He should be especially grateful to you. If it weren't for your timely exchange of supplies, he would have been utterly lost. Alright, enough of that. We can discuss it more when you have time tomorrow. I'll organize your things then. Sounds good. Rest early and good night. Su Yan proceeded to check on the two little ones, but was gently persuaded by the elderly lady to return to her room and rest. Did everyone truly perceive her as so fragile? She feared that the elderly woman would stay up all night tending to the children. So she entrusted Su Qing with a reminder to ensure grandmother took a break. Once assured, she entered her room and lay down on the large bed, relishing in the comfort it provided, complete with a humanoid pillow that maintained a constant temperature. You still haven't told me why you went to the seaside. Well, there was someone in need of a helicopter, and I went to deliver supplies. It was merely a coincidence. Chapter 134, Arranging to meet Yang Jingwei. This tsunami was the most extensive, longest-lasting, and most destructive event on record. The once tiny land of Jiaozi had become history, with surrounding islands submerged or vanished entirely. That night, the already dwindling population of humanity post-calamity was further reduced. Of course, this had no bearing on Su Yan. She awakened, naturally. Instinctively glancing at the time, it was already 11 o'clock. The man was no longer in bed. She was alone. She leisurely rose to wash her face, brush her teeth, and change her clothes, finally emerging after tidying herself. Grandmother. Oh, little Yan is awake? I'll let Su Qing start cooking. You should drink some water first and wait for your meal. Thank you, grandmother. I'm going to check on the little ones. The two little ones had taken a liking to the toy house, now that they could walk. They played with the wooden rocking horse, climbed the slide, and jumped into the ball pit, squealing with delight. Oh, how fun! Mommy! Their enunciation was clearer now. Calling for mommy no longer sounded like mama. After shouting for their mother, they resumed their play. Su Yan chose not to interrupt them and noticed two literacy cards on the small table nearby, likely left by grandmother to teach the children. Well, that alleviated one of Su Yan's responsibilities. Someone else was assisting with the children's early education. Leaving the toy house, she thought to tease the two lazy pups but found the doghouse empty. Both the dogs and the man were missing. Surely, these two species were together. She settled onto the sofa in a relaxed position. Grandmother, are you bored? Would you like to watch a show? Here. I've downloaded a plethora of series on this tablet. You can pass the time watching. Sure, I'll watch when I have the time. But I'm not bored at all. This morning, I spent an hour on the treadmill and played with the two little treasures for 2 hours. I have it all planned out. After lunch, I'll take a nap, then teach the little ones to read and recite poetry. That's how my day goes. More fulfilling than the past 20 years. How could I possibly be bored? Grandmother, I just realized you've taken over my role. That's precisely how I used to plan my day. Are you trying to make me utterly dependent? The elderly lady affectionately wrapped her arm around her granddaughter, gently patting her back, without speaking. She adored the child's endearing demeanor. Even as a mother, she remained her little girl. The elderly lady casually snapped a photo and sent it to Sheng Lao, captioning it, "Jealous?" Sheng Lao replied, "I also share in the joy of having a granddaughter. She won't let you hold her. She allows me to."
You win.
At lunchtime, Qin Yi returned from across the way. Grandmother, Yan, it's time for lunch. I told Annie not to cook for them. They can manage on their own. That's fine. I'm here, and they surely feel uneasy. It's not grandmother's fault. When you weren't here, they cooked for themselves. Exactly, grandmother. Drink your soup. If you want anything in the future, just ask Annie to prepare your favorite dishes. As you know, we have everything in our space except for what flies in the sky.
You don't need to worry about me.
I'm not so old that I can't feed myself. I'm still in good health, right, Xiao? E? You saw me running for an hour this morning. Yes. Grandmother is healthier than many young people. You two can flatter me all you want. The elderly lady motioned for the young couple to eat, and once she had spoken, she focused on her meal, responding only with murmurs and nods. Su Yan, too, became more refined in her demeanor. After finishing their meal, Su Qing had also fed the two little ones. Qin Yi, where's my dog? They're across the way. I had them training the dog. I'm going to help Lu Shui organize supplies. Are you coming? I'll go. I can lend a hand. Lu Shui had a substantial amount of supplies, requiring numerous storage bags, everything from various large items for a wedding banquet. The organized materials could fill a half-truck. The advantage of having a man, especially one who had served in the military, became evident. Packing was effortless for him, utilizing bags efficiently and keeping everything orderly. Isn't my husband being somewhat underutilized? Indeed. I think so too. So how about we use the next size down? Not a chance. By the way, how long are we planning to rest before going out again? No rush. We'll talk about it in a few days. I still need to borrow your Hihi to check some addresses. Let us get everything arranged before we venture out. Right, with Hihi as our map, it will save us a lot of trouble. Su Yan prepared Lu Shue's exchange list and also included the items she had retrieved yesterday at the risk of sinking to the ocean floor, trading them for gold. Just that Chung fellow contributed a staggering 100,000 kilograms. A risk-free venture turned into a substantial trade. Are we still trading? The items from Bin City are in my space. Should I take them out? Yes, place them over there with the rest. These are public goods. And we need to keep track of them during trading. No need to keep track. The commander stated that all of it is for your management. As for the rewards for the others, he has other plans. My brothers will not suffer losses. Alright then, do you want to move some supplies out?
Fruits, végétables.
Various meats and fish. Annie has been busy preparing everything since she came in. All the processed meats are stored in the temperature-controlled warehouse. Take as much as you need. Okay, I'll go grab some. You take a break. Su Yan was perusing the information regarding the upgrade of her spatial realm, which currently stood at level 6. When she had ascended to this level, it had cost her a staggering 100,000 kilograms of gold, with each progression from level 1 to level 6 representing a tenfold increase in value. By that logic, upgrading to level 7 would necessitate a monumental 1,000 kilograms of gold. However, to her astonishment, she discovered that the requirement for level 7 was merely 200,000 kilograms, only a twofold increase. Was the spatial realm demonstrating a sense of fairness? Or had it amassed enough gold? Remarkably, level 8 required only 300,000 kilograms, while the pinnacle level 9 demanded a mere 400,000 kilograms. This indicated that from level 7 onward, the monetary requirement for advancement was only doubled. Suddenly, Su Yan felt as if she had struck a veritable fortune. After all, a smaller loss could be perceived as a gain. Now she needed 900,000 kilograms of gold to ascend through level 7, 8, and 9. She calculated that her private reserve was insufficient to complete the upgrades, but there was no rush. She planned to gather enough resources and then ascend 3 levels consecutively. Such thoughts filled her with joy, her lips curling into a radiant smile. I possess a substantial amount of gold now. What a delight. Qin Yi, with a tender affection, playfully tapped her nose with his finger and pulled her into his embrace. Are you finished with your tasks? Not yet. What else remains unfinished? Come, let us tackle it together. Su Yan wrapped her arms around his neck, playfully hanging from him, and pressed her lips to his. Almost done. Now I am finished. You little enchantress, do you wish to flee after teasing? Qin Yi bent down to scoop her up in a princess carry, striding toward their courtyard, back to their bedroom. No, I'm truly busy, I need, When my wife requires something, it must be provided. As Su Yan tidied herself, she muttered to herself about how tireless this man was, his vitality boundless. She contemplated creating a training ground within the spatial realm. What are you pondering? I wish to establish a training ground in the spatial realm to channel your exuberance. You silly girl, the more a man exercises, the stronger he becomes, allowing him to be more capable. Do you not know this? You're just speaking nonsense. If one trains all day, they will be too exhausted to eat, let alone think of anything else. I do not believe it. Qin Yi planted a kiss on her forehead, choosing not to argue with her. Whether he won or lost the debate, it was ultimately his fault. Once they had donned their garments, appearing flawless, they exited the spatial realm.
Su Yan contacted Lu Xue via intercom,
instructing her to wait on her rooftop as she would be delivering supplies. I'll help you with that, let us go.
All right.
They transferred the items from the spatial realm to the transport aircraft, flying to the adjacent rooftop where Lu Xue waited to receive the goods. It took 2 trips to complete the delivery. Su Yan handed the list back to Lu Xue. Take your time with the list. If there are any issues, contact me. I'm leaving now. Lingering on the rooftop too long may draw attention. By the way, this package is for you. Thank you, sister, and also to Qin Yi. I won't keep you any longer. I must attend to some matters. You're welcome. Go on with your business. Lu Xue was momentarily overwhelmed. Witnessing the sight of her best friend and her friend's husband intertwined, their backs turning toward her, inciting a pang of envy within her. She was acutely aware that the man she admired held no interest in her. Should she still pursue him? Was she truly willing to give up so easily? This was not the Lu Xue she knew. When had she become so timid? No. She resolved to confess her feelings directly, no matter the outcome. Even if it left her heartbroken, she would prefer clarity over regret. Having reached this conclusion, Lu Xue energetically descended, carrying large bags downstairs, calling for her aunt and others to help with the load. "Aunt, you needn't carry that. Let Mr. Qin come to collect his goods. Inform him to arrange for a refrigerated truck, as the fresh meat is not easily preserved." "Understood, I will take care of it." Liang Zai. "Take these smaller bags to the headquarters and hand them to my father. The list is inside. Rest assured, Sister Xue, I will ensure it reaches him. And aunt, place all non-perishable items in the living room. They can be delivered tomorrow. Of course, I will manage it efficiently." With a few words, the tasks were delegated seamlessly. And Lu Xue sought out Su Yan once more. "Is there an issue with the supplies?" "It is not the supplies. It is I who has a problem."
Ayan?
"Are you able to speak freely at the moment? Is anyone nearby?" "I am free. I've stepped into my room. Go ahead." Uncertain of Lu Xue's intentions,
Su Yan complied.
once she heard the door close, Lu Xue felt at ease to speak.
Ayan?
"I need to ask you a favor to arrange a meeting with someone." "Are you referring to Yang Jinghui?" "Yes. But please do not disclose that it was I who requested the meeting. I fear he may refuse if he knows." "Lu, you aren't planning something underhanded, are you?" Su Yan's mind conjured up all sorts of scenarios involving schemes and manipulation, leaving her feeling uneasy. "Do I appear to be that sort of person?" "I don't think so. But your audacity is greater than a stone's weight, and I worry you might end up at a disadvantage. He is a shrewd individual, you know. Your evaluation of him is quite high. Such a person deserves my earnest pursuit. Please assist me. I assure you I can handle it."
Su Yan remained silent.
Pondering how to facilitate this arrangement, a group of men always gathered, including her husband. If Qin Yi were to discover she had contacted Yang Jinghui, the ramifications were unthinkable. Should she clarify this matter with Qin Yi first?
Ayan?
"I agree to help you, but it may not be today or tomorrow. I will notify you once I have confirmed the details, all right? If that is the case, then I sincerely apologize. There are some matters I cannot assist with." "That works. Just let me know when you have news." After their conversation, Qin Yi inquired, "What is this secretive matter?" "Matters among women. Are you curious?" "I have no interest in other women, but I do wish to know about my own." "Go ahead." Discussing Lu Xue's affairs with others felt inappropriate, yet if it succeeded, sharing would be acceptable. However, Su Yan felt skeptical about the likelihood of success. Yang Jinghui had firmly stated his disinterest. Should I refrain from discussing it? Then let us not speak of it. Why inquire about matters that do not concern you? Very well, I shall refrain from asking. By the way, I just received news from Grandpa, inquiring if we are available to return to the southwest. Otherwise, my mother will come to Jiangcheng.
Why?
What has prompted this? Her greatest wish at present is to have a daughter-in-law. Grandpa likely mentioned it to my parents during his recent visit, and now that it seems a daughter-in-law has materialized, my mother cannot contain her excitement, especially upon learning there are grandchildren involved. You decide when we should go. I have no objections. Wasn't it discussed that Grandpa and my grandfather would coordinate and share a meal? My mother cannot wait. Su Yan rubbed her forehead, struggling to comprehend such emotions. Though she did not understand, she was willing to cooperate. After discussing the matter with Su Yan, Qin Yi promptly relayed the message to his grandfather. Soon after, he received a reply from the elder stating that with time on their hands, they should return to the southwest for a 2-day stay. Qin Yi presented the wristband to Su Yan. "You decide. I will follow your lead." Qin Yi responded affirmatively to his grandfather's message. The elder was likely still in his office, unable to communicate freely. Otherwise, he would not have sent a message. Wait, a message. Su Yan suddenly recalled that she had not added Yang Jinghui as a friend. She navigated to the group chat and clicked to add him as a contact. Meanwhile, she took the intercom into her room. After several minutes, the connection was finally established. Yen, have you received any news? Do not rush me. Give me a few minutes. I did not anticipate that I would reach you so swiftly. Please hold on. While Lu Xue waited, the wristband confirmed that the friend request had been accepted. Did Yang Jinghui send a message? Su Yan contemplated but decided against using her name to contact him. Instead, she reached out with a different approach. Yang Jingwei, could you assist me with a favor? Speak, I will certainly help if I can. Could you ascend to the rooftop in half an hour? Good heavens, Su Yan has never experienced such an awkward situation in all her life. Even more mortifying was the prolonged silence from the other party. Please respond quickly. This is a one-time request. In the future, such favors will be utterly out of the question, and no one shall find me amenable to help. After a full 5 minutes, her wristband finally buzzed with a message. Good. Su Yan breathed a sigh of relief. The rest was beyond her concern. Hey, Lu Shui, in half an hour, your helicopter better land on my rooftop. Or it will be too late. Can't we choose a better location? You're still picky about the venue? Should I arrange a 5-star presidential suite for you?
Oh.
I won't be discussing this any longer. I need to change my clothes, style my hair, and wash my face in half an hour. Lu Shui, having forgotten to switch off the walkie-talkie, had already begun rummaging through her wardrobe. Chapter 135. Lu Shui, do you have feelings for me? Su Yan hung up the walkie-talkie, silently wishing for her friend's dreams to come true. As Lu Shui sifted through her garments, she pondered. A skirt would be too ostentatious for this setting. A shirt and trousers? Too stuffy for this occasion. Not that she was going to the office. A casual denim t-shirt? Too informal. After much deliberation, nothing seemed quite right. He is a soldier. Should she wear camouflage or a combat uniform? Yes, the combat attire she had received from Su Yan, which she deemed particularly stylish. Along with the boots. Once dressed, she glanced at the time. It was time to go. Yang Jingwei was at the window, observing the helicopter take off from the rooftop across the way before proceeding to leave his room. Just as Lu Shui was about to disembark from the helicopter, she spotted Yang Jingwei approaching her and paused. Yang Jinghui, you've got me? She nearly called him Instructor Yang but opted for his full name instead.
Lu Shui,
typically casual and cheerful, felt a wave of nervousness as she prepared to step out of the cabin. Should she retreat or disembark? She unconsciously fidgeted with the cuff of her sleeve. Do you want to come down, or shall I go up? Then you come up. Lu Shui finally stepped aside, allowing him to enter the cabin and return to her seat in the second row. In contrast to Lu Shui's anxiety, Yang Jingwei entered the cabin with calm assurance, taking a seat opposite her. Are you nervous? You're afraid, yet you had Su Yan invite me out? I am not nervous. This was Lu Shui's nature. During their helicopter training, Yang Jingwei had become quite familiar with her. A single phrase from him could return her to her usual self, no longer hesitant. All right. If you're not nervous, what's on your mind? Is it something concerning the helicopter? No, I merely wish to inquire if you have feelings for me. Upon asking, Lu Shui closed her eyes, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting execution, as if to say, go ahead, pull the trigger. Whether I extend my neck or withdraw it, it matters not. There are many forms of affection, friendship, and romantic love. If we are friends, naturally I hold fondness for you. However, my feelings for you transcend mere friendship. I wish to be with you, to share each day together. I'm sorry, but that kind of affection I do not require. Yang Jinghui's words were particularly weighty, delivered with resolute finality, leaving no room for illusions. Lu Shui was Su Yan's friend, and he did not wish to hinder her. Is there something wrong with me? You are wonderful. My rejection is not a reflection of your worth, but rather my own shortcomings. I shall never marry in this lifetime, and I hope you do not waste your affections on me. I am not as good as you imagine. Then we need not marry. I simply want to be with you. Yang Jingwei, I liked you from the moment I laid eyes on you. I have never liked anyone else before you. What difference does it make between being together and marrying? Can affection guarantee possession? Some feelings are best kept buried deep within one's heart. Yang Jingwei did not meet Lu Shui's gaze. He could not offer her the response she sought, just as his own feelings would not be reciprocated. I apologize. When Su Yan mentioned the rooftop, I knew it was you who wanted to see me. I willingly came, aware of what you wished to express. Since it involved me, I felt it necessary to clarify in person that there is no possibility between us. How can you know it's impossible without trying? Feelings do not come with the trial period. Lu Shui could not bring herself to meet Yang Jinghui's eyes. She had spoken so much while staring straight ahead. Now, she took the leap and turned her head to look at the composed man. I have one more question. Do you have someone you like? His handsome eyelashes cast shadows over his expressive eyes, maintaining an outward calm. After a long pause, he replied no comment. With that, without a backward glance, Yang Jinghui leaped from the helicopter and strode away. He had made himself abundantly clear. If she chose to squander her affections on him, he could do nothing to stop it. Upon reaching the door, Yang Jinghui knocked and Luo Fuan answered. Old Yang, when did you go out?
Just now.
Yang Jinghui hurried into his room. Luo Fuan peeked out the door, bemused by the speed of his departure. Su Yan was keenly watching outside. Observing Lu Shui return to the rooftop of Building D, she considered calling to offer some comfort, but ultimately abandoned the idea. Hollow words of solace would not mend her heart. Better to let her process it alone. Do you have something on your mind? I have no concerns, merely boredom. Engaging in thankless tasks is synonymous with being bored. All right, let us go have dinner. Grandma is calling from outside.
Sure.
During dinner, when discussing the trip to the southwest, Grandma expressed her desire to explore the area, and Su Yan was more than happy to include her. After packing, Su Yan led the entire family into the space. Qin Yi went to prepare his belongings while Su Yan selected outfits for Grandma. She had acquired a collection of elder-friendly clothing before the disaster, and Grandma had not brought many with her, so Su Yan chose a few comfortable sets. When she and Qin Yi's team went out, they donned combat uniforms just like everyone else. After all, they couldn't wear combat attire in the southwest, could they? This was the first time meeting Qin Yi's parents, so Su Yan also selected 2 outfits for herself. Additionally, she prepared gifts for Grandpa Qin, as well as for Qin's father and mother. You and the children returning will make them overjoyed. Gifts are unnecessary. That's a different matter, isn't it, Grandma? Indeed, Xiao Yi, you needn't worry. Su Yan and I will handle the selection. Our family must not lose its courtesy. Grandma found a refined fruit basket, beautifully arranged with an assortment of fruits. Bringing such a basket as a gift is a hallmark of affluence. Regardless of how much fruit Qin Yi and Su Yan had previously given Grandpa Qin, this particular basket was intended for display. Among the items Su Yan had selected, Grandma chose a set of high-end skincare products for Qin Yi's mother. Nothing extraordinary. But as Grandma said, women appreciate such things. For Qin Yi's father, she selected 2 boxes of tea, the kind that had sold for 5 figures before the disaster. As Qin Yi mentioned his father enjoyed tea, gifting according to one's preferences is always a sound strategy. For Grandpa Qin, she picked a pair of practical shoes. Do not underestimate the significance of fewer gifts. It is the thought that counts, not the quantity. Sending a multitude of items might lead others to think one had simply shopped in bulk, appearing careless. If they needed to provide supplies for the family, let Xiao Yi handle that. Su Yan completely adhered to Grandma's suggestions. She preferred not to overthink it. Early the next morning, Qin Yi took the dog to the neighboring house. Brother Yi, good morning. Good morning, everyone. The 4 of them were gathered at the breakfast table when Luo Fuan shifted his position and asked, Would you like to join us for a bite? Qin Yi shook his head. Today, Su Yan and I ventured to the southwest base, with little to occupy our time these days. Your sister-in-law has been concerned about the group of children residing in the air raid shelter outside the capital. Old Zhang, would you and old Luo be willing to spend a couple of days there? Besides imparting some basic martial arts skills, it would be an opportune moment to deliver supplies. No problem. I can go. Idleness is not to my liking, and it would be delightful to engage with the children. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on old Luo. Old Yang and old Qin will be on guard. We'll leave the 2 dogs here to assist them. Everyone is in agreement. Early this morning, news from old Qin urged us to prepare. Su Yan and Qin Yi planned to leave at the break of dawn. Once ready, they would each carry a child and escort the elderly lady to the rooftop terrace. Soon, a helicopter from Luo Fuan would be departing, sparing Qin Yi the hassle of transport, as he could board the aircraft directly from the terrace. At the southwest base, within the Qin family's quaint villa, Gu Xiaolin busily flitted about. She endeavored to tidy up a clean and orderly room for the elderly matriarch, while also preparing her son Qin Yi's room for his return with his wife and children. The bedding, already washed and dried a day in advance, was now ready to be laid out. After arranging both rooms, she decided that since her 2 grandsons were still young, they could share a bed with their parents. Gu Xiaolin mused that if her son and daughter-in-law were willing, she would gladly take them in for the night. However, A suitable play area for the children was also essential. She had heard from the old man that in Jiangcheng, her daughter-in-law had constructed a large playhouse specifically for her grandchildren, filled with nearly every toy imaginable. While their own home lacked such luxuries, she could clear a corner of the living room to place a play mat for her grandsons to enjoy. The Qin family is typically frugal, especially given the current energy shortages. They strive to lead by example in conserving water and electricity, making it impossible to run the air conditioning. And the power supply at the base is limited. Yet, to ensure her grandchildren's comfort during their stay, Gu Xiaolin contemplated asking old Qin for a special dispensation to use electricity continuously for several days. What would happen if her grandsons and granddaughters were to suffer in the heat? To discuss this matter, Gu Xiaolin sought out old Qin early that morning. The old man was feeling overwhelmed by his daughter-in-law's myriad requests. You needn't worry about the electricity at the base. It's not feasible. Instead, reach out to Qin Binghua. I'll arrange to send a small generator home shortly for him to install. Thank you, father. Please hurry, my son and daughter-in-law will be home shortly, Gu Xiaolin replied. Old Qin waved her off, urging her to be on her way as he returned to his tasks. Qin Binghua arrived home in no time, shortly after Gu Xiaolin. Old Qin retrieved a small generator and gasoline from his spatial button. Both Qin Binghua and Gu Xiaolin were already aware of the spatial button's capabilities and had heard snippets about their daughter-in-law from old Qin, causing them to take a keen interest. Having meticulously selected her daughter-in-law from among many in the capital and later in the southwest, Gu Xiaolin was astonished to discover that her son had struck gold, marrying the only granddaughter of General Sheng. This fortunate turn of events was unexpected. As old Qin often remarked, the family grave had seemingly been emitting smoke for ages, but this time it was not merely smoke, it was ablaze. Surely, they must treat this situation with utmost respect. The commotion surrounding the Qin family was hard for the neighboring residents to overlook. Two inquisitive ladies, who shared a friendly rapport with Gu Xiaolin, approached to inquire about the recent happenings. Xiaolin, I've noticed you've been rather busy these past few days. Are you renovating your home? Renovating? Not at all. My son is bringing his wife and children home. I need to prepare accordingly. Is that true? Little E has quietly acquired a wife and children. Just 3 months ago, you asked me to help you find a girl. Gu Xiaolin found herself held captive by the two women, who would not let her leave without sharing more. She had never felt such pride before. It was not that her son could not find a wife, but rather that he was reluctant. Now, with a daughter-in-law and grandchildren in tow, she felt compelled to boast. Oh, it's a long story. Little E has kept this from me for 2 years. Can you imagine my distress? Now the child is already a year old. And after my incessant nagging, he finally agreed to bring his family home. I suddenly have a daughter-in-law and twins. How beautiful they are. I'm still in a daze. Twins, a coveted blessing. The two ladies were green with envy, knowing that if old Qin were not a high-ranking official and a prominent figure at the base, they would have no qualms about making snide remarks towards Gu Xiaolin. But with their husbands working under the Qin family, they refrained from any disparagement. What kind of family does your daughter-in-law come from? Her background is crucial. It's said that a good woman can bring prosperity for 3 generations. Indeed. That is of great importance. My daughter-in-law's family is quite respectable. Oh, listen, my son has arrived. At the sound of the helicopter's roar, Gu Xiaolin looked up to see it descending. Who else could it be but her son? Just as she was about to break free from the lady's grasp, she summoned her strength and dashed toward the helicopter, bubbling with joy. My grandchildren, Grandma is here. The two ladies followed closely behind, eager to see if Gu Xiaolin's claims were indeed as marvelous as she professed. As the helicopter came to a complete stop, Qin Yi was the first to disembark. He assisted the elderly matriarch, ensuring she was stable before turning to take the child from Su Yan's arms and handing it over to the grandmother. He then took another child, balancing one in each arm while supporting his wife. From a distance, Gu Xiaolin observed her son's demeanor, typically reserved and cool. He now radiated warmth towards his wife and children, proving himself to be the caring partner she had always hoped for. The delicate, fair face of her daughter-in-law shone like a flower, and as she beheld her grandchildren, she was at a loss for words, merely wishing to hold and shower them with affection. Approaching the elderly matriarch, Gu Xiaolin grasped her hand gently. Madam, you must have had quite the journey. It was not arduous, the matriarch replied, shaking hands with Gu Xiulin, both smiling in mutual understanding without further elaboration. Mother, this is your daughter-in-law, Su Yan.
Hello, Qin Mama.
Su Yan greeted, momentarily uncertain about addressing her, but finding ease in the title with the addition of Qin. Oh, little Yan, how I have longed for your return. Gu Xiulin responded warmly. Having exchanged pleasantries, her hand instinctively reached for the children. Mother, this is your grandson, Xiao Rui, and your granddaughter, Xiao Wei. Oh my, how beautiful. May I hold them, please? She had been contemplating which to embrace first, and upon hearing her granddaughter sweetly call out for her, she decided to take the little girl first. Grandma, I want a hug. Come here, my dear. At last, she held the child, soft, fragrant, and bright,
Who was already able to speak.
Xiao Rui, proud and spirited, also called out, Grandma, come here, I want to hold both of you. But before Gu Xiulin could gather them, old Qin stepped forward to take Xiao Rui from her. Quickly, help the matriarch inside. It's quite warm out here. Why are you all standing around? Chapter 136. The daughter-in-law arrives. In reality, it was not excessively warm, aside from the two nosy ladies. Everyone else was clad in high-tech temperature-regulating attire. The old man had spoken, and everyone moved towards the quaint villa. Qin Yi and Su Yan lingered behind to unload the items from the helicopter. Qin Yi carried a large basket of fruit in one hand while the other embraced 3 substantial gift boxes. Su Yan offered to assist, but Qin Yi refused. Just then, old Qin's assistant Li Xiong approached to help with Qin Yi's burdens. However, Qin Yi merely pointed back at the helicopter. There's still 2 boxes up there. Could you help me carry them? The basket of fruit must weigh at least 30 pounds. Although it is covered with a piece of gauze, one can still discern that each piece is as fresh as if plucked directly from the tree. Where can ordinary folks procure such fruit nowadays? Not even the big shots in the base find it easy to obtain. It is truly enviable that the daughter-in-law of the Qin family arrives bearing such a bountiful basket. The 2 aunts not only envy her for the fruit but also for her beauty. And they are even more envious that she has given birth to a pair of twins. How bitter they feel. Had they known better, they wouldn't have come to witness such splendor, which now only serves to vex them. They cannot wallow in their envy alone. They must share it with others. Before long, the 2 aunts have spread the news throughout the upper echelons of the base, informing everyone that General Qin's grandson has returned with his wife, and not only that, but they are also blessed with a pair of twins. Qin Yi welcomed the elderly lady into the living room, seating her comfortably, while Gu Xiulin held her granddaughter nearby. Only Qin Yi was left to brew tea for the guests. Gu Xiulin patted the sofa beside her, inviting Su Yan to sit next to her. Qin Binghua had adjusted the wiring of a small generator and turned on the air conditioning before washing his hands and joining them. Hello, Elder Sheng, he greeted. Binghua. You haven't changed a bit since a few years ago, replied Elder Sheng, who seldom appeared in the capital and was only recognized by a few acquaintances, the Qin family being one of them. After all, why would Elder Sheng favor Qin Yi so much, grooming him to be his successor? If not because he has known the child since he was young and understands his character so well? This must be Su Yan? Welcome home. Hello, Grandpa. Su Yan stood and respectfully addressed Qin's father, then leaned over to the little one in Gu Xiulin's arms, whispering, This is Grandpa. Hello, little one.
I'm Xiao Wei.
Such a good girl. Xiao Wei's speech was still somewhat choppy, but it was already impressive, considering she was not yet a year old.
Grandpa, I am Xiao Rui.
Xiao Rui is also a good boy. May I hold Xiao Rui? Without waiting for an answer, Qin Binghua reached over and deftly took the child from the old man's arms. He dared not compete with Gu Xiulin but felt bold enough to challenge the elder. Qin Yi returned with tea for everyone, and they all settled in to listen to the conversation between the elder and the lady. The 2 little ones, finding the adults' dialogue rather tedious, eyed the pile of toys they had spotted earlier and longed to play. Gu Xiulin noticed their gaze and took them to the play area, finally able to indulge both grandchildren simultaneously. As lunchtime approached, Gu Binghua took charge of preparing the meal, with Qin Yi assisting him. Su Yan wished to lend a hand, but Gu Xiulin pulled her away to tend to the children, insisting that she head to the kitchen. The lunch was sumptuous, a rare occasion for the Qin family to gather so joyfully, though Su Yan felt a bit out of place amidst the hustle and bustle. She was unaccustomed to being in such a crowded environment, especially in unfamiliar territory, which left her feeling somewhat lost. After the meal, Qin Yi suggested they let the children rest, allowing him to accompany the elderly lady instead. You are young and busy. I can take care of myself. Your mother has shown me around the room, so no need to fuss over me. If I need to go out, I will ask Shilin to accompany me.
Indeed.
You should spend time with your wife. I will stay with the elderly lady. There is no need for you here. If you find yourself with nothing to do, perhaps seek out your grandfather for some tasks. Very well. Qin Yi prepared a plate of fruit before heading to join his wife, pondering the notion of finding something to do on his own. Yan, I'll keep you company. You aren't too accustomed to this place. We can head back to Jiangxing tonight. It's alright. We should at least stay for 2 days. Otherwise, your parents will worry. They are wonderful. It's just me who needs time to adjust. With her grandmother, Su Yan felt completely at ease, devoid of the discomfort of not fitting in. She could converse freely with Qin's grandfather, sharing jokes and laughter. Was it true that intergenerational bonds were easier to navigate? Why don't I leave the little ones with Grandma and take you out for a stroll? That sounds delightful. Do you know of any good places around here? If not, I can ask Hihi to check the map. I do know. The neighboring city has much to offer for your interests. Jade stones? Su Yan's eyes brightened. Going out would spare her from the awkwardness of staying at home and perhaps even yield some treasures. The couple was in perfect agreement. Please hand the little ones to your mother and call Grandma over. All right, just a moment. The toddlers, comfortably nestled on the bed, were lifted one by their somewhat unreliable father and carried into the living room. Mom, you take care of the kids. I'll be heading out with Yan for a bit. Grandma, Yan is looking for you. Okay, I'll go check. Su Yan had prepared a spatial button for the elderly lady, containing fruits, juices, cold weapons, various guns, laser firearms, and even a cell repair serum. Little Yan, what's the matter? I'm going out with Qin Yi shortly, and I'm uneasy with you not under my watchful eye. Su Yan naturally nestled against the elder's arm, affectionately seeking reassurance. There's no need for concern. You two can enjoy yourselves without worrying about me. This is the base of Qin's grandfather. Who could possibly pose a threat to me? But just in case, this is a spatial button. You know how to use it.
Don't you?
Has Grandpa not mentioned it? Inside are some emergency weapons I prepared for you. It will also help you conveniently store items. More lavish spending on gold. I know very well that none of these items are inexpensive. They were all acquired at great cost. Just take it and give it a try. Su Yan placed the small spatial button into the elderly lady's hands, who tentatively attempted to use her mind to explore its contents, successfully retrieving and replacing items with surprising ease. Oh dear, do you think I'm a coveted treasure that everyone fights over? This is quite exaggerated. The elderly lady marveled at the array of weapons within, realizing there were enough to equip several special forces soldiers. Su Yan produced a needle, still bound for safety. You can do this yourself. I wouldn't dare prick you.
Child.
The elderly lady took the needle, skillfully and swiftly drawing a drop of blood. Once she had bound the spatial button to herself, Su Yan felt relieved. After everything was settled, the grandmother and granddaughter emerged from the room, where Qin Yi was busy preparing the children as snacks, milk, bottles, and toys, ensuring everything was in order before handing it over to his mother. Grandma, Mom. Yan and I are heading out. Go ahead. Have fun. The two little ones glanced at their parents, accustomed to being left to play alone while their parents ventured off. With a grandmother and great-grandmother to keep them company, they felt quite content. From birth, they had never clamored for their mother or father. As Su Yan and Qin Yi stepped outside, several curious eyes peeked at the new daughter-in-law. She is truly beautiful. It's as if she doesn't belong to this post-apocalyptic world. Her skin is so fair and clean, not a bead of sweat in sight. What are you saying? Can you even see if she has sweat on her? Just look at her clothes, spotless and pristine. How could she possibly be sweating? This extreme heat seems to have no effect on her. How is it that some people are so strikingly beautiful? Qin Yi is indeed fortunate. Su Yan had keen hearing and caught snippets of their whispers, urging them to hurry into the helicopter. Qin Yi could not abide others discussing his wife. But if the comments were complimentary, he paid them no mind. Fasten your seatbelt, we're off. Do you think I'm a novice? My wife is a veteran. Tell me whose soldier she is. Get moving. He playfully punched Qin Yi, and only then did the helicopter take off, heading towards the neighboring city. A hub for jade production, where they planned to explore the jade market. We're off to the raw stone market. Su Yan believed that raw stones were seldom sought after. Few scavengers would opt for them, preferring instead to acquire jade from shops. Moreover, the larger the raw stone, the greater its value. Would you select raw stones? No need to worry, by scanning them in the space, one can ascertain their worth. Indeed, this is not the first time they have cheated. They also resort to scanning when they are uncertain about the authenticity of the items acquired through trade. Qin Yi flew low, easily spotting numerous rooftop signs and locating raw stone markets and gambling stone venues. Let us land here. This row is filled with raw stone sites.
All right.
As she suspected, no one was collecting the raw stones. They lay in heaps, some stained from the floods, but it was of no concern. Su Yan produced 2 pairs of gloves. Handing one to Qin Yi. Arrange the stones for me. It will be more convenient. Rest assured, watch me. Qin Yi neatly organized the piled stones, allowing Su Yan to avoid the hassle of rummaging. She picked up a stone from the ground, scanned it, keeping the useful ones, and discarding the rest.
Vinyi.
Do you think it's possible that the finished jade shops here receive no visitors? Yes, after all, in the apocalypse, they are neither edible nor drinkable. And carrying them around is cumbersome. Then we shall return tomorrow. Sure, little money grubber, as long as you wish to collect, you can come anytime. Previously, I discussed with Lao Luo and the others about raiding this area, but we never got around to it. Exactly. One cannot speak of people during the day, nor of ghosts at night. Just as Qin Yi finished speaking, Luo Fuan's communication came through. Haha, ego. Look at the soldiers I've trained. Quite impressive. Outside an air raid shelter, Zhang Yuan was leading 9 children of varying heights in military exercises. Luo Fuan was on the side, communicating and specifically showing the scene to Qin Yi and Su Yan. See, they said they miss Sister Su. I had them greet her. Sister Su, Sister Su. We miss you so much. When will you come to see us? Brother Zhang and Brother Luo are so fierce. The youngest child complained, having been lifted by Luo Fuan. Hey, daring to report on your instructor. Prepare for a beating. Luo Fuan turned on his visible mode. The children were unaware that their images could be seen on the other side, while the device left for Ingzi had obscured the visuals.
Su Yan curiously remarked.
If Ingzi misses me, she can send me a message. If you all miss me, you can have Sister Ingzi tell me. Ingzi had never sought out Su Yan. It was not that she did not wish to find her. She simply couldn't, as she had not asked Zhang Yuan for Su Yan's contact information. Hearing the chatter between the temporary instructors and the young students, Qin Yi suggested, I recommend taking them out for training. I'll provide you with a location. My wife and I are currently gathering raw stones. You two can take the little soldiers to raid the shops. Luo Fuan immediately saw the potential in this. Sounds feasible. Zhang Yuan wholeheartedly agreed. The two decided to act without delay. After cutting off the communication, they ceased training, instructing the scouts to tidy up the air raid shelter, lock the doors, and all board the helicopter. These children had previously ridden in a helicopter, but for less than 2 minutes.
Now,
hearing they would be flying for an extended period to a distant location, they were all excited, their little faces flushed. A transport vehicle was more than sufficient to carry the 9 children. By the time this scout vehicle reached its destination, 3 hours had elapsed. And it was already past 4 in the afternoon.
Sister Su.
Sister Su, I'm here, Ingzi exclaimed, opening her arms and rushing to embrace Su Yan. The little girl had grown to over 1.6 meters and appeared significantly healthier than before. I missed you too. Have your younger siblings been giving you trouble?
No. They wouldn't dare.
Impressive. Ingzi exchanged a few words with Su Yan, while several children eagerly awaited their turn to speak with her. Not wanting to monopolize the moment, she called out to Qin Yi and then set about her tasks. Su Yan conversed briefly with each child, ensuring none were overlooked. Zeng Chengcheng. Are you getting along well with Sister Ingzi and the others? Yes, I really enjoy being with my brothers and sisters. I've learned to do a lot of work. Zeng Chengcheng spoke softly, yet her timidity had faded. These children had shown remarkable progress, displaying resilience akin to grass growing by the roadside, flourishing with but a drop of dew. These children will undoubtedly be the ones most capable of surviving in the harsh environment of the apocalypse. Su Yan felt a sense of joy, knowing her kindness had not been misplaced, At least for now, each of them possessed a good nature, devoid of any ingratitude.
Hey.
All 9 of you have spoken with Sister Sue. Now come over here, it's time to assign tasks. Although the children already had work, they instinctively followed Qin Yi's example, diligently imitating as he arranged the stones. Upon hearing the instructor's call, the 9 quickly lined up. Luo Fuan addressed the little soldiers about safety precautions, demonstrating how to break glass cabinets without injury and how to stay close to teammates to avoid falling behind, as well as how to swiftly notify teammates in case of danger. Zhang Yuan distributed 9 backpacks, with 5 larger packs for the older children over 8 years old and 4 smaller ones for the younger ones. Each backpack contained drinking water, compressed biscuits, candies, climbing ropes, and multifunctional military knives. Once Luo Fuan concluded his instructions, the children proceeded to Zhang Yuan to collect their new backpacks before setting off towards the finished goods shop on another street. After Zhang Yuan and the children had departed, Su Yan curiously inquired of Luo Fuan, "Have you begun survival training with them?" Luo Fuan squinted. "They are no weaklings. Each one resembles a wolf cub." Chapter 137. Rank too low, poor review. Luo Fuan informed Qin Yi and Su Yan. He and Zhang Yuan had planned to stay here for 2 days, exchanging the collected items for food, meat, vegetables, and clothing for the children. Upon hearing about the food exchange, the children howled like wolves, eager to scavenge more. Su Yan and Qin Yi needed to return that evening. They had to head back as the elder urged them to come home for dinner. "Be careful. My wife and I will return here tomorrow." "All right, we'll meet here tomorrow." Before boarding the helicopter, Su Yan asked Lao Luo, who had escorted them to the helicopter, "Do you still have meat?" "Yes, but I wouldn't mind more. Sister-in-law, give us a bit extra. Tonight, I'll treat the kids to a barbecue and host a bonfire party. Here, take your time eating." Su Yan also sponsored a large barbecue grill, skewers, a foam box of butchered pork, a foam box of chicken and duck, as well as a box of beef and a box of vegetables. These items grew quickly, and fortunately, it was artificial intelligence that handled the slaughtering, so there should be no emotional distress. If it were human, the act of killing might leave psychological scars. By the time Su Yan and Qin Yi returned to the southwestern base, it was already 7 in the evening. The meals were prepared, awaiting their arrival. After washing their hands, they could sit down to eat. The 2 little ones had been provided with children's dining chairs, clamoring for meat. The elderly lady and Gu Xiaolin were feeding the 2 little ones steamed meat and egg mixtures. "Did you find anything?" "Grandfather, why do you ask?" "No wonder you didn't send anyone to help us collect jade stones. We had quite a good haul today gathering raw stones." As for the raw stones, who among those soldiers would even know if they contain jade? "By the way, after dinner, take the gold from the warehouse. I can't be bothered to keep it safe." Qin Binghua was aware of the space and the space button, but he didn't inquire about the purpose of the gold, simply listening. Gu Xiaolin was even more focused solely on her grandchildren, sidelining everything else. "All right. Approximately how many kilograms do you have?" "Not much, just around 170,000 to 180,000 kilograms. That's acceptable. Come, Xiaosu, do not be so reserved. The Qin residence is your home. Feel free to act as you please. Smile when you are joyful, and if you are unhappy, do not hesitate to express a little frustration. Should you feel aggrieved, confide in me or your parents. We are here to advocate for you. Grandfather speaks too highly of me. I am merely adjusting to an unfamiliar environment. Were I an ordinary girl returning to her in-laws for the first time, I might have thrown a tantrum. Yet I am acutely aware of my unique status. Everyone caters to my whims, fearing any misstep. However, I cannot let this embolden me to disrespect my elders. The Qin family is not difficult to get along with. It is simply my unfamiliarity with this place that unsettles me. Take your time, little Yen. If the food does not suit your taste or you cannot find something, simply inform your mother. Thank you, mother." The elderly lady remained silent. After all, how could she expect her own granddaughter to be treated like an outsider? She could not voice it aloud, but her granddaughter was a treasure. Having known the Qin family for decades, she could discern sincerity from pretense. Nonetheless, during this meal, Su Yan found herself more at ease than during lunch, not due to the flavors, but rather the atmosphere. The little ones, however, were quite accustomed, playfully alternating between their grandfather, grandmother, and great-grandfather, each eager to cradle the children. Xiaoyan, may I take the twins to bed tonight? I'll have your father retreat to the study. My bed is spacious enough for me and the two children. Gu Xiaolin whispered to Su Yan, anxious that she might disagree. Su Yan felt a twinge of unease, not towards the Qin family, but regarding the environment. She needed to ensure the safety of her children was absolute. However, she could not directly refuse. Hearing his mother's hushed words, Qin Yi understood his wife well. She was in dire need of security. During the day, she required the elderly lady's watchful eyes on the children, even equipping her with a firearm. How could he expect her to rest easy with the children away from her side at night? He immediately declined his mother's request.
No.
I have yet to indulge in my son and daughter enough. You monopolize them during the day, and now you wish to do so at night? It seems I have raised you for naught. I cannot permit that. Faced with her son's unyielding refusal, Gu Xiaolin felt more aggrieved than a new bride and chose to remain silent on the matter. The elderly lady wholeheartedly supported her granddaughter. If there were no conditions, so be it, but if there were, she would prefer to care for her grandchildren herself, as no one could guarantee absolute safety in her absence. She longed for the moments when she could gaze at her grandchildren whenever she wished, in a space so beautiful. Before long, the elder Qin took Qin Yi away to gather gold, accompanied by Qin Binghua. Shortly thereafter, 3 visiting women arrived at the Qin residence. Su Yan recognized one as a middle-aged woman who had been observing when she first arrived. The other 2 were also of varying ages. One in middle age and the other youthful, likely just a few years older than Su Yan, around 23 or 24. The elderly lady, often bedridden, rarely made appearances, so she was unconcerned about being recognized as Mrs. Sheng. Upon seeing the 3 neighbors, she merely smiled and nodded. Gu Xiaolin introduced them. This is Mrs. Sheng. This is my daughter-in-law, Su Yan. Xiao Yan, this is Aunt Wang, this is Aunt Chui, and this is Aunt Chui's niece, Zhong Xiaoman. After the introductions, Su Yan politely acknowledged them, her politeness impeccable, yet she offered no more than necessary. The woman named Zhong Xiaoman scrutinized her with a disapproving gaze, tinged with malice, as if she resented Su Yan for having captured the affections of a man she desired. If Su Yan was not mistaken, Zhong Xiaoman was indeed enamored with Qin Yi, and upon realizing her unrequited feelings, she sought to belittle Su Yan, to witness the individual who had what she could not attain. Xiaolin, may I hold your twins? I wish to bask in their good fortune. Just a glance will do. If you wish to hold them, their great-grandfather forbids it. My precious grandchildren are too clean to be sullied by your germs. Gu Xiaolin's outright refusal of Aunt Wang's request only endeared her more to Su Yan. The elderly lady had briefly frowned. She too possessed a touch of cleanliness obsession, so it was fortunate that Xiaolin did not acquiesce.
Aunt Cui, tu.
Came with her own grievances, as Gu Xiaolin had inquired about her niece, yet found her unworthy of consideration, lamenting that they had missed several promising suitors. However, upon seeing Su Yan, she found herself unable to fault her in any regard. Young, beautiful, with an admirable demeanor and wealth, what could her niece possibly compare? In moments of comparison, her niece paled in comparison to Su Yan, who shone like a star. Ah, indeed, the new daughter-in-law is splendid. Upon her arrival, we have air conditioning to enjoy. Was she insinuating that the new daughter-in-law was extravagant? The wealth of the family could last for generations.
Sujandiman composed.
These women were far too idle, their attempts at finding fault pathetically inadequate. Gu Xiaolin, relishing the opportunity to boast about her daughter-in-law, remarked, "Indeed, it is wonderful. With my daughter-in-law home, I enjoy the luxury of air conditioning." Xiao Yan worried we might hesitate to use electricity, so she brought a generator, even ensuring there was ample gasoline. How splendid indeed! Of course. Gu Xiaolin then gently nudged the 2 women away from the children playing with toys, insisting they not obstruct the light of her little treasures. Xiao Wei curiously glanced up at the gathering. Zhong Xiaoman nervously tugged at Gu Xiaolin's sleeve, feigning concern as if she had to speak for Su Yan's sake, whispering, "Gu Auntie, how come the twins look nothing alike, particularly the little girl, who bears no resemblance to brother Qin Yi?"
What? What did you say?
Speak louder. I did not hear you. I said, do the children not resemble brother Qin Yi? Surely, she could not fabricate such a lie. Claiming Xiao Wei bore no resemblance to her father was one thing, but to say Xiao Rui did? That was absurd. What do you mean? Why should you comment on who my grandchildren resemble? You must not be aware of the family name associated with the Southwest base. I care not for your lofty principles. Anyone who crosses me shall face the consequences. Guani, I did not mean it that way. Witnessing the fiery glare from Gu Xiaolin, Zhong Xiaoman cautiously stepped back, having initially thought Gu Xiaolin would take her side, only to find herself in a predicament of her own making. Then what do you mean? Aunt Cui attempted to intervene for her niece. The child merely speaks without thinking. She meant no harm. Xiaolin, let's not strain our relations. Now you're concerned about strained relations? The moment you stepped into my home, you breached civility. I graciously allowed my daughter-in-law to address you as Aunt Cui. Did you truly believe you were worthy of such respect? I merely asked for some information about a girl, and the best you could provide was Zhong Xiaoman. There was no interest shown. Why then do you cling to the Qin family? Xiaolin, let it go. Do not stoop to their level, Aunt Wang urged. The two women, having received a scathing rebuke, left in indignation, feeling slighted yet unable to decide whether to linger for the air conditioning or depart. Throughout this, the elderly lady remained composed and silent, not uttering a word. Su Yan found the display of green tea behavior utterly lacking. They could not even articulate their grievances effectively. At that moment, Qin Yi and the elder Qin returned. The elder Qin paid little heed to the newcomers. Those he disdained received no acknowledgement. Upon entering, he cast a disdainful glare at the three women, his annoyance evident, especially with his daughter-in-law, who seemed perpetually preoccupied with finding suitors for Qin Yi, often presenting him with unsuitable prospects. My little treasure, shall we cease our play and head for a bath and then to sleep? Great-grandfather, I wish to play. Not to play. This place lacks amusement. Great-grandfather will take you to more enjoyable locales. Old Master Qin carried the two little ones into the study, shielding them from the noxious atmosphere outside. Qin Yi wished to inquire of his wife regarding the commotion, wondering whether a quarrel had erupted among several women. Just then, he heard an unfamiliar voice calling him brother. Casting a glance at Zhong Xiaoman, he asked, "Who are you? If there's nothing pressing, you should return home. We have children here, and it's rather inconvenient to be too loud." He surmised what trouble her mother had stirred up.
Qin Yi seated himself beside Su Yan,
Peeled an orange from the table, and divided it, offering half to the elderly lady and half to his wife. Gu Xiaolin's pleasant mood was swiftly shattered by the arrival of the three women. Disregarding any semblance of decorum, she exclaimed, "Aren't you all leaving? Are you waiting to be swept away?" Aunt Wang felt somewhat guilty. Her intention was merely to visit the new bride, not to stir up such a ruckus. It was already quite late, she suggested. "Let's come another day, shall we?"
"Goodbye, Xiaolin."
"We shall take our leave as well," added a woman named Aunt Cui, who felt quite regretful. She had come hoping to vex the Qin family, but instead found herself embroiled in conflict. Her niece was truly a disappointment. She hurriedly pulled Zhong Xiaoman away, utterly humiliated. "Xiaoyan, that woman has no connection to Xiaoyi. They are strangers to each other. It's all my fault for previously soliciting help in finding a girlfriend for Xiaoyi. The person I asked must have mentioned Zhong Xiaoman, and today she probably heard you were back and came looking for trouble. It's all right. You needn't take the blame for this. Please don't be upset. It's not worth it." "Very well. I shan't be upset. There shall be no further incidents like this, and I shall refrain from associating with those people." Gu Xiaolin then recalled the elderly lady. "Grandma, I apologize for the spectacle. I merely sought a bit of amusement. Truly, there is no need for anger," the elderly lady reassured her.
"All right.
"I shall not be angry. Now I will go bathe the little ones." Qin Yi surveyed the scene, relieved to see that both the elderly lady and Su Yan appeared entirely unperturbed. The elderly lady smiled, saying, "I shall return to my room. You all should retire early. Grandma, allow me to assist you." "No need, truly. I am not helpless." "Very well." The rejuvenated grandmother was a stark contrast to her previous state, especially now that grandfather was absent. She had no opportunity to shed tears, and her entire demeanor had shifted. "Yan, shall we return to our room? It's best to rest early for tomorrow's outing. We'll come back once mother has bathed the little ones." That night, Su Yan returned the little ones to their space, entrusting Su Qing to care for them, planning to bring them out again in the morning for both Qin Ma and the elderly lady. The two set out early the next day to the neighboring city. Upon arrival, They discovered that Luo Fuan and his team of young soldiers had already been working for half the day, preparing to rest indoors during the peak heat of midday. Sister-in-law, could you help me ascertain whether these are genuine or counterfeit? It matters not whether I can distinguish. You all lack the skill. We can only rely on instinct to select, and regardless of authenticity, we will trade them all at their perceived value. True enough, but I have instructed them. They should be able to discern the overly fake ones, and not even pick up plastic.
Suyan activatida scanner.
Wishing to gauge the rate of counterfeit items in the shop. Fortunately, out of 10 items scanned, 2 were authentic. Qin Yi donned gloves and continued to move raw stones. There remained a sizable raw stone site, and he hoped to complete it within half a day. The children dispersed, while Zhang Yuan controlled a drone to monitor them. Luo Fuan went to assist Qin Yi in locating the stone site.
Oh.
Zhang Yuan cursed, calling Luo Fuan back. There are a few people in that alley capturing children. You should handle it. That was not my intention. I meant to observe discreetly with you, to see if those 2 children make a move. That works too. Zhang Yuan and Luo Fuan resembled 2 great cats, stealthily watching, akin to a cat preparing to pounce on a mouse it had caught. They were equally concerned for the kittens while fearing the ineptitude of the mice, which could thwart their intentions of providing the kittens with training. The ones being captured were Qi Yu and Deming. They remained calm, not shouting or creating a scene, knowing that cries would prove futile and only attract nearby teammates, thereby falling into the hands of wrongdoers.